Kimlan starts as an object in the pool. Once encountering wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Who still remembers the classic comic series from back then? The most renowned martial arts comic from China? Many friends are familiar with the TV series Wind and Cloud to the point of memorization, but regardless if it's a movie or TV series, due to time constraints, scale, and censorship restrictions, it is very difficult to fully depict the essence of the original work. That's why today I have decided to review this popular comic series in the most detailed manner possible. Let's get started now. I greatly appreciate everyone's support. The Hua family manor, famous in the martial world, is currently undergoing a great calamity. Because they refused to submit to the heavens will society recruited by Hungba. They faced the disaster of extermination. Although the sword techniques of Hua Futian, the master of the Hua family manor, are exquisite, they still cannot withstand the overwhelming force of the enemy. 72 lives, young and old, were almost completely wiped out. The manor was engulfed in flames, corpses littered everywhere, a young man hid in a corner. Calmly facing the hellish scene before him, his expression serene. The leader of the assassins, Duels, had already noticed something unusual. With so many people dead, this young man did not cry or make a fuss, indicating he is not from the Hua family. Old second, let him go. We only accept money to deal with the Whack family, he is not one of them, don't incur a loss. Old second smiled darkly, turned to leave, and suddenly a gust of wind rushed from behind, a sharp blade pierced through his chest. The boy had held back for so long. And at this moment, he suddenly struck, taking the life of one of the twin eagles. So young, yet with such deep and vicious schemes, truly terrifying. The brother died tragically, and Bukduk was extremely shocked. He kicked out, sending the boy flying into the stone lion next to him. Damn it, I spare your life and you don't know what's good for you, die. With a whoosh, the sound of tearing wind rang out, and the mason Bukduk's hand was knocked away by a small stone. The power of the incoming person was beyond expectation. Bukduk exerted all his strength, wildly swinging the mace, but he couldn't even touch the hem of the middle-aged man's clothes. In an instant, he was restrained by the overwhelming force of that man, unable to move, allowing him to take the boy away and swagger off. The rescued boy was named Whack Kin Jiak, a member of the Whack family. Seriously injured and facing a great calamity, Whack Kin Jiak remained extraordinarily composed. There was basically nothing he could do. Only by staying calm could he find an opportunity for revenge. After offering his thanks to the mysterious High Master who saved his life, he calmly remained in this place to recuperate from his injuries. On a full moon night, Hua Jingyun was sound asleep when he was awakened by a sword light attack. In truth, his wounds had long healed, but he was reluctant to leave, wanting secretly to observe the mysterious person teaching sword techniques to their disciple. The sword moves of this person were exquisite. If he could become their master, he would surely be able to avenge his kin. The sword god's disciple, the same age as Hua Jingyun, though he trained day and night, had mediocre talent and could never grasp the sword move called by Tong Mang Ming. Hua Jingyun couldn't bear it any longer and urgently wanted to become a disciple. He excitedly grabbed his bamboo sword and left the room, intending to use the Hua family's sword technique to seek guidance from a master. Although the sword god had been instructed by a renowned teacher, in actual combat, facing others, this was his first time. His expression was serious as he executed his sword moves. The two young men fought back and forth. Hua Jingyu's moves were agile and his attacks vicious. The other party only defended and did not attack, showing contempt, which further fueled the inner strength within him, making him fight with increasing enthusiasm. The sword god's moves were clearly superior by a notch, but his shortcoming was lack of combat experience. Several times he missed good opportunities. Hua Jingyun fought for a long time without success, his figure spinning in the air several times, the bamboo sword in his hand thrusting straight down, once again using that move. Bitter pain without name. The sword god hurriedly executed a sword technique, barely holding on for a moment, but due to insufficient strength, the bamboo sword slipped from his hand and he failed. The mysterious person was somewhat astonished. This child had only secretly learned and could already comprehend the essence of this technique. His understanding was truly remarkable. It's just a pity that his personality is extreme, hiding demonic energy in his heart. Hua Jingyun stepped forward, knelt on the ground, and bowed his head repeatedly. With his master's unparalleled martial arts, Hua Jingyun sincerely wished to become a disciple, pleading for his master to accept him, promising to study diligently and not let him down. After waiting for a long time without seeing any sign, Hua Jingyun raised his head, only to find that the mysterious person had long since left. The sword god continuously comforted him, saying that since his master did not refuse, it indicated he would consider it. In the following days, the mysterious person indeed instructed sword techniques daily, imparting insights, but he did not mention accepting a disciple again. Huo Jingyue felt increasingly frustrated in his heart, but he did not dare to press the issue too much. One day, the mysterious person suggested he wanted to take him to meet his good friend, Master Bat Sao. This person has exceptional martial arts skills and profound Buddhist knowledge. If he could take him as a master, he would definitely benefit greatly, using Buddhist teachings to dispel the negative energy within him. Hope Kinjiak clenched his fists and nodded in agreement. That night, taking advantage of the sword god's deep sleep, he quietly sneaked out of the room. The good intentions of the other party were merely an excuse in his eyes. He was afraid that his talent would surpass the sword god, hence he dared not take him as a disciple, pushing him towards a monk. Since he didn't want to accept him, then I don't need your pity. From now on, we will go our separate ways. In the darkness, the sword god chased closely, persuading Ho Kinjiak to turn back. During the martial arts competition the other day, I deliberately let you win, hoping the master would see you as worthy and take you as a disciple. The master entrusted you to Master Bat Yu. He must have his reasons. If you don't want this, I will go ask him to change his mind. As Hope Jingju's feelings of loneliness deepen, he pities his own fate. No need, you were taken care of by your master since childhood, while I lost my mother from a young age, and the Hua family does not consider me one of their own. This is my destiny, I do not need your pity. In any case, I am grateful for the warmth you have given me during this time. Goodbye. The sword immortal looks at Hua Jingju's lonely figure with great reluctance in his heart. This parting is unknown when we will meet again. At the headquarters of the Heavenly Union, a young man strides forward, and several big men brandishing weapons shout loudly, "Boy, do you know where you are? How dare you run around here? What is your name?" That young man has a proud expression and says, "Bu Jingyun." Why does Hua Jingjue call himself Bo Jingyun, and why does he want to go to the enemy's headquarters? The scene shifts to the desolate land in the northern region. In the snowstorm, a young man walks against the wind. His clothing is thin, and in this deserted, snow-covered wilderness, he can still walk as if flying. Suddenly, he senses a strong bloodthirsty aura coming from a cave not far away. His father, Nia Runwang, must be inside. Speaking of the strictest father in the world, one must mention Nia Feng, who is Nia Runwang. He abandoned his young son in the snowstorm of the north, ignoring him completely. Nia Feng bravely ventured into the snow, sensing the intense killing intent from his father, and approached a cave entrance. The cold wind blew out from the cave, and a pair of blood-red eyes shone with a greedy glint. It was an incredibly powerful giant tiger. Before the fierce beast, Nia Feng's expression remained unchanged, his eyes revealing a determined tenacity. A person and a tiger faced each other like stone, motionless for a long time. The giant tiger could no longer hold back, opening its mouth wide and pouncing toward Nia Feng. Instinctively, Nia Feng raised his hand to defend himself. Before he could react, a beam of red light struck down, and dark red tiger blood splattered across his face. A middle-aged man with long hair cascading over his shoulders, trembling as he held the tiger's head, was madly drinking its blood. He was Frenzy, Nia Feng's father. The North's mad blade, Nia Renwang. Ever since Nia Feng's mother left home, Nia Renwang had completely gone mad, like a brutal wild beast. Why must he retreat? Could it be that you still fear the tiger? Father only needs to make a move, the tiger will surely perish. Why must I be afraid? It's just that father's swordsmanship is too overpowering, forcing me to retreat. Nia Renwang was extremely delighted, tearing open the tiger's chest with his bare hands, plucking out its heart as easily as tearing apart a chicken. Nia Feng hastily dodged but was grabbed by Nia Runwang by the hair, and the bloody tiger heart was stuffed into his mouth. Tiger blood can temper the spleen and stomach, you must drink it. After drinking tiger blood, you will become a true Iron Man, unafraid of wind and rain. White light flashed, and Nia Feng's thin clothes fluttered in the wind. The young tigers circled their mother's corpse, wailing mournfully. To eradicate weeds, one must pull them out by the roots. Nia Runwang raised his saber and slashed. Nia Feng couldn't bear it and stepped forward to stop him, but was knocked away by Nia Runwang's palm. He lay motionless on the snow for a long time, watching helplessly as his father slaughtered the young tigers. The crimson tiger blood stained the snow, especially striking. The howling cold wind carried swirling snowflakes. Inside the cave, the campfire blazed brightly, warm as spring. Neep Nan Vang gnaws on the tiger meat, disregarding his son, naked and severely injured, unconscious outside the cave. It's unknown how long it takes, but with strong survival will. Nipfong crawls into the cave step by step. His body is frozen stiff, yet he clutches the half-cooked tiger meat and eats voraciously. No matter how much his father abuses him, he must persevere and survive, waiting for the day he can defeat his father and stop his insane killing spree. At the confluence of Ming River, Qingyi River, and Dado River, stands a Tang Dynasty-built Great Buddha statue called Leshan Giant Buddha. On this day, two unexpected guests arrive by boat, father and son Nip Nan Vang and Nip Fong. They come here to find Namlin's sword master, Duansuai. Nip Nan Vang entrusts the snowy drink saber as a treasure to his son to guard. Under the guidance of Dulan, the son of Duansuai, they climb up the mountain along the giant Buddha. In the midst of green mountains and clear waters, in front of a small house, sits a man with a steady demeanor and stable aura. That is Duansuai. Nip Nan Vang, back then you didn't draw the snowy drink saber, yet you made me invincible for half my life, alone until now. Come here, let's continue this battle. I have waited many years for this, let us face off fairly. Although the king of the Nip clan holds only a wood-splitting knife, his momentum remains undiminished. As he strikes, it is the Nip family's ultimate technique. The first move of the proud cold six techniques, the most chilling strike. Don Soai remains seated in his chair, unmoving, too disappointed. Your knife is not worthy to compete with my Hoalan sword. Though your moves are strong, you have left too many escape routes. Preserving your strength like this makes you no match for me. The king of the Nip clan laughs heartily, his insight sharp. It was worth my long journey to find you, the southern Lan swordmaster, and the northern cold mad knife. Historically, we have been free-spirited. Today, we shall have our battle, even death would be without regrets. Don Soai knows this battle is perilous and requests the king of the Nip clan to grant him one request. If he were to die in battle, he asks him to raise his only son, Don Lang, to be a good person. In return, he will also look after Nip Fong's growth. The king of the Nip clan leaps and draws his knife, executing the proud cold knife technique, the ice wind 3 chains. No need, if we die, our child will surely seek you for revenge. He hasn't used the snow moisture saber in many years, this chopping saber in his hands is incredibly powerful. Duan Shui flew into the hall, taking out his fire-scaled sword, the treasure of the hall. The arrogant cold six forms of Prince Nia Runwan, the saber is as fierce as thunder, covering the sky and earth. Duan Shui's fire-scaled sword emitted swordlight in all directions, and the white light vibrated. He didn't want to take advantage of weapons, the fire-scaled sword didn't leave its sheath, and he could still rely on the 12 sword techniques of the Duan family's hall treasure. At the foot of the mountain, Duan Lang and Nia Fong, two young men, were having a conversation that they agreed upon. In legend, when the great Buddha is submerged by floodwaters, the Lingyun grotto will be burned by fire, but the Lingyun grotto and the great Buddha are almost at the same height. Even if the water rises, it cannot catch fire. Duan Lang also did not understand this point, but his father never clearly explained it, only instructing him to observe the water level height every day, regardless of rain or wind. The Duan family has lived here for generations, also because of this reason. Suddenly, the waves surged, the water level rose, the originally calm river surface instantly became turbulent with wind and clouds. The two young men hurriedly wanted to report the strange occurrence to their fathers, but before they could react, the huge waves swallowed them up. Nia Fong tightly gripped Duan Lang's wrist, preventing him from being swept away by the current, but the water pressure was too great, like 1,000 Jin pressing down. Constantly colliding, how could they possibly stand firm? The two were either dragged to the bottom of the river or swept up into the air by the waves, suffering immensely. Nia Fong, with sharp eyes and quick hands, in midair released the frosty dew saber, and at the brink of life and death, forcefully embedded it into the great Buddha, luckily preserving their lives. Escaping death by a hair, the two were still disoriented when they heard continuous sounds of weapons clashing above. Looking up, they saw Duan Shui and Nia Runwang engaged in fierce combat. The bloodthirsty king was filled with murderous intent, wildly slashing with his blade, each strike more powerful than the last, completely dominating the fight. Duan Shui, if you don't draw the fire-scale sword, you will certainly die under my blade. Just as victory seemed within reach, the fire-scale sword suddenly unleashed a scorching fire energy, shattering the splitting wood blade, and simultaneously struck Nip Nanbang 3 times. Not only was Nip Nanbang shocked, but Duan Shui himself also didn't understand why such a turn of events occurred, until he saw his son and Nip Fong rushing over. And only then did he comprehend the reason. It turned out that the fire-scale sword sensed the approach of the snowy shadow blade, losing control of its divine power. Not far away, a young man accompanied by 2 subordinates had been observing. For a long time, the young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, incredibly handsome, he was none other than Jingyun, who had joined the Tianxia association years ago fueled by hatred. With the snowy shadow blade in that child's hands, we wait for Nip Nan Vang and Duan Shui to exhaust each other, and then we will kill and seize the blade. The entire family of 72 lives was brutally killed, yet Huo Jingjia still dares to call himself Bu Jingyun, joining the enemies of the Tianxia association, claiming the invaders as his father. Years later, the cold child from that time has grown into a handsome young man, full of vigor. He is staring intently at the duel between Snowcloud Mad Blade Niaran Wang and South Scale Swordmaster Duan Sui. He wants to wait for the two to injure each other, taking the opportunity to seize the Snowcloud in Fire Scale divine weapons. The Fire Scale sword in Duan Sui's hand senses the approaching Snowcloud blade, seemingly resonating, automatically escaping its sheath, inflicting heavy damage on Niaran Wang in 3 moves. The sword body reveals a strange killing intent that Duan Sui cannot control. His eyes bloodshot, his expression half-mad, swinging the sword towards Nia Feng. The 12th sword technique of the Duan family, combined with the divine weapon Fire Scale sword, strikes out with all its might, as fast as lightning. How can a young man withstand it? Niaran Wang and Duan Lang shout in unison, but Duan Sui has already launched his lethal move. How can it be stopped? Nia Feng, holding the Snowcloud blade, feels a surge of anger, his expression unusual, as he swings the blade to meet the deadly strike. What a disaster before us, yet he remains unflinching. Truly, he is the son of the warlord of Nip, worthy of the title of the Northern Mad Blade. Nip Fong is still young, with insufficient internal strength. He struggles to withstand the exquisite moves of Don Soai, his blood surging, and he falls backward. At this moment, Don Soai is affected by the murderous aura of the Hoalan Kim, completely different from his previously stable demeanor. The majesty of old is gone, and he laughs maniacally. Warlord Nip, pick up your Tuet Am Dao, let's fight again. Warlord Nip is seriously injured in his leg, kneeling on one knee, struggling to rise, the pain of his wound piercing to the heart. Nip Fong knows his father's character, that he would rather die than yield, and quickly offers comfort. No, father, you have already defeated him in technique, only losing because of the weapon. Let me deal with him, so he can taste the strength of our Tuet Am Dao. Warlord Nip looks at his son's back and feels a sense of unfamiliarity, unable even to see through Nip Fong's current realm. Duan Lang couldn't bear to watch his best friend lose his life at the hands of his father, sincerely urging Nia Feng to stop, but everything was no longer in Nia Feng's hands. Huolin Shuiyan had dominated the south and north for many years, and Duan Shui truly yearned to defeat Shuiyan, unleashing the deadliest move from the 12 sword techniques, Huolin Shiji. The density of the sword net descended from the sky, thick sword energy obscuring the heavens, enveloping Nia Feng within. Nia Feng wielded his blade, standing firm, seemingly having found a way to break through. Duan Shui was invigorated by the fight, ready to strike down the young man, when suddenly a blue light flashed behind him, and a sharp sword thrust straight at him. With the Lam family's extermination, he had no time to think and had to abandon his attack on Nia Feng, turning his sword back to defend. The danger to Nia Feng was averted. But a greater threat silently approached. A man with a Mediterranean hairstyle lunged forward with his sword, faster than the last. The sword light flashed, and the Shuiyan blade in Nia Feng's hand fell away. The newcomer was Zi Nuo, one of the twin servants under Bu Jingyun. Young master, the Shuiyan blade is now in hand. On the other side, the one entangled with Duan Shui was prisoner slave. There are few who can withstand 20 moves from Duan Shui these days. Slave can hold up for several dozen moves, which is already extremely difficult. Slave says nothing, advancing to combine forces and attack, still cannot match Commander Duan. Commander Duan has discerned their true identities from their moves. They are the twin dragon sword tips who disappeared over a decade ago, once part of the 10 great swordsmen. Lord Koan Yun has somehow restrained Commander Lang with a dagger at his throat, threatening Commander Duan to surrender. What twin dragon sword tips? They are just loyal watchdogs protecting their master. Duan Shui, if you want your son to live, obediently hand over the fire-scaled sword. Engip Fong saw that the situation was not good, using the Shuiyan knife to press against the neck of the injured Zi Nuo who had fallen to the ground. Release Duan Lang immediately. Otherwise I will kill him. Bu Jingfan sneered, Zi Nuo, what I say is the command of the sect leader, you should know what to do now. Without hesitation, Zi Nuo gathered his strength, and stabbed straight into the Shuiyan knife. With his high martial arts skills, he listened to the words of a teenage boy, willingly accepting death, leaving people at a loss for what to do. This was the first time Bu Jingfan enjoyed the pleasure of power, laughing loudly without stopping, while Engip Fong watched the bloodied blade trembling all over. One word from me could cost a life. It seems I must be more cautious in the future. Duan Shui valued the Huolin sword as his life, preferring to give up his son rather than hand over the sword. If you want to kill him, then go ahead. My son is dead, and all of you must be buried with him. Everyone here is horrified. How can there be such a ruthless father in the world? Bo Jingvan is also stunned. The plan has succeeded halfway. He sees Duan Shui walking over, holding the Huolin sword with an imposing aura, capable of taking his life with just one strike. A flicker of panic appears in his eyes, quickly passing before disappearing, restoring his arrogant demeanor. Duan Shui, do you know who I am? Duan Shui snorts lightly, ignoring him. The Huolin sword's heat surges as it thrusts forward. My master is the renowned Hungba, do you dare to kill me? Everyone is startled by this roar, and Duan Shui's eyes widen, his whole body trembling. The Huolin sword in his hand slips and falls to the ground. Release my son, you can take the Huolin sword. Bo Jingvan throws Duan Lang away with one hand. He originally thought that with his own skills, he would surely succeed. But in the end, it still relies on the reputation of Hungba. Duan Lang, holding the Huolin sword, is extremely reluctant. How can a family heirloom be easily handed over to others? Duan Shui is lost in thought, sighing softly. Let him have it. If we anger Hungba, don't mention the Huolin sword, it will be hard for both father and son to keep our lives. Nieren Wang, who has been meditating at the center, suddenly feels a wave of heat coming from behind, as if there is a fiery dragon swirling in the Langvan cave. He doesn't believe in the legend of the flood submerging the great Buddha and the fire burning the Langvan cave, convinced that there must be a peerless master causing trouble inside. Casually picking up a stone from the ground, he throws it into the cave to investigate. An invisible force in the cave shatters the stone into fragments. He immediately considers it a great threat, calling for Niafeng to bring the Tuet Am sword, wanting to enter the cave to see what exactly is inside. With a blood-curdling scream, Nia Rinwang is pulled into the cave by an unknown object, leaving only 2 deep scorch marks on the ground. Niafeng was worried for his father's safety and rushed to the rescue. Why did Niafeng become Hungba's disciple? The water floods the great Buddha, the fire burns Langvan Quat. This is an ancient legend passed down at the foot of the Lac Sun Great Buddha, where 3 rivers meet. In the cave of blazing flames, there was also a mysterious killing intent, which even the northern grim blade Nyarenwang could not withstand. His gaze shattered, his expression panicked, he shouted, telling his son not to worry about him, and to quickly escape. Niafeng had never seen his father so flustered, knowing it was a life-and-death situation, but how could the bond between father and son allow him to stand by? Wielding the snowy grim blade to rush to the rescue, Nieren Wang's tall figure had already been devoured by the fire dragon more than halfway, gradually disappearing deep within the cave, still shouting, Feng, quickly run away, never seek revenge for me. Niep Feng couldn't possibly listen. The snowy mist saber slashed out, a white light streaked through, the fire dragon was instantly cleaved in two. Just as he was about to jump into the cave, he was thrown back by a massive force. It was Duan Sui who used an iron tool to pull him back. Boy, don't go looking for death. It's all for naught. You have outstanding talent and boundless prospects. Don't ruin yourself. Only I now have the chance to save your father's life. Get lost. If I don't return, take care of Duan Long for me. Bu Jingyun, not far away, saw everything clearly, ordering prisoner slave to go into the cave to search for the fire-scaled sword, while he rushed towards Niafeng to compete for the snow-drinking saber. Duan Sui threw Niep Fong away and rushed into the cave to rescue Niep Ren Wang. In this palm strike, there was hidden skill, causing Niep Fong's body to collide with Duan Long. Both fell into the waves below the mountain. He knew that the water level was high. The 2 teenagers falling would surely be in mortal danger, yet he still pushed them into the water. This showed how perilous the situation in the cloudy peak grotto was compared to raging waves, 100 times more dangerous. Bu Jingyun watched as the snow-drinking saber disappeared with Niafeng. Reluctantly, he turned his attention to the fire-scaled sword. Just as he reached the entrance of the cave, the slave was swallowed by a fire dragon. Without even a chance to scream, he died on the spot. The Van clan was so scared that his face turned pale, fleeing in terror, feeling a pair of cold eyes staring at him from within the cave, unable to resist turning back to look at the grim visage of death. He didn't yet know that this gaze would completely change his life. On the vast sea, Niep Fong relied on his incredible will to confront death, floating for a long time, still gripping Dong Lang tightly. On a luxurious large ship not far away, the lord of Vosong City, Dak Konat Phuong, was discussing matters with the leader of Thien Hahoi, Hungba. Hungba's top disciple, Tan Swang, kept pouring wine, saying that the master had prepared the Huolin sword and the Tuet Am blade as gifts for Lord Dakko. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Hungba's eyes as he spotted Niep Fong and Dong Lang in the river. By the time Niep Fong woke up, he was already in Thien Hahoy. The other party seemed to already know his identity. Tan Swang had been waiting outside for a long time, urging him to meet Hungba immediately. In the Grand Hall of Fong Ban Kak, Niep Fong would rather die than kneel before Hungba, as two muscular men used all their strength but still couldn't force him down. Hungba laughed coldly, his two fingers gently flicked, a tearing wind sound echoed, two iron balls shot out, hitting Nie Feng's knee. The powerful impact shattered his kneecap. Nie Feng still gritted his teeth and endured, proudly straightening his body. Hungba, even if you saved my life, I cannot kneel to you. When Bangju Hungba first met Nie Feng, he knew that his willpower and physical strength were extraordinary. Seeing him still able to stand despite his shattered kneecap, he was indeed a rare martial talent. Very well, Nie Feng, I value your talent, so I will take you as my disciple and impart to you the Wind God Step, one of the three supreme skills in my possession. Hungba has always been secretive with his skills. Among the members of the Heavenly Union Society, those who could receive even half a move from him were few. This time, wanting to pass on the Wind God Step to an outsider shows how much he values Nie Feng. From today onwards, you are my third disciple. This apprenticeship ceremony is indispensable. He slightly twisted his right foot, the ground trembled, a hidden force made Nie Feng unable to resist any longer, collapsing and kneeling down. Outside the great hall, a familiar figure slowly approached, with a serious expression. It was Bu Jingyun, who had been missing for many days. Prisoner, the dead soldier died in battle, Hoalan is missing. Facing Hungba's questioning, Bo Kin Van kneels on the ground, covers his face, trembling all over. As if he has gone through something extremely painful, pleading for his master's mercy. Hungba has always been partial to this disciple. Seeing him in such a disturbed state, he couldn't bear to scold him, only waiting for him to regain his composure before finding out the reason. Niep Fong turned around, becoming the third disciple of the Heavenly Association. His status suddenly changed. In the elegant and clean room, there was also a beautiful, gentle maid named Kong Tu attending to him. Seeing Bo Kin Van, both were momentarily stunned. Facing Niep Fong's incessant questioning, Bo Kin Van remained silent. He has always been stubborn since childhood, disliking socializing, rarely forming connections with others. If it weren't for his master's orders, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to heal Niep Fong. Under Niep Fong's relentless questioning, he simply replied, "You don't die, everyone else is dead." Recalling the horrifying scene in Langban Quat, Bo Kin Van suddenly froze, his emotions spiraling out of control, plunging back into utter fear, and he fiercely grabbed Niep Fong by the throat. "Damn it, don't ask anymore. Don't bring up what happened in Langban Quat with me again." Niep Fong's legs were severely injured, and he had no place to exert force. He felt Bo Kin Van's gaze was just like that of his father at the moment of death, equally helpless, equally desperate. Just as he was about to faint, senior brother Qin Xiang arrived in time, his finger moving swiftly to seal Bu Jingyun's acupoints. This person always wore a smile. With just a few words, he explained how the master had seized the snowy sober saber, leading to Xiaofeng Nie's father's death. He said that Bu Jingyun was merely provoked and did not intend to harm others. The master has planned to impart divine skills as compensation. From now on, we will be family. I hope you won't hold any grudges. Nie Fong remained silent, unsure of how to respond. If you like watching this, please bookmark the video and give it 3 small free flowers every day to encourage me. Your likes and flowers are my biggest support. Thank you. The Heavenly Alliance has been established for more than 10 years. Under Bear Tyrant's leadership, it has firmly stood among the 5 major martial sects. In recent years, with his growing prestige, no force across the land can sway him. However, the words of Bodhisattva Niputesa, Jinlin Chi Shi Chi Zhongwu, Igu Fengyan Bien Hua Long, the golden deer is not a mere thing in the pond, once it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon, have always troubled him. He took Nie Run Wang, the son of Northern Sober Saber, Nie Fong, as his disciple. Beyond seeing his steadfast character and extraordinary demeanor, much of it is also because he possesses all the qualities of a cloud. One day, a golden unicorn will transform into a dragon, changing the world. In terms of intellect and strategy, Nie Fong falls far behind senior apprentice brother Qin Xiang. In terms of martial arts, he has not been in the sect long enough to be a match for second apprentice brother Bu Jingyun. In terms of talent, he is not considered earth-shattering. Master Xiangba truly cannot fathom how he managed to take the head of Duguifang, the city lord of Wushuang City, with overwhelming power and martial arts 10 times stronger than him. Duguifang had long allied himself with Xiangba, their relationship harmonious. However, in recent years, his ambitions gradually expanded, daring to offend the heavenly authority. Hungba had long intended to eliminate him. Niefeng's great achievement brought joy to Hungba but also further shock. The potential he displayed this time made Hungba reassess him. 12 years have passed swiftly. Recently, the rivers and lakes have been embroiled in endless fighting over the Fire Phoenix sword. It is rumored that Naboto can divine the heavenly signs and reverse fate. Whoever obtains the Fire Phoenix sword can receive his guidance. People vie for it, constantly clashing. Some even heard that Naboto was skilled in disguise, so they set up checkpoints to inspect passers-by. For a time, there was bloodshed and chaos, people were in fear. It wasn't until Tianxia Association's Heavenly Frost Hall Lord Qin Xiang and his wife Kong Yu appeared that the situation began to change. Everyone heard that Hungba was also staring at Hoa Hao, feeling a chill in his heart. He was competing with Tan Suang when a figure flashed by, the sword energy like a bird in flight, striking down from behind. It was Niep Fong, the leader of Fong then from Thien Hahoy. Years ago, Hungba relied on three supreme techniques, Thien Suangwen, by Van Shuang, and Fong then Kuok, to dominate the world and build his empire. He taught these three techniques to three inner disciples. Tan Suang was the earliest to enter, favored the most by Hungba, and had the purest skills. However, he mainly managed internal affairs and seldom appeared in the martial world, his reputation not as good as Bo Kinvan or Niep Fong. This time, Thien Hahoy dispatched two leaders in quick succession, indicating that they were determined to obtain Hoa Hao. Although Thien Hahoy was famous, the 5 disciples of Kouai Waimon were not easy to deal with. The senior brother Long Tu shouted, and 4 figures jumped out from the dense forest, surrounding Niep Fong. It is said that Fong then Kuok is known for its speed, danger, precision, and power, unmatched in the world. We, the 5 disciples of Kouai Wai, have remembered this for a long time. If we can defeat them, Hoa Hao will naturally offer himself willingly. The second elder brother Tiger Claw pointed at a soft sword, the third elder brother Wolf Blade drew out his saber. The fourth elder brother Crane Pen and the fifth elder brother Snake Hook wielded their weapons, which were a judge's pen and a lynx saber respectively. It seems they all have excellent lightness kung fu and are skilled in swift and cunning combat styles. Shinsen showed a strange expression, smiling as if not smiling while looking at Niefeng. Third younger brother, they value you so much, this time, success or failure depends entirely on you. From his tone, it sounds like he wants to stand idly by and let Niefeng fight 5 people alone. Niefeng remained motionless, and a gust of wind rose around him. The first move of Wind God Step, Wind Stripping Shadow, was unleashed. Wind Stripping Shadow relies entirely on lightness kung fu as its foundation, integrating footwork into it. With lightning speed, he moved among the 5 people, occasionally suddenly kicking out, making it hard for them to guard against. Soon after, the fourth elder brother Crane Pen and the second elder brother Tiger Claw fell one after another. After consecutive defeats, the third elder brother Wolfblade became furious. He slashed with his saber, but couldn't even touch Niefeng. He was completely in a position where he could only be attacked, and couldn't counterattack. Niefeng sighed and took the snake hook from the fifth elder brother Snake Hook. Seeing that if they continued to fight, the 5 sons of Kouai Wai would surely be annihilated, the senior brother Long Tu immediately clasped his hands and said, "The name of the Wind God Foot is well deserved. My 4 junior brothers are no match for you. If you want the fire monkey, you'll have to pass through the sword in my hand first." Long Tu, relying on one hand with his swift sword, has few rivals in the martial world. He has always been proud and arrogant, knowing well that he is not a match for Niep Fong. But he is willing to risk everything for the fire monkey. His move was the dragon confronting the tiger, merging his body with the sword, turning into a whirlwind with astonishing power, making it truly difficult for Niep Fong to deal with him. The battle was still unclear when Lang Dao and Xe Ka could no longer hold back and rushed towards the golden cauldron containing the fire monkey. Tan Suang executed the twin dragons emerge from the sea, locking the arms of the two, gently pulling them apart, and their arms were severed, letting out continuous screams. The golden cauldron, for unknown reasons, suddenly began to shake violently, creating a strong tremor, causing everyone to lose their footing and be filled with astonishment. Long Tu and Niep Fong were locked in a fierce battle, danger looming, when suddenly a sharp sword shot out, with powerful force, quick and precise, almost hitting Niep Fong's face. Thanks to Niep Fong's Wind God Foot, using stillness to deal with motion, he both neutralized and counterattacked, resolving the threat of the sharp sword in a moment of peril. While heavily injuring Long Tu, Niep Fong had defeated 5 strong opponents in succession but still frowned, staring blankly upwards. A sword just now tore through the air with an alarming sound, yet he couldn't tell where it had come from. It must be the sword of the Divine Center, the Phoenix Dance Sword. Kong Zi had reminded him multiple times that his martial arts were at the pinnacle of the martial world, but if he encountered the Phoenix Dance Sword, he still had to be extra cautious and not underestimate the enemy. In the courtyard, the golden cauldron trembled increasingly violently, slowly sinking into the ground. The matter of the fire monkey was crucial, and there could be no mistakes. Tan Shuang held tightly onto the golden cauldron with both hands, not daring to let go. It turned out to be two thieves skilled in earth manipulation and treasure digging. Shen Shan Mouse and DB Mouse. Their skills were not high, so they didn't dare to compete with the Heavenly World Society, taking advantage of everyone's unpreparedness. They dug a tunnel to snatch the fire monkey. Tan Shuang was caught off guard. The golden cauldron slipped from his grasp and was pulled into the cave by the two. Furious, his internal energy surged, his face displaying shades of green and blue. How dare these two dig under the very heavens? They were asking for death. He struck down with a fist, causing the ground to shake. The killing intent was terrifying. Dust flew everywhere, as if the sky and earth were collapsing. The two brought this upon themselves. Their bodies buried in the earth, it seemed they wouldn't survive. This tugging caused the golden cauldron to shatter. A bright red monkey, engulfed in flames, burst forth. The fire monkey appeared, igniting everyone's greed. As dozens of figures jumped out simultaneously, vying to seize it. Jianghua whispers that whoever obtains the fire ape can invite Bodhisattva to foresee the future and alter destiny. Who wouldn't cherish such a treasure? Everyone was already intimidated by the reputation of the Heavenly Society. Now, with the appearance of the fire ape, they instantly became greedy, causing chaos as dozens scrambled for it. Xin Shuang is enraged. These insignificant beings dare to compete with the Heavenly Society. They truly have no patience for life. He initiates his internal power, launching consecutive heavenly frost punches, scattering several people in an instant. In the midst of the chaos, Nie Feng stands still with folded hands, unmoving. He focuses his mind, listens to all directions, sensing the situation, feeling the overwhelming killing intent coming from the direction of the Phoenix martial sword. It must be hiding an unparalleled master, waiting for the right moment to act. Nie Feng relies on the wind god kick to roam the martial world, but another skill of his, the ice heart technique, is less known. Since childhood, he was abandoned in the wilderness by King Nya Ren, enduring hunger and cold, which honed his composure and extraordinary resilience. Found it. Although this was an extremely subtle movement, it still did not escape the detection of the mind armament technique. Nie Feng's figure flickers, diving deep into the dense forest. It's another move of the Phoenix martial sword, this time aimed at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang is fully engaged in battling the Seeker gang. How could he possibly dodge this swift and urgent strike? Fortunately, Nie Feng's Fengshen kick came out, dangerously saving his senior brother's life. He saw that in the courtyard, everyone was red-eyed fighting for the fire monkey, and had to give up pursuing the Phoenix feather sword to help his senior brother fend off the enemies. There were too many enemies, and he struck without holding back. The gray shadows danced, and his kicks moved freely. No one could withstand even a single move of his. The mysterious master who had been lurking in the forest finally made a move, striking like lightning, approaching Nie Feng with power not inferior to Fengshen kick. Nie Feng looked closely. The person jumped into the air, their figure resembling a dragon, performing the unparalleled divine skill that shook the martial world back then. The strongest move in the dragon subduing 18 palms, the resistance of the dragon with regret. Nie Feng had no time to dodge. He stomped his right foot on the ground, the force trembled, lifting up countless clods of earth, spinning in place, and countering with the fifth move of Fengshen kick. The wind sweeps away the ruins. When their legs met, a dull sound erupted, sand flew and rocks scattered, and those fighting on the scene were left dumbfounded. After withstanding one move, the person then flew back and concealed themselves. Fengshen kick was indeed deserving of its reputation, with unexpected aftermath. Nie Feng gracefully landed and did not pursue further. Looking closely, a trace of fresh blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The power of the dragon subduing divine kick was truly astonishing. It is rumored that this ultimate skill is an improved footwork technique derived from the dragon's 18 palms of Hong Qi Gong, the ancestor of the Beggars sect, which has been lost for many years. No one knows why it has reappeared in the martial world. In the chaos, the swift five disciples relied on their nimble movements to take the fire monkey into their possession. The elder brother, Long Tu, still valued integrity and urged, "Quickly release the fire monkey. You lost the duel to Nip Fong, and a true man must keep his promise." Unexpectedly, his junior brother harbored resentment against the Tianxia society's tyranny and refused to follow his elder brother's orders, fleeing instead. Nip Fong was about to pursue when suddenly the world darkened, and a piercing howl rang out. 9 sharp swords simultaneously descended from the sky, showcasing the supreme skill of the phoenix. Dance sword, the phoenix dance of 9 heavens. The power of this move lies in its clear sequence, completely sealing off the enemy's escape routes. Nippon utilized all his skills and maneuvers, managing to avoid it by mere inches. But he was drenched in cold sweat. In an instant, the group of swift 5 disciples had fled far away. Just as Nippon was about to chase after them, he was blocked by Tan Suang. "Junior brother, let them go. The fire monkey is useless now. If I am not mistaken, Ni Bodhisattva has appeared." He leaped over and approached an old man and a young boy who had been silently observing. With a large hand, he pressed down on the old man's head, pulling down a human skin mask. "Senior, I apologize for my rudeness. My master has ordered me to invite you to the Heavenly Realm Conference. That stout monk is the Bodhisattva Ni." It turns out that the young lady's special concern for Hoa made Tan Suang notice the flaw. Bodhisattva Ni sighed, "Alas, I've heard that Tan Suang is exceptionally cunning and secretive, and indeed, the reputation is well deserved. Fate is hard to escape, and I am tired of running away, so I will go with you. The situation is already half formed." Nippon asked Tan Suang and Kong Tu to escort the Bodhisattva Ni while he continued to search for the whereabouts of the Fengbu Kim. Kong Tu had just seen how powerful the Fengbu Kim was. Nippon was also seriously injured and kept advising against it, but Nippon acted as if he didn't hear and quickly departed. At this time, the moon shone as bright as day. Nippon followed the footprints left by the Fengbu Kim, using his lightness skill to pursue. The footprints became deeper, and there was blood mixed in the mud, indicating that the wind godfoot had also been seriously injured and could not have gone far. Nippon, since childhood, was forced by Wang to drink cat blood, making him particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. He would never make a wrong judgment. A gentle breeze blew across his face, cicadas chirped and frogs croaked. The moonlight reflected on the surface of the river, resembling a painting, refreshing the spirit. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, a bit eerie. Indeed, a cold light suddenly shot towards him, astonishingly fast. Seeing that Nippon was already on guard, Feng Shinku kicked sideways, splitting the spear in the hand of the other person in two. The kick was incredibly swift and powerful, causing the other person to tumble several times, nearly falling into the river. "Old friend, it's been a long time, your habit of ambushing others hasn't changed." The other person, dressed in a brocade robe, with thick brows and large eyes, was a rather handsome young man, Duan Lang, whom he had met in Langyan Cave years ago. What connection does he have with Feng Wujin? The scene shifts to the foot of Tianxia, where in a waterfall over 100 zhang high, Bu Jingyun stood bare-chested, allowing the fierce waves to crash against him. A myriad of water like countless horses galloping across the water, yet he shattered it with a single strike, a terrifying divine power. This is his unique method when practicing the cloud palm technique. As Bu Jingyun's cultivation deepens, his temperament becomes increasingly bold and unpredictable. A slight dissatisfaction causes him to erupt in fury and punish his subordinates. A group of subordinates live in constant fear, doubting that he has become possessed by his own training. One subordinate hurriedly runs over to report that the whereabouts of the traitor from the Flying Cloud Hall, Lan Bat Fong, have been located. He is hiding in the Liancheng camp and dares not show himself. Bu Jingyun is furious. How dare the small Liancheng camp shelter a traitor of the Tianxia Association? Quickly assemble the troops and kill them all without mercy. Bu Jingyun, dressed in a white robe, with muscular arms, rides fiercely, his chest heaving violently, his anger soaring. The small Liancheng camp dares to shelter a traitor of the Tianxia Association. If they do not kill them all without mercy, the resentment in his heart cannot be resolved. Lac Ma Fa is an essential checkpoint to enter Lin Tan Tre, a treacherous terrain, with a stone bridge crossing over the slope. As long as this place is held, one person can defend the pass, making it nearly impossible for thousands to cross. Bo Kinvan, if you want to pass here, crawl under my feet. Bo Kinvan gritted his teeth, ready to charge forward, but his close attendant, Tuat Nan Tien, led the way and rushed out. Why use a knife to kill a chicken? Master, let me catch him. Tuat Nan Tien's warhorse is also considered a divine steed, but the muddy ground sank deep. After just a few steps, its hooves sunk into the earth. In the mud, there were ambushers waiting, wielding the horse-slaying blade, leaping out, and with a swift strike, instantly killed the warhorse. Tuat Nan Tien was also dealt a heavy blow and was sent flying backward. Bo Kinvan let out a loud roar, reaching out to catch Tuat Nan Tien, while the black horse beneath him understood its master's intent and bowed its head to charge forward. The several swordsmen were trampled by the hooves, crying out in agony continuously. As they approached the slope, Bo Kin Van tightly squeezed with his legs, channeling his powerful internal energy into the horse's hooves. With the weight of several hundred pounds from 2 people and 1 horse, they leaped and soared over a mud pit more than 10 jam long. The 2 of them charged through the defense, heading straight for the city tower, their momentum like a rainbow, unstoppable by anyone. The soldiers defending the city relied on the terrain, shooting arrows like rain, and there were also masters using hidden weapons to launch surprise attacks. Bo Kin Van waved his hands like the wind. Ordinary hidden weapons could not harm him at all. With a single move of Bai Sun Dao Hai from Bai Van Shuang, he shattered the city gate. The palm force swept over, unstoppable. Whoever stands in my way dies. Ling Bufong, come out and face your end. In this critical moment, the warhorse under him is stuck and cannot move forward. A man wielding Guangong's saber blocks his path, his aura intimidating the black horse. Useless wretch, die. Bu Jingyun struck the horse's head with 1 palm, killing the steed under his command, then turned around to charge forward. The man in front, dressed in red with long hair and a fierce face, was the leader of Lian Cheng camp, Guante. Bu Jingyun urgently pursued and searched for Ling Bufong, having heard that the mole from Wenjiang Road was within the camp. With meticulous defenses, it must be where Ling Bufong is hiding. He used his lightness skill to leap over Guante and charged straight towards Wenjiang Road. Just as he entered the door, a figure in green on the main hall turned to flee, seemingly Ling Bufong. As he was about to move in to capture, a beam of white light slashed straight towards him. Quan Le used the slashing formation sword technique to block the way. A pair of flesh palms from Bo Kin Van pierced through the weapons, making it easy to catch Quan Le. But if Lang Bat Fong took the opportunity to escape, pursuing him would be even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. He leaped up, breaking through the roof, looking down from above, searching for this person's whereabouts. Quan Le closely pursued, wielding his sword to slash, but no matter how he swung the blade, he always found it hard to catch up. Damn it, the martial world spreads rumors about how formidable Bo Kin Van is. Upon seeing my great sword, he fled in fear. Quan Le, feeling smug, gained more confidence, and his long sword danced even more swiftly, relentlessly chasing after him. Running out of the room, he saw Bo Kin Van sitting calmly on a bronze buffalo in the square, motionless, intently watching, as his subordinate Tuat Nan Tian wreaked havoc all around. Snowy Cliff, the mad angel, with neat moves, is indeed the blood-silver dry bone of your, still possessing great might. Coldly laughing, Quan Le said, Bu Jingwan, my 1 blade enters God Slash, combined with the general slashing blade technique, has yet to meet a rival. Your cloud palm encountering me is just bad luck. Faced with such blatant provocation, Bu Jingwan, known for his hot temper, remained cold, turning and leaping down from the bronze bull, heading towards Snowy Cliff. Snowy Cliff, you have concealed your killing intent for many years. Today, upon your return, let us have a good contest. Forget our master-servant identities, let me see your past ferocity. Snowy Cliff was stunned, his voice trembling, clearly terrified to the extreme. No, no, I dare not, my lord. The contempt from her opponent enraged Quan Te to her core. Clearly looking down on her, she raised her great saber and slashed towards his head. Bu Kin Van coldly laughed. The first move of the cloud-dispelling palm, moving clouds and flowing water, struck her chest fiercely. Guan Li's proud decapitation formation blade technique was completely defenseless. In an instant, his tendons and bones were broken, his internal organs hemorrhaged, and he fell like mud. Bu Kin Van struck out with another palm, sending Quan Ti's body flying, just to land right in front of Lan Bufong, who was trying to escape. Traitor, Lan Bufong, where do you think you're running? The peerless force of the cloud-dispelling palm enveloped Lan Bufong. Suddenly, a beam of Buddhist light carrying vast palm power struck from behind. It was the unparalleled palm technique of Buddhism. The Buddha's might palm. Lan Bufong was struck by the palms from both front and back, dying a miserable death. Bu Kin Van was also pushed back by the shockwave. Everyone was puzzled. A plump monk emerged from the crumbling wall. He was Dao Qua, the 15th Dharma master of the unmatched city. What was his purpose in severely injuring Bu Kin Van with that move? Speaking of the broken bridge, Niep Fong and Don Lang, 2 good friends, meet again, naturally feeling quite emotional. In recent years, Hungba has been relentlessly pursuing Don Lang, while Niep Fong has always been loyal to the Thien Hahoy and has shown mercy, which has made Don Lang feel grateful. Every 3 years, they meet at Lang Van Quat, raising their cups to drink together, discussing late into the night, and testing their martial arts skills. In 2 months, it will be time for their meeting again, and Don Lang is confident that this time he will definitely defeat Niep Fong. Niep Fong smiles, having known each other for many years, with similar personalities, they no longer care about winning or losing. Each duel deepens their friendship. This martial arts competition, held once every 3 years, has actually become a gathering to maintain their genuine friendship. Niepfong understands Don Lang's character. As long as he is hiding here, he must be familiar with the person using Zhonglong Kuok, but it is not appropriate to ask. After chatting for a while, the two wave goodbye, promising to meet again in 2 months at Lang Van Quat, not returning without seeing each other. By this time, the sky had brightened. Duan Lang hurried along the mountain path and soon arrived in front of two people. He cupped his fists towards the shadow and said, "Sword Saint, I have followed your instructions and brought Niepfong here. Many people say the plot is disjointed, that I skipped too many details. In fact, I explain things very thoroughly, it's just that the storytelling method of this comic is different. How Duan Lang deceived Hungba and the truth about Bu Jingyun will be explained gradually later. If you enjoy it, please press and hold the video every day. 3 small flowers for free, like to support, thank you." The unparalleled palm technique of Buddhism, the Tathagata divine palm, indeed has astonishing power. Just the first move, Buddha Light First Manifest, was enough to break through Bu Jingyun's full force Baiyun palm. Then, with the second move, Buddha questions the blue lamb. It guided the opponent's palm energy, borrowing force to strike force, causing the palm power to surge suddenly. Under the impact of the two internal forces, Bu Jingyun's vital energy surged, making it hard for him to breathe as he slammed against the wall behind. Internally astonished, the power of the bald bandit was unexpectedly so formidable. The stout figure of Shi Wu Tun was exceptionally agile. The third move, Buddha moves the mountains and rivers. The fourth move, Buddha's light shines everywhere, came in succession. Bu Jingvan dared not confront directly, using a strange body technique to evade. His cloud palm combined strength and gentleness, borrowing power to strike back, utilizing the opponent's force before suddenly counterattacking. The two of them exchanged blows in mid-air, the sound of impacts ringing out, fighting to a standstill. Bu Jingvan truly was a remarkable hero among men. Continuously feigning weak moves to lure the enemy, then with 2 powerful strikes from both hands, he unleashed all his strength, delivering a fierce blow that caused Thapngutun to spit blood. He had resorted to the 6th technique of the Buddha's divine palm, heavenly Buddha's world subduing, yet still couldn't gauge Bo Kin Van's true power, not daring to fight again. And immediately borrowed strength to fly backward and escape. Bo Kin Van and Thapngutun, 2 masters facing off, ultimately awakened the killing intent of Tuet Non Thien. He forgot the master-servant relationship with Bo Kin Van and unleashed the ultimate move, 10,000 paths devouring souls, striking down fiercely. Bo Kin Van was overjoyed. As this person had always been submissive to him, he had long wanted to witness the true courage of blood-hidden Dryskull. Bo Kin Van's legs unleashed strength, finally displaying his true power. The powerful force pushed Tuet Non Thien back, shattering his ribcage in just a few moves. Tuet Non Thien, years ago you betrayed me, outwardly willing to be a subordinate, enduring humiliation, yet I had long known you harbored resentment, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Though it was all a facade, you still shared some of my troubles, so I will spare you. Tuet Non Thien left in silence. Alone, Bo Kin Van killed the traitor Lan Bat Fong, the camp leader of Lin Tan Tre Quan, and repelled Thapngutun. Tuet Non Thien, retreating completely, in an instant became famous in the martial world. The rumors in the martial world speak of the one who dominates the martial arts of the present day. One person with one sword. That person is Hungba of the Thien Hahoi, and the sword is the treasure of Vo Song Tan, the Bo Song Kim. The sword saint himself possesses extraordinary power, having entered the realm of the saints, and now with the Vo Song Kim in hand, he is even more unpredictable and formidable. Fortunately, Don Lang took Niepfong away, otherwise, he would surely have lost his life under the Vo Song Kim. The Sword Saint, having lived in seclusion in the wilderness for decades, is now re-emerging in the martial world to avenge the Lord of Vo Song Tan, Dak Konat Phuong, who was killed by Niepfong. He transmitted the long step technique of Dak Konat Phuong to his only son, Dak Ko Min, and allied with Don Lang and the masters of Thapngutun, aiming to take action against the 3 disciples of Hungba and completely eradicate the Thien Hahoi. After parting with Don Lang at Song Nifong, he quietly followed his senior brother Tan Xuan, Kong Tu, escorting Inai Bo Tat to the Thien Hahoi. The Bodhisattva's face was swollen and bruised, clearly poisoned. Inquiring about the condition, apart from Hoa Hao, there was no way to resolve it, so everyone had to rest temporarily and search for Hoa Hao's whereabouts. With great effort, the eldest disciple of the Happy Thought sect, Long Tu, kept his promise and retrieved Hoa Hao back from the hands of his junior brothers. Niepfong could hardly believe it, fearing a trap, and flew up high to search for any ambush. Indeed, behind a large rock, a graceful young woman, exquisitely beautiful, was sitting cross-legged. She was Long Tu's wife, the sword goddess, Feng Vu. Her husband had taken the valuable Hoa Hao last time, and she came to return it, hoping the heroes of the World Assembly would forgive them. Hoa Hao is a divine creature with spiritual awareness. Seeing the Bodhisattva, it clung to his shoulder, wildly sucking out the poison. The swollen face of the Bodhisattva gradually deflated, and his complexion returned to normal. He thanked Long Tu for his righteousness and promised to do his utmost to fulfill any requests. Tan Xuan, Kong Tu saw that Ni Bodhisattva wanted to give guidance to Long Tu, so he stepped aside. After all, Nipfong was here, and they couldn't pull any tricks. After examining Long Tu's appearance, Ni Bodhisattva sighed softly. The couple, in pursuit of martial arts advancement, had relentlessly engaged in slaughter over the years, leading to deep sins. The fetus in the womb had died prematurely, and they could not bear children. Outside, an ominous presence made a significant impact as a black figure broke through the door at lightning speed, continuously sealing Long Tu's acupoints in the blink of an eye. Tan Xuan and his wife heard the commotion and rushed into the room. The scene before them left them both horrified. Long Tu fell to the ground, and the man in black was controlling Ni Bodhisattva and his granddaughter, preparing to escape through the door. His movement technique was extremely fast. Carrying the two of them, he leaped onto a prepared wooden raft, speeding away like an arrow. Tan Xuan called out loudly, urging Nipfong to pursue. "Third junior brother, we absolutely cannot let him take Ni Bodhisattva away." Nipfong activated his likeness skill, gliding over the water like a dragonfly, and in just a few steps, he caught up with the wooden raft. The man in black reacted exceptionally, pushing off the ground. The wooden raft disintegrated, and sharp pieces of wood shot straight towards Niafong. Niafong never expected him to destroy the raft himself. He hurriedly defended himself, only to have a flock of birds rush in from nowhere. The man in black moved oddly, startling the flock of birds. After several ups and downs, he had jumped to the opposite shore. Niafong had an idea in mind. His body sank, falling into the water. In this world, there were few who could surpass him in skill. Who else could have such formidable tactics? Ni Bodhisattva could not make a mistake. Tan Xuan knew she couldn't catch up, yet still disregarded everything and ran like mad. Ni Bodhisattva and her granddaughter were tightly held by the man in black, feeling their bodies lift into the air, not knowing how far they had run, before crashing down heavily. A gentle breeze blew by, lifting the headscarf of the man in black, revealing his true face. It was none other than Hungba himself. 4 years ago, Hungba invited Ni Bodhisattva to read his fortune. Although he was a person of the dragon, the heights were cold, and the future in destiny could not be mistaken. Ni Bodhisattva was worried that Hungba would harm his granddaughter, and deferred the unclear pregnancy, promising to report back in 3 days. 3 days later, a prophetic message arrived. The 9-layered dragon sings, shaking the heavens and earth. The wind and clouds meet in shallow waters, rising with the wind and clouds, falling with the wind and clouds. Do not force anything, let everything follow its course. This time, Hungba personally descended the mountain to verify this prophecy. Could it be that Nifeng and Bu Jingyun would truly cause him, the dragon, to fall into shallow waters? Reversing this situation, the golden scales reveal the hidden treasures. Encountering the wind and clouds transforms the dragon. Hungba subdued Bu Jingyun and Nifeng, and they indeed became the overlords of the world, becoming people of the dragon. However, the next prophetic words from Ni Bodhisattva, the 9-layered dragon sings, shaking the heavens and earth, the wind and clouds meet in shallow waters, left him restless. Could it truly be that success lies in the wind and clouds, and failure also lies in the wind and clouds, and he would ultimately fall at the hands of Niafeng and Bu Jingyun? Ni Bodhisattva saw Hungba's face turning green and white, knowing that in recent years he had been trying to sow discord among the wind and clouds, to the point of being possessed by his own obsession. With no remedy in sight. Heaven's will is such, fate is hard to change, destiny has long been predetermined. No, one must not offend the heavenly might. This is your fate, I will never disclose it. I beg you 1,000 times, do not vent your anger on me. Hungba had a fierce expression, slowly closing in. You intend to defy the heavens, old man does not believe in fate. A small breeze and cloud, how could it destroy the empire I have painstakingly built in an instant? Only the dead can keep secrets. How formidable Hungba's power was. Pity the two grandchild Ni Bodhisattva would immediately lose their lives, a tragic sight that was hard to bear. Two powerful forces were coming from behind. Hungba could sense it just by relying on the wind god retreat. His two great disciples, Tan Xuan and Nipfeng, had arrived. Hungba did not want to reveal his identity, so he had to make a quick decision, using a technique he had never used before, the 3-divide divine finger. Since recognizing its importance, he had never revealed this martial art. He had not imparted it fully to his 3 disciples, instead teaching them the techniques of fist, palm, and foot separately, allowing them to counterbalance each other. The three-divide divine finger was both fast and powerful, striking wherever it landed. Nip Fong and Tan Swang could hardly withstand it. They were heavily injured right after the engagement. Their bodies numb and painful, losing their ability to resist. Looking back, the person had already disappeared. Tan Swang recalled this person's martial arts, cold sweat continuously breaking out, even if he teamed up with his junior brother. They were far from being a match. Nip Fong had always felt uneasy, as if there was something hidden, causing Tan Swang to be even more suspicious, but it was not convenient to ask too much. Thinking about how the master trusted me so much, imparting the heavenly frost fist's divine skill, yet I have not mastered it well, and I can't even handle the small matter properly. I can't help but blame myself, unable to calm down in the night wind for a long time. Nip Fong bid farewell to his senior brother and sister-in-law, and went alone to the water wheel area, quietly waiting by the lake. The appointed time had long passed, and he wondered if that person would still come. In the largest brothel in the city, Tin Hoa Lao, today welcomed 4 peculiar guests. 2 handsome young men, a stout monk, and an elderly man with silver hair, rosy complexion, were none other than Don Lang, Lu Fongmin, Thap Ngutan, and Kim Tan. Muffled sounds constantly emanated from the room, leaving Don Lang astonished. The sword saint, having cultivated for decades, had long since attained purity and transcendence, so how could he be infatuated with the pleasures of the brothel? The gathering was naturally to eliminate the Heavenly Alliance. They initially wanted to take action against Tan Swan, but unexpectedly, Nip Fong was always by her side, leaving them uncertain of their chances of victory. Although the power of the clouds is formidable and unpredictable, it has always been autocratic and acts alone. Before us is the easiest target to eliminate. Approaching the hour of the rooster, several female attendants of the Sword Saint have been screaming in agony, already slain by the Sword Saint's blade. These women, having overheard our secrets, cannot be allowed to live, as they seek to eradicate the Heavenly Alliance. This time, I will personally exterminate Shifeng clouds. Within half a month, we must uproot the Heavenly Alliance completely. By the Clearwater River, Shifeng waited all night, but the appointed person did not arrive. In frustration, he practiced the divine wind footwork. At dawn, rosy clouds adorned the horizon, and a beautiful figure appeared, finally arriving. The two have corresponded for years but never met face to face. Coincidentally, Shifeng was in Lu Xiaojin town and thus had the chance to meet. The young woman saw a strange man blocking her path, frowned with her willow-like eyebrows, and smiled. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" Niafeng was stunned, realizing he had mistaken the person, and hurriedly explained. "But this young woman really isn't the one he was waiting for, right? Why does she look exactly like the illusion in his dreams?" 5 years ago, Niafeng was ordered by Hungba to hunt down the divine general Tai Bo, who possessed extraordinary likeness skills, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Niafeng was accidentally severely injured and fell unconscious down a cliff. When he woke up, he found himself in a thatched cottage, the room empty of any person. Only a sword with the name Meng inscribed on it. Feeling grateful for the rescue, Niafeng began to exchange letters with the woman named Meng from that point on, expressing his thoughts and feelings in the letters. Watching the graceful figure gradually disappear, Niafeng sighed softly, feeling a bit lost. "Ni Bodhisattva is in trouble. This matter needs to be reported to Hungba soon." Tan Suong was instructed by Kong Tu to stay behind and take care of Niafeng's injuries, while she returned to Tian Ha Hoi to deliver the news. The rain grew heavier. Nip Fong stood drenched in the downpour, pretending not to hear Kong Tu's concern. He had been waiting here for a day and a night, yet the mysterious woman still had not appeared. Instead, behind Kong Tu, a handsome man appeared, Bo Kin Van, who affectionately embraced Kong Tu. "Since parting from her, I have thought of her day and night. I cannot lose her again." Their eyes met, filled with deep emotion and helplessness. With a flutter of sleeves, a pair of fierce eyes emerged, causing the two to suddenly feel uneasy and hurriedly separate. In the heavy rain, a figure with long hair holding an umbrella, looking imposing, was Nip Fong. Bo Kin Van did not back down. Glaring in return, the two stared at each other for a long time, motionless. The wind howled fiercely, breaths came in rapid bursts, each step pressed closer. The overwhelming killing intent made Bu Jingfan break into a cold sweat. "You are our elder sister-in-law, you must know how to respect yourself. Do not let me see such things again in the future." The heavy rain continued to fall. After a long silence, Bu Jingfan could not hold back any longer and ran off like a madman. Perhaps feeling guilty, he had never been in such a desperate situation. Not knowing how long he had run, the air was filled with killing intent, and dozens of sharp bamboo poles fell from the sky. In the bamboo formation, naturally, it could do nothing to Bu Jingfan. He swung his palm, and 4 figures surrounded him from all directions. The traitor of the Heavenly Association, Duan Lang, and the 13 lords he had battled with a few days ago were old acquaintances. One old and one young, were none other than the Sword Saint, Du Guming. Bu Jingfan, today even if you sprout wings, it will be hard for you to escape. Bo Jingvan and his sister-in-law Kong Tsu had an affair, and were caught by Deep Fong, feeling embarrassed and awkward, wandering aimlessly in the heavy rain. Little did they know, danger was quietly approaching, with old foes Shi Wuzun, Duan Lang, and Du Koming using the falling dragon kick, lying in ambush for a long time. Bo Jingvan looked around and realized he had fallen into an ambush, yet he remained unafraid. So it turns out you are all in this together. Duan Lang, you betrayed the Heavenly Alliance, yet you dare to come here yourself today. Very well, let's go together. Bo Jingvan, with his proud character, became even more determined in the face of adversity. With the 4th move of the cloud-dispelling palm, the mountain suppression and sea isolation strike was unleashed, the power aiming to subdue the enemy first. Duan Lang swung his sword, using the 12 sword techniques of the Duan family to counter. Shi Wuzun and Du Koming also displayed their respective specialties, the Buddha's palm and the falling dragon 18 kicks. With just one move, Bu Jingyun immediately knew that the 3 of them were no ordinary foes, their strength was on par with his own. He roared loudly, like thunder, charging towards Duan Lang, intending to take him out first. His cloak saturated with internal energy, sweeping left and right, clashing with Duan Lang's long sword, producing a sharp ringing sound. The 15 Dons and Du Guming, who considered themselves superior, did not want to be outnumbered, leaving Duan Lang to fend for himself. Among the weapons stand, an elderly man with white hair was carefully selecting a weapon, seemingly oblivious to the fierce battle nearby. After a while, he picked up a wooden sword in his hand, lifting the sword as if radiating 10,000 feet of light, filled with overwhelming killing intent. Sword shadows stabbed towards Bu Jingyun, indistinguishable between reality and illusion. At this level of swordsmanship, to achieve a state of divine mastery, a sword saint with decades of cultivation had long attained its essence. This 22 sword technique envelopes Bu Jingyun completely. With the power of his inner strength, the wooden sword is no different from a divine weapon, slicing flesh and severing bones, blood splattering everywhere. The scene shifts. After the sword saint and others deal with Bu Jingyun, they turn their attention to Niafeng. Niafeng sits cross-legged, facing 3 peak masters radiating killing intent, yet he remains calm and composed, gazing at the flowing water in front of him. Not far away, Duan Lang, worried about his friendship with Niafeng, is struggling to come up with a plan for rescue. The enemy who killed his father is right before him. Du Guming gathers his inner strength, slowly closing in. After pondering for a long time, Niafeng finally moves, stepping on the water's surface like the wind. With the 15th Lord's move, the heavenly Buddha descends to the world, the palm force descends from the sky, using the momentum of the water to become even more powerful. Niepfong gently lifted his hidden energy to create a wave, the wind god kick struck directly at the face of the 15th master, and the 2 forces combined, instantly pushing him away several dozen feet. What a coincidence, he had originally been in that inn searching for a way out, only to encounter Duan Lang, who was flustered and didn't know what to do. The 2 were momentarily stunned, not having the time to think, when Du Guoming, the 15th master, attacked again. With deep-seated enmity, Du Guoming immediately launched a divine dragon kick, not giving Niepfong a chance to catch his breath. The 15th master shouted loudly at Duan Lang, "Duan brother, if you find it hard to take action, just let us handle him." Niepfong was breathing heavily, staring angrily, feeling as if his heart was bleeding, not believing that his longtime friend Duan Lang would betray him. Duan Lang was deeply ashamed, resolutely decided to go all the way, directly turning against him. "Niepfong, our friendship is over from today, watch me capture you." Duan Lang's words made Niepfong's heart ache even more, his emotions in turmoil, his mind blank. Facing Duan Lang's abuse of power, he did not resist at all. This punch was immensely powerful, secretly containing soft force, sending Niepfong flying into the wooden house. Fury burned within him, his right arm uncontrollably trembled violently, an indescribable fear rising in his heart. His left hand clenched his right arm, seemingly suppressing the force surging within his body. The sword saint, with his deep scheming, how could he fail to see through Duan Lang's schemes? Clearly, capturing Niepfong was actually helping him escape. A cold gaze swept over, intimidating Duan Lang, who dared not move. The strange force within Niepfong had reached its peak, burning his clothes into shreds that scattered everywhere. Du Geming let out a strange cry, leaping up, using the 4th move of the divine dragon godly kick, flying dragon in the heavens. Niefeng's long hair fluttered, his face fierce and terrifying. This overwhelming force shook Dugoming midair, forcibly halting him. Incapable of saving his friend, unable to bear seeing Niefeng's pitiful state, he leaves in despair. Suddenly, a fierce wind strikes from behind, waves crashing against him, a pair of strong hands gripping his throat. Niefeng's eyes blaze with fury, wanting to turn Duanlang into ashes. In an instant, Duanlang's life is at stake. The 15th venerated poison solitary Ming charges forward. Delivering a powerful kick like a storm to Niefeng's back. Two forces enter his body simultaneously, spitting out blood. Niefeng disregards it and kicks Duanlang away again. He attacks without defense, aiming to send this ungrateful traitor to his death. In his rage, all pain vanishes. Despite his severe injuries, the Wind God's kick technique becomes even more powerful, each kick faster than the last. Seeing that Duanlang is about to meet his end, the 15th venerated loudly calls for him to flee, offering himself to block Niefeng. Torrential rain pours down. Niefeng completely loses his mind, chasing Duanlang wherever he runs, completely ignoring the cold expression of the Sword Saint standing there with his sword. The Sword Saint brandished his sword, weaving in and out, the blade cutting through the air, stirring the mud to fly everywhere. Niefeng fought wildly, disregarding everything, and in an instant, the Wind God kick shattered the sword energy before him, reaching the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint had practiced the sword for 5 years, gained fame at 9, comprehended the way of the sword at 13, and had never lost a battle in his life. For Niefeng to withstand a dozen of his swift sword strikes was incredibly rare. One could see the Sword Saint gathering energy, his sword net covering the sky, showcasing his renowned skill, the 22 sword technique. Duanlang saw his uncle for the first time, fighting seriously like this. The Sword Saint struck without mercy, and Niefeng was doomed. Duanlang's heart was filled with traces of sorrow. He leaped into the raging river, for only in this way could he protect Niefeng's life. This was the most perilous moment in Niefeng's life, surrounded by 3 great masters, the 15 lords, Duanlang, and the Sword Saint. He was heavily injured and struggled, hoping that before he died, he could take a final stand to kill Duanlang, who had betrayed him. The Divine Sword's Duel 12 secret technique is boundless and illusory, with sword chi like a tidal wave covering Niefeng. In 3 moves, he must die on the spot. Duanlang couldn't bear to watch and suddenly had an idea, loudly shouting as he jumped into the surging river. Niefeng was indeed tricked. Seeing his enemy run away, he immediately used his lightness skill to avoid being pursued by the Divine Swordsman. The Divine Swordsman, who had never lost a battle before, was thwarted several times by the small Niefeng. He urged all his internal energy, his sword intent rampant and thunderous, slashing towards the river's surface. In the moment of life and death, Duanlang risked his life to turn back, dangerously pulling Niefeng out of danger. All around was pitch black, just like Niefeng's heart at this moment, finding no trace of light. His mind was in chaos. Any movement caused his wounds to split open, spewing blood. He had no choice but to calm his breath and meditate, recalling the warning from his father years ago. Every generation of the Nie family has hidden within their bodies a wild bloodline, originally gentle and kind, yet suddenly becoming wildly violent, massacring all the elderly and young villagers. In one night, Nip Nanbang witnessed his wife's madness firsthand, to the point where her temperament changed suddenly, erasing all familial bonds. Even Nip Fong, who is usually calm, had experienced moments of killing intent erupting. Fortunately, he had practiced the ice heart technique since childhood, allowing him to barely suppress it and not fall into madness. Right at the moment when Duanlang desperately saved him, Nip Fong calmed down and put aside grievances, knowing that at this point, nothing significant could be achieved. Recalling Hungba's actions for Duanlang, it was reasonable for him to deal with the Tianxia Association. Moreover, if it weren't for Wusong City's protection back then, he would have lost his life long ago. Nip Fong, respected leaders, I do not wish for you to hate me, but you must understand that I am absolutely not someone who betrays friends for personal gain. You have saved me multiple times, how could I see you in danger and not help? Take care of your injuries, I will take my leave now. A few days later, in the 3 parts teaching hall of the Heavenly Association, an uninvited guest arrived. This person was extremely arrogant, high, and mighty. Reclining on the long chair in the center, with a provocative expression on his face, he was Duanlang. The sound of drums and gongs rang out, and the members of the Heavenly Association surged forth like a tide. Their seats were taken, and Hungba's face turned pale. Clearly furious, yet he still maintained an air of supreme dignity on the outside. Tan Suong and Van Susu could not hold back, simultaneously leaping towards Duanlang. A sharp sword shot from afar, slicing through the large flag in the courtyard, blocking the advance of the two. Everyone gasped, looking towards the three figures on the high platform, the Sword Saint, Thap Nguyen, and Dak Ko Min. Hungba, today I take the sword as my stance. 7 days from now, we will have a life and death battle to reclaim everything of Wusong City. You take care of it yourself. The Sword Saint, Duan Lang, and the others floated away, leaving behind the Wusong sword that no one dared to touch. Hungba ordered Van Su Su to urgently search for Bo Kin Van and Neat Fong, staring at the numerous flaws on the Wusong sword in a daze. Who could possess such extraordinary skills to damage the Wusong sword? Why did the Sword Saint leave the Wusong sword here, giving me 7 days to prepare? It really makes one ponder endlessly. The scene shifts, the Sword Saint and his group arrive at the giant Buddha of Lac Sun. The Sword Saint orders Dak Ko Min to announce the martial arts world that he is going to have a decisive battle with Hungba, and then defeats Hungba in front of everyone. Meanwhile, she is going against the current. She infiltrates and arrives at a farmhouse, finding the woman named Kung Lan. The last time they parted was over 20 years ago, and the Sword Saint suddenly grabs Kung Lan's hand, drenched in sweat. She has never cared for fame or fortune, her desires are few. If I am not mistaken, 9 days from now will be the day she dies. Back then, in order to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, she willingly stepped aside for Kung Lan and has suffered for a lifetime. Coming here today is to fulfill a lifelong wish, to send her beloved into the grave together. She does not regret even death. Alan, don't blame me, I must fulfill my heart's desire so that I can be unburdened and fight Hungba. Amidst the cries of Kung Lan's son, the Sword Saint waves his sleeve and leaves. What joy is there in life? What sorrow in death? Only the way of the sword can be passed down through the ages. The autumn wind sweeps by, the Sword Saint sits cross-legged before a grave, having roamed the world her entire life, yet she was defeated only by one person. At this moment, her swordsmanship has reached the highest realm, and her greatest wish, aside from wanting to eliminate the heavenly association, is to have another battle with that nameless one. Nameless, this day every year, is the anniversary of your beloved wife's death. If you are not dead, you will surely come to pay your respects. I am waiting for you. Nameless, a legendary tale in the martial world, gifted and intelligent, created the Nameless sword technique at the age of 16, wielding the legendary hero's sword. He defeated the heroes of the world. By the age of 19, his swordsmanship had reached the master level. The Nameless sword struck inadvertently, dominating and claiming lives, creating countless enmities in the martial world. Battling against 3 major clans and 7 major sects in the wilderness. In a bloody battle, nearly all 10 sect leaders were killed, suffering heavy losses, deepening their grudges. The beloved wife of Nameless was ultimately tragically murdered by enemies. Nameless regretted too late, heartbroken and wanting to die. From then on he completely vanished, rumored to have been buried together with his wife. His life was like a shooting star, suddenly flashing, yet dazzling at 10,000 zhang, becoming an eternal legend that cannot be erased in the martial world. Although the Nameless has died, his influence on the martial world remains profound. In his lifetime, he inflicted heavy injuries on the major sects, leading to a tragic decline in martial talent. Unprecedented in its desolation. It was precisely because of this opportunity that Hungba was able to showcase his talents and establish the Heavenly Alliance. Recently, the Heavenly Alliance has been shrouded in dark clouds, with a heavy atmosphere of malevolence. In preparation for a battle with the Sword Saint, Hungba has been hiding in the Hero's Tower, diligently training the 3 parts divine finger technique throughout the night. The so-called 3 parts refers to the merging of the softness of the wind god steps, the firmness of the cloud dispersing palm, and the chill of the heavenly frost fist, transforming into the incredibly formidable 3 parts chi. With this divine skill, he believes he can sway the Sword Saint. As for the outcome of the battle between Hungba and the Sword Saint, and whether Bu Jingyun is still alive, please continue watching. 12 years ago, the father of Neat Fong, the northern Mad Blade Neat Nan Vang, and the father of Don Lang, the southern Lin Sword Master Don Soai, both perished in the Lang Van Quat. Every year on the anniversary of his death, the 2 of them would coincidentally meet here to pay their respects. After experiencing life and death, the misunderstanding between the 2 brothers was resolved, making them even closer. If they have different stances, they must become enemies. Then why not abandon the 3-year pact at Cloudy Summit and decide the outcome on the battlefield? This turn of events is not in vain, as they were once friends. Before leaving, Duan Lang reminded Niafeng that Xiongba and Sword Saint would be fighting for life or death in Tianxia Hall 2 days later. If you want to assist Xiongba, return soon. Just as Duan Lang left, a roar suddenly came from the Lingyun cave behind Niafeng, shaking people's hearts. Driven by curiosity, Niafeng couldn't help but enter the cave, each step filled with trepidation, but he remained resolute in his belief, thinking of how his father could never find his remains. The deeper he went, the heavier the breathing in the cave became, and he could only feel the scorching heat blowing against his face, extremely uncomfortable. After passing a large rock, the scene before him suddenly opened up wide. In the fiery flames, beside the peak, a person was chained, kneeling on the ground, struggling continuously. Hearing the commotion behind him, the person suddenly turned around, with long, slightly curled hair, a mole between his eyebrows. It was Bu Jingyun. Seeing his junior brother arrive, Bu Jingyun was overjoyed. Third junior brother, quickly help me get free, that old bastard has sealed my acupoints. With Bu Jingyun's strength, to be bound like this must mean it was the Sword Saint. He had never feared anything and had never asked anyone for help, yet at this moment he was humbly pleading. It seemed he had encountered continuous setbacks, feeling extremely wronged. Third junior brother, I beg you, I can't take it anymore, quickly release me. Niafeng still stood motionless. Years ago, when his father died tragically, only Bu Jingyun knew the truth. If he didn't ask now, when would he? Bu Jingyun covered his face, recalling the situation from years ago. Fear surged back, and he was in immense pain. Tears streamed down his face. It was truly unbelievable. It's the fire Qilin. Niafeng was shocked. The culprit was a strange beast, which was hard to believe. Life and death were at hand, and Hungba did not dare to delay for even a moment, diligently practicing the three split qi. Haste makes waste. He was too impatient, and the energy within him ran amok, becoming uncontrollable, ultimately failing at the last moment. He knew that if he continued practicing, it would only lead to internal chaos. His whole body felt hot, and his mood was extremely irritable. His subordinate, Van Su, flattered him, trying to butter him up, saying not to worry, that victory and defeat were in the hands of fate, which angered Hungba. His eyes flashing with cold light. Bodhisattva predicted. He was unconvinced. The old man has had quite an interest lately. Come drink 3 rounds with me. Van Su realized he had misspoken, his heart racing, sweating profusely. Hungba usually treated his subordinates extremely harshly, and often the more polite he was, the more terrifying the punishment. Hungba commanded Van Su to wait, and then rummaged through his room, indeed finding the secret letter left by Bodhisattva. It seems that he had long known about the great taboo of dividing Fengyan, truly deserving to die 1,000 times. Van Su's face turned pale, feeling that something was seriously wrong. He handed 2 letters to his confidant, Fak Tong, instructing him to deliver them to the 2 leaders of Fengyan. Then fled. A pair of iron fists came crashing towards him, knocking him back. It was Tan Suong. Van Su knew it was useless, shouting loudly while fighting. He had always concealed his strength, but now he was putting in all his effort to resist, and Tan Suong could not do anything to him for the moment. Your master is a small-minded person, who has long secretly divided Fengyan. Do you think Hungba values you? Do you really think you are more talented than others? It's only because you are the most foolish among the 3. If you do not come to your senses, you will surely regret it in the future. Tan Suong's heart shook with turmoil, but his hands did not stop. The heavenly frost fist's killing move, Frosty Scene Strike, was unleashed. Van Su's entire body was frozen like blood, crying out in pain, and soon after, he died. Tan Suong found the letters, gave one to Hungba, and secretly hid the other. In the letters, Van Su criticized Hungba, clearly reasoning, effectively providing evidence. Tan Suong meticulously analyzed it, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He originally intended to bury this matter deep in his heart forever, not knowing that his strange demeanor had already been seen through by Kong Tu. Kong Tu admired Hungba like a deity. Without hesitation, she betrayed her husband. Hungba was so angry he trembled. The person he trusted most harbored ulterior motives against him. Tan Suong's heart felt like ashes as he knelt before Hungba, knowing that he had learned his master's secret. He would surely die. Unexpectedly, Hungba sighed, helping him up. After putting in so much effort to build a career, yet fate had determined it would be overturned by the winds and clouds. Who could accept that? I have no children under my roof. I have long regarded you as my own. In the future, the position I hold, no one else but you is worthy. In Tan Suong's heart, Hungba has always been supreme. This act of grace and authority has completely subdued him. Now that Fong Van's whereabouts are unclear, Hungba has entrusted all 3 paths to him, making Tan Suong even more moved to tears, swearing loyalty unto death. Speaking of the Sword Saint, after waiting 3 days for the Nameless One without success, he finally awaited the Nameless One's good friend, Master Bat Yu. It is said that Vo Dan has died, and the Sword Saint let out a few cold laughs, not believing it. He was momentarily bewildered, unwilling to listen to Bat Tu's nonsense, wanting to hear a few words that would make him abandon his lifelong ideals. Indeed, it was a foolish dream. A brave warrior without fear, how could he fear death? Bat 2 faced the Sword Saint's attacking sword energy, remaining steadfast and unmoving, letting his clothing billow around him. If the sword is too relentless, it will surely break. The greatest courage in life is not the absence of fear of death, but the bravery to take a step back. The Sword Saint was shaken and felt it made sense. The hero smiled wryly. Unfortunately, I do not have much time left, and there is no way back. He summoned the truth, the sword energy surged. Make your move, Bat 2 monk, unleash your great nirvana technique, or else you will only have the path to death. A sharp sword descended from the sky, piercing straight between Bat 2 and the Sword Saint. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, sand flew and stones scattered. The Sword Saint, clad in black, with a flowing cold light and dense ominous energy, widened his eyes. Heroic sword, Vodan, you have finally arrived. The Sword Saint and Hungba were set to battle at the Heavenly World Conference, attracting countless heroic figures from the martial world to gather at the foot of the Heavenly Mountain in Tianxia City. Although the Heavenly World Conference was a dominant force in one region, it was rumored that Nipfong and Bo Kinvan had been poisoned by someone. Now, Hungba alone is likely not a match for the Sword Saint and Dak Ko-min's group. Two swift horses approached from afar, racing like a whirlwind. The two riders on the horses were tall and handsome, like celestial beings descending to the earth, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Long Tu and Feng Vu exchanged smiles. Feng Yin had finally returned. With their help, Hungba was like a tiger that had grown wings, and the dynamics of this battle had changed significantly. After running for several nights in a row, the two warhorses were utterly exhausted, foaming at the mouth, and collapsed dead from exhaustion. Niafeng dismounted, caressing the horse's body, allowing it to leave on its own. But Bu Jingban let out a loud shout, striking the horse dead with a palm. The Sword Saint's internal energy was too oppressive. Although his acupoints had been unblocked for a long time, his chest still ached continuously, causing Bu Jingban great frustration. Seeing Niafeng in good health only made him more dissatisfied. He hadn't seen Kong Zi for many days, which meant he missed him. Upon returning to the Tianxia Association, the first thing he did was rush into the Tianshuan Hall. Not seeing Kong Zi's figure, he searched for himself, completely disregarding his senior brother, Tan Xuan, until Hungba's deep, displeased voice came from behind, stopping the farce. The back mountain of the Tianxia Association, Shaozhu of Huaxian, was the resting place of Hungba's only daughter, Yunuo. As soon as Niafeng returned, Hungba hurriedly summoned him here. These days without seeing Niafeng, the young lady has become increasingly haggard, unable to eat or sleep well. It seems she is pining for Niafeng. Kong Zi is the chief steward of Ho Tam Tu Truck, and she personally welcomed Niafeng. Seeing her hesitant and burdened with thoughts, Niafeng gently said, "Sister-in-law, you don't need to worry. As long as you remain content, I will still respect you." The emerald water ripples gently, and the pavilions and towers rise up. Niafeng feels a fragrant aroma and his heart stirs. Thinking of the young woman in this secluded place who misses him day and night, unable to eat or sleep, a hint of guilt rises in his heart. He opened the door, and a ray of light shone into the room. Everyone wanted to surprise the young lady and had not informed Yunuok. She still did not know Niafeng had returned. Turning around, the person in his dreams was right in front of him. Again, regarding Bu Jingban, after searching everywhere, there was still no sign of Kong Zi, and she was scolded by Hungba, her anger flaring up. This time, being trapped by the Sword Saint and Lang Van Quat for many days deepened the fear she had felt years ago. She could not stay alone in the dark room for long. She desperately needed someone to help her dispel her inner demons. A graceful figure suddenly flashed past the window, and Bu Jingvan joyfully chased after it. She couldn't be mistaken, it was Kong Zi. One was chasing, the other was fleeing, until they reached under a large ancient tree. Bu Jingvan, unable to restrain her wild nature, boldly acted out. Ignoring Kong Zi's resistance, she tightly embraced him. Faced with her passionate tenderness, Kong Zi found it impossible to resist. It seemed as if the world contained only the two of them, lost in their embrace. Kong Zi felt Bu Jingvan's body tense up, her expression unusual, and following his gaze, Zipfong was standing there. Nipfong was reminiscing with Yunuok when a figure in green robes flew into the room. She traced the figure here, only to unexpectedly stumble upon the affair between the two. Kong Tu felt embarrassed and awkward, quickly adjusting her clothes, while Bo Kinvan showed no signs of regret, her gaze gradually turning cold. She tightly embraced Kong Tu. At this point, there was nothing to be afraid of. "What do you think, third junior brother? I advise you not to interfere in other people's affairs, just leave quickly." Nipfong pretended not to see Bo Kinvan, his eyes filled with disdain as he instead focused intently on Kong Tu. Worry, sympathy, blame, astonishment, countless emotions were left unspoken. Kong Tu grew up in the Thien Hahoi, but Hungba went against her wishes and married her off to Tan Swang. Everyone has the right to choose their love, yet she did not. Isn't that a form of tragedy? If the two of you truly love each other, I have nothing to say. The senior disciple treats you well, but the Heavenly Union Society cannot accommodate you. Leave, go far away, and never return. Kong Jingyun clasps his fists. No, I grew up in the Heavenly Union Society, I will not leave. If you are so determined, and keep this hidden, I feel guilty in my heart, and can only report to the master for a decision. Think carefully about what you want. Kong Yu trembles all over, constantly begging Niafeng, while Kong Jingyun's eyes flash with cold light as he steps closer. To keep things secret is easy, the only way is for you to die. Kong Jingyun is resolute in his intent to kill, showing no mercy. The cloud palm technique stirred up countless dust and debris, each move was deadly. After several consecutive moves, Bu Jingyun struggled to retreat, while Niafeng remained calm and steady as a mountain. Bu Jingyun unleashed a burst of power with both hands. The ferocity of Niafeng ignited his competitive spirit. Niafeng, this time we will determine who is superior. The cloud palm unleashed, causing sand to fly and trees to topple. Originally, Bu Jingyun knew that Niafeng's lightness skill was exceptional, wanting to cut off all his escape routes. Having grown up together in the same sect, how could he leave no way out like this? Niafeng felt pain in his heart, and anger surged within him. If you persist in pushing me, don't blame me for being ruthless. He specializes in close combat with the cloudy palm technique, engaging head-on. Once the divine wind kick is unleashed, it leaves no room for any respite. Qianyun is in danger but remains composed, his palms moving swiftly to protect his center. However, the 100 secret first move reveals a slight weakness in his lower body, and he gets kicked. Niafeng's strength astonishes Qianyun, but Hungba once said that the divine wind kick fears close quarters entanglement combat the most. As long as I exploit this weakness, he cannot be the opponent of the cloudy palm technique. Although the will to fight is strong, reality is not as one wishes. Niafeng's footwork is too fast and too heavy. How can he allow him to approach? Bo Qinvan's murderous intent is overwhelming, urging his inner strength to its peak. Killing move, the fourth form of Bai Van Palm, by Sundao Hai is coming. Niafeng, you are definitely going to die. Bo Qinvan and his sister-in-law Kong Tu were caught in a compromising situation by Niafeng. Embarrassed and furious, in order to completely possess Kong Tu, he repeatedly used lethal moves, wanting to bring Niafeng to his doom. Bai Van Palm and Feng then kick each have their strengths, making it difficult to determine who is superior. Bo Qinvan is cruel and ruthless, while Niafeng is too headstrong, repeatedly ruining his own plans. Island Sea Battle Cloud, obscure peak, continuously unleashing deadly moves, wanting to torture him to death before stopping. Fellow apprentice brother, having grown up together since childhood, Niafeng still left a glimmer of hope. Unlike Bu Jingyun who fought desperately, he ultimately fell behind. This palm struck his chest, causing his blood to surge, spitting out a large amount of blood. The cloud palm's force is cold and icy, layer upon layer, each stronger than the last, with powerful aftereffects. Behind Niafeng is a 10,000-foot abyss. If hit again, he would surely be shattered to pieces. Clearly a friendly match, yet they are ruthlessly attacking each other. Kong Yu's plea for Bu Jingyun to show mercy cannot save them now, so let's part ways like this. Bu Jingyun's expression is fierce as he unleashes even faster moves. For Kong Yu, he can sacrifice everything. At this moment, Niafeng feels the call of death. The frenzied blood in his body reacts naturally, burning his reason. The energy that was already depleted surges like a tidal wave. This Chiu Fongguin Lao Tan, a movement that shakes the heavens and the earth, lifts the sand and stones into the sky, heading straight for Bo Qinvan. Bo Qinvan let out a tragic cry, covered in countless wounds, his bones shattered, nearly unable to move. Niafeng saw that he had used too much strength and collapsed from exhaustion. Bo Qinvan's whole body was dispersing energy, his bones trembling, clearly gathering strength for the most lethal move in Bai Van Shuang, Van Lai Tian Can. It is rumored that this move will not stop until someone perishes in the immortal realm, only then can it be resolved. Niafeng saw the situation was dire, yet remained expressionless, standing tall and proud. Before her, the clouds shifted and swirled, crashing towards her, growing stronger and obscuring the sky. This was the precursor to Van Lai Tien Can. The situation was imminent. A frail figure stood in front of her, taking this fatal blow for her. It was Kong Tu. How powerful was the force of Van Lai Tien Can? Kong Tu's left arm was severed, flying several meters away. Nippon did not expect Kong Tu to risk his life to save him, let alone Qin Shuang had been hiding behind observing for a long time. She jumped up, embracing her husband as he cried out in agony. The wind blew past, and Bu Jingyun snatched Kong Tu from Qin Shuang's arms with one hand. She placed her lover, whose breath was faint, on the ground, pouring her inner strength continuously into him. Once proud and unyielding, she couldn't help but shed tears. Her tears fell on Kong Tu's pale face, mixing with blood and tears, dripping drop by drop onto the ground. Kong Tu still had a final breath, gasping intermittently, telling Bu Jingyun not to waste his inner strength, looking at Qin Xuan with a guilty expression. "Big brother, I am sorry." Her red-clad wife had climbed over the wall, yet Qin Shuang felt no anger, instead feeling a twinge of guilt. She had known early on that her wife had an affair with Bu Jingyun, but she loved Kong Tu too much and cherished the bond with her fellow sect members, always enduring silently and pretending not to know. If she had been decisive earlier and cut off the love affair quickly, she wouldn't have caused today's evil consequences. Her weakness killed Kong Ci. Niafeng saw that Bu Jingyun truly expressed his feelings, daring to act and take responsibility, gradually calming down his anger, and sighed over what love truly is. Kong Su, the weak, still spoke softly, saying she was always weak since childhood, married to Qin Shuang, and had no control over her own life. Now that her life is nearing its end, she can finally be herself. To die for the man I truly love, I have no regrets. Thunder rumbled, and the three men were stunned. Niafeng heard that the one he loved most was himself, and was astonished, not knowing how to face his two senior brothers. Qin Shuang screamed continuously, if she didn't love him, why did she marry him? Why wasn't it Bu Jingyun, but Niafeng? Bu Jingyun was the most shocked, his mind blank, as if falling into an abyss, unable to believe his ears. Kong Tu looked at Niafeng and gently waved his hand. "Feng, can you come here? I just want you to be by my side before I die." He no longer had the strength to speak, his eyes pleading as he looked at Niafeng. Niafeng felt an overwhelming emotion. They had been childhood sweethearts, and now she was dying for him. Could he not fulfill her last wish before she passed? But then, how would he face the senior brother in the future? Tan Shuang gently patted his shoulder and turned to leave. "Third junior brother, go on," let her leave with a smile. A murderous intent appeared in Bu Jingyun's eyes as he forcefully pushed Niafeng away. "Get lost, she is mine, no one can touch her." Qin Xiang's martial arts, Niafeng combined strength and flexibility to subdue the injured Bu Jingyun and reclaim Kongyu with ease. But they did not move, watching helplessly as Bu Jingyun carried Kongyu and jumped down the mountain valley. Niafeng wanted to apologize to Qin Xiang but didn't know how to start, so they both left in silence after a while. Speaking of the hero sword, the one who came was not Nameless, but a young man in his 20s with clear eyes and a refined appearance, the sword god, the disciple of Nameless who once learned from Bu Jingyun. The sword saint observed carefully, since Nameless refused to appear, defeating his disciple would not be in vain. The sword saint had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, yet this young man easily restrained him and broke his sword technique number 12. Sword saint is too modest. Being able to break your sword moves entirely depends on my master's foresight and teaching me the method to break them. Speaking of swordsmanship alone, I am far from your opponent. The Holy Sword finds it hard to believe that, since realizing the second 22 swords, which he has never used, how could Nameless have predicted them? Originally, back then when he faced the second 21 swords with the Holy Sword, Nameless had already known that this sword technique was overflowing with possibilities and would surely reach even higher realms. The second 22 swords are not the end, only by realizing the second 23 swords can one truly be considered extraordinary and surpass the world. The Holy Sword shook his head in astonishment, gently sighed, and said that ordinary people cannot create the second 23 swords, let alone he himself who does not have much time left. In the next episode, the decisive battle of the Heavens Will Society, I hope you all enjoy it more, like it, support with a small flower, thank you. Who is the strongest man in Wind and Cloud? One must mention Nameless from Hero's Sword. After just one encounter with the Holy Sword, he was able to understand the method to counter the second 22 swords from the second 21 swords. The Holy Sword sighed, saying that Nameless is truly a man sent from heaven. Under the guidance of the Sword God, the two borrowed the moonlight, following the mountain path, and arrived at a farmhouse. The dim light cast shadows, one person stood with hands clasped, waiting in the room. Nameless was indeed still among the living. The room was elegantly yet simply arranged. After many years, Nameless' eyes still shone brightly. The heroic sword had passed on to the sword god. Nameless, unarmed and in hiding, had undoubtedly died. But the sword god could discern from his demeanor that his skills had indeed increased. If they were to fight again, he would undoubtedly lose. Nameless spoke calmly, advising the sword god to abandon the battle with Hungba the next day. As the Heavenly Alliance had unified the martial world today, if Hungba were to die, chaos would surely ensue, bringing great suffering to the people. The moonlight illuminated, and the gentle breeze blew. At this moment, the oil lamp was running low, yet it still shone brightly, much like the life of the sword god, which was also nearing its end. Looking back on this lifetime, abandoning family ties, hiding in the mountains, is all for the sword. A battle with Hungba, he does not regret it at all. Vodan, if you want to save the world and its people, then kill me. He furiously cut off his white hair, which transformed into countless sharp swords, rushing towards Vodan. He wanted to fight to the death. Before his eyes, a miraculous scene appeared. Vodan's whole body shimmered with a soft light, dissolving the hair into nothingness. The sword standing outside the door trembled incessantly, as if bowing to him. The sword god was shaken and unsettled. Could it be that he has reached the realm of the heavenly sword? Vodan did not respond, treating it as an implicit acknowledgement. The sword manual states, when love and sword unite, in a moment of solitude, all swords bow in reverence, as if following the heavenly mandate. Though the sword god is the embodiment of the sword, he is still merely a sharp sword, and must bow before the heavenly sword. Little did he expect that in his lifetime, he could witness the demeanor of the heavenly sword. It was not in vain for this life. Vodan realized that the sword god's vital energy was in disarray. Now that his sword aura had diminished, he was hardly a match for Hungba. Following him would surely lead to death. So I hope he can think carefully. A feeling of cold loneliness surged into the sword god's heart. For the first time in his life, he drank alcohol, downing it in one go. This battle must take place. As long as the heavenly sword exists, I will make an exception and offer a toast. Vodan's expression was dim, filled with endless regret. Sword god, take care. In the Tianxia assembly, in the Tianshuang Hall, the two factions of Five An Hall were embroiled in internal strife over the corpse of Kong Tu. Bo Qinvan feigned ignorance to the fierce battle outside, carefully stitching up the severed arm of Kong Tu. In his heart, Kong Tu was the most perfect woman. He must ensure that her remains were also intact. Suddenly, the bloody battle outside came to a halt. Hungba had arrived. The normally dignified Bo Qinvan showed no reaction, still dazedly working. Faced with Hungba's shouting, demanding he hand over Kong Tu, Bo Qinvan's eyes emitted a strange light, not moving at all. Hungba was furious. You dare to disobey orders, you are intolerably reckless. Just as he was about to take action himself to punish the rebellious disciple, Tan Suong hurried over to ask his master to calm down. A great battle is imminent, please prioritize the overall situation. This wicked disciple can be dealt with another day, to avoid diminishing the morale of the three paths and giving the enemy an opportunity. Before the decisive battle, the forces of the Tian Hahoi gathered, organized, and in clear order, showing no signs of the chaos from the previous night. The major sects in the martial world gathered as esteemed guests, waiting to observe this century's battle. Outside the door, a long shout from the members of the Nan Ha Bang announced the arrival of the forces from Bosong Tan. It is Shizong Zun, Duguming, Duan Lang with a fearless face, yet there's no sign of the sword saint. The courtyard is filled with ceaseless speculation and lively discussion. Since returning from Lingyun Gorge, Duan Lang has always carried a brocade box with him, tightly sealed, unknown to its purpose. By noon, the appointed time had arrived, but the sword saint had not appeared. The Heaven and Earth Society and the Storm Two-Path leaders also vanished simultaneously. Bu Jingyun does not wish to be disturbed in his peace, carrying Kong Yu's body he doesn't know where. Niafeng left a letter and disappeared without a word. His eldest brother's wife died tragically, he has no face to meet him. Moreover, his second brother regards him as an enemy. Staying would only cause internal strife. On the main road at the foot of the mountain, the sword saint limped, struggling step by step uphill. The unattainable, the unreachable sword intent, everything too overwhelming, will surely suffer damage. Could it be that he can no longer withstand, wanting to fall sooner? No, he must hold on. He wants the world to witness his astonishing swordsmanship, killing the tyrant in front of everyone. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed, dark clouds thickened, pitch black like the sword saint with a dying flame, hard to find a glimmer of life. On the high platform, Hungba seemed to have lost patience. The hour had passed, the sword saint had not arrived, and the weather was not good. I invite everyone to rest for now. The decisive battle will be postponed. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light pierced through the clouds, shining in the middle of the three-split sect arena. A figure stood proudly. The sword saint had finally arrived. At this moment, he was spirited and bright, a stark contrast to his previous despair. Even compared to 70% before, he exuded an even more invisible aura. Hungba felt a chill in his heart, his face involuntarily twitching continuously. Thank you all for waiting so long, Hungba, let's begin. The sword saint moved, the sword energy slicing through the air towards Hungba. At the same time, many people jumped out from behind Hungba, surrounding the sword saint with their blades. The time has come. Peerless City has been defeated. You are not worthy to fight the sect leader. The sword saint seems to ignore the saber light before his eyes. Those saber experts are all elites of Thien Hahoy. Yet in front of him, they are like children being toyed with, seemingly frozen in place, allowing him to pass through. No one can clearly see how he strikes, screams of agony never cease, blood spurts forth, death has descended upon the saber experts. The sword saint uses his body as a sword, thrusting straight into Hungba's chest. Hungba's entire body's blood is congealed, yet pierced by the sword chi, he cannot move. Could it be that Bodhisattva's prediction was wrong? He was not overthrown by wind and cloud, but rather wants to die at the hands of the sword saint? This is the ultimate battle between the sword saint and Hungba in wind and cloud. The sword saint comprehends divine skills, sword 23, transforming his body into a sword, thrusting straight towards the vital point of Hungba. Hungba has no strength to resist, his blood coagulating, his face turning pale, death is drawing near. In a panic, the sword saint sweats profusely, his voice trembling, filled with despair. Do you know how formidable sword 23 is now? Unfortunately, I cannot kill you. I am unwilling. A strange occurrence happens, a tremor shakes the heavens, the body of the sword saint slowly disappears, transforming into strands of green smoke dispersing. The sword saint suddenly turns into smoke, and the three of them, Thapngutun, Dak Komin, and Do Lang, immediately sense that something is wrong. The three have long been in sync. If the sword saint is defeated, they will flee at the same time. Hungba issues a command, and the members of the Heavenly Alliance surge forth like a tide. Duo Lang, surrounded and seeing no way out, shattered the jeweled box in his hand, and the Hoalon sword, missing for 12 years, suddenly reappeared. In fact, the sword saint had long since reached the end of his life. At the foot of the mountain, he met with Bo Kin Van, embracing Kong Tu, but was struck away by the opponents by Van Palm. Though he had not died, his fighting spirit did not wane. His strong will allowed him to comprehend the sword 23, an achievement unattainable by ordinary mortals. Transforming into an invincible force for one last battle. Unfortunately, his true body was killed by Bo Kin Van, and with it, his fighting spirit collapsed. At the moment the sword saint vanished, at the foot of the mountain, the couple Long Tu and Feng Vu encountered a fortuitous event. The couple accidentally found Nak Thuong, gravely injured and about to give birth, holding a dagger and attempting to perform a cesarean on herself. Before they could offer help, the woman had already lost her life, and before dying, she begged them to save the child in her womb. Feng Vu, lacking experience, held the dagger with trembling hands, slowly hesitant to strike. In hesitation, just then, Monk Bat Tu passed by. Thinking the two wanted to harm the pregnant woman, he intervened, engaging in a fierce battle with Long Tu. At the sound of a baby's cry, Bat Tu and Long Tu immediately stopped, realizing it was all a misunderstanding, and apologized. It was a baby boy, extremely chubby and adorable, with a red mole on his forehead resembling a divine eye. Long Tu then understood the prophecy of Bodhisattva and I from years ago. Indeed, beneath Tianxia City, lay the desires of their couple's hearts. Only, the child's biological mother died unjustly, with heavy resentment, suggesting there were deep hidden matters involved. The baby boy waved his small hands, accidentally triggering a hidden weapon in Feng Vu's sleeve, causing it to spring out. Long Tu and Feng Vu both felt astonished, terrified to death. This child has bright eyes and sharp vision, riding a sword through the air. He appears to be a martial prodigy, bestowed by heaven. Bu Tu does not wish to adopt the child, but seeing how much they like him, he does not force the issue, hoping they will raise him carefully, then takes his leave. Life is like a dream, fleeting and transient. Under the twilight sky, the couple feels deeply moved. In the underworld society, the fire Kirin sword reappears. Duan Lang, with the sword in his hand, is like a madman, killing in all directions. Xin Xuan holds a large banner, almost detached, waving it everywhere, driving it towards Duan Lang. The sect leaders invited by Xiong Ba are here to join forces against the Nameless City. A group of experts launch a joint attack. Duan Lang, Du Guming, and others find it increasingly difficult to resist. Duan Lang, wielding the fire Kirin sword, generated raging flames. The sword light flowed, transforming into a fire dragon, intimidating everyone and preventing them from advancing. Hungba was also taken by surprise. It was rumored that the fire scale was a demonic sword, and indeed it was not wrong. He looked at the Wushang sword behind him, the sword's light flowing gently, revealing a shimmering righteousness. Perhaps it was the nemesis of that fire scale sword. The two extraordinary divine weapons collided, their fierce energies repelling each other, producing a powerful force that made Duan Lang unable to control himself. And the fire scale sword slipped from his hand. The Wushang sword was also knocked away. Duanlang was quick as lightning, seizing the fire scale, while Qin Shuang leaped up, taking the Wushang sword in hand. Hungba shouted an order, Qin Shuang, use this sword to behead this traitor. Duanlang did not fight back, he turned and fled. Everyone was puzzled, why was he not going down the mountain but instead running up? Wasn't that seeking death? In the courtyard, the encirclement was growing stronger, with the divine dragon's divine kick and the Buddha's divine palm, their destructive power gradually becoming overwhelming. Doko Ming let out a long scream, the ultimate technique, killing the dragon, was unleashed. This move was extremely powerful, forcefully creating a bloody path, saving Shap Wu Tun. The two accelerated, jumping onto the roof of the Fengshan Hall. Forcing out his ultimate skill, Doko Ming's blood surged, a sharp pain in his heart, one leg went soft. And he fell back onto the roof. Shap Wu Tun did not want to risk his life alone, desperately saving, using a move of the Buddha's palm, the Buddha's wrath in the center, borrowed strength to push back the group of sword wielders. While simultaneously protecting Doko Ming. Everyone get back, let me handle this. A powerful force was striking down, it was the three-point divine finger from Hungba. Shap Wu Tun knew this move was formidable, sweating profusely, both hands gathered together, also using the ultimate Buddha's palm, the 8th stance 10,000 Buddhas attend the sect to face the enemy. The Buddha's palm and three-point divine finger were both extraordinary skills, hard to determine the victor, but using internal power had its differences in levels. Shap Wu Tun was exhausted and fell, injured quite badly. Seeing the opportunity, everyone rushed in, wanting to make achievements in front of Hungba. Suddenly, the weapons in their hands flew away uncontrollably, swords and knives clashed in the air, heading towards a young man descending from above. Everyone saw the weapons in hand, it was the hero's sword that once roamed the martial world, how could the disciple of the Nameless be in his hands? Now, Qin Shuang suddenly realized that Duanlang was fleeing in the opposite direction, likely concerned about the young lady. He didn't dare dwell on it and rushed to her rescue. Indeed, Duanlang's target was Xiongba's daughter, Wu Ruo. A kick came from the front, the wind god kick with its clear movements. Duanlang was familiar with it. Why is Nia Feng here? Are you Duanlang? Duanlang heard a different voice and looked closely. It wasn't Nia Feng. It was the pearl in Xiongba's hand, Wu Ruo. He disguised himself as Nia Feng. What exactly is his intention? Why does Nia Feng have such great charm that makes our young ladies fall in love with him at first sight? The sword saint fell. Duanlang hurriedly ran up the back mountain, controlling Xiongba's daughter, Wu Ruo, as a hostage. The young lady has been captured. Qin Suang dares not move rashly. Even though he is more intelligent than most, he is at a loss. Yu Nuok, on the contrary, is unusually calm. He only seeks to survive and will not harm me. Let's give him a way out. Under the Heavenly Alliance, Donglang finally let Yu Nuok go. He knew the other party was intentionally helping him, though the reason was unclear. Yu Nuok said calmly, it's only because you are a friend of Nip Fong, who often mentions you in front of me. My father's influence is too great, you should escape quickly. Nip Fong seldom talks about love and relationships, yet he had no secrets regarding this girl, which surprised Donglang a bit. At this moment, someone blocked the way. And Tan Shuang chased after him. He wasn't here to hunt down Donglang, rather, he wanted him to convey a message to Nip Fong that he would not blame him for Kong Tu's death. The Sword Saint is dead, you have no more support. You should not oppose the Heavenly Alliance again. Donglang laughed heartily, the Sword Saint was merely a pawn of mine. I still intend to defeat Hungba and unify the world. As long as I am alive, the Heavenly Alliance will never know peace. Furthermore, within the Heavenly Alliance, the sword god wielding the hero's sword appeared, claiming to be the disciple of the Nameless, inviting everyone here to show respect to his master and spare the Thapngutun, Dok Komin. People don't believe and mock coldly. Tianxia Association and Wusong City have always been enemies. Moreover, back then, Wu Ming massacred his fellow martial artists. What face does he have to speak? As his disciple, you should die for your master. The sword god lightly swung the hero sword, and an invisible sword aura shot out, causing the weapons everyone held to fly from their hands, leaving them in shock. Hungba secretly praised. This one-handed sword technique is incredibly difficult to master without decades of training. This sword god is not simple at all. Alright, for the sake of Wu Ming, I'll let you go. The 13 Lords, Du Gu Ming, was hiding in the corner, gathering his energy to heal. He had been in despair, but unexpectedly he could still keep his life. He was extremely grateful to the sword god. Although they defeated Wusong City that night, Hungba was severely injured by sword number 23, and the pain from his wounds was indescribable. Surviving this great calamity only intensified his fierce fighting spirit. He instructed Qin Shuang to investigate the origins of Wu Ming's successor and to kill everyone who did not come to assist the gang. Additionally, Feng Yun went missing during this life and death battle. Capture the two individuals, and if they resist, execute them without question. Tan Shuang is worried that his martial arts are no match for Feng Yun, while Hungba is full of confidence, believing that there will be masters who can help defeat the two when the time comes. In the frozen desert of northern Tai, Bo Jingban holds Kong Tu as they step into the bitter cold of midwinter. This place, devoid of insects and fierce beasts, with eternal ice and snow, is most suitable for eternal residence. Bo Jingban strikes down, causing the ice layer to collapse, completely sealing the cave. Is he really wanting to stay here forever with Kong Tu? Meanwhile, Niep Fong is living in seclusion in Tui Hong, under the alias Xiaoma, surviving through hunting. The shop called Trung Hoa Kak is where he usually conducts transactions. The shopkeeper speaks little, appearing somewhat melancholic, yet his eyes shine brightly, occasionally revealing a golden glint. Niep Fong enjoys his wine each day, listening and observing, carefree and at ease. One snowy afternoon, a strange customer arrives at the Hoisuan Tran pawnshop, writes a note, and then demands 100,000 taels of gold. The manager, seeing the three characters Bo Jingban on the note, smiles and immediately instructs to comply. Bo Jingban is currently being hunted with a large bounty by the Tianxia Society. Reporting his whereabouts would be greatly beneficial. Bo Qinban has received the royal gold, not leaving a single piece, dedicating everything to the heroic prince's manor to gain fame in the martial world. He has known the manor's lord, Lu Nia, for many years. If it weren't for him speaking well of Lu Nia in front of Hungba back then, the entire Lu family would have been exterminated long ago. Bo Qinban directly demanded weapons from Lu Nia. Lu Nia's expression changed suddenly, remaining silent for a long time. Seeing the mocking smile at the corner of Bo Qinvan's mouth, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Please come back tomorrow, Bo Qinvan. Lu Nia values righteousness highly and will definitely offer the weapons as a gift. As soon as Bo Qinvan left, a carrier pigeon flew over the heroic prince's manor from the sky. He raised his palm and caught the pigeon in his hand. As expected, this is the distress letter Lu Nia sent to Hungba, stating that he has stabilized Bui Qinvan and is waiting for the leader to arrive and join forces to eliminate the enemy. Bui Qinvan despises betrayal and hypocrisy the most in his life, and he keeps sneering. This is what they call righteousness. Lu Nia knows well about Bui Qinvan's reputation, so he dares not resist. His son, Lu Wang, being young and hot-headed, has long wanted to learn the skills of the wind and cloud. In less than a move, he falls into his father's arms and breathes his last. The entire family, old and young, was killed by Bui Qinvan. All were slain. Lu Nia, with tears streaming down, Bo Qinvan, I want your blood to repay blood. In the grand hall, after a bloody cleansing, Bo Qinvan broke through and rushed out, carrying the coffin of Kong Tu, moving swiftly towards the forbidden area behind the mountain, to the territory of the Heap King. The ancestor of Lu Nia, the Heap King, has remained uncorrupted for 100 years, all thanks to the rare treasure of extreme cold, known as Bang Fatch. Bo Qinvan pressed his palm against the chest of the Heap King, releasing sword energy. A stream of golden cold air spewed from the Heap King's mouth, which was Bang Fatch. Disturbed by the disturbance of the ancestor's corpse, Lu Nia poured all his life force into his long sword, thrusting it straight at Bo Qinvan. Bo Qinvan spun in midair, evading the sword wind, repelling the strong enemy, while firmly grasping Bang Fatch in his hand. He did not want to delay for a moment, breaking the coffin and shooting the ice fatch into Kong Zi's body. The ice fatch was incredibly miraculous. As soon as it entered the body, Kong Zi's wounds immediately closed up, and his withered, pale face gradually began to glow. For the first time in days, a smile appeared on Bu Jingban's face. In the grand hall, the heroic king lost the ice fatch, his corpse withered in an instant, a sight too tragic to behold. His son and relatives were killed, and his ancestors' remains were desecrated. Lu Nia shed tears, filled with extreme grief and indignation. Bu Jingban, I will shatter you and your precious stones. At the same time, dozens of swift horses were galloping from several kilometers away. The Heavenly Alliance acted so quickly, Tan Shuang had brought the elite from his sect to kill. Bu Jingban was indeed ruthless and wildly arrogant, seizing the Lu family's ancestral treasure, the ice fatch, and slaughtering the entire heroic king's household. Wait until Tan Shu leads the celestial horse of the Heavenly Association to chase after him, only to find chaos everywhere, with a tragic scene of blood flowing like a river. Killing without leaving any survivors is the consistent style of Bo Jingban. But he has never been good at using swords and knives, These corpses were all killed by sharp weapons. Could there be another hidden truth? Bo Jingvan carries the coffin of Kong Zi, heading south towards a tomb of a queen that is being constructed. How could a few ordinary builders be his opponents? In an instant, they were knocked away, severely injured. Inside the rear tomb, all the structures were nearly complete. He dropped a heavy stone ceiling slab. The tomb would be eternally sealed, and no one could enter. Bo Jingvan gently placed the body of Kong Zi into the jade coffin of the queen. Zi, I still have things to do. Once the sealing stone is in place, no one will disturb you anymore. Rest assured, I will find a peerless divine weapon and return to be with you. Wait for me. At the foot of the Heavenly Harmony Society, a swift horse galloped in, and on the horse in a light cloak was Bo Kinvan. In the blink of an eye, thousands of arrows were fired, turning the horse into a porcupine, yet Bo Kinvan was nowhere to be seen, as if he had never appeared. On the Vong Song Tower, Bo Kinvan stared blankly at the setting sun. He had a solitary nature, disliked noise, and 12 years ago when he first joined the Heavenly Harmony Society, he liked to quietly sit here. It was just that back then, there was still Kong Tu to keep him company. The childhood memories of the two surfaced in his mind. He closed his eyes and smiled faintly, reminiscing thoroughly. The scene shifted, and in a clean, elegant room, Bo Kinvan appeared miraculously. He slowly opened the wardrobe, which was filled with Kong Tu's clothes, reminding him of the person he missed dearly. Beneath the clothes, an intricately carved brocade box caught his eye, which was the gift he had given to Kong 2 years ago. Old memories floated like smoke, and the longing affection was forever etched in his heart. The coldness of his heart rose with sweetness. Unexpectedly, this gift she had treasured until now, it seemed that she still had true feelings for him. Opening the brocade box, a grass dragonfly caught his eye. He clearly remembered that the grass dragonfly was a gift from Neep Fong. Was this truly the thing you cherished the most? Bo Kinvan's entire body trembles, his rage is overwhelming and uncontrollable. With one palm strike, he shatters the wooden table. The thunderous sound immediately draws the attention of the Heaven and Earth Society members. Bo Kinvan stores the brocade box in part of Kung Fu's clothing. His figure flashes as he heads to Fei Yun Hall. Every object here is mostly connected to his growth, and this farewell might be forever. When the deputy hallmaster hears that Bo Kinvan has returned to the Heaven and Earth Society, he plans to devise a strategy to gain merit in front of Hungba. Seeing Bo Kinvan descending from the stairs, he is so terrified that he falls to the ground, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Bo Kinvan spares the petty man and lets him live. However, the deputy hallmaster gathers a large number of society members again, surrounding and attacking, aiming to kill the former high-ranking official. Moved by thoughts, Bo Kinvan strikes with both palms, causing 2 candles on the table to fall. In an instant, waves of heat surge, and flames engulf everything. It's no longer possible to stay here, and Fei Yun Hall cannot be left to these despicable people. In the sea of fire, the deputy hallmaster is thrown into the flames by Bo Kinvan. Fei Yun Hall cries out incessantly, and soon after, the flames reach the ceiling. Bo Kinvan grew up here since childhood. He knows all the secret passages within the Heaven and Earth Society. Following a hidden tunnel, he sneaks into Hungba's study in the Heaven's first tower to search for the peerless divine sword. Jingyun is not reckless. He knows this is the moment when Hungba is in seclusion to cultivate his skills. Only then would he dare to enter the Heaven and Earth Society alone and move about freely. After searching meticulously through the room, he finally found the peerless divine sword. Holding the sword in his hand, he felt its sharpness and coldness. Knowing that with this sword, he could surely coordinate with the unparalleled sword techniques left by the Sword Saint. A wave of eerie energy accompanied by an unusual sound suddenly struck him. He slowly advanced, following a corridor and passing through 3 hidden doors, only to see Hungba sitting cross-legged on a high platform, with 3 streams of green chi in his hands, blue and red flowing, clearly practicing the great law of 3 divisions returning to origin. His face was fierce, sweat pouring down, bones throughout his body cracking, the 3 streams of chi gradually showing signs of merging. This was the critical moment of breakthrough. Success or failure hinged on this single action. The peerless sword suddenly flew before his eyes. Hungba was greatly shaken at this moment, his chi flow changed. Seeing Jingyun, he raised the sword with both hands aiming for Jingyun's head. Hungba's entire body became blocked, unable to move. The sword tip stopped abruptly in mid-air. Jingyun sighed lightly. Hungba, you have harmed my family, now you are pressing me. I should kill you with one stroke. But I, Bo Kinvan, will never take advantage of a muddy situation. considering this as a way to repay you for the years of nurturing. At this moment, Hungba realized Bo Kin Van's true identity, and was extremely shocked. An old, thin man wielding a broom rushed out from midair, swinging a heavy staff in his hand, attacking fiercely and catching Bo Kin Van off guard. It is said that the first tower of the world is where dragons hide and tigers lurk, and it turns out to be true. Bo Kin Van came to retrieve the Wushang sword, not wanting to cause any unnecessary trouble, and quickly left. At the same time, Hungba's hands suddenly came together, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes, and his Tam Fan Queen Wen Chi had finally been successfully cultivated. Bo Kin Van, you did not act ruthlessly, now you will regret it too late, traitor, die. He spread his hands apart, releasing a wave of energy, a dazzling light surged forth, like mountains collapsing and seas overturning, striking towards Bo Kin Van. Jingyun cannot evade, he can only use his palm to forcefully resist. The three divisions return to origin. Chi is too powerful. He takes one hit, spits blood, takes another hit, spits more blood. Having followed Sung Pa for many years, he thought he had seen everything, but he didn't expect Sung Pa still had such a powerful secret technique. Jingyun uses Sung Pa's palm strength to jump up, flying dozens of feet away, escaping into the room. While chasing him, Sung Pa also uses words to confuse him. Jingyun, I know you deeply love Kong Su, do you know why I insist on having her marry Qin Xuan? It's because I want her to be seen as a villain, pretending to win your favor. You are all pawns in my hands. Currently, my ambition is set, the three parts origin Chi has been formed, your value has ended, all of you shall die. Bu Jingyun was furious, you old bastard, I won't rest until you are dead. Hungba has mastered the three parts returning origin divine skill, his ambition is achieved. Bu Jingyun, Niafeng, your value has ended, it is time to send you on your way. Bu Jingyun was trembling with anger, continuously roaring, knowing he could not win, yet still wanted to fight Hungba to the death. One strike of the Cloud Sea Wave blade, coming down from above, indeed displayed astonishing power, leaving people dizzy and disoriented. But his martial arts, after all, were taught by Hungba, and he was decades behind in internal cultivation. How could he possibly harm Hungba? You were only taught 9 parts of my true transmission. Today I will let you experience the might of the 10th level of the Cloud Palm. Bu Jingyun was struck in the chest by the palm, feeling intense pain. The Wushang sword retaliated fiercely, stabbing sideways and cutting vertically. Hungba deliberately humiliated, only using the techniques of Bai Van Palm, torturing and slowly tormenting with each strike. In the first tower of the world, Hungba nurtured many eccentric heroes, each possessing unique skills. Seeing Hungba confident of victory, they did not intervene, allowing him to unleash his full power. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged from Hungba's hands. The three-part divine finger was coming, he had played enough, wanting to strike the villain dead on the spot. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, unable to calm down. Bu Kin Van raised his unparalleled sword towards the sky and unleashed the ultimate technique of the Sword Saint, the Holy Spirit sword technique. Hungba was somewhat wary of this sword technique, feeling a chill in his heart, continuously struck by 3 sword strikes, and then fiercely hit by a palm strike to the chest. Bu Kin Van borrowed the force of the palm to fly away and escape. Hungba, unable to contain his anger, felt a deep apprehension towards his disciple Niafeng. Bu Kin Van, cold and indifferent, surprisingly had potential that was truly unfathomable. That day, Bu Jingvan, at the foot of the Tianxia Association, killed the Sword Saint and unexpectedly obtained his 22 sword techniques. In the days since, he has been diligently practicing and has made some progress. Bu Jingvan knew that outside the hall, the guards were strict. Against common sense, he ran back to the study of Hungba, taking the secret passage he used to escape. In the secret passage, he didn't know when it had been set up with oil, the pungent smell filling the air. A dark figure holding a torch seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Upon closer inspection, it was Yang Zhen, the deputy leader of the Shinfeng Hall. Bu Jingban's chest was severely injured by the 3-section divine finger, causing him intense pain. At this moment, he coughed up blood and could no longer hold on, kneeling on the ground. Fortunately, Yang Zhen was not an enemy, he helped him up and ignited the oil on the ground. In an instant, a fire dragon surged from the secret passage, blocking Hungba's pursuit. No matter how much Bu Jingban pleaded and pressured, Yang Zhen refused to reveal the person behind it. He only urged him to escape quickly, saying he would understand everything in due time. To allow Bu Jingban to escape, Hungba couldn't contain his anger, unleashing the 3-section Qi, which instantly destroyed the renowned Tianxia first tower in a blink. It is said that Niep Fong has been living in seclusion in Fong Qithan. Due to his honest character and willingness to help others, he is beloved by the local villagers. Since he was young, he joined the Thien Hahoi, but now it has become a competition for fame and profit, with deceit among each other. These days can be considered the most pleasant time of his life. However, he occasionally remembers the past grievances in the martial world, and it is hard to avoid feeling a bit nostalgic. On this day, a villager reported that there were 2 uninvited guests waiting at his home. Nipfong felt suspicious, who had discovered his whereabouts. He opened the door, and the 2 people inside were indeed his adversaries, Min and Thapngutun. Nipfong reacted extremely quickly, using Koi Thoai, Shuyan Fong, Diet Thursday, and Phi Duok, seizing the initiative in an instant, surrounding his opponents in a dark area. Executing the moves fluidly. Thapngutun called out loudly, "Nipfong, we have come this time only because of a promise, and we mean no harm. Soon, you will understand everything." How could Nipfong believe that in the rapidly changing darkness, a whirlwind was swirling up, surrounding Thapngutun and Min at its center, ready to strike them down at the slightest movement? More and more people gathered outside the inn. A group of villagers, worried about Nipfong's safety, mustered their courage to approach, but were driven back by a strange man in yellow robes. That man had fluttering sleeves, one-eyed, and was none other than Van Susu. He was still alive. Van Susu lifted the curtain and entered the room, thanking Thapngutun and Min loudly. "I arrived late, please do not blame me. Master Nip, an old friend has come to visit, please show yourself." Behind Van Susu, 2 figures stepped in. Bo Kin Van and Tan Swang followed closely behind. On that day, Bo Kin Van was gravely injured by Hungba and was on the brink of death. Fortunately, Deputy Head of Divine Wind Hall, Dyung Chan, came to his aid. Naturally, the person behind Dyung Chan was Tan Swang. Nipfong was speechless with astonishment, mouth agape. Bo Kin Van's eyes widened, blood boiling. Meeting Nipfong again, I couldn't help but remember the last words of Confucius, a nameless rage rising in my heart, sweat pouring down. Everyone was silent for a while, and then Tan Shuang spoke first. "Third junior brother, it has been a long time since we last met. In fact, I have long figured out your hiding place, but due to the situation, it wasn't convenient to meet. After going through so much, we have all changed quite a bit." Hearing this, Fo Mingyun felt a myriad of emotions arise naturally, and Tan Shuang's cold expression suddenly showed a hint of determination as she continued. "Gathering everyone here is to inform you of an important matter that is closely related to all of us. Only by uniting our hearts can we work together to resist the tyrant and protect our lives." She took out from her bosom the decree left by Bodhisattva Ni, and began to present the evil deeds of the tyrant in detail. Massacring innocent people, dividing the wind and cloud, controlling Kongzi, and now being cold-blooded and heartless, bringing everyone to their death. Niafeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had always regarded Hungba as a deity, absolutely loyal, and he could not accept the truth at that moment. Van Susu, who was fortunate to escape death back then, harbored deep hatred for Hungba, explaining in detail the meaning of the prophecy from Ni Bodhisattva, recounting everything he knew as the truth. Now that Hungba had completely gone mad, harming the martial world, if they did not unite with resolve, they would surely die under his demonic claws. Dukoming slammed the table and stood up, loudly agreeing. He understood that only by uniting Feng, Van, and Tan could they hope to defeat Hungba and revive Wusong City. However, the Wusong sword in Bo Jingvan's hand must be returned to its original owner. Hungba had mastered the 3 parts returned to origin divine art, unmatched in the world. The situation forced Niafeng, Tan Swang, to join forces with the traitor of the Tianxia Association, Van Susu, Wusong City, Dukoming, and the Thapngutun to resist together. Bu Jingvan's temperament was reckless and indifferent, turning away without care. He wanted to take revenge on Hungba himself. Dukoming laughed long and stood in front of him. "Bu Jingvan, why would I cooperate with you? Just leave the Wushang sword." Bu Jingvan was used to arrogance, sneering in disdain. "It's just borrowing, I'll return it later. If you're not satisfied, come take it yourself." Such brazen defiance angered Shi Zun. The Buddha's palm struck fiercely from behind. Bu Jingvan was heavily injured by Hungba that day. His internal injuries were not healed, leaving him without strength to resist. Tan Shuang urged everyone to stay calm, activating the heavenly frost divine art to heal Bu Jingvan. There were still remnants of the 3 parts returning chi in his body, and only the internal martial arts of our school could cure it. Niafeng also poured his internal energy into Bu Jingvan's back to assist him. Bu Jingvan was extremely arrogant and would not accept help from others, especially when the one assisting was his rival, Niafeng. He unleashed his internal power, sending Niafeng and Tan Shuang flying. He spat out blood and his expression became even more resolute. "My internal injuries will be treated by myself, I don't need you to worry." In the midst of the dispute, a sudden commotion arose outside, and Van Susu immediately jumped out to investigate. In an instant, a fierce whirlwind howled, the heavens and earth changed color, and the entire village was filled with a strong aura of death. Hungba has come so quickly. 25 years ago, a massive assassin organization, Tianxia, rose to power in the martial world. At the helm was a man named Dong Huang, with a youthful face, whose martial prowess was unfathomable, and a heart as cruel as could be. In their quest to amass wealth, these people resorted to any means, committing countless murders, causing both the righteous and the wicked to resent them. People gathered, pleading for the Sword Saint to take action, to eliminate the demons and evils. The Sword Saint rode alone to Tianxia, fighting bloodily for 7 days and nights, ultimately subduing the evil spirits and slaying the majority of the fiends. Only 11 elders remained, led by Dong Huang, escaping the clutches of the demons. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the Sword Saint, the 12 had no way out and surrendered to Hungba. Hungba established his sect and was in need of people, so he gladly accepted them and arranged for them to stay at the first tower of the world. As the reputation of the World Association grew, the 12 assassins had fewer opportunities to take action. For the past 25 years, they had not concerned themselves with worldly affairs and had focused solely on their training. How terrifying could their skills be now? With the defeat of the Sword Saint, Hungba destroyed the first tower of the world, and the 12 were able to see the sunlight again, all of them overjoyed. Some were old and had lost their ambition for competition, but others couldn't wait and were eager to return to the martial world to kill and enjoy themselves. The leader Dong Huang, riding on a wooden horse, played without knowing heaven from earth. After pondering for a long time, he slowly said, having received favors for many years, now that leader Hung is in trouble, we naturally cannot refuse to assist. Meanwhile, in Feng Qi village, Ban Su Su had been outside for a long time without returning, causing everyone to wonder. The neighbor of Nip Fong, Aunt Six, brought a bowl of hot soup. Nia Fong had very good relationships, it was quite normal for neighbors to come by, bringing food and drinks. He repeatedly expressed his thanks without any suspicion, finishing the hot soup. In an instant, his expression changed drastically, a deathly aura enveloping him. He hurriedly circulated his energy, clearly having been poisoned. Tan Shuang noticed something was off and stepped outside to investigate, only to be met by a swarm of gray-yellow figures. He reacted quickly, grabbing one tightly, and upon contact, suddenly realized that this was likely the head of Wan Shu Shu. A loud order issued from afar, and from all directions came the cries of battle, as everyone instantly prepared to defend themselves. It must be Hongba arriving. A massive flesh ball crashed through the wall, charging straight towards Shi Zun. This was the Shurjiu Satsun Tianxi, known for its fierce combat style, capable of transforming food into formidable combat strength, the Shi Wei Xian. Shi Zun unleashed the Rulai Divine Palm, striking into its body, causing it to sink like a bull into the sea, dissipating in an instant. Duo Guming also executed a technique, the Rongshin Ye, delivering a powerful kick to its chin. Continuing the assault, the energy within Shi Wei Xian was expelled, restoring its previously emaciated form. The force may have diminished, but the speed surged, flashing behind, opening wide to bite into the shoulder of Thap Ngutun. Dak Ko Min wanted to come to the rescue, his lower abdomen tense, tightly wrapped by Thia Tao Song, unable to move. Although Bo Kin Van was seriously injured, the Bai Van Chuang transformed skillfully, still managing to resist the ambush from Qian. He drew out a folding fan to fend off the poisonous creature. Suddenly, his eyes widened, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his complexion returned to normal. Nip Fong was secretly astonished, having been struck by the deadly poison from his own hidden weapon, he could still force it out with his internal energy, truly impressive. When Nip Fong joined the battle, the situation immediately turned, rescuing Dak Ko Min from danger. Being saved by a vengeful assassin, Dak Ko Min felt a mix of emotions. Nip Fong moved rapidly, where he passed, no assassin could withstand. Seeing that it would only take a moment before they would all perish under Fong Then Kuok, several people risked their lives to flee in all directions. Tan Swang blocked those who wanted to pursue. Now the situation was unclear, making it too risky to chase. We need to find a safe place to heal, this location is not suitable for staying long, we must leave quickly. Nip Fong took the lead, clearing the way, an unstoppable force. A large rock fell from the mountainside, its momentum terrifying, heading towards the villagers. It was Hungba playing tricks from above. He knew Nip Fong's character, he would never allow innocent villagers to be harmed. This was his cunning plan to stop them from escaping. As expected, Nip Fong faced the boulder and used the wind god technique, shattering the rock in midair. In that brief moment of delay, Hungba had already rushed in front of him. Nip Fong urgently turned around to assist, executing the wind centering technique. A brilliant move with powerful force, earning Hungba's admiration. Good disciple, you have truly grasped the essence of my martial arts. Before he finished speaking, the 3 points divine finger pierced Nipfong's chest, severely injuring him and sending him crashing into the wall behind. Fortunately, Nipfong had only targeted the force-dissipating part, otherwise, this strike would have been fatal. Everyone was putting their all into resisting, and soon they were all covered in injuries, yet they still couldn't see any sign of Bo Kinvan, and Dong Lang had not appeared as agreed. Could it be that they had surrendered to the enemy? In the realm of Fengyun, how did Dong Lang gradually succumb to darkness? On the surface, he allied with Nipfong, Bo Kinvan, and Da Komen to confront the Thien Hahoi, but in secret, he reported their whereabouts to Hungba, leading to a confrontation between their factions while he sat back and reaped the benefits. With Hungba's Tam Fan Queen Nguyen and Song reaching great success, and with the support of Thien Trithapnisat, it wasn't long before Nipfong and the others were heavily injured and cornered. At the village entrance, he commanded his orders, and several traitorous members of Thien Swang Duong were brought before him. With the power of the Tam Fan Than Chi, he swept through, killing them on the spot like chopping vegetables. He wanted to unleash a massacre in front of Tan Swang, to undermine morale and shatter the psychological defenses of everyone. Nipfong still held deep respect for his master and did not wish to confront Hungba. He pleaded for both sides to cease hostilities and declared that from now on, he would retreat into the mountains and never oppose the Thien Hahoi. Hungba's eyes shot out cold light in all directions. It's too late now, anyone who opposes me, Hungba, must die. He struck out with one palm, and an innocent villager nearby immediately lost their life. Such a ruthless massacre of innocent people, seeing Nipfong's courage shatter. The wind god kick swept in for an attack. Hungba's left arm probed, easily deflecting the wind god kick. With his right hand, he casually kicked out, and yet another woman about to give birth died on the spot. A tragic sight too painful to bear. Cruel? Nipfong, on that day you killed Dak Ko Nat Phuong and cut off his head, wasn't that cruel? As soon as Hungba's words were spoken, Dak Ko Min's expression changed dramatically. Thap Nguyen quickly comforted him, saying that this was Hungba's deceitful scheme to sow discord, and they must not fall for it. Tan Swang also urged Nipfong, saying that a true man has things to do and things not to do. There's no need to dwell on past grievances, joining forces to defeat Hungba is the only way to save the innocent in this dire situation. Hungba laughed loudly, raising his hand. His subordinates immediately understood the signal and aimed their sabers at a child. This brutal act was unbearable even for the Heaven Pool assassins, and the husband and wife duo couldn't take it anymore, striking down the assailant with a single move to save the child's life. Hungba was greatly surprised, wanting to punish the traitor. From behind the mud and dirt, a person emerged from the ground. He was caught off guard, and a sharp sword pierced through his chest. Turning around, he saw that the one who ambushed him was Bo Kinvan, who had been missing for a long time. Hungba reacted quickly, his left hand turned into a claw, aimed straight at the chest, intending to unleash his internal power to kill the traitor. A shadow rushed in, delivering a powerful kick to his face, sending him flying backward. It was the Fengshen kick from Niefeng. Having successfully landed his strike, Niefeng took the opportunity while Hungba was injured to launch a frenzied attack with the Fengshen kick, not giving the opponent a chance to catch his breath. Hungba signaled for the Tianxia assassins to remain silent and not intervene. It turned out that Hungba's Sanfan Queen Wenqi divine skill had healing effects that could seal acupoints and stop bleeding. Bo Kinvan's sword strike had not harmed his internal organs. In fact, the injury was not serious. The couple, once ruthless killers in their youth, had become increasingly weak after years of seclusion, pleading with Hungba to spare the life of the child he had just saved. Hungba nodded in agreement on the surface, but looked at his subordinate, the swordsman, making a gesture to kill without mercy. The blade flashed, and in an instant, the child's head was cleaved in two. I command that no one is allowed to disobey. Dong Huang, you two help me. Do you dare to go against his orders? The couple was filled with rage, originally wanting to confront Hungba, but remembering Dong Huang's ruthless methods, their anger suddenly vanished. Hungba's 3 parts divine finger, a brilliant technique with immense strength, completely suppressed Niefeng. Xin Shuang suddenly recalled the scene from that day, when the two, Master Ni and his grandson, were murdered. The technique used by the killer was precisely the 3 parts divine finger. Hungba was extraordinarily pleased, laughing arrogantly, "What great eyesight! That's right, it was me who did it, that Master Ni knew too many secrets, he deserved to die. Not only them, the 2 of them, but also all of you will die. Today, I will massacre everyone in this village, not even sparing the chickens and dogs." His subordinates immediately obeyed the order, indiscriminately slaughtering anyone they encountered, hacking down every living person they found. Niafeng couldn't just sit idly by, he exerted all his strength to rescue them. Seeing the young children who knew the danger but did not flee, instead choosing to fight to the death to help him, filled his heart with both emotion and anger. Hungba ordered the destruction of the village with the aim of luring Niafeng away, to buy time and recover from his injuries. His aura grew stronger with each passing moment, far surpassing what it was before. Qin Shuang, I have always trusted you the most among all. Why do you betray me? Qin Shuang's face twisted in rage, his eyes bloodshot. You used Kongyu to drive a wedge between us three brothers, and even caused the death of my wife. I swear I will kill you to avenge her. Fong Fong cultivates the static breathing technique on Bu Kuan, thinking of Kong Su, his emotions flare up in an instant, leaping up. Niafeng has also finished dealing with the assassins, standing silently and proudly behind. Hungba wildly roars, good, all three traitors have arrived. I shall grant you your wish, come forward and die together. As soon as he finishes speaking, Qin Shuang, Bu Kuan, and Niafeng charge towards him, filled with boundless hatred, their killing moves shocking to behold. Hungba shouts loudly, with Heavenly Pool assassins assisting, but everyone remains still, watching coldly. His anger surges, forcing him to summon all his martial arts skills to confront them. Fine, I alone can subdue you traitors. In an instant, a fierce wind rises, figures soar, the three divisions' divine finger transforms into an invincible beam of light, causing everyone to hold their breath. The pressure escalating sharply. This 10,000 fire strike cannot be blocked. Bu Jingfan led the charge and was hit, spitting out blood and flying back. Although Niafeng reacted quickly, he was still hit several times, while Tan Shuang had no strength to resist, allowing himself to be slaughtered. In one move, Hungba had beaten the three of them to pieces. The three parts returning spirit technique is indeed tremendously powerful. It's no wonder this old man has spent years honing it. Whatever the prophecy that cannot be broken is, it is hardly worth mentioning. With my strength, I am enough to defeat anyone. Among the three, Tan Shuang is the most seriously injured, barely able to fight again. Bu Jingfan has fallen into the pigpen and is momentarily unable to move, leaving only Niafeng still able to stand, albeit with difficulty. He flew over to the side of Du Guming and whispered, I no longer have the strength to attack, but I can lend a hand to your dragon descending divine kick. Right now, only you can defeat Hungba. In the Song dynasty, the leader of the beggars sect, Xiaofeng, wielded the 18 dragon-subduing palms, dominating the heroes of the world, and had never been defeated. The descendants have perfected the long shattering 18 kicks, improving it to be a supreme martial arts masterpiece. With Niafeng channeling internal energy to assist, the power becomes even more astounding. Dak Ko-min displays his divine might, causing the group of assassins to scream in agony. On the other side, O Kin Van is channeling energy to heal his injuries, his aura of killing intent dispersing, further increasing his power. Seeing the two of them, the injured Thapngutan realizes they can support the long shattering divine kick with such tremendous power. His heart trembles, his expression changes drastically, and he mutters continuously. As the saying goes, wind is formless, clouds are impermanent. The presence of wind and clouds emanates an ethereal and uncertain aura. If these two forces can merge into one and cooperate with each other, they could reach the highest realm of immeasurable power. But Mara is originally a Sanskrit term, also meaning infinite and immeasurable, which refers to an incomprehensible concept. Infinite force that cannot be measured is the true essence of boundless Mara. Gale force winds howl, clouds surge as Hungba raises his head, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. Niafeng exerts all his strength, his internal energy depleted. He is struck by Heavenly Pool's 12th assassin, Dog King, right next to Bui Kin Van in the pigsty. Bu Jingyun raised his large hand, catching him smoothly, skillfully channeling his strength to gently bring Niafeng to the ground. Both of them, with their blood and chi not flowing properly and injured meridians, sit on the ground in a cross-legged position, spitting out large amounts of blood. Without Niafeng's support, Dak Ko-min also struggles, barely managing to fall down. Niafeng struggles to stand up. He has made up his mind to fight to the death. Tan Shuang places his large hand on the shoulder of the corpse. Young monk, preserve your strength. Everything still depends on you. As the two were talking, 15 lords silently appeared behind Bujin. Don't be reckless. Only by me imparting my lifelong skills of the Tathagata palm to you can you and Niafeng join forces to defeat the enemy. If you cannot let go of that emotional attachment, who else would avenge Confucius' blood feud? Bujin's heart trembled. He was proud and arrogant, always preferring death over accepting favors from others or cooperating with Shifeng. But thinking about the great enmity of Confucius yet to be avenged, he remained calm and quietly accepted the continuous influx of internal energy from 15 Lord. My great calamity is approaching. I only hope that after your divine skill is perfected, you can help our young master escape danger. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Hearing Master 15's words, Duguming was immensely grateful and speechless for a moment. Hungba let out a loud roar, and the Tianxia assassins rushed forward, wanting to take advantage of Shap Wutong's unfinished transmission of power to kill him quickly. Bo Kin Van was shouting, his entire body enveloped in radiance, slowly rising into the air with Shap Wutong. Everyone looked on in astonishment. That was the final technique in the Buddha's divine palm, the self-transcendence into Buddha, said to be used by a high monk at the moment of passing. Bo Kin Van, your heart is wicked. I should not have transmitted power to you. I hope you can wisely use the Buddha's divine palm, keep your promise, and protect the life of my house's young master. Shap Wutong's voice became slower and lower, his physical body turning to smoke, gradually dissipating. Hungba took action himself, piercing through the group of assassins, heading straight for Tan Suong. Dak Komin advanced, executing a dragon-slaying sword move, descending dragon in the sky, striking directly into Hungba's abdomen. Hungba didn't care, a mosquito biting a linwood, how could it be mighty enough to make me die? He shook his wrist, grabbed Du Komin's ankle, and with a fierce wind pierced through, violently threw him onto Tan Suong. His body did not stop, and he charged toward Niafong. Niafong, you shall also die. In midair, a brilliant light suddenly appeared, turning the pitch-black night bright as day in an instant. In the radiance, a figure descended like a celestial being, landing between Niafong and Hungba. Bu Jingyun's divine skill reached great heights, his aura transformed, exuding a terrifying majesty. Hungba struck out with his iron palm, yet he did not evade, steadfastly resisting the Wushuan palm force, unmovable as a mountain. A counter palm struck back, causing Hungba's blood to surge, forcing him to step back repeatedly. Niafeng's movements were like lightning, using the wind god kick to coordinate his attacks. Hungba let out a roar, his hands trembling as he unleashed a shockwave, the three-part divine finger carrying a force like a blade, aimed directly at the head of Bu Jingyun with all his might. Bu Jingyun, ignoring the warning from Du Guming, raised his hand again, directly resisting. The sound of bones shattering echoed, Bu Jingyun's left hand broke, fresh blood gushing wildly. Hungba, today I will perish alongside you. He was determined to fight to the death, abandoning all defense and launching chaotic strikes. Hungba was startled by his fierce spirit, taking several blows to the face, and with Niafong launching a sneak attack, he was kicked away several feet. Not far away, a middle-aged man, leading a young girl, slowly approached, seeming to be local villagers. The powerful aura emanates from that man fills the air, even Hungba dares not make a move. The proud man ignores the fierce battle before him and walks up to the well to fetch water. Although his left arm has been crippled, Bu Qinyun still stands proudly. He tells Qin Shuang and Du Guming to leave quickly, while he intends to take blood from the old scoundrel himself. They refuse to agree, retreating in the face of battle is not what a true warrior would do. We must stand or fall together. Niafong looks at Du Guming coldly and says, go. If you die, wouldn't it mean that 15th ancestor's sacrifice was in vain? This battle is between the three of us. He moves his body, and with a gust of wind, the peerless sword rises. Hungba takes out a wooden horse toy from his chest and loudly gives orders. The Heavenly Pool assassins hear the command, they must kill everyone here without delay. Seeing the wooden horse, the assassins are instantly terrified and tremble. That is the leader Tong Huang's item, how could they dare hesitate? They fly into the battlefield. Bu Jingvan seized the Wushuang sword with one hand, unleashing the sacred spirit sword technique to charge into the earthquake. The group of assassins had lived and trained together for many years, coordinating seamlessly. Although Feng and Yun were powerful, they couldn't do anything against them. Seeing that they were about to continue fighting, and knowing they would surely be outmatched, Niafong jumped beside Bu Jingvan. Senior brother, it seems that only by joining forces and supporting each other can we have any hope of victory. This was the most tragic battle in Fengyan Part 1. In a moment of life and death, Bu Jingvan finally let go of his hatred, agreeing to join forces with Niafong to unleash a final strike. Niafong surrounded Bu Jingvan, his body spinning rapidly, as if transforming into a whirlwind, becoming invisible. With the assistance of the whirlwind, Bu Jingvan's internal energy erupted, and his body slowly began to rise. The combined might of Feng and Yun caused the heavens and earth to change color, as the swirling power continuously gathered towards the two of them. The sword strikes like a dragon, the enemies are shattered, the group of Heavenly Pool assassins is engulfed by the fierce wind, screaming as they fly back. The iron tread sword is lifted and cleaved in two, dying on the spot. Tan Chang's eyes widened in shock, unable to calm down. The formless wind, the unmarked clouds, this world-destroying power. Could it really be the immeasurable demon that the 15th sovereign spoke of? Hungba has always feared the appearance of the wind and cloud alliance, and a wave of fear suddenly rises within him. A vicious dog barks incessantly as it charges towards Niafeng. Its master, the dog king of the 12 assassins, has died, and it is determined to avenge its master. Unexpectedly biting Niafeng's calf. In this instant of chaos, Hungba finds an opening and unleashes a sky-shattering palm strike aimed at the chests of the two in wind and cloud. With the advantage in hand, Hungba does not hold back, attacking continuously. His left shoulder is struck by Niafeng's wind god kick, instantly transforming his fist into a finger, stabbing directly at his left eye. The attack comes too quickly, Niafeng cannot evade, his left eye throbs in pain, blood spraying out. Bu Qinvan clearly saw that Niafeng risked confronting Hungba to save him, resulting in his left eye being destroyed. He felt a mix of emotions in his heart, unsure of how to feel, and yelled angrily as he charged towards Hungba. However, his mind was in chaos, his techniques lacked structure, making it even harder to resist, and he was knocked away by Hungba's palm, falling mid-air. A middle-aged man by the well was drawing water when he suddenly struck the well's edge, his internal energy penetrating the ground, shooting a column of water up, just in time to catch Bu Qinvan as he fell, preventing him from being seriously injured. Tan Suan let out a long laugh, ordering Niafeng to quickly take Min and escape, suddenly rushing out to tightly embrace Hungba from behind. Hungba, if you don't want your precious daughter Yunuok to die, let them go, I will not harm Yunuok. Niafeng heard this and took Yunuok as a hostage. Hungba would definitely not dare to kill, so he immediately helped Min to escape. Who would have thought Hungba would laugh coldly? Now that the storm has ended, you won't escape easily. As for you, traitor, you won't die so simply. I want you to live worse than death. Death is not an option. He unleashed his internal energy, immediately shattering Tan Suan's hands, causing a heart-wrenching scream that shook the heavens, collapsing like a pile of mud. Meanwhile, the group of Heavenly Pool assassins, seeing the middle-aged man saving Bu Qinvan, rushed in. The man remained motionless, his left arm suddenly shattered, glowing red like fire, revealing a fiery qilin pattern bearing its fangs and claws. He threw a punch, shattering the water barrel, and the well water sprayed out, turning into sharp arrows that shot forth, instantly dispersing the group of assassins. Hungba, filled with a mix of anger and fury, was about to personally confront them but was stopped by Tukbao from the 12 assassins. Tukbao trembled all over. Unusually agitated, recounting an old story from 26 years ago. On that day, he was ordered by Dong Hong to assassinate a high-ranking official of the court. He had been hiding for a long time, ready to strike, but was stopped by a woodcutter. The woodcutter's left fist was like thunder, unstoppable. With just one punch, it sent Tukbao flying over Tianxia, leaving him unconscious for 3 days before he was able to survive. Even his handsome appearance was shattered by a single punch, forcing him to wear a mask to get through life. He will never forget the unicorn tattoo on the left arm of that person. Memories flooded back. Sherbao clutched his head and let out a tragic cry, like a bird startled by a bowstring. He fled in panic. Everyone, run quickly. For the love of God, don't provoke him. When Hungba met the eyes of the middle-aged man, he felt a chill in his heart, his hair standing on end. The confidence that surpassed everything completely suppressed him, leaving him to watch helplessly as the man took his daughter away slowly. Hungba remained silent, feeling humiliated. He ordered the assassins to continue pursuing Fengyun, while he himself strode forward to face Qin Shuang, grabbing his hair with one hand and lifting him up, pressing him to reveal the whereabouts of Nu Ruo. Qin Shuang sneered coldly, "Do you think I'm as despicable as you, Hongba? I only told her to go to Jingxin Temple and wait for Shifeng." After Shifeng left Tianxia Association, Nu Ruo missed him day and night. Upon receiving Qin Shuang's message telling her to go to Jingxin Temple to meet Shifeng, she went there immediately. She had suffered for 2 days and 2 nights, curling up under the great Buddha to sleep at night, and praying in front of the Buddha all day for Niepfong, hoping to meet him soon. It wasn't until Hungba arrived and told her everything that she understood that perhaps in this lifetime, she would not have any fate with Niepfong. She cried her heart out, collapsing into her father's arms. As for Niepfong, due to his severe injuries, and with the vicious dogs relentlessly chasing him, he fainted from his wounds before he could reach the village. Fortunately, in Fengqi village, the people were simple and kind-hearted. A group of villagers, feeling grateful for Niepfong's usual kindness, drove away the vicious dogs, risking their lives to rescue him, making a stretcher to carry him away. Niepfong's left eye was blind, blood continuously flowing down, and with no time for treatment, they feared he would die from excessive blood loss. However, Dak Ko Min was seriously injured, the weather was hot, and the mountain path was rough. The group of old and young, struggling to carry Nip Fong, was already exhausted and could not go fast. With rich experience in the martial world, Dak Ko Min immediately decided to have everyone take refuge in a cave to rest before thinking of a way to treat Nip Fong. He saw those children, taking care of Nip Fong with great care, fetching water, wiping sweat, fanning, and praying, feeling moved inside. At this moment, it was the middle of summer, and the cave was hot and uncomfortable. The children were unable to bear the heat and took the risk to go outside for some fresh air. The sun was setting, and it was getting dark. The teenagers were outside the cave setting traps to prevent a nighttime ambush from pursuers. Inside the pitch-black cave, only Dak Ko Min and Nip Fong remained. Dak Ko Min took out the dagger he had prepared long ago and crawled towards Nip Fong. The enemy who killed his father was right before him. If this revenge was not taken now, when would it be? Nip Fong's left eye was injured, and he had lost too much blood, falling into a coma. He and Dak Ko Min, both seriously injured, leaned on each other to escape. Late at night, Dak Ko Min groped for the dagger hidden in his chest, which had become hot, and crawled step by step. With Nip Fong's martial arts skills, if he wanted to take revenge for his father's death, it would likely be hopeless for a lifetime. This moment was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. The dagger was raised high in the air, but he couldn't bring himself to strike, remembering how several times he had been saved by Nia Fong. If not for him, I would have died long ago at Hungba's hands. That dagger felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Forget it, a true man cannot take advantage of someone else's misfortune, especially when he is my savior. A group of children just happened to return, catching him in the act. They surged forward, loudly berating him. Du Guming felt ashamed and remained silent. In fact, Nia Fong had already regained consciousness. Now, I am nothing more than a cripple, living a life worse than death. It would be better to let Du Guming avenge his father. The children were worried that Du Guming might attack again, so they surrounded and protected Nia Fong. Only after it grew late and they became tired did they slowly fall asleep. Little did they know, their movements had long been discovered by Fu Xiang Fu Sui, a couple from the 12 Assassins. With their superb martial arts skills, they leaped into the cave without anyone noticing. Seeing Nia Fong, their prey, seriously injured and unconscious, the couple sighed softly. Nip Fong risked his life to protect the villagers and save his senior brother. They all witnessed it and held him in great respect. But the orders of Dong Huan cannot be defied, and they could only send him on his way. The wind blew, the moonlight shone down, and the sight of a group of children in their dreams still protecting Nip Fong made them even more moved. One can see what kind of character Nip Fong has. In front of these children, how could they bear to kill their benefactor? The couple shared a silent understanding, glancing at each other, and the murderous intent in their eyes dissipated simultaneously. Outside the cave, there were still many traces of Nip Fong's blood. Fu Tui, using his internal energy, swept away the blood and then cut his hand, using his own fresh blood to confuse the pursuing troops behind. The two had killed countless people throughout their lives, yet today they found themselves saving a life together, which was somewhat hard for them to believe. In the Thapni Sat, Chi Tam Hoa followed the blood trail, originally thinking he could definitely capture Nip Fong, but unexpectedly encountered his old friends, Fu Suong and Fu Tui, the couple. Seeing Fu Tai's wrist bleeding continuously, he instantly understood everything. You all willingly shed your blood, indulging Nip Fong, aren't you afraid of the emperor's punishment? Why suffer like this? Fu Tai, being older, had lost too much blood and felt that his time was running out. He let out a bitter laugh. Having lived to this age, why should he still help Hungba do evil? Seeing that we have shared a long friendship, I hope you can send us a little way on our journey. Nip Fong is fundamentally a good person. If you capture him, I hope you can spare his life. Chi Tam Hoa couldn't help but be moved, recalling their many years of friendship, channeling his inner strength to push the small boat into the lake. What exactly makes Nip Fong superior, that you all are willing to sacrifice yourselves for him? At dawn, Chi Tam Hoa looked far at the small boat drifting away, a feeling of indescribable bitterness rising within him. After a night of rest, everyone's fatigue had dissipated. They saw thick dark clouds, heavy rain was about to come. As they were about to carry Nip Fong on their journey, a heartbreaking scream came from outside the cave. The child named Xiao Shi Tu was completely purple. The entire body of the poisonous snakes wrapped around him had ceased to breathe. At the same time, the vicious dog, the king of dogs, suddenly lunged forward, opened its mouth wide, and aimed to bite down on a child. Nip Fong felt his heart drop, but he was powerless to help. Meanwhile, Bo Kin Van, who had been saved by a mysterious person, finally regained consciousness. His arm was broken, his left arm was crippled, and he felt it was a miracle to be alive. In the fragrant room, there was a large cauldron with green smoke swirling, as if it were an alchemy room. Beside the cabinet, several glass jars were placed. Upon closer inspection, the jars contained medicinal liquids, soaking arms of various sizes. Outside the door, the middle-aged man who had saved him was using cold water to wash his body. The vivid tattoo of a fire unicorn on the arm evokes the nightmares of Bo Kin Van's youth, trembling. The man is named Vu Nak, and the young girl beside him is his daughter, So. Suddenly, a ghostly shadow flashed in the air, a blade struck down towards Vu Nak's left arm, and in an instant, blood splattered, severing his left arm. The horrifying scene made Bo Kin Van feel darkness closing in, and he fainted again. When he woke up, his arm was bandaged properly, though he didn't know when. It just felt numb, as if it didn't belong to him. Outside the door, Vu Nak was talking to an ugly old man who had severed his arm. From their conversation, Bo Kin Van was even more astonished. Could it be that the old man was the legendary divine doctor from the three martial gods? It was said that he had long since withdrawn from worldly affairs, yet unexpectedly lived in this place. Bo Jingvan slowly walked over, coming up behind Vu Nak, saying, "Bamboo and water meat, why must you save me?" Vu Nak waved his sleeve, looking somewhat contemplative. "From the first time I saw you, I knew we were destined to meet. After waiting so many years, I finally got to see you. My left arm has already moved on to you. If you want to know everything, then follow me." The two of them headed up the mountain one after the other, unaware that they had been walking for more than half a day. The weather was already sweltering, and the heat from my left arm made Bo Jingvan even more restless and uncomfortable. They arrived at a narrow cave, with no grass growing around, a desolate sight. Vu Nak pointed at a rock painting on the cliff and stopped. Bo Jingvan's eyes widened in shock. It was the fire Qilin. Vu Nak saw that he had a strange expression, and was a bit surprised. Hearing that he had met the fire Qilin when he was young, he became even more certain of his thoughts. Both he had encountered the fire Qilin, and having survived a great calamity indeed showed that their fate was intertwined. The secrets of everything are about to be revealed. I hope you like it more. Press like to support the little flower, thank you. Nipfong's left eye was crippled and severely injured, but fortunately, several young men had risked their lives to protect him. Now he could only watch them being ruthlessly killed before his eyes. Nipfong couldn't help but feel his heart break, filled with madness and grief. The Dog King left the laughing sky dog, possessing immense charm and power. And it viciously tore at the children. The 12 killing Niba and the stone-toed immortal were both ruthless killers. Seeing that Nipfong still had the strength to resist, they did not dare to approach and tortured Haba outside the cave, forcing Nipfong to submit. Haba, with bleeding thighs, is still loudly shouting at Nipfong, insisting that they cannot leave the cave and must protect the children well. The cry suddenly stopped, and a human head flew into the cave. Haba stared in rage, dying with eyes wide open. Niba outside the cave ignited the poisonous weapon, Tam Trok Dang, and the poison, carried by the internal energy of Shi Hua Xian, drifted entirely into the cave. Nipfong, your martial arts are profound, you can withstand the poison. Do you not care about the lives of those children? The poison from Tam Trok Dang is indeed horrifying. Du Guming, Nipfong hurriedly covered his mouth and nose, channeling his internal energy to resist. But how could those children endure it? The boy named Xiao Dozi suddenly struggled to breathe, his face turning purple, collapsing into Nipfeng's arms. Still calling out Nipfeng's name before he died. Nipfong felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit. He was utterly disappointed with humanity. Why must the good die, while the wicked can live freely and happily? In utter rage, a strange force compelled him to stand up, his eyes radiating coldness, making Dokoming unable to look directly at him. Doku brother, please take good care of these children for me. In the swirling wind within the cave, a harmful internal energy struck Thatch Oatn and Miba. The little heavenly dog was not fortunate enough to escape either. The two people and one dog were sent flying backward over Tenjiang by the wrath of the wind god Kick, tumbling down the mountainside. Nipfong continuously howled and pursued them in the air. He wanted to completely exterminate these beasts that had lost their humanity. Thatch Oatn hurriedly circulated his energy, performing the beastly transformation, his body swelling up like a balloon, intending to self-destruct. Unexpectedly, the wind god Kick's energy was like a blade, nothing could withstand it, forcefully piercing into his body and spinning wildly. Thatch Oatn's body was torn apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere, causing Niba to tremble in fear. Nipfong is truly powerful, it's best to flee for safety. He brought along the little heavenly dog, which had just run a few steps when the fierce dog suddenly trembled all over, extremely terrified, ignoring Miba's calls, and turned to flee. In front of the mountains and forests was a sea of fire, burning incessantly, resembling a hell on earth. Even Niafong, who chased after it, was left dumbfounded. A fire-covered creature, suppressing its claws, the fire Qilin had devoured Miba. The little heavenly dog, wanting to escape, was also struck by a fire missile shot from the fire Qilin, instantly turning to ashes. The raging flames approached Niafong, and he dared not confront them, hurriedly running towards the cave. On a large rock inside the cave, several silver claws caught his eye, and Bu Jingyun appeared to be deep in thought. At that moment, a thunderclap tore the sky apart, and heavy rain fell relentlessly, arriving just as it was mentioned. Everyone, having felt stuffy for a long time, went outside to breathe, while Niafong regarded it as a great enemy, climbing higher to observe. As expected, the fire Qilin seemed to be very wary of water, charging quickly towards the cave. At that moment, Niafong finally understood why this cave was so stifling. It was the aura from the fire Qilin. The intense heat rushed towards him as the fire Qilin approached step by step. Meanwhile, on the side of Bu Jingyun, Wu Yu finally shared his story with him. 30 years ago, Wu Yu was just an ordinary blacksmith in the town, living a stable life. One night, the village suddenly caught fire, and the raging flames devoured everything. Wu Yu saw clearly that it was a fire Qilin, completely engulfed in flames, causing havoc. As a blacksmith by trade, he had an unusual tolerance for fire and sneaked up next to the fire Qilin. Borrowing the fire's light, I targeted a patch of peeling scales on the back of the fire unicorn and struck down with a fierce sword. The fire unicorn let out a howl, fresh blood spewed forth, hitting Vu Nak's left arm directly. The pain was like 1,000 pounds of hot oil boiling, causing Vu Nak to faint. Days later, upon waking up, I initially thought I would definitely lose my left arm. But to my astonishment, I discovered the wound gradually closing, and my strength continually increasing, growing abnormally strong. I soared to great heights, becoming an unparalleled master, killing the local bullies who usually oppressed my neighbors, roaming the wilderness. Relying on the power of my left arm, I killed many bandits and bullies, but also faced pursuit from the authorities. One time, after eliminating all 103 members of my enemy's family, I suddenly awoke to reality, grew tired of the martial world, and secluded myself near this cave, intending to seek the secret of the fire unicorn. Many years of doing good deeds could not make up for the crazed murder he committed that year. He had long wanted to discard this Qilin arm, yet with such a connection to Bu Jingyun, he bore the blood feud, and earnestly begged the divine doctor to give him the Qilin child, hoping to properly use this immense power to benefit all living beings. However, in contact with Bu Jingyun, he discovered that his malevolent aura was too strong, and could only continuously guide him. Bu Jingyun and Hungba had a grudge as deep as the ocean. How could he listen to his advice? A person like him should have no love, no friends, only solitude, and hatred as eternal companions. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the cave entrance. Both of their bodies trembled at the same time. They were all too familiar with this roar. Though it was horrifying, driven by curiosity, they still stepped out towards the cave entrance. The winding cave seemed endless. Vu Nak self-deprecatingly smiled. For many years, he had hoped to meet the fire Qilin again. Now that this day had truly come, he was terrified. How could Bo Kin Van not feel this way? He let out a bitter laugh. The fire spirit reappeared. Surely there would be disasters. This time, who knows how many lives would be lost in the sea of flames. The shadow in front of Bo Kin Van suddenly shook, rising from the ground and transforming into a human form, a sword thrusting straight at his face. The newcomer was none other than the ghost Shadow. From the 12 assassins of the Heavenly Pool, skilled in assassination. The speed of Ghost Shadow was too fast, and it was a sneak attack. Bo Kin Van could not defend himself and had to raise his arm to block. The sharp blade had clearly pierced through, yet it was halted, unable to advance. Bo Kin Van's left arm was unharmed by the blade, revealing a fiery red arm. What fate awaits Bo Kin Van and Nipfong? Please continue to follow along. The hiding place of Nipfong, Doko Men, was in the cave of the ancient divine beast, the fire Qilin. The ferocious beast rushed forward, and as it took a step, sand and stones flew, waves of heat crashing against his face. The situation was extremely critical. Nipfong's mind turned. Only by sacrificing himself to lead it away could he protect everyone. He executed his likeness skill, running swiftly forward, indeed attracting the attention of the fire Qilin, which pursued relentlessly. Nipfong, gravely injured and still healing, had nearly exhausted his strength several times. Ahead of him lay a river blocking his path, and without hesitation, he jumped into the water. Initially thinking that water and fire were incompatible, that the fire qilin would surely fear water, he was surprised to find it unfazed, following closely behind and leaping in. The terrifying heat instantly evaporated the surrounding river water. Nipfong quickly dodged, realizing that the speed and power of this monster had no gaps. It seemed today's outcome was hard to escape. Ahead, a group of hunters emerged from the forest. Nipfong didn't want to harm innocent people and shouted loudly for everyone to flee. The hunters, armed with bows and arrows, shot at the fire qilin, but their arrows were shattered by its armor, and in an instant, they were engulfed by flames. Innocent lives perished tragically before him, and Nipfong felt like his heart was being cut. With no way to retreat, he decided to fight with all his might. He suddenly halted, steadying himself, which stunned the fire qilin. It recklessly charged forward, its body ablaze, approaching Nipfong. The pain surged through him, fueling Nipfong's rage, and he only wanted to perish alongside this beast, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The pupils of the fire qilin contracted, and the flames on its body weakened significantly. It turned and ran away for no apparent reason. Nipfong was greatly surprised. Following closely, he realized that the fire qilin had something to do with his father Nyaranwang's death. Overcoming his fear, he pursued it to a narrow cave. The light gradually dimmed, the path twisted, and he proceeded cautiously, not realizing he had ventured deep into the cave. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from within the cave, growing closer and closer, overlapping and indistinguishable in direction. He felt a familiar melody. As if it were the tune his mother used to play often. The fire qilin displayed an unusually familiar hostility, but there was no sign of it. After several days of exertion, Niefeng's physical strength was depleted, and his body was extremely exhausted. This place was clearly a dangerous trap, yet returning now seemed impossible. He sat down on a large rock to rest briefly. Continuing on, he heard a gentle stream of water trickling beneath his feet, continuously flowing out from a crevice in the rocks. His heart filled with joy. He quickened his pace, certain that there must be an exit ahead. In Lingyun Cave, a familiar figure dressed in red sat motionless on a large rock. His face was pale, his eyes dark and gloomy, and his entire body exuded a sinister aura that made people feel intimidated. This was Duan Lang. Beat, today the river is rising high, a Buddha must appear, I believe the fire qilin will manifest soon, this time I will definitely capture it and put an end to our grievances. Before the final battle of the Tianxia assembly, he allied with the sword saint to assist Bu Jingyun, imprisoning it in the Lingyun pit, unexpectedly obtaining the fire qilin sword left by his father. Back then, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart, returning to his hometown, he opened the ancestral book of the Duan family. Only then did he understand the secrets of the clan's generations and the fire qilin. More than 400 years ago, Duan Zhangxian, the #1 sword in the world, originally held the ambition to eradicate evil, fighting fiercely against the fire qilin. Slicing off a scale, and returned victorious, Duan Zhangxian embedded the dragon scale into the sword, renaming it the fire qilin sword. Relying on this divine weapon, his swordsmanship advanced by leaps and bounds. But the longer he held the sword, the stronger the demonic desire became, making it difficult to restrain himself, and he wanted to kill the fire qilin, using its blood and flesh to enhance his power. He led his clansmen to hide on the mountain peak, guarding it for generations. Duan Lang pondered deeply, the wind rose in the Lingyun pit, the fire qilin had finally arrived, he moved his body, and the Duan family's sword technique struck straight ahead. The person in the black shirt is Nipfong, which left him in shock. At this moment, Nipfong understood clearly that the underground cave extended for thousands of miles and was connected to the Lang Van Quat. Don Lang was overjoyed. With Nipfong's assistance, killing the Hoa Kailan became much more certain. However, Nipfong had a serious expression and a tone that indicated reluctance. I just want to ask you, on that day at the Fong Ki Than battle, did you inform Hungba? Don Lang openly admitted without hiding anything, shocking Nipfong, who couldn't understand what his true purpose was. Could it be that out of hatred he would betray his own friends? Don Lang said calmly, as long as I can kill Hungba, I will stop at nothing, everything else is irrelevant. Nipfong felt a pain as if cut by a knife. After many years of affection, it all faded away because of one person's selfish desires. Suddenly, a fiery light appeared in the cave, the real Hoa Kailan had arrived. Don Lang was about to rush forward but was blocked by Nipfong stepping in front of him. He has once experienced the might of the fire qilin, rashly challenging it is no different from suicide. Duan Lang was burning with impatience, unable to heed any advice. With a curse, he dodged past Nipfong and charged forward. He had set up a mechanism at the cave's entrance, cutting the rope with his sword, causing a massive black net to descend from above, enveloping the fire qilin. This black net had taken him many years to craft, made from cold lake iron, impervious to water and fire. Fire Qilin, today it will be hard for you to escape even with wings. The fire Qilin struck with its claw, severing one of its own claws. The fire Qilin cried out in agony, struggling fiercely. It broke free from the black net and lashed out, hitting Duanlang hard in the chest. Duanlang was sent flying backward but was fortunately caught by Niafeng. He kept advising, but the fire Qilin erupted in madness, refusing to leave. It would definitely be a matter of life and death. Before he finished speaking, a pair of sharp claws suddenly swooped down. Duanlang dodged to the side, but Niafeng below could not evade. In addition to the heavenly net, Duanlang had also set up escape mechanisms, in case he couldn't fight back. Within the cave, the howls of the fire Qilin and Niafeng's furious roars echoed continuously. Duanlang pretended not to hear, let out a faint sigh, and did not turn back to look. Striding away. Ishan, don't blame me. Bu Jingyun was searching for the whereabouts of the fire Qilin with Wu Yueliang when he suddenly sensed a shadow flash before his eyes. The shadow on the ground suddenly stood up, transforming into a human shape, and a dagger thrust straight at his face. The one who came was Gue Ying from the 12 Assassins of the Heavenly Pool, skilled in assassination. Gue Ying's speed was too fast, launching a sneak attack. Bu Jingyun had no way to defend and could only raise his arm to block. The sharp tip of the dagger clearly pierced in but was halted, unable to advance. Bu Jingyun's left arm was unscathed, revealing a bright red arm. The Qilin Ti is indeed powerful, able to withstand blades and spears. Even he himself couldn't help but be astonished. The overwhelming aura is continuously condensing, accompanied by waves of flames that sever the ghost shadow long sword in his hand, sending him flying out of the cave with a single punch. Faced with such terrifying power, Ghost Shadow's fighting will collapsed, kneeling before Bu Jingyun, bowing his head and pleading for mercy, claiming he was old. And if he could be spared, he would retreat to the mountains and be a cow or a horse to repay the debt. Vu Nak was also beside him, constantly advising that if he was forgiven, then he should be let go. Bu Jingyun's expression was dark and unwavering as he pressed down on Ghost Shadow's head, unleashing his palm force. The tremendous power of the Qilin Ti instantly turned Ghost Shadow's head into a puddle of mush. Leaving him with one life, he would surely repay Vu Nak's woman in the future. At the coastal town of Tran Namen, it was a bustling place, with singing and dancing through the night. A black-robed wandering guest had shattered the tranquility. Many recognized this person. It was the highly wanted criminal, Bu Jingyun, causing great alarm. It was rumored that he had slaughtered the Alliance King's manor, looted the Queen's tomb, and was lawless. The originally lively and extraordinary Bat Difuang fell silent in an instant, with merchants scrambling to pay and leave. A group of merchants stood still in shock. The three leaders wore brocade robes with extraordinary demeanor. The leader wore half a mask of iron, his expression stern. He was the renowned Bu Shin from the rivers and lakes. The two people beside him were his left and right scouts. Half a year ago, Bu Shun, one of the three gods of martial arts, discovered the whereabouts of Wu Yu. That year, Wu Yu had exterminated the corrupt official who was actually a relative of Bu Shin. It is rumored that Bu Shin is impartial and incorruptible. If Wu Yu falls into his hands, she will surely be imprisoned in a dark cell, living a life worse than death. Bu Jingyun, remembering Wu Yu's kindness, after hearing Su Su's account, immediately went to Nanan town to try and resolve matters with Bu Shin on behalf of his benefactor. Regarding this part where Bu Jingyun helped Yi Ping win the marriage, I personally feel it is too cliché and does not affect the main storyline, so I have omitted it. Late at night by the bridge, Wu Susu waited for a long time. Finally, Bu Jingyun returned. He could not stop Bu Shin. However, he saw that this man exuded righteousness and was definitely not someone who would seek revenge out of personal grudge. He believed he could restore justice for Wu Yu. The two returned to their lodging. They only heard what seemed like a fierce fight coming from the woods nearby. They hurried over to investigate, and sure enough, Bu Shin had arrived. Respectful of Lord Shin's human dignity, I begged for half a year to slay Xiong Ba and avenge Kong Fu and my adoptive father. My father, Bu Yentang, was a swordsmith. When I was 4 years old, he suddenly fell ill and soon after passed away. My mother, Nok Nung, was heartbroken and wanted to die. Her tears flowed like a river. At 5 years old, she remarried Hua Butian, and I changed my name to Hua Jingju. Although I was often bullied by Hua family's 2 older children, Hua Butian was a fair man who treated his adopted son as his own flesh and blood. At 8 years old, my mother, Nok Nung, passed away. Hua Butian became even more affectionate towards me, making me feel warmth that even my biological parents had not given. Both my adoptive father, Kung Fu, and my biological father died at the hands of Hungba. If I cannot avenge them in this lifetime, I would rather die. Lord Shen listened and expressed deep sympathy, but to kill Hungba would inevitably involve innocent lives. He absolutely could not stand idly by. Jingyun suddenly brandished his longsword, executing a move called overturning mountains and seas, with surging waves heading towards Lord Shen. If that's the case, we can only kill you first. Bui then moves with the horse stance, his hands touching each other, feeling his organs churn in one move, extremely uncomfortable. Bai Yun Zhang is powerful and extraordinary. Indeed, living up to its reputation. During the fight, Bui Qin Van's left arm suddenly becomes unbearably painful, causing him to fall behind momentarily. Bui Than's fighting style is different, his weapon, the Soul Shackler Claw, is even more exquisite and eerie. Added to this, the constant pain in his left arm increases his suffering greatly. He gathers his breath and strength, disregarding his injured arm. Every palm strike he delivers is with all his might, the lianqi with fire energy, creating a terrifying momentum. Bui then changes his move strangely, the Soul Shackler Claw neutralizing the attack of Bai Yun Zhang. His two hands rotate forcefully, plunging deep into Bui Qin Van's chest. Bui Qin Van grits his teeth and endures, neglecting his defense. The lianqi slashes down, hitting his face. Bui Than's iron mask is destroyed, blood streaming down. Bui Qin Van lets out a scream and falls over 10 feet away. So wants to help, but Vu Nak stops her. The Divine Doctor once said that his lianqi still has 3 Xianquan points unopened. Forcing the use of his internal energy would obstruct the flow, causing excruciating pain. But everything can only rely on him breaking through on his own, outsiders cannot assist. The severe injury to his chest is nothing, but the pain in his left arm is truly unbearable. Bu Jingyun's wretched cries become even more intense, feeling worse than death. So shouted loudly, Bu Jingyun, get up! If you can't endure this little pain, how can you talk about avenging Hungba? As long as you can break through the 3 acupoints of Huin Quan, your Kailan Ti will be greatly accomplished. You must endure. The flames of hatred engulfed Bu Jingyun completely, his hands sank deep into the ground, blood flowing continuously, enduring the pain in his left arm. After an unknown amount of time, he let out a long cry, leaping into the air. He had finally broken through the obstacles in his body and truly obtained Kailan Ti. With the Bu God Sword's overwhelming momentum, he also drew the small dragon dagger he carried, intending to use the family's inherited sword technique, Don Kim Tuet, to counteract the attack. Next time, the sword demon will emerge. Please continue to follow along. Bu Qin Van endured pain that ordinary people could not imagine, finally opening the 3 mysterious orifices and obtaining the unicorn dagger. Bu Shen wielded his sword with astonishing skill, not daring to underestimate. He pulled out the small dragon dagger from his heart, pinching the blade between 2 fingers, gently bending it. The small dragon dagger was already short, and in an instant split into 2. It was his family's inherited sword technique, the ultimate move of broken feelings and broken intent in the broken sword art, severing everything to become the strongest swordsman. Bu Qin Van soared into the air, sword energy raging, again using the sword move he secretly learned from Woming, the heartbroken unnamed. This move was created by Woming, heartbroken over the murder of his beloved wife. The more sorrowful he felt, the more powerful the move became. After facing numerous setbacks, Bu Qin Van at this moment concentrated all his hatred and killing intent. Sword intent like a tempest, obscuring the sky and covering Bu Shen. The 2 extreme sword techniques clashed, light bursting out in all directions, the sound echoing through the heavens. Bu Shen's expression turned strange, his tall figure collapsing and falling down. He slowly removed the iron mask, revealing 4 large, indelible characters on his face, the sword demon's son. On the path of death, Duan Lang was hurriedly escorting a carriage. The drivers were drenched in sweat, and when they were a bit slow, Duan Lang beheaded them on the spot with the fire scale sword. The fire scale sword drank human blood, shining brightly and ominously, as Duan Lang revealed a terrifying smile. Ladies and gentlemen, this fire scale sword must drink blood every day. The sooner you escort it to the Baijin Mountain Manor, the sooner you will be freed. And maybe a few of you can avoid death. A young driver, seeing his ruthless methods, was so frightened that he trembled and fled. Duan Lang coldly sneered, brandished his sword to pursue, and was about to behead the driver with 1 strike when a dazzling sword beam pierced through the driver's body. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain against the rock wall behind, instantly righting the character demon, which shocked everyone. Duan Lang was secretly astonished, turned around, and saw a young man with white hair holding a sword in both hands, standing proudly, next to a remarkably strong old man. His face serious, sitting on a large rock. The white-clad youth sneered, "You are Duan Lang, killing for fame. Only my master, Sword Demon, deserves the Fire Kirin sword's reputation. You are indeed useless." Upon hearing his arrogant words and daring to call himself the Sword Demon, Duan Lang's anger flared up, and he swung his sword to attack. After a few moves, the superiority of their weapons was immediately clear. The white-clad youth's broadsword was chipped and battered, resulting in a crushing defeat. While Duan Lang brandished the Fire Kirin sword, extremely pleased with himself, the so-called Sword Demon Elder still watched intently. His disciple, the White Sword, roared and lunged at Duan Lang from behind with his massive body. His pair of iron palms moved freely through Duan Lang's sword net. He found the right moment to strike the sword, borrowing the force of his chi to immediately push the Fire Kirin back. Duan Lang was startled and retreated several steps, not daring to fight further. The white-clothed teenager saluted and said, "This humble one is Aotian, the young master of Proud Heaven Sword Manor. Specially here to welcome young Master Duan to our humble manor. I had heard that there was a divine weapon in Sword Villa that was 100 times better than the Fire Kirin sword. This trip was to verify it." Seeing the change in their attitude and their respectful welcome, I became even more suspicious. At that moment, while Nameless was in seclusion in a small town, the heavens and earth shook, and the school's sword suddenly levitated on its own, somewhat eerie. The birth of a powerful individual is always accompanied by strange omens. Nameless could sense a new era of martial arts turmoil approaching. He handed Hero's sword to the sword god, instructing his disciple to definitely seize it before evil sword completes its formation, and under no circumstances should it fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions. The scene shifts back to the battlefield between Bu Jingyun and Bu Xin. Bu Xin felt as if he were trapped in endless torment. "Bu Jingyun, you're right, no one can sever emotions and ties. But the characters on my face were engraved by Sword Demon. If you have any move that matches his, you must avoid it at all costs. The deeper the evil nature, the stronger the sword intent. He has truly fallen into the path of demons and is unworthy of being called human." Bu Xin knew he couldn't match Bu Jingyun, but he wouldn't stop fighting until death. He continued attacking, having long ceased to be swayed by the joys and sorrows of life. Bu Jingyun respected his humanity and originally didn't want to kill him, but Bu Xin's power was too great. To protect himself, he had to break Bu Xin's soul lock formation and thrust his sword into his chest. The god of war, in his last breath, was still preaching to Bo Qinvan. He hoped that through his death, he could touch the other party, making him think of himself when killing others, and not massacre the innocent. Bo Qinvan appeared cold and indifferent, but in truth, it was only hatred driving him, making it impossible to avoid. Seeing the god of war trying to touch him with his life made him admire even more, and his heart was filled with unspeakable sorrow. Vu Nak, seeing his expression, knew that his Qilin child had not disappointed him. He requested that Bo Qinvan take care of So in the future, fulfilling the last wish of his life. Traveling north, Vu So's heart was entirely on Bo Qinvan. Hearing that Bo Qinvan wanted to meet the person he deeply loved, a wave of bitterness overwhelmed her, almost causing her to faint. Only before Confucius's grave did she understand that Bo Qinvan's beloved had died. The sorrow swept away, and she was even more moved by Bo Qinvan's infatuation. Bo Qinvan leaped into the air, using his unmatched strength to strike the boulder. The Vosong sword broke into several pieces, leaving him in disbelief and shock. If even the Vosong sword couldn't shake the boulder, would he not be able to see Confucius's face in this lifetime? His heart felt like it was being cut. Desperate to unleash all his power, he struck out with a furious fist. So understood his despair and felt heartbroken for him as well. A young attendant suddenly appeared behind, saying that a certain sharp sword could definitely break the gigantic stone, and if he could take him along, he would reveal the location of the divine weapon. Bo Qinvan was overjoyed and eagerly agreed. No matter how difficult it was, he wanted to obtain this sword. Stay tuned for the next episode, The Great Battle at Baijian Villa. Stay tuned for the next episode, The Great Battle at Baijian Villa. It is rumored in the martial world that there is a peerless sword hidden in Baijian Villa, surpassing the Hoalan sword and Vosong sword by hundreds of times. Sword god Don Lang and other chivalrous figures from the martial world came boldly. Bo Qinvan could not break the gigantic stone, fearing he would not meet Kong Tu, and was even more determined to obtain this sword. A middle-aged man dressed as a scholar, with an unremarkable appearance, came uninvited. He was Kim Tam, a person in the martial world who regarded the sword as his life and loved to collect famous swords from all over. His name was originally Kim Tam, and since childhood, he loved sword dancing, but he learned a hodgepodge of styles and never reached the peak mastery level. Hearing the news of the supreme sword, he was overjoyed and immediately ran to the by-sword villa, where he happened to meet Bo Jingban. Bo Jingban single-handedly stormed the World Conference, seized the Wushuang sword, shaking the martial world. Everyone at by-sword villa wanted to witness his demeanor firsthand, lining up to welcome him, but unfortunately, they did not see the Wushuang sword, which inevitably led to disappointment. So had been living in seclusion in the countryside with her father since she was little, and had never seen such magnificent architecture and grand scenes, feeling very excited. The child leading them, named Xiao Weizi, appeared calm and unafraid. A stone tablet inscribed with characters outside the main hall attracted So-So's attention, with a design of a fire qilin carved on its back. The large door opened, and Bo Jingban slowly entered with So-So. At this moment, the hall was also filled with swordmasters, including Duan Lang, Jian Shan, and Ao Tian, all of whom directed their demonic glances towards him. Jian Shan was the most impatient. Upon seeing Bo Jingban arrive, he immediately requested the host to present the supreme sword for their enlightenment. Ao Tian cupped his fists and said to everyone that their villa had been forging a treasured sword for 100 years that was about to be completed. Because of the invitation from the noble lord, we have invited the esteemed guests. Please, everyone, showcase your talents, the winner will claim the sword. Hearing that the exquisite sword on the top of the tower is the supreme sword of excellence, Sword Seeker can no longer wait and leaps up to seize the sword. At the same time, Gao Thian also draws the Chun Am sword and strikes. It is rumored that Sword Seeker possesses sword sight, able to see through the sword paths of the world's swordsman. He has long wanted to broaden his horizons. Unarmed, Sword Seeker moves gracefully through the sword net, calm and unhurried. While discussing swordplay, he can even point out the flaws in Gao Thian's sword technique. Before he finishes speaking, a sudden force attacks from behind, using internal energy to push the opponent away. Taking advantage of Gao Thian being pushed back, he rushes towards the supreme sword of excellence. Just as he is about to succeed, a streak of red light strikes across, forcefully blocking him. Don Lang makes his move. As the fire scale appears, the fire dragon rushes towards him, the blood energy overwhelming. Even the well-versed sword seeker cannot help but exclaim in surprise. Don Lang nourishes his sword with blood, using the sword as bait. He is notably stronger than Gao Thian. He did not dare to underestimate. Seizing the long sword from a guest who was confronting him, the two engaged in a fierce duel mid-air. But how could an ordinary longsword compete with the fire scale? After a few exchanges, it broke into two pieces. Swordmaster's figure danced, continuously snatching the longsword from the guest who was flying to confront him, depleting Duan Lang's morale. Taking advantage of his confusion, he stepped on a long sword and descended from the air. Kid, your swordsmanship is strong, but you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Learning the way of the sword, the suffering is endless. Let me show you, old man, using my feet to control the sword with divine skill. This move perfectly combined lightness skill, sword technique, and internal energy, truly could be called a miraculous skill. Even the sword demon, who had always been indifferent to the battle, was shaken, his expression changing greatly. Could this person have reached the realm of flying swords? Just as Swordmaster was about to catch Duan Lang, unexpectedly, Bu Jingyun took advantage of the situation, silently seizing the sword, and had tightly grasped the peerless good sword in his hand. The sword seeker was restless, changing his carefree attitude, obsessed with the pursuit of power. Bo Jingban, this sword, I must have it, you don't even think about touching it. The sword demon sought the sword path, his face full of greed, anger igniting. He pointed, and the ultimate technique, the disruption sword chi, immediately shot out, shattering that extraordinary sword. Everyone was stunned, and Aotian laughed heartily, saying that the true divine sword would only be revealed tomorrow, so everyone should conserve their energy. For that is when their true abilities would shine. The sword seeker looked at Bo Jingban, muttering to himself, your heart is filled with hatred, naturally wielding the sword with anger. Though powerful, you cannot take the divine sword from me. He then looked towards Duan Lang, his expression even more peculiar, your heart of the sword is one of anger, wielding the sword with resentment, with anger as your heart. You can never be free, how sad. Late at night, a man in black kidnapped a guest from the village, inquiring about the extraordinary divine sword hidden in the sword pond behind the mountain. Knocking the guest unconscious and striding into the sword pond, a young man sat cross-legged in the sword pond, blocking the way. He was the beloved disciple of the Nameless sword god. The extraordinary sword is for those with the ability to obtain it tomorrow. And no one is allowed to scheme unjustly, please turn back. The cloaked figure sneered with contempt, crushing the steps beneath his feet, leaping several times to soar over the sword god's head. The sword god could hardly believe how formidable his lightness skill was, and in shock, hurriedly flew after him. Ahead, a warning sign reading "Unauthorized entry prohibited" caught his eye, but in order to stop the cloaked figure, the sword god had no choice but to ignore it. In front, sword energy was overwhelming, bright and open, with countless long swords planted all around the hill, thousands upon thousands. It felt as if one had stepped into a sword hell, making it impossible to distinguish which sword was the peerless fine sword. The sword god and the cloaked figure were both momentarily stunned, suddenly alarmed. From the workshop, there came the heavy sound of chains being pulled. Swordmaster Chungmi of the Baijian mountain villa called out loudly, "Mr. Jin then has waited all night without patience, eager to seize the sword, so no need for courtesy. Just take it freely." The cloaked guest laughed heartily without stopping, removing his mask revealed to be Jian then, who was about to enter the sword pool to seize a sword, when a massive sword descended from the sky. Its momentum astonishing. One of the sword servants of Baijian mountain villa, Anu, stands in front of him. A cold woman with red hair and a red dress also stands behind Anu. She is the second sword servant, Lan Nan. Baijian mountain villa has forged the supreme hero sword for 100 years, experiencing 3 generations of sword masters, the lifelong passion of the sword servants. Chungmi's gaze suddenly turns towards the sword god, the young hero holding the sword. Could it be the hero sword? I have forged swords all my life, and I wonder if I can witness the demeanor of the hero's sword with my own eyes. The sword god does not hesitate, lifting the sword with both hands, prompting Chungmi to praise him repeatedly. At such a young age, possessing such demeanor, it is truly rare. It seems that Wu Ming did not choose the wrong successor. This sword emanates a profound righteousness, truly worthy of being a righteous divine weapon. In the next episode, The Return of the Wind, please continue to follow. How was the strongest divine weapon in Fengyun, the supreme sword, forged? Forged over 100 years, consuming the lifelong dedication of 3 generations of swordmasters, forging techniques refined 100 times, striving for perfection in length, width, weight, and flawlessness. Its radiance will overshadow all weapons in the world. The heroic flame dragon, while not a rare treasure, must bow down in submission before the supreme sword. Sword enthusiast felt a surge of passion, extremely motivated. In the battle tomorrow, apart from Bu Jingyun and Duan Lang, there are also the sword demon and the heir of the Nameless clan watching closely. It would be wise to seize the opportunity now, relying on his unparalleled lightness skill, to take this sword. As the sword enthusiast showed unusual intent, the 2 sword servants, Wenru and Lingren, immediately took action to block him. The sword god also drew the heroic sword and joined the encirclement. He realized that the sword enthusiast had ulterior motives, and if the divine weapon fell into his hands, it would truly be a disaster for the martial world. Naturally, he could not sit idly by. A move from the unnamed sword technique in the Ming Dong Yu Qi, a swift attack approaches. He has obtained the true teachings of the Nameless. Today, facing the seniors of the martial world, the sword of temptation is strange and unpredictable. Who can win against such a master? At the same time, in the Baijian mountain manor, Bo Jingfan has had a sleepless night. The painting of the fire Qilin can be seen casually in the manor, leaving him in constant doubt. In the sky, dark clouds gather, the wind rises and the clouds swirl. Suddenly, he thinks of someone. Since the Fengshi village incident, his left eye was injured, unsure if they are alive or dead. Where could that person be? A mysterious woman wearing a veil suddenly appears behind him. It is the Baijian mountain manor, the mother of Ngao Thien, Madame Gao. Young hero, looking at the painting, it is a legend. Once the fire Qilin brings disaster to the living, the one who wields the divine weapon will also appear. Because of this legend, for 100 years, the Baijian mountain manor has devoted itself to forging a divine weapon. A thunderclap interrupts the conversation between the two. The towering figure of the sword demon falls between them. Madame Gao, upon seeing the sword demon, ignored his calls and turned to flee, clearly wanting to avoid him. The sword demon was filled with rage, directing all of it towards Bu Jingban, grabbing his collar and wanting to strike, but was simply diffused by Madame Gao's words. He usually had a cold demeanor, but when facing Madame Gao, he was cheerful and compliant, clearly troubled by love. After the two left, Bu Jingban's thoughts were tumultuous, recalling old matters with Kong Zi and Niep Fong. The long night weighed heavily, and many had their worries. Duan Lang stood proudly with the fire scale sword in hand. Bu Jingban, at the competition tomorrow, I will definitely wash away the humiliation of years past with the fire scale sword and prove that my strength surpasses yours. Bu Jingban turned and left, his indifferent attitude clearly showing he thought nothing of it. Duan Lang was even more furious, secretly swearing that he would make him pay dearly tomorrow. All the grievances stemmed from that year with Niep Fong. Duan Lang survived the storm thanks to Hungba's rescue. The two entered the heavenly halls together. Nipfong was favored by Hungba, taken as a disciple in the inner chamber, while Don Lang was looked down upon, becoming a servant. Fortunately, he did not lose heart, diligently practicing the family swordsmanship, continuously improving himself. At the age of 14, the heavenly halls expanded their influence, and Hungba wanted to select 3 leaders from the gang. Don Lang remained silent, but at that moment, he stood out, astonishing everyone with his superb swordsmanship. Just when he was full of ambition, wanting to make a mark for the heavenly halls, he encountered Hungba, who struck him down, commanding him to deliberately lose to Bo Kin Van in tomorrow's competition. Hungba, proud throughout his life, would never allow his own disciple to be defeated by someone who served a usurper. Don Lang begged desperately, but Hungba paid no attention. It was then he realized he was not Hungba's favored disciple. In this life, there's no chance to surpass others. After losing to Minister Jingyun, those who used to look down on him now despise and humiliate him even more, constantly persecuting him. Under the rage, Duan Lang accidentally killed his fellow sect member, committing a great sin. Since then, he wandered the world, fleeing from Xiongba's pursuit, living in the streets. To Xiongba, Jingyun is naturally filled with hatred, vowing not to stop until he is dead. In the room, Sword Demon is currently drinking with his young servant, welcoming Minister Jingyun as a brother, raising their cups together. From their conversation, it's clear that they have a deep bond. The young servant bringing Jingyun here is also helping Sword Demon plan something significant. After enjoying himself, Sword Demon, as usual, goes to the forbidden residence of Lady Arrogant, kneeling outside the door, desperately pleading to meet her. Over the years, he has been persistent like the weather, and the maidservants are no longer surprised. Back then, he fell in love with Lady Arrogant at first sight. His demonic nature took over, and he killed her husband with one sword strike. In these years, any man who looked at Lady Ngao a little too much would end up dead under the sword of the Sword Demon. Relatives and friends around her have almost all died unjustly. And Lady Ngao is terrified and resentful of this monster, yet she can do nothing. Fortunately, he devoted himself entirely to nurturing his son, serving the Ngao family wholeheartedly, and never forced himself. Speaking of which, in the sword pool, the sword light of the sword god is not only fierce but also bright, soft yet not weak, resembling a wandering dragon, like a shooting star. Making Sword Tam exclaim in admiration, the disciple of the Nameless is indeed formidable. After exchanging a few moves, 2 people silently approached, Don Lang and Bo Kin Van, one in front and one behind, fiercely engaged in battle. Don Lang relied on the power of the fire scale sword in his hand, pushing Bo Kin Van to retreat continuously, but capturing him was not an easy task. The two struck their palms against each other, and under the repulsive force, the Qilin Ti generated a powerful force, knocking the fire scale away. Don Lang was greatly shocked, leaping to seize the sword, but saw Bo Kin Van slam his palm down, causing dust and stones to fly. It turned out that his 3 mysterious orifices had not yet fully opened, and exerting too much force caused him to suffer again. The sword god relied on the power of the hero sword to push back Sword Tam, looking towards Bo Kin Van not far away, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where they had met. Lang's segment might miss this great opportunity, making his moves even more ruthless. His eyes blood red, he lunges straight at Bok Kin-yun's vital point. Bok Kin-yun, just die. Bok Kin-yun's Qilin Ti, with its 3 apertures not yet opened, suddenly feels a heart-wrenching pain, screams in agony, and is caught by Lang's segment. The fire Qilin sword attacks his lower body, hitting him repeatedly, in grave danger. Lang's segment's entire body is filled with evil aura, his eyes brimming with madness. Seeing that he is about to stab Bok Kin-yun's throat, with everything hanging by a thread, the sword god swings his sword to save him. The hero sword and the fire Qilin sword clash, one righteous and one evil, neither yielding to the other. In an instant, they emit dazzling light, each repelling the other. At close range, the sword god realizes that Bok Kin-yun is actually his childhood friend, Quick Love Absolute. He suddenly feels a deep connection, having not seen each other for over a decade. Only to meet again here. Before they could reminisce, I attacked with my sword. I was confident that among the younger generation of martial artists, I was a top expert. Who knew that after attacking for over a dozen moves, I couldn't do anything to Sword God? Driven by his competitive nature, he attacks wildly, swearing to break through the Sword God's defenses. In the midst of their fierce battle, Sword Demon and Proud Heaven lead a group of people to rush over, surrounding the scene. Seeing that the formidable enemies were increasing day by day, Jin Tam knew that seizing the sword today was hopeless, so he had to retreat first and plan to steal it later. Unexpectedly, Jianma continuously laughed loudly, blocking the way, using the ultimate technique Duan Mai Jian Qi, instantly gravely injuring Jiantam, almost costing him his life. In fact, Jianma and Jiantam were originally brothers in the same sect. When they were young, they both loved a girl named Hannak. After an internal struggle, Jianma ended up with the beautiful woman, but later, Jianma accidentally met Madame Gao, and upon first sight, he fell in love. Going madly crazy, personally killing his wife Hannak, and using his sword energy to leave 4 big characters on his son's face, Jianma's son. From then on, he and his junior brother, his son, became completely estranged, severing all ties. Jiantam's life and death were unknown, while Jianxin remained calm and composed, also revealing an extremely surprised expression. The heroic sword in his hand was cut off by the fire scale sword. The fire scale sword was even more ferocious, stabbing forward, first injuring Jianxin, then quickly stabbing into the chest of Bu Jingyun. At the same time, the broken half of the heroic sword fell down, just hitting the right arm of Duan Lang. Bu Jingyun took advantage of Duan Lang's distraction to kick him away, resolving the crisis. The fire scale cutting off the heroic sword made Duan Lang's spirit soar. Ignoring the small injury, he arrogantly advanced, when a shadow suddenly rushed into view. Jianma attacked too quickly, injuring his shoulder severely with one strike. Lang spits fresh blood, but the devil sword doesn't even care, dashing towards Qinvan like lightning. Is he planning to kill everyone who took the sword? Not having time to think, and facing imminent death, Cloud had to use his Kirin arm to block. The Kirin arm was originally invulnerable to weapons, and it deflected the sword demon's sword energy back into the ground. The devil sword's signature move fails, enraging him. His second and third moves become faster and stronger. The sword god knows he can't win, yet still swings half of the hero sword to aid, but the Nameless sword technique, though powerful, cannot overcome the vast difference in power and is no match for the devil's sword. The devil's sword laughs loudly, shaking the heavens. A peerless sword must be forged with the strongest swordsman's blood. Qinvan's greed, Lang's madness, and Sword Tam's desire are the 3 poisons mentioned in Buddhism. Only by sacrificing your blood can we create the strongest and most fearsome sword. The devil's sword's demonic aura fills the air, causing fear. Sword Tam begs for mercy, hoping he'll show mercy his fellow disciples and spare his life. The devil's sword is inherently cruel. At this moment, his murderous intent hasn't faded. He cares not for fellow disciple bonds. All of you today will face your fate. The sword thief was terrified, hiding behind Bo Qinvan. The sword god trembled, advising the two to join forces and resist, for there was still a chance of survival. The sword demon shed his cloak, covering the 3, while simultaneously launching the 4th Dao Duan Meiqian Qi with the cloak. The cunning and exquisite sword energy, concealed by the cloak, made it impossible to see its trajectory. In an instant, the bloodlight soared to the sky, and the 3 people spurted blood like a fountain. The sword demon laughed heartily to the sky, proclaiming that the Holy Spirit sword technique, the Nameless sword technique, and the Duan Meiqian Qi were unmatched. Who else in the world could compete with me? Madame Gao stood on the side watching the battle, feeling uncomfortable seeing her son idolizing the enemy who killed his father. She didn't know how to guide him. But fortunately, the grand plan was about to succeed, not in vain for all the years she had lived in hardship. The poisonous gas from the 3 flowed through a special path, all converging into the center of the sword pool, suddenly igniting, flames soaring to the sky, breaking through the horizon. Everyone in Baijian Mountain Village was visibly delighted. After 100 years of hardship, finally today they would see a return. Gao Tian was even more unable to contain his wild joy. Just as he was about to rush into the sword pool to seize the sword, a blazing fire dragon surged out, leaving him with a dry mouth and making it difficult to move. Zhongmi, Madame Gao, and the others continuously encouraged him. As long as they could obtain this sword, they could bring glory to their ancestors. As the young master of Baijian Mountain Village, could he not withstand this little heat wave? The sword demon circulated his qi in the dantian, transferred it to his right arm, and condensed his internal strength to the maximum, shooting it out to push the flames in the pool aside. Helping his disciple seize the sword, Ngothien gathered all his courage and charged forward recklessly, but the high-temperature fire dragon was too terrifying, burning away the right sleeve of his garment. The excruciating pain tore through his heart and lungs, making it almost unbearable. He screamed again and was thrown back. Such a young master is useless. Everyone could hardly contain their disappointment, showing disdain. Ngao Funan, Mr. Ngao's wife, felt even more ashamed and angry, scolding her incompetent son. Ngao Thien, feeling wronged, shed tears. The flames burned with such agony that it was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Even if he were to die, he couldn't draw the sword. Standing in the distance, I coldly observed, a disdainful smile on my face. How could ordinary people be worthy of the peerless sword? If this sword doesn't appear, then my fire Kirin sword can reign supreme and be invincible. Zhongmi sighed, feeling disheartened. After 100 years of effort, he created the supreme good sword, yet no one can draw it? A figure walked with firm steps towards the sword pool. It was the heavily injured Cloud. If he cannot obtain this sword, he may never see Kongyu again in his lifetime. Life would be meaningless. It would be better to die in this flame and thus find liberation. The peerless sword, after 100 years of forging, has successfully been refined. Bu Jingwan knows well the peril of life and death, yet does not heed the sword god's obstruction, determined to leap into the sea of flames. If I cannot obtain the peerless sword, cannot meet Kongzi again, and even less can I avenge the deep-seated hatred of Hungba, then it is better to die like this. The sword god is being burned, his back scorched, showcasing the might of the fire dragon. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, Bu Jingwan slips past and jumps into the sea of flames. The closer he gets to the center of the sword pool, the higher the temperature rises. Bu Jingwan's clothes are igniting, he can hardly breathe, pain strikes at his heart. Relying solely on a strong will to endure. With a loud bang, the giant stone shatters, a blinding light emerges, and amidst the raging flames, a pitch-black long sword suddenly appears, suspended in midair. The peerless sword finally reveals its true form. Qin Yun's hand stabbed out, clenching tightly. Suddenly his whole body was struck by lightning, trembling violently. That black sword shattered in an instant, turning into a cloud of black smoke, dispersing in all directions within the sword pond. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, utterly amazed. Could it be that everything was just an illusion? As for the sword investigator, knowing he had no hope of seizing the sword, took advantage of the sword demon's distraction to escape lightly. He hid behind the mountain, bandaging his wounds, when suddenly he saw someone rushing up the mountain towards him. His lightness skill not inferior to his own. This person had delicate features and exuded an extraordinary aura. How could someone so young possess such profound martial arts? In the sword pond, the sword demon witnessed the destruction of the peerless good sword, and thinking of his son, Bu Xin, who died at Bu Jingyun's hands, his rage knew no bounds. Bo Qin Van raised his hand in the air, wanting to exert force to tear it in half. Chungmi was again influenced by the courage of Bo Qin Van, using his inner strength to brace his abdomen, risking himself to save him, pleading for the sword demon to spare a life. The defeated subordinates, the sword god also rushed to help. If the sword demon did not relent, he would swing his sword on the spot. Bo Qin Van was engulfed in flames, pushing everyone away, surrounded by the combined assault of two great masters, the sword demon and Chungmi, his life hanging by a thread. Yet he was fortunate enough to break through the limit of the three mysterious orifices. The Qilin finally succeeded. Lan Nan threw a pain-reducing cloak that had been burned, draping it over Bo Qin Van, causing him to instantly feel a cooling sensation permeate his body, significantly reducing the pain. Ngao Thien, in anger, ordered his subordinates to assist Bo Qin Van, furious, immediately scolding them. Unexpectedly, Chungmi had completely lost hope in him, ignoring him. The ancestors of the three families, Chung, On, and Lan, had received great kindness from the Ngao family, serving diligently for 3 generations, repaying for 100 years. Now with the supreme sword reaching completion, none of us owe each other. He shrank back, grabbing 2 gigantic iron chains on the ground, exerting all his strength to pull hard. The iron chains buried deep in the mountains were pulled hard, causing the earth to shake, and countless black long swords poured out from the mountains, falling into the sword pool, creating an extremely shocking scene. He raised his voice, "Everyone, the sword held by Bo Jingyun just now is the true essence of the peerless good sword. The real peerless good sword is right here. Whoever can find it will prove their worth." Madame Ao earnestly requested that Zhongmi guide her son in the search, but Zhongmi shook his head in refusal, saying that the heavenly steeds are often found, but the rare talents are not. The peerless good sword has always been waiting for its true owner. Ao Tian, born in a family of swordmasters, naturally had encountered countless swords and was confident that with his experience, he would definitely be able to find the divine weapon. A black sword, glistening and translucent, stood out, constantly jumping in his hand. It must be the peerless good sword. Just as Ao Tian was feeling delighted, he was struck down by Duanlang with one sword. When the 2 swords clashed, the black sword in his hand broke into 2 pieces. It seemed that this sword was not the true peerless good sword. In the sea of swords, dazzling light flickered, following the light to search. Drawing the sword caused even more light to burst forth, and the sword's body radiated brilliance, more dazzling than that of the hero sword. At the same time, Bo Jingyun also held a black sword in his hand. This sword seemed ordinary and lacked brilliance, its entire body dim, compared to the sword god's sword. It was far from worthy of being the peerless good sword. In an instant, the sky was filled with dark clouds, covering the heavens, and darkness enveloped the area. The long sword in the sword god's hand still emitted a unique glow. Unaffected by the dark clouds, the sword follows destiny, man and sword in harmony, brilliance undiminished, a divine weapon is born, there must be anomalies. It seems that in the hands of sword god and cloud, one of them must possess the true peerless sword. A crisp cracking sound, the sword in sword god's hand broke, its light dissipated. Looking at Cloud, his whole body exuded a sense of pressure, gradually merging with the surrounding darkness, making him indistinguishable. I don't know how long passed, the dark cloud slowly dissipated, and sunlight once again shone on the earth. Looking back at the courtyard, Cloud had completely disappeared, leaving no trace. A clear trail is visible on the ground, stretching all the way to the sword pool's exit. Looking ahead, we see Cloud carrying the peerless sword away. Seeing her century-long efforts about to benefit another, Madame Ngao is filled with resentment. She pleads with Sword Demon to help, offering herself in return if he retrieves the peerless sword. Sword Demon is overjoyed. He stirs the swords on the ground with his inner energy, unleashing the severed vein sword energy technique, completely sealing off the sword pool exit. Cloud, you can't escape. Cloud, unable to dodge, is forced to raise the black sword in his hand to defend. However, all the swords are blown away by a single strike, and all are sent flying back towards Sword Demon. Although he tried to prevent the demon's sword from pursuing him, Bu Jingfan was unable to withstand it, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Zhongmi, Wen Ruo, and Lingren rushed up in front. Bu Jingfan, your sword is dull and ineffective, it hasn't been unsheathed, otherwise, its power should be more than this. A good person will see it through, let me lend you a hand. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stepped forward, the sword's edge piercing through him. He used his own blood to unsheath the treasured sword, hoping to witness its divine demeanor before dying, not in vain for this life. After waiting for a long time, the sword still showed no change. Zhongmi let out a bitter smile. It seemed this divine weapon couldn't even be unsheathed with the blood of its creator, and could only place hope on Wen Ruo and Lingren. Cloud looks at the blood-stained sword, remembering the countless people who poured their hearts into it. Their lives and hopes entrusted here, cannot help but feel sorrow in his heart. After enduring countless hardships and trials, Bu Jingyun finally obtained the legendary Supreme Good Sword. Unexpectedly, Aotian kidnapped Su Su to threaten him, forcing Bu Jingyun to hand over the sword for her release. Bu Jingyun now relies entirely on the Supreme Good Sword to stand firm. Once he loses the sword, he is bound to be in peril. But Su Su is loyal to him and is also his savior. How could he bear to let her die tragically before his eyes? His right hand loosens, and the long sword falls from his grip. That Supreme Good Sword is unusually heavy, and as soon as it hits the ground, it sinks deeply into the earth, disappearing from sight. Gao Tian was burning with impatience, hastily calling his subordinates to search. Unexpectedly, the sword god suddenly struck from behind, continuously injuring several people and rescuing So. Bu Jingfan reacted extremely quickly, seizing a long sword and thrusting it fiercely toward Gao Tian, like a clap of thunder. A red figure blocked in front of Gao Tian. Madame Gao desperately took a fatal blow for her son. The sword demon loved Madame Gao like his own life, his emotions mixed with rage, he crazily charged toward Bu Jingfan. Bu Jingfan, today I will not let you go unscathed, I swear I will not remain human. His broken pulse sword technique had been trained to the 10th level. At this moment, his fury was sky-high, with strikes more ferocious than the last. Fortunately, he had the support of the unparalleled good sword, otherwise, Bu Jingfan would definitely struggle to withstand it. As the young master of the Baijian mountain villa, his actions were so despicable, making the sword servants Wen Ruo and Lingren feel utterly disheartened. They swore to follow him to the death. Now that Bo Kin Van possesses the supreme sword, he naturally becomes their new master, signaling them to fully assist him in repelling the enemy. Madame Ngao was already on the verge of death, repeatedly calling for the sword demon to take care of her affairs. She handed a brocade box to the sword demon to thank him for his years of hard work. For the Ngao family. The sword demon felt sorrow in his heart, slowly opening the brocade box. A cluster of silver needles shot out, catching him completely off guard, piercing his eyes and causing him to scream in agony. Madame Ngao pulled the hairpin from her head and repeatedly stabbed towards the sword demon's weak points. Her movements were swift and ruthless, clearly the result of years of hard training. And she had long prepared for this. For some unknown reason, Dong Lang swung the fire scale sword to save the sword demon, but in the process, he seriously injured Madame Ngao. The sword demon waved his hand to knock Dong Lang away, saying, "Get out of here. The person I want to kill, even if I wish to kill, I will do it myself." It has nothing to do with you. Madame Gao tore off her face veil, revealing a scarred face, extraordinarily terrifying. Since her husband died at the hands of the sword demon, she had disfigured herself, swearing revenge, but unfortunately, she had not been able to fulfill it and died with her eyes open. The sword demon bent down to hold Madame Gao's body, crying out loud. His mournful cries gradually turned into hearty laughter. For many years, he had followed Madame Gao's every word, not expecting that she still harbored a deep hatred for him. Unable to win her heart, he thought to possess her body instead, so that she could never escape his embrace for a lifetime. Amidst his maniacal laughter, the sword demon exerted all his strength, crushing Madame Gao's corpse, sinking it deep into his own body. The horrifying and bloodthirsty scene made one's hair stand on end. Bu Jingwan watched, unable to help but relate it to his own fate, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the sword demon. This person was so mad, laughing and crying at once, surely suffering immense damage to his essence. Once he regained his composure, he would surely begin a massacre. Bu Jingwan requested the sword god to escort Shugashua away while he himself would block the sword demon. As expected, the sword demon suddenly erupted, his fingertips wielding sword energy, launching an attack. Bu Jingwan, I want you to pay with your life. Though his eyes were blind, he relied on his senses to discern direction, which was not hindered at all. The boy named Tu Vai suddenly stretched out to block, his legs dancing, intercepting the furious assault of the sword demon. He is still young, yet possesses such unfathomable power, astonishing everyone. Moreover, he shares a deep bond with the sword demon, so why does he want to assist Bo Kinvan? The sword demon has been troubled by emotions for many years, his power stagnated, and now his beloved wife has died, breaking free from the emotional web. The might of the broken pulse sword chi has increased, capable of destroying heaven and earth. He knocked Tu Vai away and struck towards Bo Kinvan. On Nguyen Lan Nan stood in front, unable to halt the overwhelming sword energy. Suddenly, dust flew up before Bo Kinvan as the peerless good sword recognized its master. They share the same thoughts, automatically breaking free from the ground, jumping into their master's hands. The 8th segment pulse sword chi is also absorbed by the sword. With the divine armament in hand, his confidence greatly increases. He urges all his energy towards the head of the sword demon. The sword demon does not dodge. The 8th segment pulse sword chi shoots out, colliding head-on with a powerful force. The resulting shockwave is no joke. Flesh and blood cannot withstand the invincible divine weapon. The bones of the sword demon shatter, and he screams as he is thrown back. The peerless sword truly has incredible power. With sword chi entering his body, Bao Jingyun is lifted off the ground by all fours, spitting blood as he is thrown back. He was already heavily injured, relying solely on his will to fight. Even though he managed to repel the sword demon, he could no longer continue fighting. How should we face the Baijian Mountain Villa's assault? The sword demon still hasn't been defeated, blind and crazed, swinging his weapon. Duan Lang takes advantage of people in peril, using the Fire Lian sword to threaten the throat. Sword demon, killing you now is as easy as turning over your hand, but I won't kill you. Instead, I want to save you because we both have the same goal, Bu Jingyun. He already has the supreme good sword. Only by working together can we eliminate him. A whirlwind rises from behind Bu Jingyun, powerful yet revealing a hint of calm. The corner of Bu Jingyun's mouth involuntarily reveals a smile, every time he faces danger. This person always appears just in time. Feng Jr. brother, long time no see. Bu Jingyun originally hated Niefeng for Kung Fu's tragic death, but Niefeng risking his life to rescue him 3 or 4 times made it impossible for him to hate anymore. As a result, when Niefeng brought the Bodhi to stop the bleeding, all enmity dissipated like smoke. Niefeng, everyone who befriends me, Bu Jingyun, must face endless suffering, with deaths and injuries. If you don't mind, I will accept you as my friend. Only someone like you, a resilient man who doesn't give up, is worthy of being my friend, Bo Jingfan. At this moment, the sword god and Soso were surrounded by hundreds of Baijian Mountain's guests, the situation precarious, but with Feng and Yun gathered, what could stop them? Bo Jingfan finally let go of his inner conflict and accepted the friendship of Niep Feng. From then on Feng and Yun would officially unite. The sword god was gravely injured and had to split his focus to protect Soso, gradually unable to fend off the more than 100 guests from Baijian Mountain. A tearing sound of wind came from the sky. Niep Feng unleashed the wind god steps, cutting down enemies in all directions. Bo Jingfan also brandished the peerless good sword and jumped into the battlefield. I will clear the way, sword god protect Soso and retreat. Niep Feng will cover the rear. As sand and stones flew, looking ahead, Ngao Thien led over 1,000 men, fiercely charging from all directions. The peerless good sword must not fall into outsider hands. The sword demon, blinded in both eyes, also swore to take revenge on Bo Jingfan. Nipfong raised his hand, commanding Bo Jingfan and the others to retreat first. Concentrating his inner strength, the snowy cold blade emitted a sharp aura. Listen, quickly make way for a path of life, otherwise I, snowy cold, will emerge. And you will have no way out but death. Everyone laughed disdainfully, shouting and rushing forward, not taking his words to heart at all. The sound of tearing wind was deafening. A sharp chill swept across the battlefield, causing a dozen people rushing in front to lose their heads instantly. Niafeng slowly raised the snowy cold blade, the killing intent overflowing, ignoring the advice of the sword god to show mercy. At this moment, he had completely understood that matters of the martial world must be resolved with martial methods. In his eyes, a ferocious light emanated, unleashing the chilling skill, the most lethal technique of the proud cold six. A domineering chill gathered, cutting a bloody path through the crowd. Seeing Yifeng still among the living, Duan Lang was extremely astonished. He felt ashamed but was also wary of Niafeng, halting his pursuit. The sword demon, ignoring everything, charged towards the blood-red orb of the snowy cold blade. Everywhere was a scene of carnage, blood flowing like rivers, the four of them killing their way to the shore, seizing two small boats, riding the wind and waves, disappearing into the vast ocean. The people of Baijin Mountain Villa were terrified by Niafeng, their hearts racing, watching helplessly as the four left. The sword demon lifted a massive stone, but when he looked again, there was nothing in sight. His body sank into the water, his emotions stirred, his back numb, and his acupoints sealed. Right now, with Bu Jingyun and the sword god Niafeng assisting, the sword demon had lost too much blood. Even if he chased after them, it would be a death sentence. Duan Lang made a quick decision. He could only seal his acupoints first. From the surface of the sea came Niafeng's shout, "Duan Lang, when we meet again, I will definitely not let you go." A group of people who escaped death were filled with boundless emotions. Just as they slightly relaxed, a storm rose on the sea. A giant whale's head emerged from the water, its mouth like a black hole, completely swallowing sovereign swordmaster Suo Suo's small boat. Niafeng cried out in his heart, "The giant whale gang has arrived." 7 giant ships sliced through the waves, speeding towards them, with the central one exquisitely crafted, resembling a giant dragon. Atop the ship, Hungba stood straight against the wind, his clothes fluttering. "Niafeng, I didn't expect you to be here. Saving this old man from a long journey. Fate has brought us to this battle, unavoidable." Niafeng, Bu Jingyun's expression is unusually resolute. "All grudges between master and apprentice will be settled today." Years ago, the giant whale gang submitted to the Heavenly Union Society, following the law of the jungle. The one-eyed gang leader's shout caused 2 massive white whales to emerge on the sea surface, swallowing towards Fengyun and company. The waves shattered the small boat. Niafeng held onto him, supporting himself against Bu Jingyun's side, preventing them from being separated by the seawater. Their opponents were skilled in naval combat. The longer they stayed in the water, the more disadvantageous their situation became. With a unified mind, Snowy Mist Cave and Absolute World's best sword simultaneously attacked, the two forces complementing each other. Limitless power, doubling their might. On the surface of the sea, the towering waves are immense, a perilous rebirth, revealing the fierce battle occurring beneath the ocean. Not long after, Feng and Yin stand on the back of a giant fish, breaking through the surface of the sea directly towards the fleet. Hungba is extremely shocked. Being able to break the giant fish formation, the power of Feng and Yun has advanced terrifyingly. After Qin Xiang and Feng Yin betrayed him, Hungba's prestige greatly diminished. To consolidate the Heaven and Earth Society, he appointed Dong Huang as the deputy leader, and took advantage of Shi Bao, Shi Qinhua, and Shou Wu Zhudao, dividing the 3 paths. If Feng and Yun managed to escape again, where would he find his face? His 3-part energy has reached great mastery, and a strange aura suddenly emerged from his palm. Niafeng knows that Bu Jingyun is gravely injured, unable to recover in time, and fears for his life. Snowy cold blade swung out, a move called Ice Wind 3 Chains. The powerful chill instantly condensed into ice on Bu Jingfan. Niafeng kicked, sending him and the ice down to the seabed, to avoid being disturbed by the arrows. Niafeng's lightness skill was extraordinary, stepping on the water. He jumped onto the boat in a few steps. With a full strike of the blade, blood and flesh splattered. The enemies on one boat were instantly slaughtered by him. Hungba saw him rushing straight towards him, feeling overjoyed instead of angry. Without Bu Jingfan's assistance, he found it hard to gain momentum, and coming was just courting death. Unexpectedly, the full strike blade came at an astonishing speed, transforming into a whirlwind, bypassing Hungba, heading straight for the group of underlings. Shi Tamhoa, Tuk Bao, and the others had no intention to fight and, after a slight resistance, abandoned the boat to flee, watching Hungba seethe with anger. He also knew that these heavenly pool assassins had no loyalty, but without a general under his command, he had to endure and keep them. Not long after, the group of underlings was completely cleared out, and Nipfong stood with his blade straight, looking at Hungba. Hungba, let's make a decisive end right here. He knows Hungba's cultivation level. This battle must involve many people to create chaos in his mind for us to have a chance of winning. Hungba, after 10 years of nurturing you, today's battle, I'll yield you a move. As soon as the words were spoken, Hungba's smile froze, standing there stunned. He understands Niefeng's character well. He is not a braggart. Since he dares to speak so boldly, he must have genuine skills. Hungba dare not underestimate him. He gathers his breath in his chest, with wind swirling around his body, ready to unleash all his life's martial arts in one fatal strike. Niefeng, boasting shamelessly, I will take your life with one move, to let you experience the agony of broken bones. This is the final battle between Hungba and his disciple Niefeng. Facing Niefeng's unpredictable potential and the snowy whisper mad saber in his hand, Hungba dares not to be careless at all. Using the 3 parts return to origin divine skill, his power surged to its peak, and in an instant, the killing intent was overwhelming. The winds and clouds changed color, and his true energy shattered the boat. Faced with such terrifying pressure, Nipfong remained extremely confident. Relying on his current strength, even if he couldn't win, he could hold on until Bo Kinvan finished healing. Hungba let out a roar, the 3 parts returned to origin. She surged forward with an unstoppable force, enveloping Nipfong's vital points. Nipfong couldn't evade, his body spun quickly, forming a vortex to block Hungba's palm strike, and then he counterattacked using the wind god kick in the fury of the wind and rain. Hungba felt a gust of wind hitting his face, and before him, countless silhouettes of Nipfong whirled around, making it hard to distinguish which was the real body and which were after images. A vast difference from the techniques he taught years ago. A look of shock flashed in his eyes as he struck Nipfong's shoulder. Although the wind god kick was improved by Nipfong, it was originally taught by him. So how could he not see through its flaws? Meanwhile, deep under the sea, Bo Kinvan was channeling energy to heal and was unable to resist the pursuit of the Siyu Kinbang's assassins. Unexpectedly, Shi Tam Hoa and Tuk Bao quietly caught up, helping him resolve all the assassins, leaving one to wonder what their intentions were. Hungba, in a powerful position, showed no mercy, utilizing the wind shadow technique, and struck fiercely with the cloud palm again at the back. With a move like the mountain splitting and sea turning, Nipfong felt an intense shock to his internal organs, and was sent flying backwards. Just as he was about to strike again to completely kill Nipfong, a massive ice block rose from the ocean floor, catching Nipfong and bringing him back to the surface. Nipfong spat out blood, the hot blood splattering on the ice block, quickly melting it and soaking Bo Kinvan's face. Bo Kinvan was boiling with blood and energy, having been saved by Nipfong several times before. Now that Nipfong's life was in danger, how could he endure? Ignoring his unhealed injuries, he forced his way through the ice. Fortunately, he arrived in time, managing to replace Nipfong and deflect a lethal strike of the 3 parts returning origin sword chi. Hungba laughed heartily, saying, the unmatched good sword truly lives up to its reputation, but unfortunately, both of you are still internally injured, you're sure to die. Nipfong had originally promised Bo Kinvan that he would let him personally kill Hungba, in the face of life and death. He could not worry about that anymore. Suddenly drawing the Shui Yin Dao, he shattered Hungba's energy. No matter how strong the 3 parts returning origin chi was, it could not compare to the divine wind of the Shui Yin. And Hungba was immediately severed at the arm, screaming as he flew backwards. With an unexpected move to break the enemy, both Foam and Van felt a bit taken aback, looking at each other, their hands clenched tightly, generating an endless fighting spirit. Hungba roared in anger, his severed arm suddenly exerting force in a slash, cutting off the remaining half of his arm, a terrifying frenzy. Seeing him injure himself, his unusual behavior left not only Niefeng but also Bu Jingfan stunned in place, astonished and unable to calm down. Who would have thought that Hungba's cruel act of severing his own arms was to concentrate all his power into the 3 remaining fingers? Only in this way could he unleash the maximum power of the 3-fraction return essence. Red, blue, and green energy shot out from the 3 fingers, and indeed, their power increased exponentially. Niefeng protected Bu Jingfan behind him, using a full-powered ice wind 3 chains to meet the sweeping energy. The 3-fraction divine finger could break through anything, shattering the ice in front of them, its power undiminished, directly piercing toward Bu Jingfan. As the two were fully resisting, Hungba suddenly disappeared from view. The cunning old man burrowed into the seabed, launching a surprise attack with the 3-fraction true chi, making it hard to defend against. The Fengyan behind them was hit, blood spurting out on the spot, the two sharing a deep connection, their swords clashing suddenly, the sound resonating, tearing through the green clouds, shooting straight up into the sky. Both great generals are rare treasures of extreme cold, supporting each other, merging to create a force that shakes heaven and earth, instilling fear in gods and ghosts. Hungba could not withstand it, but his injuries were too severe to delay any longer, so he had no choice but to elevate his true power to its peak, three streams of energy merging around him, desperately holding on. Bo Kin Van roared like thunder, suddenly raising the supreme sword, while Nia Fong spun rapidly, transforming into a whirlwind, further enhancing the might of the sword's aura. Wind and clouds unite, once again breaking through the realm of Makavo Luong, resembling a great dragon devouring Hungba. The great dragon swirling in the sea raised towering waves, boats around were all swept away by the massive waves, instantly the wind cleared and the clouds scattered. The heavens and earth changed color. The light slowly faded, revealing a person on the deck, trembling all over, kneeling upright, extremely disheveled, with a black sharp sword hanging above his head. Hungba, with white hair and beard, seemed to age several decades in an instant. Bo Kin Van, you will absolutely not kill me. Bu Kin Van has endured for over a decade for this day, his passion burning fiercely, swinging his sword with great force. Neep Fong suddenly raised his blade to block, pointing behind him. Bu Kin Van looked over and saw the giant ship nearby, where the leader of the Siu Kin Bang, Doc Nan, was holding Tan Swang and so high above. Indeed, Hungba had prepared for this. It turned out he had a backup plan. Tan Swang shouted loudly, telling Fong Van not to worry about her and to quickly kill Hungba for revenge. Bu Kin Van's hand trembled slightly, unsure of what choice to make. Moreover, being devoured by the giant fish, Jinshin, So and the others were fortunately unharmed. The two searched for a way out in the belly of the giant fish and unexpectedly encountered a strange old man with bizarre gestures, splashing water inside the fish's belly. The old man was displeased at being disturbed, but his angry expression softened upon hearing that the two were unfamiliar with the Siu Kin Bang. They were laughing joyfully, walking briskly, bringing two people out of the fish's mouth and escaping from danger. The three of them arrived at a reef, and the old man suddenly made a move, using the long ba fist to strike hard at the sword god. The sword god was already on guard, drawing the hero sword, and using the unnamed sword technique to push him back. The old man laughed heartily, shouted loudly, and knelt down. You hold the hero sword, you must be the disciple of the unnamed. I have waited hard for 20 years, I finally waited for this day. I wonder what the master has commanded. The sword god was concerned about the situation and then realized that this person was one of the three servants of his master. Having the chance to meet today, he would certainly be able to help him escape from danger. The old man puffed out his chest and belly, clearly taking pride in being a servant of the unnamed. No mistake, in this world, he is the only one who can be considered a true hero, worthy of being my master. If there's anything to command, just say it without hesitation. With the Fengyun he bitch and the unmatched Hao Jian, the snowy madness blade, the two great divine weapons in hand, he finally defeated Hungba. Who would have thought that the cunning old fox Hungba would use Tan Swang as a hostage, intending to preserve his own life? In the midst of the chaos, taking advantage of the moment when Feng and Yun were unprepared, he jumped into the sea to escape, vanishing in an instant. Seeing his water abilities were so formidable, Feng and Yun knew they couldn't pursue him and were filled with rage with nowhere to vent it. Seeing the leader of the giant whale gang, the one-eyed, taking Tan Swang away, they jumped up several times to block his path, wanting to capture him to vent their frustration. The waves roared on the surface of the sea, several giant whales, carrying 3 people, rushed forward, namely the sword god, So, and the old man with silver hair. That old man was the chief servant among the 3 servants of the Nameless, the Chi-Gai Dragon King. He saw the heroic sword broken, filled with immense sorrow, and upon hearing that the sword god had arrived here, he felt it was purely a fateful coincidence, not sent by the Nameless sect, which further deepened his despair. 20 years ago, the Nameless was like the midday sun, with 3 loyal subordinates under his command, all of whom were exceptionally skilled in martial arts, roaming the martial world. After the Nameless retreated from the world, those 3 subordinates did not relax for a moment, diligently training every day without interruption, growing their power, leading the giant whale gang, waiting for their master to summon them, hoping that one day they could follow the Nameless to fight in the martial world again. However, as they grew older, their heroic spirit gradually faded, and the excitement of those days became hard to recapture. Now the leader of the giant whale gang, One-Eyed, is a disciple of the Dragon King. When he saw his master arrive, he thought reinforcements had come, but unexpectedly, he was slapped by the Dragon King, leading to a fatal incident. The Dragon King recognized that Bu Jingyun and Niefeng were not ordinary people. At such a young age, they could defeat Hungba, and their future prospects were truly unpredictable. Indicating his desire to recruit them in his words, Jingyun remained silent regarding So-So's concern, which made So-So feel sad and disappointed. Just as she was grieving, the tall figure of Jingyun suddenly collapsed and knelt down. He was severely injured, sustaining himself solely on the belief of seeking revenge. At this moment, he finally exhausted all his strength and fell down, still clutching the extraordinary sword tightly in his hand even in unconsciousness. Everyone hurriedly arranged for him to rest and recover at a nearby farmhouse. Susu wiped her sweat and stayed by his side, preparing medicine before and after. Seeing how he cared for Jingyun, the sword god couldn't help but feel envious and sigh inwardly. Late at night, Tianxia and Niafeng, brothers who hadn't seen each other in a long time, took advantage of the moonlit night to chat under the pretense of keeping watch. Their laughter echoed loudly, and their bond seemed even closer than before. During this gathering, Tianxia noticed that Jingyun's aura had become even more fierce. Thinking about Kong Yu's tragic death, he couldn't help but worry about him. Now that he has the peerless sword in his hands, he will surely have to pursue and kill Hungba, which will inevitably lead to the loss of innocent lives. Tianxia couldn't help but worry about him. Niafeng sighed as he looked at the moon. How could he not be worried? Suddenly, there was a disturbance in the bamboo forest behind them. Tianxia, with his rich experience in the martial world, flashed his figure and leaped into the forest. Niafeng ran up. Big brother, be careful. My friend is in the forest, but his appearance is too terrifying. I fear causing panic, so I didn't dare let him meet people. Tianxia could no longer contain her curiosity and looked closely. A fire qilin was bearing its fangs and claws, lying on the ground. Days passed, Jingyun remained in a coma. Everyone had to stay to protect him. The sword god delayed too long and hurriedly reported to his master, Nameless. He reluctantly bid farewell to everyone. The young people, having spent so much time together, forged a deep friendship through their adventures. At their parting, they were filled with emotion, promising to meet at Nameless' place after. Cloud recovers. That night, an uninvited guest broke in through the wall, using precise acupoint techniques to subdue Susu instantly. It was the sword thief. With 2 fingers on Jingyun's wrist, he seized the supreme good sword effortlessly. Unable to resist, he laughed heartily. Unexpectedly, Jingyun's chest suddenly exploded with noise, and his arm began to emit faint smoke. Susu was panic-stricken but unable to call Niafeng due to the sealed acupoints. The sword thief, being too greedy, set fire before leaving, forcing Niafeng to busy himself with putting out the fire and saving people. Unable to pursue, he spread his lightness kung fu and ran crazily, feeling the absolute good sword in his heart becoming heavier day by day, exhausting him to the point of sweating profusely. His mouth dry and tongue parched. He rushed into a roadside tavern and drank greedily. A crowd of uninvited guests surrounded the entrance, with 4 sword elders from White Sword Manor, leading a group of strongmen chasing after him. Sword Thief relied on his outstanding lightness kung fu and the sharpness of the absolute good sword, fighting and retreating quickly to escape pursuit. But the absolute good sword was truly too heavy, always preventing him from running too far away. While panting heavily, another person blocked his path ahead, none other than Jingyun. With ambushes ahead and pursuers behind, Sword Thief's mind raced, devising a cunning plan to drive a wedge between the wolves. He offered the absolute good sword with both hands to Jingyun, repeatedly smiling and making amends. Brother Yuan, I was momentarily curious and borrowed your precious sword to examine it. Now it is time for it to return to its rightful owner. On the other side, Duan Lang restrained Sword Demon, asking him to impart the broken vein sword chi to him. Now that you're blind and your right hand is crippled, killing Cloud is even harder than reaching the sky. Why not pass your divine skill to me and let my fire-scaled sword help you take revenge? The sword demon kept cursing, forcing his internal energy, struggling against the bindings all over his body, rushing out of the room. Although he couldn't see anything, he felt the ground was empty beneath his feet, sinking into the mud and sand, sliding down several dozens of feet before he could stabilize his footing. The wind howled loudly from all directions, whipping up the yellow sand that hit his face, causing him to panic and feel frustrated, shouting incessantly. Duan Lang coldly laughed and said, "This place has yellow sand stretching for thousands of miles, all cliffs and rocks. No one is here. I'm leaving, take care of yourself." The sword demon sighed, revealing his helplessness. "Slow down, I will pass on to you the Duan my sword chi." Jingyun, not the most reckless man in the world, understood that Jian Shan was offering the peerless good sword with both hands as a cunning ploy to lure the tiger out of the mountain. Yet he remained unafraid and accepted it calmly. His whole body was burned, the injuries were excruciatingly painful, feeling as if he were torn apart, extraordinarily terrifying. Only in his deep, spirited eyes, like cold stars in the dark night, did light pierce through. His whole body was burned, the injuries were extremely painful as if he were torn apart, extraordinarily terrifying. Dway only has in those profound and divine eyes, like a cold star in the dark night, capturing attention. His imposing presence is as stable as Mount Tai, towering like that, making the group of swordsmen dare not rashly charge forward. Bo Kin Van quietly turned and left, seemingly without the intention to kill. The sword is drawn to claim lives. I have no enmity with you. If you want to avoid death, step aside. The sunlight shone on his face, his hair had fallen out, and Bo Kin Van's face was even colder and more intimidating than before. Kim Tam could not bear to let him leave, continuously using mocking words to provoke the people of Bai Kim Sun Trang. It turns out that Bai Kim Sun Trang is all a bunch of people who fear death and love life, watching the supreme sword fall into someone else's hands. You bunch of drunks and gluttons, how can you be worthy of the supreme sword? The four old swordsmen of Bai Kim Sun Trang couldn't hold back any longer and charged towards Bo Kin Van together, greatly influencing the group of swordsmen, who also rushed forward. Not far away, Nia Feng, So, and Tan Shuang were rushing to provide assistance. The sight of bodies piled up in the field and rivers of blood before them left the three of them utterly terrified. Most of the people from Baijian Mountain Village had become souls under the supreme sword, and Jianshan was so shaken that his heart turned cold, quickly fleeing. Bu Jingyun said nothing. Those he killed today were all deserving of death, and his heart was filled with silence. Even if he cleansed the supreme sword of the blood, how could he wash away all the hatred? Two figures landed beside everyone. They were the two sword servants, Wenrua and Lingren, who had always secretly protected Bu Jingyun. Bu Jingyun's face was cold, deliberately requesting the two to leave. He was used to being alone and did not like having anyone follow him. Wenrua, feeling helpless, had to give him a Ziyinyan. As long as it was activated in times of danger, they would rush to provide support with all their strength. After the two left, Bu Jingyun casually threw it away, sinking the life-saving yen into the river. Right now, I'm fully healed, so I should go hunt down Hungba for revenge. So continuously advised against it, but Bo Kin Van ignored her and turned to leave. Nipfong then took out a map, blocking the way. Van brother, you hold the supreme exquisite sword, which has a significant connection to my Nip family. I hope you can come with me to Lang Van Quat to uncover the truth. That day, Nipfong was harmed by Don Lang and was trapped in Lang Van Quat along with the Fire Qilin. I don't know how long it was, but he woke up from a coma and found himself in the deepest part of Lang Van Quat. In the cave, vines were rampant, and countless blood-red fruits were growing, which were the blood bodhi. Nipfong, exhausted and thirsty, didn't think much and ate several fruits, suddenly feeling his blood energy stabilize, his injuries eased, and his internal strength increased. In the fire unicorn cave, it suddenly burst in, its eyes blinded, dying, continuously letting out heartbreaking cries, collapsing in front of Niafong. Niafong couldn't bear to see it die like this, so he fed it blood bodhi. After spending many days together, their bond deepened, and the fire unicorn's eyes gradually began to recover. On the rocky wall in the cave, there were carvings of the unique sword techniques of the Nia family, which left Niafong puzzled and without a solution. The strange techniques felt profoundly mysterious. And the martial arts were extraordinary. He based his deductions on the inscriptions on the rock wall, along with the legends passed down in his family, to piece together the story. Years ago, the ancestor of the Nia family, Niang, wielded the snow-drinking blade and fought against the fire unicorn. Although he severely injured the fire unicorn, he accidentally ingested its blood, leaving him engulfed in flames and unbearable pain. After that, his power greatly increased, but his temperament changed, often falling into madness and slaughtering innocent people. Fearing that he would harm his family, he departed without saying goodbye, heading to the Bai Sword Villa in search of a friend, Aori, for assistance. The two of them constantly researched and sought out a piece of Millennium Cold Iron, intending to forge an unparalleled divine weapon to destroy the fire mechanism spirit and suppress the mad blood in Nia Ying's body. It's a pity that the two of them struggled their whole lives and still did not achieve their wishes, so they had to leave their last wishes for future generations to fulfill. A group of people arrived at Lang Van Quat at the foot of the great Buddha of Nak Sun, returning to the old place. Bu Kin Van and Nipfong both felt a wave of emotions. Under Nipfong's guidance, they indeed discovered the writings left by Nippon on the rock from years ago. Nipfong's expression was pained as he recalled the bloodthirsty madness that erupted during the terror. He instructed Bu Kin Van that if he went mad again, he absolutely did not want to be shown any old kindness, and that he should be dealt with by one sword strike. The wildness was quiet, the setting sun was still, and several disciples of the Koiwai sect were digging up the grave of the wife of Vodan under the orders of their master, Koiwai Laotu. Years ago, Koiwai Laotu suffered a disastrous defeat at the hands of Vodan and felt ashamed. Hearing about the grave of Vodan's wife, he deliberately came to excavate it. Recently, Vodan had been troubled and disturbed, visiting his wife's grave to pay respects, only to unexpectedly encounter someone attacking him. He felt a sharp pain in his heart, realizing that what good was it to be a martial arts overlord if he couldn't even protect his wife, allowing her body to be desecrated. A group of Kuai sect disciples were overwhelmed by a massive force, falling to their knees before the tomb, their foreheads slamming hard against the ground. A middle-aged beautiful woman emerged from the grass, with delicate eyebrows and bright eyes, her appearance noble like a flower. She was Lung Tu's wife, one of the 3 slaves of the Nameless, known as Phoenix Sword, Feng Wu. It was she who punished those Kuai sect disciples. After 20 years apart, the young girl had grown up. Knowing that Feng Wu and her husband Lung Tu adopted a child and lived in seclusion here, caring for and loving the child day after day, the Nameless felt deeply grateful. He also heard that Long Wang's slave was still suffering, waiting for him to reappear in the martial world, with a hot temper, living alone his whole life, still searching for the enemy who killed his master. The Nameless was shaken to his core and sighed endlessly. A strange and drunk-looking man crawled out from the grass. It turned out that Lung Tu saw his wife overjoyed, thinking she had feelings for the Nameless, and could not suppress his anger. Seeking out Bu Jingyun. Unexpectedly, in an instant, the Nameless vanished without a trace. This lightness skill is truly unimaginable. Next episode, Hungba at wit's end. Please continue watching. This is absolutely the most difficult moment in Hungba's life. Defeated by Bo Kin Van and Nip Fong, he panicked and fled to Phong Ki town, but ultimately, due to excessive blood loss and exhaustion, he collapsed by the roadside. Hungba shivered, his spirit shattered, struggling desperately as he staggered into a hotel named Trung Hoa Kak. He sat in the room, trying to gather his energy to heal, but gradually sensed something was wrong. He had already sent out signals. Why had the members of the Tianxia not come to his aid yet? Could it be that something had happened within the gang, and those unpredictable Tian Tri assassins were taking the opportunity to create chaos? Anxious in his heart, he forced himself to gather his energy, but in his haste, he was unable to achieve it and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hungba's guess was not wrong. The Tian Tri assassins had betrayed him. Chi Tam Hoa and Tuk Bao had been watching him for days and were now hiding in the inn, waiting for the right moment to strike. If it weren't for their caution regarding the unpredictable aura of Vodan, not knowing if he was friend or foe, they would have already attacked Hungba. A waiter named Mong Nan lingered outside the door, hiding a dagger that had been heated up, yet he hesitated to act because of Hungba's formidable reputation. In the accounting room, all the waiters of Trung Hoa Kak gathered together. Mong knelt down before Vodan, thanking him for years of care. Now, with the revenge for his father, Hungba heavily injured, he couldn't hold back and vowed to take revenge. These waiters were once renowned figures in the martial arts world, who, tired of the struggles of the Jianghu, followed Vodan to live in seclusion here. Vodan remained silent. They had followed him for many years, settling down, starting families, living a peaceful life. He truly couldn't bear to pull them back into the cycle of conflict. Late at night, Hungba's strength recovered, but his mind was restless. He knew he shouldn't stay here for long, so he wanted to leave. As soon as he stepped out, he was blocked by a martial artist, the Thursday Vu Tu Dao from Thian Tri Thapni Sat. Tuk Bao and Chi Tam Hoa had long set up a group of assassins. Seeing Thursday Vu Tu Dao strike, they also rushed to surround and kill Hungba. Hungba, you old bastard, once you die, the Thian Hahoi will return to Thian Tri, and you can consider your death meaningful. Despite his serious injuries, Hungba's imposing aura remained. With Fongdan Kuokan by Van Chuan, he combined offense and defense, forcing his way through a bloody path. The hotel's main door burst open, and a child riding a wooden horse leaped down. It was the leader of Thian Tri, who had once assisted Bo Kin Van Tu Viet by Kim Sun Trang. He cultivated the Heart Sutra of sympathetic unity to perfection, achieving the effect of reversing old age and restoring youth. On that day, he assisted Bu Jingyun in obtaining the starving good sword, all to take advantage of him to severely injure Xiongba, while he himself reaped the benefits. The front gate was sealed off, forcing Xiongba to flee deep into the back courtyard. The other masters and miscellaneous workers were all highly skilled, appearing and blocking Xiongba's retreat. Boss Xiong, this is the core area of the Zhenghua Pavilion. Please leave quickly. We do not wish to cause any trouble. You should find another way out. As they spoke, the sinister laughter of Tong Huang came from behind. There's no need to look for a way out anymore, he has nowhere left to run. Xiongba's life hung by a thread. He urgently rushed into the Five Elements formation and arrived in the back garden. Just on the other side of a wall, it was another world. In the courtyard, water flowed gently, birds sang, and flowers bloomed. In a small room, dim light flickered as the mournful sound of a huqin, Chinese two-stringed fiddle, played. The low, drawn-out notes seemed to be lamenting softly, yet also telling a story quietly. Hungba could not help himself and followed the sound of the lute upstairs. He pushed the door open, and inside sat a person in a cross-legged position, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. He had no name, no surname, and called himself Nameless. Hungba's heart stirred slightly, having guessed the identity of this person. He clasped his hands together and bowed in respect. I apologize for intruding recklessly, I hope you will forgive my offense, senior. Hungba considered himself extraordinary, having lived a proud life. Although older than Nameless, he referred to himself as Junior, which showed his respect for Nameless. Nameless strummed the lute again, playing a mournful piece that seemed to guide Hungba towards enlightenment. Standing high above, one cannot help but feel cold, a lifetime enslaved to fame, fortune, and career, what is there to be proud of? Hungba calmly emerged, and after the music ended, he sighed, thank you, senior, for your guidance. It's a pity I have no way out. Vodan quietly said, as long as you sincerely let go of your weapons, there is still a way to save yourself. In the courtyard, the group of heavenly assassins was entangled in a stalemate with a group of waiters from Trung Hoa Kak. Dong Hong, enraged to the point of laughter, took out a small brass bell from his chest, poured in his inner strength, and continuously shook it while performing the Dong Tam True Classic. The sound of the ringing bell made people feel dizzy, their minds confused. The waiters from Trung Hoa Kak, faced with incessant illusions, were thrown into chaos, as Dong Hong, riding a wooden horse, easily knocked them down one by one. They were not frightened, on the contrary, they showed signs of joy, allowing Dong Hong to charge into the back courtyard. Many years had passed without seeing Vodan take action. And this was a perfect opportunity to indulge. As Dong Hong just entered, he saw Hungba coming out of the pavilion. Here is Hungba, no need to take action. I have decided to withdraw from the martial world and the Heaven and Earth Society, which will be taken over by you all. He sees Tong Huang's face filled with shock, clearly not believing it. He swings his fist, striking two major acupoints on his face and abdomen, instantly self-destructing decades of internal energy cultivation in a moment. All his martial arts skills gone, Hungba instantly appears much older, kneeling on the ground. By self-destructing his martial arts, he shows his determination. Tong Huang laughs wickedly non-stop. Elder brother, you dare to act and bear the consequences, I admire you. But as long as you are alive, I can never truly feel at ease. Hungba sits motionless on the ground, closing his eyes waiting for death. Suddenly, a loud sound of air being sliced breaks out as a sharp spear like lightning strikes towards Tong Huang. Tong Huang hastily pushes away his wooden horsechair, retreating continuously over 10 yards, narrowly avoiding it. Looking closely, the object that struck him turns out to be a writing brush. Amidst this, the sound of a guqin, Chinese zither, rises, sometimes far, sometimes near, clearly audible. Everyone remembers encountering the Nameless several times in the inn. And their hearts are filled with fear and unease. This person wields the brush of authority, turning the zither into a sword. Their true power is unfathomable. Dong Huang clasped his hands and bowed, daring to ask the senior above, what is your esteemed name? Luong Qiu did not respond. The sound of the zither once again echoed, commanding the birds around to gather, forming a giant character transformation in mid-air. Using the zither to control birds with such profound power, made Dong Huang even more astonished. I humbly apologize for disturbing your meditation. In order to show my sincerity, I will temporarily leave Hungba and take my leave. Hungba was pursued by the 12 assassins of Heaven's Pool. In order to save his life, he abandoned his martial arts and vowed to turn from evil to good. He sincerely moved Vodan, not only driving Dong Huang away for him but also day and night, rushed to the Tianxia Association to rescue his daughter. Thick dark clouds, murderous intent fills the air. Fresh blood continuously flowed down from the high steps. The scene of corpses piled high on the battlefield left Vodan in shock. I don't know who it is, but their actions are ruthless. The members of the Heavenly World Association are like birds afraid of crooked branches. No matter how Vodan explains that he means no harm, they still raise their weapons and attack recklessly. Vodan, having reached the Heaven Sword realm, easily subdued the crowd with just 2 fingers. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the Hungba hall. Hungba, come out here. Otherwise, I, Bo Kin Van, will turn the Heavenly World Association into ruins. The members of the Heavenly World Association were shocked by that imposing aura, and they didn't have time to care about Vo Dan, rushing towards the Hungba hall to surround and kill Bo Kin Van. Inside the hall, Bo Kin Van stood alone as a stronghold, unmatched by thousands. He learned that Hungba's daughter, Yunuok, was imprisoned in the Vong Swang Tower. Wielding the unparalleled sword, he rushed towards the Vong Swang Tower. Hok Kin Jiak, do you still remember me? Bo Kin Van suddenly stopped. That name is scarcely known in the world. Turning around, it was clearly his life-saving benefactor from years ago. Vo Dan saw Bo Kin Van, his eyes radiating with insane killing intent. Feeling a mix of emotions in his heart, he sighed. Jingju, I truly regret it. If I had firmly insisted on you following Master Deshur back then, your malevolent energy wouldn't have erupted to the point of being irrecoverable. The members of the Tianxia saw Bo Jingbun in a daze, circled behind him for a sneak attack, but in an instant, they were chopped into pieces by the supreme sword. Wu Dong's figure flickered, and with a slight movement of his fingertips, like a flash of lightning, he seized Bo Jingbun's sword-holding arm. Jingju, what you hold in your hand is the supreme sword, isn't it? This sword has a malevolent aura that is extremely terrifying, only making your killing intent heavier. Unable to self-control. At this moment, Wu Dong's power was unmatched in the world. With just a little force, he knocked the supreme sword from Bo Jingbun's hand. The moment the sword left his hand, a strong sense of loneliness and pain spread throughout Bo Jingbun's body, making him feel like he was on fire. The Qilin child unleashed an immense surge of energy, striking fiercely at Wu Dong's chest. The supreme sword cannot leave me. The famous martial artist Bu Qin Van did not take the Nameless one seriously at all. Who would have thought that this strike would have such profound power, exceeding his expectations? He felt alarmed, remaining completely still, yet he managed to neutralize the Qilin's strength. With his internal energy erupting, just a slight exertion of force sent Bu Qin Van flying back, crashing violently into the Hungba Duong sign. The supreme sword of excellence, embedded in the ground, shook violently and trembled fiercely. Just as Bu Qin Van fell to the ground, it flew back into its owner's hand. The Nameless one was even more astonished. The person and the sword were in tune, with the sword sensing goodness and evil. Bu Qin Van had completely fallen into the path of darkness, and the supreme sword of excellence followed him, transforming into the supreme demon sword. By that time, he feared he wouldn't even be able to collect himself. It seemed today he would have to seize the treasured sword from him. The sword immortal already knew that Vo Dan's power far surpassed his own. How could he dare to engage in battle? He ran straight towards Wang Xianlo. As soon as he entered the door, he saw not Yu Nuok tightly bound in the hall, beside a man with bulging muscles and a fierce expression, none other than the notorious Iron Report Divine Monk. He had subjugated many people, specifically tasked with guarding Hungba's daughter. Anyone wanting to save her would have to pass through his gate. Bo Qin Van is clear about his enmity with Hungba, though they have a grudge. He has never taken it out on Yunuok. Seeing her in trouble now, he couldn't help but feel a sense of righteousness and stepped forward to rescue her. Suddenly, he felt his footing give way and fell into a mechanism within the hall. Below was a dense aura of darkness, with countless venomous snakes bearing their fangs. Bo Qin Van remained calm in danger, swinging his precious sword midair, severing the snakes in half. The Iron Report Divine Monk unleashed a flurry of palm strikes from all directions toward Bo Qin Van. Ignoring the flashy palm techniques, Bo Qin Van swung his sword fiercely. After enduring several moves, he was drenched in sweat, yet his peerless good sword could not inflict the slightest harm on his opponent. The Iron Report Divine Monk laughed loudly. His golden Buddha armor divine skill had reached great mastery. His body was invulnerable to blades and spears, and any part of him could be lethal. At the top of the head, the edge of the anti-van palm of Bo Qin Van gained the upper hand. Bo Qin Van secretly sighed. The supreme sword couldn't even break through a bit of the electric skill. Could it really be as Wu Ming said, that the sword has not yet been unleashed? Facing each other, a gray shadow floated in, instantly unraveling all the ropes binding Yu Nuok. With such quick movement, the Iron Eagle Divine Monk couldn't react at all. It was Wu Ming who had arrived. Wu Ming supported Yu Nuok with his right hand, channeling internal energy, quietly notifying of Hungba's movements. The Iron Eagle Divine Monk was furious, swinging his palm to strike, clearly reaching right in front of Wu Ming, yet his hand could not advance any further. Only feeling an invisible sword aura piercing into his heart, startled, he flew back. He looked closely and finally recognized Wu Ming's appearance, becoming even more terrified. A memory from 20 years ago surfaced in his mind. Back then, Wu Ming defeated the 10 major sects, traveling the rivers and lakes with his wife. The two passed by the ancient Buddha temple, capturing the abbot Iron Eagle Divine Monk. forcing him to negotiate with the Holy Emperor. The Iron Report God monk appears indifferent to worldly affairs, with a stern righteousness, but in reality, he is a butcher who robs and kills, committing every evil deed. He is infatuated with the beauty of his wife, Nameless, relying on his superior martial arts to set traps at night and ambush Nameless. He was unaware of Nameless' tactics, which naturally led to his humiliation and disastrous defeat, losing his left arm, after which he retreated from the martial world. But now, his Golden Phoenix armor divine skill has been mastered to the 10th level, unrivaled in the world. What is there to fear? With his internal energy erupting, the 3 green bricks beneath his feet shattered, indeed showcasing an overwhelming momentum and imposing presence. He saw Nameless carrying Yunuok fleeing, his heart swelling with pride as he pursued relentlessly. Nameless, today I must determine the victor between us. Nameless' eyes flashed with brilliance. He had the intention to retreat and did not want to take lives. Seeing the Iron Report God monk, he struck with lethal techniques, his anger rising within. With 2 fingers extended, he aimed directly at the right arm, lightly tapping. The sound of bones breaking echoed, just a superficial move. The Nameless one was infinitely arrogant, with his entire arm shattered, his screams resonating through heaven and earth. Truly, the strongest man in the wind and cloud. With a slight flick of his 2 fingers, he completely crippled the Iron Eagle divine monk, who had reached the peak of the Golden Armor Buddha technique. This person, as a member of the Buddhist sect, was cruel and bloodthirsty, plundering and deserving of severe punishment. The Nameless one, carrying Yunuok, dashed forward and stood before Bo Kinvan in an instant. Kinvan, hand over your sword to me, don't force me to take action. Bo Kinvan regarded the peerless good sword as his life. With his sword at stake, how could he compromise? He swung his sword, aiming directly at the top of the Nameless one's head. The Nameless one moved like lightning, using just the strength of his 2 fingers to clamp down on the peerless good sword. Only by laying down this sword can one let go of the hatred in their heart and escape from the path of demons. Qin Jiak, don't be stubborn anymore. Vo Dan has dedicated many years to cultivation and has comprehended a martial realm even higher than Mak Dan Kim Fap, the Supreme Sword Dao. The so-called Supreme means to control the sword with the heart, formless, unintentional, nameless, and selfless. This move truly possesses terrifying power. With just the strength of 2 fingers, it shattered Bo Kinvan's 10,000 troops, as if his entire body were pierced by countless swords. Flying backward, and the Tuet the Hakim also fell from his hand. Bo Kinvan, astonished, found it hard to speak. Without a sword in hand, yet with a sword in his eyes, Vo Dan himself had become an ancient sword that would never decay. 2 figures rushed down, charging towards Vo Dan. They were the sword servants on Nguyen Lan Nan, who, despite appearing to leave, had actually been protecting Bo Kinvan from the shadows all along. Vo Dan remained calm and composed, lightly waving the Tuet the Hakim in hand, transforming it into a sword shield, immediately pushing the 2 back. Suddenly, the supreme sword of the world erupted with a wild force, breaking free from the aura of Wudong, and lay slanted on the ground. This sword was proud and difficult to tame. Resonating with Bu Jingvan's thoughts, Wudong did not want to linger any longer, soaring to seize the sword, channeling his energy into it. With a horizontal slash, a lightning strike was unleashed, creating a gaping hole in the sky, blocking the path of the 3. As the mist dissipated, he had already taken Yuren away, leaving no trace. In the city of Tianning beneath the Tianxia, Wudong bought a swift horse for Yuren, so she wouldn't have to endure the hardships of a long journey and could meet Hungba soon. The supreme sword was too heavy, directly crushing the strong horse beneath it, which was quite strange. Holding the sword, Wudong felt the blade was filled with dark energy, constantly writhing, faintly emanating an ominous intent. After all, the supreme sword was a fierce weapon. Facing the heavenly sword Wudong, which had undergone countless refinements, it had to temporarily submit. And the dark energy slowly flowed back into the sword's sheath. Yuren knew that her father had lost all his martial skills and wanted to retreat from the world with her. 100 feelings surged within her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. Late at night, a shadowy figure sneaks into the room of Nameless. In the darkness, only a cry of pain is heard as Jingyun flies out from the room. Nameless steps out of the room, his voice cold as he says, "Jingyun, don't waste your efforts. The sword in my hand, you have no chance of reclaiming. Go back and think it over." The sword servant Wunru, Lengren, slowly enters with Yunua. Nameless, quickly return the supreme good sword to its rightful owner, or don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. Without hesitation, Nameless immediately throws down the supreme good sword. This once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to seize the sword, but unexpectedly, Jingyun stands there motionless. "Release Yunua, let's go." A sword with pride would disdain such a despicable method of seizing it. Wan Ru, being a righteous person, resorted to this underhanded tactic only after forcing himself to take the sword. Unexpectedly, he feels ashamed and gently pushes Yunhua towards Nameless. In the following days, no matter where Nameless takes Yunhua, Jingyun remains persistent, always waiting for an opportunity to act. Vodan knows well that this sword has clashed with Bo Kin Van and cannot escape it, and fears that it will meet Hungba, increasing the bloodshed. After discussing with Yunhua, they decided to slow down their journey, wandering aimlessly, going wherever their hearts desired. The camera shifts to a road where a group of people wielding sharp swords block a carriage, which is Don Lang and Kim Ma. Don Lang, dressed in white, has a restrained gaze, clearly having significantly improved his skills recently. The person in the carriage rolled down, saying he needed the carriage. Kim Ma pretended not to see the threat posed to him, laughing coldly, wanting to test the newly refined Don Ma Kim Kai, when two figures jumped out of the carriage and ran down the mountain. Don Lang had anticipated this, leaping in front of them. Seeing their faces, he laughed derisively, realizing it was So-So and the defeated subordinate of Kim Then. That day, after Bo Kin Van entrusted So-So to Kim Then and disappeared, So-So missed him day and night, speculating that he must be at Thien Ha Hui chasing Hungba. So she begged Kim Then to search for him, not expecting to run into Don Lang. Duan Lang sees Sword God devoted to So-So, mocking, wanting to provoke Sword God to take the opportunity to capture both of them, threatening Bo Jingvan, and also testing his own Duan Mai sword chi. The heroic sword in Sword God's hand is broken, but the sword technique remains formidable, resisting Sword Demon's attacks calmly. Duan Lang, with his entire body ablaze, launches a surprise attack, the fire scale sword's tail thrust releasing a fierce sword energy, extremely hot, which is Duan Mai sword chi. Sword God, initially on the defensive, momentarily cannot counter, and is hit by Sword Demon from behind. So analyzes the situation, realizing that Sword Demon and Duan Lang are only using her to threaten Bo Jingvan and will not truly kill. She tells Sword God not to worry about her. To escape alone, and must find Bo Jingvan, advising him to be cautious and on guard. With both of their lives in danger, So still thinks of Bo Jingvan, igniting Sword God's jealousy. With a loud shout, he unleashes the Mak Dan sword technique, the Nameless sword fire. Sword God's sword energy, blazing and overwhelming, pushes back the opponent, forcing a bloody path, fleeing towards the village below the mountain. Duan Lang. Sword Demon chases from the front and back, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his chest, his internal energy becomes unstable, and it seems he has been poisoned. He doubts and turns to shout at Duan Lang. Lang did not hide, originally intending to poison him with the family's secret poison, soul-consuming powder. As long as he wholeheartedly helps himself deal with Bo Kin Van and teaches him sword techniques, he will eventually offer the antidote. The sword demon was terrified and filled with curses in his heart, but he had no choice but to follow in his footsteps, rushing out of the village to pursue Sword God and So-So. On the late-night beach, Wu Dan sat cross-legged, motionless, seemingly in deep sleep. A dark figure silently flew in, aiming to seize the peerless good sword. And the sea suddenly erupted with a massive wave, pushing directly towards Bo Kin Van. A figure of sword technique emerged from the waves. It was Wu Dan's subordinate, Shigai Long Wang. The force of the fist shattered mountains and islands, striking fiercely at Bo Kin Van's face, one punch after another, extremely fierce, with explosive power far exceeding the dispersing cloud palm. Long Wang shouted continuously, "I see who it is that troubles my master, turns out to be you, little brat, go to hell." Bo Kin Van was struck by the iron fist, flying out several meters, his whole body aching as if it were torn apart, unable to stand up for a long time. Emperor Long did not pressure, walked to the front of Nameless, and knelt down to serve him. Nameless stood straight with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, showing no joy at their reunion. He coldly said, "I have an important matter to attend to. You must replace me and drive Bu Jingyun away." Emperor Long continuously responded, he had been waiting for this night. He assured Nameless that he could leave in peace, as Bu Jingyun was merely a supporting character. And he would definitely be able to handle it. Emperor Long let out a wild roar, gathering his strength, steam enveloped his body, indeed showing a terrifying power. Bu Jingyun felt his whole body heat up, a hint of black aura appeared on his face. To reclaim the supreme good sword, he must fight to the death. The invincible hero, the power of the calamity is even more formidable. With just one punch, he struck Emperor Long, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth, forcing him to take 2 steps back. Emperor Long's temperament is fiery, his eyes flashed with fierce light. For Nameless, he was willing to die. Long Baquan, resisting the calamity head-on, did not retreat even half a step. The power of the divine force is unleashed, swift as a dragon's movement, striking the body. The sound of impact echoes incessantly. The two do not dodge or evade, but relentlessly attack. The battle is extremely brutal. The Dragon King struggles to move his entire body, letting out a roar that shakes heaven and earth, causing Bu Jingyun to feel dizzy and disoriented. This is one of his two ultimate techniques, the Dragon Roar technique. Bu Jingyun immediately feels his organs shatter, spitting blood and flying backward, colliding with several large trees behind him before stopping. Enduring such a shocking blow, he does not waver. The Qilin fire mirror within his body fuses with the black aura of the Supreme Good Sword, forming a deep red-black dark fire that burns around him. He then takes another step towards the Dragon King. The Dragon King laughs loudly. In over 30 years, he has never encountered such a domineering opponent. This young man already possesses such skill, his future prospects are immeasurable. It's just that he intentionally fights against his master, such a pity. The two have equal power, it seems this duel will inevitably end with one person dead. Just as he wanted to unleash all his sword power, to determine the victor with a single strike, a figure flew down and blocked the fight. With a clever technique, he dissipated the sword power of both. Only Wu Dan could stop the combined strike of two great masters. Originally, the peerless sword sensed its master was in danger, releasing dark energy, its weight surged, snapping the reins and falling into the deep sea. Wu Dan had no choice but to return to the shore, instructing the Dragon King to enter the sea for investigation. In fact, with Wu Dan's power, he could easily intervene without much effort, but he truly couldn't bear to see the two suffer mutual destruction, so he decided to think of a clever plan to persuade Bu Jingyun. Meanwhile, Jianshan and Suasua were being chased by Duanlong and Jianma, and had no choice but to hide in a pigsty in the village. The sword demon has powerful internal energy, and after losing his eyesight, his hearing has greatly increased, allowing him to sense the hiding place of the two. He was about to act but then remembered that he had fallen victim to Duanlang's soul-consuming powder. If he let him capture the sword god, and learn the Nameless sword technique, he would find it difficult to escape this person's control for the rest of his life. After making up his mind, he led Duanlang in another direction. The sword god, So, and the others quickly headed in the opposite direction. Not long after, they met with Wu Ming and Bu Jingyun in a tea house. So's heart was entirely focused on Bu Jingyun. Seeing blood on his forehead, she wanted to reach out and wipe it away. Unexpectedly, Bu Jingyun coldly pushed her away with one hand. The force of the Qilin's strike was too great. Although it was just a light swing, it still made So stumble and fall. The sword god was furious, but Bo Kin Van ignored him, shattering the tea table in front of him with a single palm. He questioned Vo Dan where he intended to take him. In these days, the unmatched sword had not been completed, his mood was extremely reckless, and at this moment he could no longer hold back. Vo Dan remained silent, leading the group to a temple called Mian Tu. He lightly flicked his wrist, and the unmatched good sword flew from his hand, landing in the hands of a bronze Buddha statue in the hall. Qin Jiak, this sword is filled with your killing intent, it needs to be resolved with Buddhist teachings. If you can take one move from me, you can reclaim the unmatched good sword. If you cannot withstand it, you will have to stay here and cultivate with Master Dukong for 10 years, without leaving. Under the statue of the Buddha, there is a long-bearded monk with a gentle face, who is the elder brother of the monk Buhu, Master Dukong. Wu Ming has climbed to the peak of cultivation. Bo Kin Van may not know this, but this is the only chance to seize the sword. No matter what, it must be tried. Everyone understands Wu Ming's intentions. If Bo Kin Van can quietly cultivate in this Buddhist temple for 10 years, it might not necessarily be a bad thing for him. Late at night at Mian Tu, it is especially quiet and peaceful. In the center of the main hall, a lone light flickers, and a tall figure silently walks into the hall. Bo Kin Van does not pay attention to the heavenly sword in the hands of the great Buddha, calmly sitting cross-legged before the Buddha. This life has been wandering and suffering. Having killed countless people, and his heart is already filled with wounds, exhausted and unable to bear it. The smile of the Buddha in front of him is so familiar, causing him to unknowingly calm his heart like water. Suddenly, 8 figures almost simultaneously flash into the Buddha hall. Their robes fluttering, landing soundlessly, all are top-tier masters. Master Dukong joins his hands and loudly questions. Benefactor, sneaking into the Buddha hall late at night, are you planning to steal the sword? You, who kill like a fly, I can hardly pretend not to see. I hope to help you resolve your inner demons. Buddha Jingban did not want to explain, only advising the old monk not to meddle in others' affairs. Dukong gave the order, and 8 monks chanted the Buddha's name in unison, spreading out in different directions to surround Buddha Jingban. They focused their energy, and each one emitted a syllable from their mouth, forming the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita. This scripture contains the infinite wisdom of Shakyamuni, using powerful inner strength to directly strike at Buddha Jingban, serving as a warning, and it could definitely subdue the demons of the mind. A group of monks misunderstood that Buddha Jingban was secretly stealing a sword at midnight, using the supreme divine power of the Buddha's teachings, besieging him with the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita. 7 strands of prayer beads, as strong as steel, confined Buddha Jingban, simultaneously unleashing powerful internal energy. A surge of intense heat erupted from Buddha Jingban's entire body, instantly shattering all 7 strands of prayer beads. The beads scattered chaotically, their power no less than that of hidden weapons, causing the 8 monks to be thrown into disarray, creating a chaotic scene. Buddha Jingban was trying to stand up but was pressed firmly to the ground by Du Kong's Makunguchi Thursday. The low, resonant sound of the temple bell, powerful and authoritative, filled the grand hall, striking Buddha Jingban's mind from within and without. The distinguished monks all flicked their fingers, using fresh blood from their palms to inscribe the words Prajnaparamita, like lightning striking from different directions towards Buddha Jingban. This move, the Buddha's Heart Sutra, uses the blood of high monks to merge with Buddhist teachings, striking the stubborn person, so that it will never fade, forcing him to reflect on himself every day. Buddha Jingban, with his inherently stubborn nature, knowing that the monks meant well, was still furious, unable to suppress his anger. I have lived my life without shame to my conscience. What is wrong? On what basis can the people of the Buddhist sect casually judge good and evil? If you all believe I have entered the demonic path, then I will do as you wish and take a step further. He gathered all his internal energy, continuously roaring in madness, desperately resisting. With a loud bang, the 8 monks were thrown backward, while Du Kong's palm was charred black. The body of Bu Jingwan was engulfed in black energy, the blood-written characters on him were also destroyed. He charged through 8 monks without seizing the sword and turned away despondently. Du Kong was stunned in place. Could it be that this person really wasn't here to steal the sword? Tomorrow's battle with Wu Ming was of great importance. Bu Jingwan dared not stop at all, seeking a quiet bamboo grove to recuperate. One disturbance after another, a bamboo swayed in front of him, causing the surrounding bamboo leaves to rustle. A tall young master strode forward. It was the sword god. Bu Jingwan, you are simply not worthy to spar with my master. Why seek death for yourself? Let's have a match first. A faintly scornful smile appeared at the corner of Bu Jingwan's mouth, igniting the sword god's anger even more. Bu Jingwan, you are too arrogant. Today I will let you experience the true power of the Mo Ming sword technique. Bu Jingwan knew that this battle was unavoidable. He tapped his toes, and a broken bamboo stick flew into his hand. Bamboo forest, bamboo staff, late at night, martial arts competition, everything was reminiscent of that childhood night. The bamboo staff danced, agile and lively, like a wandering dragon. Bu Jingwan had long mastered the Hua family sword technique, and later received guidance from the Nameless. Combining it with the Sword Saint's 23 sword techniques, merging various strengths into a myriad of strange and varied sword moves. After several dozen moves, the Sword Saint's bamboo staff slipped from his hand, and the sword strikes became hard to defend against. Not far away, Suasua secretly watched the battle, feeling moved. She knew that the Sword Saint was acting this way to vent his anger on her behalf, allowing Bu Jingwan to fall under the sword of the Nameless. The Sword Saint found another wooden stick on the ground to continue the fight. Bu Jingwan's internal strength was too overwhelming to resist, so he immediately changed his strategy. Using softness to overcome hardness, Bu Jingwan deliberately provoked the Sword Saint, constantly mocking him, to compel him to unleash the Mak Dan sword technique to its fullest, in order to understand the moves he would face against the Nameless tomorrow. Hearing Bu Jingwan's words, insulting his master, the Sword Saint's anger flared up. No longer holding back, he unleashed that immensely powerful move, the sword fire of the Nameless. The fighting spirit of Bu Jingban rises, and the Mak Dan sword technique in your hand is nothing more than that. Back then, your master didn't want to take me as a disciple because he was afraid my talent would far surpass yours. Today, I will use the Mak Dan sword technique to defeat you, proving that you truly have limited potential. The bamboo staff in Bu Jingban's hand trembles, transforming into countless sword nets. This is the move I secretly learned back then, the grief of Mak Dan. The two exquisite sword techniques clash, the bamboo staff shatters at the same time, seemingly a draw. The sword god reacts quickly, turning his fingers into a sword, slashing towards Bu Jingban's face. Weapons clash, each strike hitting flesh. Both of them use all their lifelong skills against each other, leaving no room for any feelings to be expressed. Bu Jingban, with rich combat experience, executes increasingly astonishing moves. After dozens of exchanges, the Bai Van Palm's force envelopes the sword god completely. Just as one palm is about to hit the back of the sword god's neck, he suddenly stops his force and elegantly departs. You are the heir of the heroic sword, renowned and illustrious. I will not kill you, especially since you and your master have helped me in the past. However, I hope you do not interfere in my matters, otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless next time. This is the true failure of the sword god, especially in front of his beloved So-So. He knelt down, facing So-So's concern, feeling unbearable shame. He took a step and leaped into the heavy rain. Tears mixed with rain flowed down his face, and the once radiant expression lost its light. From now on, he would not need pity, nor the concern of charity. He would not be inferior to Bo Kin Van. The only thing he lacked was a cold heart. As long as he changed himself, he could definitely defeat him. Bo Kin Van walked out of the bamboo forest, not far away, where Vodan had been watching the battle for a long time under the tree. Facing Vodan's concern, he sneered coldly, was about to turn and leave when a sharp pain hit his back, and he was struck down to the ground by Vodan. Tomorrow's battle is of great significance to your entire life, it must be absolutely fair. Let me help you heal and recover. Early in the morning, the heavy rain continued to fall incessantly. Under the guidance of the Nameless, in a small temporary room, the woman Hungba, Yunuok, finally reunited. Before the great battle, the Nameless wanted to fulfill his unfinished promise. At noon, the rain gradually stopped. In a training ground after the Mian temple, Bo Kin Van stood upright in the center, invigorated, having received healing and energy from the Nameless. Feeling immensely grateful, a rainbow suddenly appeared in the sky, and the Nameless arrived like the ethereal rainbow. For the sake of fairness, Du Kong took on the role of referee, producing 4 identical swords and distributing them to the 2 sides. A chant of sutras resonated in Bo Kin Van's ears, as the monks surrounded him, sitting cross-legged and chanting. Bo Kin Van's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, filled with boundless confidence as he gazed directly at the Nameless. The unnamed true energy radiated, and the long sword on the ground seemed to have a spirit as it jumped into his hand. Can Bu Jingfan withstand this earth-shattering strike? Please continue to pay attention. This is the biggest turning point in Fomyun, the true overlord is about to appear. The unnamed one chuckled softly, swung his sword, and in an instant, the heavens and earth shook, and the wind and clouds changed color. He seemed to transform into an intangible sword energy, and a sword light knocked the long sword in Bu Jingfan's hand away. Jingxue, you have no chance of winning, don't be so stubborn. Stay in the temple for 10 years to reflect on yourself. Bu Jingfan stood in a daze. The unnamed one was truly terrifying, despairing, and before his eyes appeared the figure of Huo Boxianchen, his beloved Kongzi. No matter what, I cannot forego avenging the grudge against me. Suddenly, Bu Jingfan's body lunged forward, aiming towards the sword aura of Wu Ming. The situation arose suddenly, even someone as strong as Wu Ming couldn't react in time. Unable to retrieve the supreme sword for revenge, he was willing to die. Wu Ming was taken aback, a trace of pity rising in his heart, but he quickly hardened his resolve. With his inner energy circulating, the long sword spun rapidly in midair, representing the supreme swordsmanship of the unfeeling path. A chill spread throughout the courtyard, piercing the heart and penetrating deeply. Suosua disregarded the sharp sword aura, rushing in front of Bu Jingfan to urge him to stop. If he fought to the death today, he would never be able to meet Kongzi again. Bu Jingfan smiled faintly, a rare warmth shining in his eyes. What is there to fear in death? Only after death can he be forever by Kongzi's side. He was half his life alone, seen by the world as a ruthless murderer. In the midst of life and death, there was still a little girl worried about him, which moved him deeply. With a gentle palm force, he gently pushed Su Su out of the battlefield. Nameless footwork shifted, soaring into the sky, with sword chi expanding to cover Bu Jingyun. Bu Jingyun's body suddenly sank, the sharp sword wind being a stolen move from Bai Tong's Mingdan. After countless despair, with a heart-seeking death, he poured all his sorrow into this move. The fierce sword intent was unprecedented, even Nameless, who created this move, stared in disbelief. With a firm resolve, the sword wind fiercely surged forward, the overwhelming sword intent smashing Bu Jingyun, forcing him back step by step towards the cliff. The light dissipated, dust settled, the scene on the cliff was perilous, with more than half of Bo Kin Van's body hanging outside the cliff. Fortunately, Vo Dan's 2 fingers clutched the long sword tightly, preventing him from falling. Vo Dan sighed, I lose. The supreme sword returns to its rightful owner. I hope you can grasp it and cherish your life. Bo Kin Van used his life to force Vo Dan to drop the sword to save him, a desperate move to seek life through death. If Vo Dan refused to save him, he would rather fall off the cliff and die than give up his 10 years of asceticism. On the other side, the sword god was in low spirits, wandering aimlessly in the heavy rain, agitated. Suddenly, he was ambushed from behind. The attacker was extremely fast and powerful. A top-notch master, knocking him unconscious in an instant. Dazed, he didn't know how long it had been when he slowly woke up, unsure of where he was. In front of him sat a person, cross-legged on a divine altar, laughing maniacally. "Kid, you could be considered a rare talent, but it's a pity you encountered the wrong person and learned a bit of that three-legged cat's Dan sword technique. Your master Vodan was once regarded as a myth in the martial world, but his swordsmanship, in my eyes, is merely famous but without substance." The mysterious figure remains hidden, yet their aura is imposing and terrifying. The sword god seizes a sword from someone nearby and lunges directly at the mysterious person. He reveres the Nameless One like a deity and absolutely refuses to allow anyone to insult them casually. The mysterious figure's laughter grows louder. They do not dodge but instead use two fingers as a sword, striking with force, forcefully countering the sword god's move. Playfully toying with him. In a single move, they snatch away the sword god's advantage, their skill being so high that it seems unbelievable. "Youngster, I see your bones and temperament are extraordinary. You are a fine material for martial arts training. Why don't you become my disciple?" The sword god would never submit. He loudly scolds, "Pa! A disciple of the hero sword, how could I bow down to you, this heretical outsider?" The martial arts of that mysterious person seems to be no less than nameless. "No one has ever dared to defy me before. Since you don't want to be my disciple, then die." The sword god's entire body gradually became soft and powerless. Death was about to descend, and sword intent filled his whole body. It seemed that today he would undoubtedly die. In the hidden mist temple, under the guidance of Master Dukong, Bu Jingwan took up his sword. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the hall, he stumbled and fell into a trap set by Dukong. Dukong's eyes flashed with killing intent, bloodthirsty and oppressive. "Bu Jingwan, do you still remember the more than 100 lives of the Hawang mansion? I am the only one left among the disciples of the Hawang mansion. You destroyed my home, my ancestral hall. Today, I will make you pay blood for blood." With a furious roar, Dukong thrust his iron staff towards Bu Jingwan's chest. Bu Jingwan's whole body was bound by iron chains, unable to evade. This strike was incredibly fierce, directly causing him to tremble all over and spit blood. Dukong did not deliver a fatal blow, turning to leave. "Bu Jingwan, I will not kill you at once. I want you to live in suffering, unable to die." A group of monks watched the usually compassionate abbot turn so ruthless, their eyes wide in disbelief. Though anxious in their hearts, they did not dare to oppose him. In the darkness, a monk wielding the exquisite sword leaped onto the roof and cut the iron chains binding Bu Jingwan, rescuing him. "Bu Jingwan, you spared my life back then. Today I repay you with one, treating it as a cancellation of debts." Bu Jingwan clearly saw the face of this person. It was Xuan Tian. Years ago, Xuan Tian was defeated by Bu Jingwan, becoming disheartened and taking refuge in Buddhism, dedicating himself to the practice of Buddhism in the hidden mist temple. Today witnessed Bo Qinvan being ambushed by Dukong. Remembering the kindness from years ago, he acted to help. Bo Qinvan grasped the ultimate sword of excellence in his hands. With killing intent overwhelming, and if he didn't kill the cruel monk Dukong, he wouldn't be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Dukong was not Bo Qinvan's opponent to begin with. Seeing him wielding the ultimate sword of excellence, his face revealed a fierce expression, and he dared not resist. He ran away frantically, calling for his fellow disciples nearby to assist. Bo Qinvan was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, unleashing a massacre. He did not wish to harm others' lives, only relentlessly pursuing Dukong. No one could stop him. Dukong was pushed against the wall, unable to evade. While thinking of a way to escape, he felt a sharp pain in his back as a dagger pierced through the wall, penetrating through his chest. With a loud bang, a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat broke through the wall and strode forward. He was the mysterious figure who had kidnapped the sword god. Who exactly is this man? Even the Nameless One does not regard him highly, and I invite you to continue paying attention. This man burst through the wall and, with a single move, took the life of the high monk Dukong. This ruthless and domineering act left Bo Qinvan extremely shaken. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, with blades drawn from his back, a cold light flashing in an instant, blood splattering everywhere, limbs flying chaotically, and the sounds of tragic screams incessantly. His martial skills were truly astonishing. That sword is called Heavenly Recognition, and his name is Greedy Wolf. He is cruel and violent, known as the Demon Breaker Army. His corpses piled up like mountains, blood flowed like rivers, nearly all the monks were massacred. Breaker Army laughed loudly, telling his two subordinates to leave a few alive. Or who would come to praise the might of Breaker Army? Borrow Jingyun, I heard you kill people like cutting grass, but the number of people you've killed must not be as many as mine. Borrow Jingyun held his sword, standing still, on guard. This person has ill intentions, and he doesn't know what his purpose is. A young man strode out from behind. He is the sword disciple of the anonymous sword god. Breaker Army looked at sword god and shouted, "Good child, you have learned 1/10 of my sword technique. Quickly go and kill Borrow Jingyun to avenge me." The originally virtuous face of sword god revealed a hint of evil aura, staring at Borrow Jingyun, advancing step by step. In just one night, he has changed so much. Borrow Jingyun, being proud, naturally attributes this to himself, feeling regretful in his heart. He does not wish to fight with sword god again. Without saying a word, he walked towards the inner hall. Fa Quan continuously roared, flying towards his opponent to attack. His claws swung out, directly aiming for the back of Bu Qinyun's neck. Bu Qinyun swung his peerless good sword. But Fa Quan easily caught it with both hands. He kicked, elbowed, and headbutt, seizing the peerless good sword from Bu Qinyun's hand. With one hand gripping the hilt, he exerted his internal power, crushing the peerless good sword into scrap metal, then threw it back at Bu Qinyun. What is this peerless good sword? In my eyes, it's nothing more than this. Here, take it back. He didn't want Nameless to know about his evil deeds, so he had to eliminate all the monks, including Bu Qinyun. Great Master Bu, who had been diligently cultivating in the Mianbi pavilion when he heard the cries of agony within the temple. He rushed to rescue, but alas! It was too late. The temple was already filled with corpses. He believed Bu Qinyun was responsible and was enraged. He flew to block Bu Qinyun's path. Bu Qinyun, you exterminated army and temple. Today, I, Bu Hu, will act on behalf of heaven and show no mercy to you. Bo Qinvan was constantly pursued by the enemy. How could he dare to seek battle? He was certain that he had fallen into Tuet Am Thien's trap, and the Tuet the Hakim had been switched. Wandering around the temple in search, Fa Quan, with his high-level lightness skill, leaped in front of him to block. Kid, you could be considered a rare talent. Why not follow me and save your life? His nails were like claws, combining with the unique internal energy of Sadhun Kin Kai, swift as lightning, stabbing at Bo Qinvan's chest. Kid, you have been struck by my Sadhun Kin Kai. Unless you become my disciple and ask me to cure the poison, otherwise you will undoubtedly die. Bo Qinvan's eyes turned red. How could he bow his head? The Bai Van Shuang struck out even more fiercely, and Fa Quan laughed loudly. You have spirit, you are even braver than the sword god. Here's the deal, if you become my disciple, I will take you to meet an enemy who caused the death of your entire family. Along with your woman, the enemy Hungba. At the foot of me in a small house, a cold wind blew through, causing Hungba's expression to change suddenly. He instructed his daughter Yunuok to hide in the room and absolutely not make a sound. She went out alone, standing in the wind, her demeanor natural. Ningfeng, one person does one's own work and bears one's own responsibility. I know that I cannot escape death, please do not harm Ruowo. When Ruowo heard that Ningfeng had arrived, she was overjoyed but also anxious, rushing into the courtyard and loudly pleading with Ningfeng to show mercy. The gentle breeze suddenly stopped, and a graceful figure descended from the sky. In these days, I have observed carefully and found that Brother Xiong has turned away from evil. Therefore, I naturally will not pursue this matter further. However, you must be extremely cautious. Absolutely do not let elder apprentice brother Qin or elder apprentice brother Yun find out. Ruowo could not contain her joy and rushed towards Ningfeng. Suddenly, Ningfeng changed his expression, his eyes fierce, drawing the snowy concealment saber from behind him and aiming it at Ruowo's head. In the critical moment, an object flashed like lightning from the grass, directly knocking Ningfeng unconscious. It was Hua Qilin who came to Ruowo's aid. Theo Hungba and his son had never witnessed such an anomaly before. They were terrified beyond measure. Fortunately, So's soothing words gradually calmed them down. After parting ways with Bu Jingyun, Qin Shuang and Niafeng joined forces to search for Hungba's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, Niafeng's madness struck again, causing him to kill indiscriminately. Fortunately, Qin Shuang bravely held him back, and with the aid of Ice Heart's secret arts inner strength, he managed to regain his senses. With white hair and a face full of hideous scars, he's extremely frightening, constantly stomping on Sword Saint Snape. If not for accidentally discovering Hungba and his son's trail, he would never have shown himself so easily. A group of people arranged for Niafeng in a room, fetching water, starting fires, and cooking meals to take care of him meticulously. A cold voice pierced through the air. And following the sound, Bu Jingyun strode out from the forest. A sharp saber flew towards him. The Tamlang saber of Pajun Hungba was after all a great hero. He needed a fierce sword to end him. Take this sword. Bu Jingyun took the sword in hand, a surge of intense killing intent overwhelming him. This sword truly is extremely vicious. Hungba seemed to have anticipated this, pushing Ruowo aside, calmly stepping forward to face his fate. Tamlang is about to stab Hungba in the chest. The wind howls, a dull grey sword flies towards him, hitting Nuyo right in the back. She falls forward, taking her father's place to block Tamlang's fatal strike. Both Qin Van and Hungba are shaken, unable to remain calm, standing still. Nuyo's mouth and chest bleed profusely, blood also trickles from the corners of her mouth. She begs Qin Van to spare Hungba, offering her life for his. Qin Van truly cannot bear it, feeling myriad emotions, momentarily unsure of what choice to make. Do you know the true ending of Hungba in the original manga Wind and Cloud? Seeing Nuyo die tragically in place of her father, Qin Van is shaken, unable to remain calm, standing still. In an instant, all of Nuyo's blood drains away, and she breathes her last. Hungba tightly embraced his daughter, tears streaming down his face. A lifetime of heroism ended in such a tragic fate. Bo Qin Van, right now I have nothing left, just kill me. With the Tamlang sword in hand, Bo Qin Van could easily swing it to avenge his father and wife. But looking at the aged Hungba before him, the thought of vengeance truly weighed heavily on his heart. It seemed that the deep hatred was resolved in an instant, and the sword slowly lowered. Bo Qin Van, I don't need your pity, just come and kill me. With a fierce determination, Hungba lunged forward towards the Tamlang sword, piercing through his chest. He collapsed into Bo Qin Van's arms, unmoving. In the end, Hungba died at his hands, but Bo Qin Van did not feel any joy. In the darkness, with the Tamlang sword in hand, the evil energy surged violently, causing him to tremble. He was startled and hurriedly placed the sword on the ground. At that moment, Bathu the monk arrived just in time, and seeing the tragic scene before him, his anger was hard to suppress. Bo Qin Van, Hungba has already retreated. If you want to kill him for revenge, then so be it. Why do you not even spare his daughter? Bo Qin Van was about to explain, when the sword god burst out from the trees. Bo Qin Van, you ruthlessly killed an unresisting woman. It truly infuriates people. Today, you absolutely cannot be spared. In fact, it was the sword god who used his sword energy to strike you Nuok from behind. He had a cruel heart and did not dare to let Vodan know. He had long since resolved to eliminate everyone who knew about it. Bathu the monk knew that the sword god was no match for Bo Qin Van, so he joined forces to attack. He was determined that Bo Qin Van was beyond saving and was resolved to avenge his senior brother, eliminating this great threat to the martial world. Bathu rarely roamed the martial world, his reputation not well known, but he could be friends with Vodan, indicating his martial arts were extremely high. A palm strike from his Buddhist divine art, Nankwa Chuyan Angip, made Bo Qin Van spit blood. In the small room, a scream echoed. The sword god was startled and broke in through the door, only to see Soso fleeing. His actions had been clearly seen by Soso. After receiving a harsh slap, he couldn't help but fly into a rage, striking Soso unconscious with one palm. Behind him, the wind howled as several palm strikes hit him. His acupoints were sealed. This was the work of Fa Quan Tan Nguyen de La's subordinates. Not knowing how long he had been unconscious, he suddenly woke up, feeling parched and drenched in sweat. Upon closer inspection, he was even more horrified to see Soso with disheveled clothes lying beside him. Fa Quan, to deal with Vodan, naturally had to start with those close to him. Corrupting the sword god was the first step. This upright and kind young man was thus pulled down into the abyss by Fa Quan, accumulating mistakes that were hard to turn back from. Bo Qin Van, originally struck by Fa Quan's Sad Hung Kin Kai, was then continuously injured by Bat Hua's Great 2D Chuyan Engib technique, making it difficult for him to resist. A carriage rushes forward, it's Wenru, the chief swordsman, Lingshin, coming to provide reinforcements. Dozens of sharp blades shoot towards Bu Su, forming a web of sword attacks covering him. Bu Jingyun takes this opportunity to jump onto the carriage and escape. Seeing the peerless good sword, Bu Jingyun is overjoyed. It turns out to be Lingshin. Worried that Bu Jingyun couldn't handle the Nameless, he had switched the peerless good sword earlier and now returns it to its owner. Bu Su, the monk in his flowing robe, relentlessly pursues, smashing the carriage with one palm. Wenru and Lingshin fight to the death to protect him, simultaneously channeling their strength towards Bu Su. Bu Jingyun is also infuriated. The dead man deserves to die, and Duokong even more so, but why must these monks persist in blaming us when they weren't the ones killed? Bu Su refuses to believe it and strikes like lightning, aiming to kill Bu Jingyun on the spot. A figure descends from the sky, blocking between them. It's Shui and Tian. Bu Su knows Shui and Tian, naturally believing his words. Hearing that the respected monk in the temple turned out to be such a despicable person and that the sword god betrayed his sect and killed innocent people, he is stunned. A tumultuous burst of laughter echoed from afar, and then came the breaking army. Bu Jingfan, I will back you up. Quickly go kill those two monks. Bu Jingfan's eyes sparkled like lightning. The peerless good sword suddenly thrust towards the breaking army. Hungba was dead, vengeance had been taken, no one could threaten him any longer. The breaking army was astonished. This person was struck by the killing fiend's energy, resisting him was undoubtedly fatal. Could it be that he truly was not afraid of death? He did not regard Bu Jingfan lightly, but facing the karma transformation decision of the impeccable monk, he did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. His 5 fingers became claws, filled with deathly energy. Surging forth was the killing fiend's energy at the 8th level of power. The breaking army knew clearly that his opponent was formidable, but how could he not avenge the grudge of his destroyed sect? He poured all his internal energy into this move. Breaking army, you have been away from the martial world of Central Plains for many years, and Wu Ming has long since retired from the rivers and lakes. Why do you still want to return? The breaking army's attacks became even more frenzied, one palm following another. As long as I kill you, the martial world will be stirred up again. I do not believe Wu Ming will not come out. 2 great masters clash, dust and rocks fly, leaving people unable to blink. Fa Quan roars, his figure soaring across the battlefield. With a single strike he sends Tuat Am Thien crashing to the ground, brains splattering. Anu swings her sword in a desperate attack, only to be effortlessly caught by him with one hand, unable to advance. All of you must die today. His internal energy erupts, his power exploding within Anu's chest, the domineering force instantly shattering all her bones, sending her flying backward, a tragic sight hard to bear. Lan Nan protects Bo Kin Van, but is pierced through by Fa Quan's kick, also doomed to die. A gray shadow approaches with the wind, delivering a flurry of kicks, moving like the wind, the force overwhelming, pushing Fa Quan back repeatedly. Fa Quan, extremely proud, has never retreated in a fight, but now he finds himself stepping back repeatedly, feeling humiliated, and frantically charges at the figure in black. Before him is a sea of crimson, burning fiercely and hard to endure, as a fire Qilin, engulfed in flames, bears down, striking him back several feet with a single blow. Fa Quan's anger ignites, drawing the Thien Nan blade from his back, wildly slashing at the fire Qilin. Thien Nan is the top treasured blade of Dong Don. Will it be able to stand against the fire Qilin? Please stay tuned. Can the fire Qilin in wind and cloud withstand the frenzied slash of the number 1 treasure blade, Dong Don Tian Nan? The breaker injects the killing energy into Tian Nan, drastically increasing its power. After a few slashes, the fire Qilin cries out in agony, struggling as the flames around it dissipate, slowly falling down. Its body lies still, countless flames pouring out from beneath it, like mercury flowing, continuously spreading in all directions. The fierce flames are devastating, causing the breaker to instinctively leap away to avoid them. The raging fire is destructive, yet it is blocked by the cold air of the snowy hidden blade in the cave, unable to advance. Nip Fong supports Bu Kin Van from behind, helping him withstand the internal injury from the killing energy. Feng Wuxiang, Van Wu Chang, the synergy of wind and cloud produces boundless power, once again reaching the state of demonic harmony without limits. Pa Quan is extremely ruthless, indeed wanting to slaughter everyone. Bat Hu Monk channels earth energy, a surge of righteous energy fills his entire body. From then on, winds separated from frost, wandering the world with the fire Kirin. Pa Quan laughs loudly. Can Lang and Tianxia emerge simultaneously? He knows this move is powerful and does not dare to take it lightly. Legend has it that V Dan once faced this move and was unable to break through it. Bat Hu turns around, forming a powerful whirlwind. Pa Quan roars as his saber and sword cut through the wind, attacking simultaneously. 10,000 ways unchanging. Today I will make you fall. The saber is called Tianxia, also known as Qisha. The person is Pa Quan, named Break. The sword is Kan Lang, also known as Wolf. Dao, the person, sword, combined as one, is precisely the years of arduous training by Bogwin, preparing to counteract Vodan's killing move, Sat Fa Lang. The energy collision, Dao and sword Qi, fierce and domineering, instantly shattered Van Dao Bat Dao of Bat Hu. Sat Fa Lang is indeed a most vicious and evil demonic divine move. Bat Hu's face turned ashen, his acupoints gushed with blood, though he was not directly injured by the Dao and sword. His internal organs were shattered by the impact of the Qi. Ba Gwin laughed maniacally. How is it? Is my Sat Fa Lang move not stronger than Vodan's? Bat Hua's entire body bones were broken, yet he supported himself solely by sheer willpower. That's right, you are stronger than Vo Dan, but only what he was 20 years ago. The appearance of the Breaker of the Void was distorted, its violent energy erupted, and the heavenly blade swung fiercely, sweeping past Bat Hua's knee. Damn monk, then I will have you kneel before me. Bat Hua's expression was extremely resolute, standing straight, refusing to bow, but after being struck repeatedly, his energy was severed. He could no longer withstand it and collapsed to the ground. Inside the cave, Bo Kin Van and Neep Fong finally finished their treatment and rushed into the battlefield to assist Bat Hu. The fire unicorn's whereabouts were unknown, and seeing Bat Hu, he turned around to find him in a pitiful state, forced to kneel. After the continuous fierce battle, the Breaker of the Void was exhausted, no longer daring to fight. He used likeness skill and vanished in an instant. At this moment, Bat Hu was on the verge of death. Looking at Bo Kin Van, he gasped out, hurry, and inform Vo Dan, the Breaker of the Void has returned. Be careful of Sat Fa Lang. After finishing his words, Bat Hu took a breath and could not continue, forever closing his eyes. A lifetime of a high monk came to an end just like that. The three respected Bat Hu as a person, buried him, bowed their heads in respect, and were determined to hurry to find Vo Dan to report the news. At the foot of the mountain, the sea of fire was rampant. Although Hoa Kailan did not die in battle, he was also injured. Neep Fong told him to return to Lang Van Quat to heal. And after finding Vo Dan, he would come back to meet him. The three used likeness skills to run quickly, and soon arrived at the Long Vong Kommu. Kim then, having done something against his conscience, saw the three figures and hurriedly flew away. Bo Kin Van saw that he must have his reasons, did not want to force him, but Lan Nan was not at all reserved, clearly stating all his malicious deeds to Neep Fong. A faint sobbing sound came from the temple. Pushing the door open, So was lying in front of the Buddha statue, struggling to adjust her clothes. Recalling the earlier events, Kim Then's gaze needed no further thought, everyone already knew what had happened. Bo Kin Van clenched his fists, his fingers oozing fresh blood. All along, he knew So had feelings for him, but he had always been cold towards her. Now, she feels humiliated by Sword God's actions against her purity, and he has not avenged her. How can he be worthy to be called a man? He is enraged, breaks through the wall, and chases after Sword God. Only now does Su realize that he has feelings for her, but it is all too late. Su covers her face, in despair, runs madly. As long as he doesn't find a way to resolve the danger of madness, he won't dare to contact anyone. Niafone, with his best likeness kung fu, runs as fast as he can but still falls short, unable to catch her sleeve. A figure jumps down from midair, tightly embracing Su. Su is held by Bu Jingyun, uncertain if it is a blessing or a curse. Facing the 1,000-foot abyss calmly, dying together with her beloved, what is there to fear? As for Sword God, he is filled with regret and self-reproach. If my misdeeds are discovered by my master, I will surely have no place to hide. Thinking of the sharp gaze of Wu Dan, I feel terrified, unable to eat or sleep peacefully. Tan Dung De La offered a plan, smiling as he handed over a manual, stating that by following the strategy of Master Fa Quan, they could certainly deal with Wu Dan, without fail. The Sword God opened the manual, his face turning pale. Could I really commit such a heinous act, destroying my own sect? Tan Diang stroked his beard, his expression delighted. Tan Diang and De La ran to report to Fa Quan. It seemed the Sword God had accepted their proposal. To eliminate Wu Dan, they must first remove all his supporting forces. The monk Bat Hu is dead, Fong Vu Kim has gone into seclusion, and Kui Ho is missing, posing no threat. The people from Trung Hoa Kak and the leader of Siu Kin Bang, Kai Kai Long Bang are the real dangers. At the grand ceremony of Siu Kin Bang, the offensive was overwhelming, and with his pair of iron fists, Long Bang fiercely resisted the onslaught, easily breaking through the encirclement of two top masters, proving his worth as a subordinate of Wu Dan. Unfortunately, his opponent is Pa Quan, who effortlessly neutralized the full power of Long Gamki with just one hand. The Great Tao is invisible, the Great Tao is ruthless, it is the supreme Buddhist, myriad paths unshaken. In the central China pavilion, Nameless hears that his good friend Busu, a monk from Miyin Temple, and Hungba father and son have met tragic ends. He feels uneasy and is deeply grieved. Receiving the cup of tea offered by Sword God, he becomes absorbed in meditation and does not drink for a long time. This is the most perilous moment in Bu Jingyan's life. To save Su, he was humiliated by Sword God, jumped off a cliff, but he did not hesitate to follow by death. In midair, the two tightly embraced each other, closing their eyes awaiting death. A vine swooped over from the side. Bu Jingyan, quick-eyed and nimble-fingered, grabbed it firmly with one hand. The vine was released by Nia Fong, who exerted his internal strength to pull them up onto the cliff face. Having been saved by Nie Feng several times, Bu Jingyan sincerely expresses his gratitude. Younger brother Feng, you truly are my savior. In a short time, Su Su experienced great sorrow and joy. In Bo Jingyun's heart, he slept soundly. Bo Jingyun looked at her intently, his love for her hard to hide. Since Kong too, he has always been alone. At this moment, with Su Su, his emotions burst forth, forgetting the past. Nie Feng and Lin Shen were both happy for him. Bo Jingyun asked Lin Shen to arrange for Su Su to stay in Dujia village by West Lake in Hangzhou, while he wanted to find Wudan and seek revenge against the sword god. Meanwhile, in Zhonghua Pavilion, Wudan held the teacup given by the sword god's disciple, about to drink it all in one go. The continuous cries from the front courtyard indicated that the subordinate of the 7th Sea Dragon King was seriously injured and seeking help. The Dragon King was on the brink of death. Everyone formed a circle around him, using their internal energy to heal his injuries. Upon seeing the severity of the injury, Wudan's expression immediately darkened. He ordered everyone to quickly seal off the entrance and save the Dragon King. It was too late. Poyan had somehow already arrived in the hall. Disciple, you knew I was here, yet you still risked your life to heal him. No wonder these people are so loyal to you. Originally, Poyan and Wudan were fellow apprentices. Poyan, with his cruel and bloodthirsty nature, could not coexist with Wudan, who carried the righteous spirit. For years, two men have been in constant conflict, unwilling to coexist. Fa Quan is determined. He vows that in this lifetime, he must trample Wodan underfoot. Wind and Cloud were emotional, but before they could stop her, they watched her head towards a cliff. Wodan's face is grim as he channels his inner strength to its peak, pouring unprecedentedly powerful energy into the Dragon King's body. Poison from the Dragon King's mouth spews out, and he finally regains his life. But everyone has nearly exhausted their energy helping him, leaving no strength left to fight Fa Quan again. Wodan understands his master's personality. If he stubbornly continues to fight, he will surely go mad and massacre everyone. Alright, I agree to fight you. The camera pans over to a vast plain where 5 fine horses gallop swiftly through the wind, 2 leading and 3 trailing. Wodan and Fa Quan head toward their former sect to engage in a final battle. Fa Quan continuously provokes Wodan with words. Little brother, those who oppose me meet a bad end, just like your wife. Do you know why she died? Wudong trembled all over, his eyes like lightning sweeping towards Fa Quan, who laughed even more maniacally. What's wrong, angry? Let me tell you, I had the Eastern merchant's poison master retrieve the deadly poison for me. She died without injustice. After I killed her, I returned to the Eastern merchant to cultivate the slaughtering wolf. If you have the ability, go avenge her. Wudong felt his heart fiercely, filled with grief. The murderer he had desperately searched for all this time was Fa Quan. Tears streamed down his face. If he didn't kill Fa Quan, how could he face the soul of his wife in heaven? Behind the two, the sword god, Tan Yang, and Dilla followed closely, facing the two with mocking provocations. The sword god remained strangely silent, filled with killing intent. Suddenly, he surged forward, the heroic sword flashed, and he killed Tan Yang on the spot. Dilla continuously begged for mercy. Killing him would be equivalent to betraying Fa Quan, and he would definitely not spare him. The sword god ignored him and struck him down with another sword. These days, he faltered step by step, ultimately losing control. Returning to the Zhonghua Pavilion, meeting Wuming again, he felt increasingly terrified and tormented to the point of wanting to die. His nature was not evil, it was just that he was affected by the exatamen of the Pa Quan, with lingering resentment in his chest, the accumulated bloodshed over the years, causing him to cast aside his original heart and unleash wicked murderous intent. In the Zhonghua Pavilion, the group of heroes in the martial world looked down on the words of Niep Fong, while Bo Kin Van scoffed in disdain. They had watched the sword god grow up and absolutely did not believe he would commit such heinous acts. The Dragon King had just escaped from danger and slowly walked out. Having interacted with Niep Fong and Bo Kin Van several times, he understood their character. Coupled with the sword god's recent bizarre behavior, it was indeed necessary to be on guard. Right now, everyone was injured, distant waters could not quench nearby fires. Only the news of Feng Vu could assist Wuming. Following the Dragon King's instructions, Niep Fong steadied himself and drew the bow, exerting all his strength to shoot the Feng Vu arrow towards the south. Everyone, seeing his youth and profound inner strength, silently admired him. The sword energy surged endlessly, propelled by his own explosive force, soaring like a fire phoenix flying thousands of miles away. In a small house at the foot of the mountain, Feng Vu, who had always cherished his children, abandoned his infant and hurried to the local deity's temple outside the village. digging out the renowned Feng Vu Bao that shook the martial world. She and her husband, Long Tu, once made a vow to live in seclusion in the mountains, never to engage in combat, and to raise Long Ni to adulthood. Now, the wife has forgotten the vow, causing Long Tu to feel a mix of anger and sorrow. Feng Vu, fearing the conflict between Vo Dan and Koi Wai Lao Tu, has never revealed Vo Dan's identity as a servant to her husband. She knows he has long been suspicious and jealous. But the current danger facing their master leaves no room for explanations, so she rushes to provide support. Long Tu looks at the child in his arms and then at the determined back of his wife, feeling heartbroken and shedding tears. Not only Feng Vu, but Niep Fong and Bo Kin Van are also urging their horses to run fast to aid Vo Dan. Outside a cave sealed by ice and snow for 1,000 years, Fa Quan raises his hand, causing the accumulated snow and ice to fall away, revealing a wooden sign that reads Kim Tong. Vo Dan, known as a martial arts legend, never expected that his sect would be a small and obscure school. Inside the icy cave, 12 gigantic ice pillars stand tall, and beneath each pillar is a person encased in ice. Among them is a person, the city lord of Vosong City, Dak Konat Phuong, who was beheaded by Niep Fong 8 years ago. It is unclear why he appears here. The breaker laughed loudly and stepped forward. Wushang, we can finally settle this in a deathmatch here. This man, at the age of 20, defeated the world's masters, seeking a loss but never finding one. With martial arts at the level of Wushang, the only way to progress is to break through oneself, seeking a higher realm of swordsmanship. Wushang earnestly requested Master Jianwei to teach the world's #1 sword technique, Wanjian Guizong. According to the rules of Jianzong, only the strongest in the sect can practice this technique, and the breaker is currently in seclusion, reflecting on himself. 1 month later, the two will duel to decide who will inherit Wanjian Guizong. Although Jianwei is proficient in sword techniques, his strength is not the greatest, so Wanjian Guizong was not passed down by Master Jianzun. For many years, he has harbored this in his heart, placing all his hopes on his son, the breaker. The master of the Nameless disciple, Tu Hai, remains calm and ready for battle. He aims to seize this good opportunity to take revenge for his senior brother, Tran Fong, who was killed by Fa Quan. The duel location is set at the place where the martial uncle of the Nameless Sword Monarch is imprisoned. It is rumored that the Sword Monarch comes from royal lineage, and since childhood, he has been passionate about swordsmanship, willingly giving up the throne to join the sword sect. He could not match his senior brother, the Sword Sovereign, and unable to resist his curiosity, he secretly peered at the sword manual of the 10,000 Swords sect, ultimately being imprisoned for life in the ice prison. Not long after, the Sword Sovereign passed away, and the sword sect's talents dwindled, with no prodigies ever appearing to qualify for practicing the 10,000 Swords sect. To ensure his son's victory, Kim Hu deliberately chose the duel location in the ice prison where Fa Quan usually trains. He also sought out the lord of Vosong City, Dak Konat Phuong, and 12 martial experts from the Jianghu, all seriously injured. Years ago, Fa Quan used the pretext of a martial arts competition to kill his senior brother, Tran Fong, who had a conflict with him, and was punished with solitary confinement for over 4 years. He trains day and night, this time appearing completely different from before, but he is still not a match for Nameless. After several moves, his left cheek is slashed by Nameless, making it hard to defend. Fa Quan roars, raising his sword, and unleashes the ultimate technique, 10,000 Sword Salute, which Jianhui has never taught publicly. For the past 4 years, although his son has been secluded, Jianhui has still secretly imparted martial arts. Nameless truly lives up to his reputation as a genius. Although he has never seen this move, he can instantly find the flaw and strike to break the enemy. Just as he intends to deliver a fatal blow to Fa Quan, avenging his senior brother Tran Fong, his master Jianhui suddenly throws a jade pendant to withstand his sword's momentum. Nameless has been without parents since birth, and this jade pendant has been his only companion throughout his life. At 16, he offered the jade pendant as a token of respect when he became Jianhui's disciple, so he naturally cannot bear to sever it with his sword. In an instant, Wu Dan withdrew his sword, and Jianhui suddenly unleashed the backtrack ice technique, freezing all 12 masters present along with himself. In this battle, Jianhui meticulously planned for Pa Chuan to take full advantage of the heavens, the earth, and the people's harmony, yet his son still could not match Wu Dan. Jianhui felt utterly humiliated and wanted to seal this secret forever in the ice. With such a despicable character as his master, Wu Dan felt his heart turn to ashes, leaving Pa Kun's life intact, departing from the sword sect to wander the Jianghu on his own. Little did he expect that a moment of mercy from years ago would lead to the tragic deaths of his beloved wife and countless others. Wu Dan couldn't help but shed tears. Today he must kill Pa Chuan to atone for his past sins. Pa Kun's eyes turned red as he let out a loud shout. The two legendary weapons, Tam Lang and Thien Nan, were drawn simultaneously. He was no longer the Pa Chuan of 20 years ago. Now his power, combined with the unique technique of Sat Fa Lang, could not be underestimated. The two great masters clashed fiercely, causing the entire ice structure to shake violently, and the 12 ice pillars trembled intensely. 20 years later, the martial arts masters from back then once again see the light of day. The happiest of them all is the master of the two sword kings. No matter which side claims the title of 10,000 Sword Sect, he will be free. Wudong brought out the bodies of a group of martial arts masters from the cave. These individuals died while watching him duel, and they deserve a proper burial. As the ice cave was about to collapse, a young girl with astonishing agility rushed into the cave, wanting to rescue Sword King from the peril. Sword King would rather die than yield. He had promised his senior brother that unless someone from the Sword Sect could take over the 10,000 Sword Sect, he would rather die than step out of the ice cave. On the battlefield, the brother disciples, after 20 years of re-engagement, find their accumulated grudges resulting in an even more brutal fight. Wudong took out an ordinary long sword from the ice cave. How could he possibly match the sharpness of the scorpion and celestial eye? He was beaten to pieces. Yet his movements were agile, using evasive techniques to withstand the frenzied attacks of the destroyer. Inside the ice cave, there were many long swords, and he took the opportunity to seize a good weapon, employing the Nameless sword technique to execute the peerless Nameless. With the enemy right before him, he concealed his excitement and unleashed this move, which was breathtaking and extraordinarily fierce. A strange situation arose. His self-created ultimate technique was easily resolved by Fa Quan, as if the opponent was fully aware of each of his moves, having predicted them in advance. Vo Dan spun his hands to execute a technique from the Dan Bat Hu Truyan, and with his current cultivation level, wielding his sword with both hands and exerting all his power. Who in the world could withstand it? Fa Quan's blades clashed, tightly drawing in Vo Dan's long sword, utilizing the Takim quiet he had painstakingly mastered to counter Vo Dan. This sword technique transformed blades into swords, and swords into blades, with unpredictable variations and a powerful attraction, firmly restraining Vo Dan. Vo Dan transformed his two fingers into a sword, leaping up, surrounded by a surge of sword energy, scattering it across the sky, showcasing the divine skill he had just comprehended. Vo Dan Vo Hin Dao. Fa Quan only felt an overwhelming glare from the sword light before him, his head spinning and his vision blurred, as if countless images of Vo Dan appeared. He swung his blades fiercely, generating a powerful force to resist Vo Dan's sword energy. Not far away, Kim Lin arrived as well, and as the two forces collided, amidst the chaos of falling snow and broken soldiers, one figure was sent flying backward. It was Vo Dan, his defenses shattered, 3 vital points on his body struck, simultaneously spitting out fresh blood. On the other side, Bo Kin Van and Neep Fong were racing forward, nearing Kim Tong, when a mysterious man blocked their path. "This is where I forge my swords. Take a detour. If you damage my blood sword in any way, you will pay with your lives." The two looked up, seeing a massive ice sword standing imposingly at the foot of the mountain, like Mount Tai pressing down, extremely formidable. Bo Jingvan ignored him, leaping past. The old man jumped up, chasing to block him, his large hands quickly grasping, and in an instant, he snatched the Shuang Dao from behind Nie Fong. With the treasured blade in hand, he lost his dazed expression, his eyes shining brightly as he continuously praised, "Good blade, good blade." Bo Jingvan's anger surged within, and he suddenly leaped up, the supreme sword aimed at that large blood-red blade and slashed down. A loud bang rang out, the blood blade shattered, breaking into 2 pieces. Years of effort were destroyed before his eyes. The mysterious man's eyes were misty as he repeatedly shouted, the Shuang Dao wildly slashing towards Bo Jingvan. Bo Jingvan did not evade, blandly saying, "This blood blade is too exquisite, unworthy of the might of the senior." The mysterious man stood there in shock, as if realizing something. The Shuang Dao froze in midair, slowly not striking down. Nie Fong took the opportunity to step forward, snatching back the treasured blade, and pulled Bo Jingvan to flee swiftly. Whether they can save Wu Ming or not, please continue to pay attention. The undefeated legend of the martial world, Nameless, wants to be defeated by the Breaker? The sudden arrival of the sword god disciple has thrown Nameless into chaos, fearing for his disciple's safety. Although he has deep-seated enmity with the Breaker, and has yet to repay his master's kindness over the years, he truly intends to hold back, but now he will show no mercy. With 3 vital points on his body injured and having to split his focus to protect the sword god, it becomes even more difficult to contend. The sword god sees his master risking his life for his safety, feeling ashamed and unable to act, tears stream down his face. The breaker clashes with swords and blades, unleashing expanding energy, attacking Nameless from two directions above and below. To defeat Nameless, he has searched for many years and finally learned the slicing wolf move from the Eastern capital's unmatched divine art. Nameless, with a serious expression, performs a steady stance, hidden name of the plum blossom. The clash of energies, the sword in the hands of the Nameless was no match. He transformed his fingers into a sword, disregarding his life, and thrust straight at the eyes of the breaking army. The breaking army did not expect this, he chose to perish alongside him. The blades were retracted, retreating backwards, but the Nameless seized the opportunity, striking forcefully at the crown and weak points. Seeing that he was about to strike the breaking army dead under his palm, he suddenly felt his body go soft, both knees kneeling on the ground, spitting blood. It was evident he had been struck by a deadly poison. The breaking army laughed wickedly. Nameless, you have been poisoned by the blood extinction poison of the Eastern business no limit divine skill. This poison is colorless and tasteless, specifically designed to deal with experts of profound internal strength. The Nameless was furious, cursing incessantly, yet the breaking army remained calm and continued, Nameless, the despicable one is not me, but your disciple, the sword god. Besides him, who else could have poisoned your food, and moreover, slaughtered the hidden dream temple, causing the deaths of Hungba and his son? All of this is his doing. The sword god cried out in despair, kneeling before the Nameless. Master, I'm sorry. I was struck by his heart-relinquishing seal, and I lost control of myself. I beg Master to forgive me. Hearing the sword god's self-admission, the Nameless felt as if his heart were being cut. He was deeply shocked. He had named his disciple the sword god, hoping he would be like a god at dawn. Radiant yet unyielding, gentle yet unbroken. It is to commemorate senior brother Tran Fong, who was once glorious and righteous, his righteousness as vast as the clouds. Since his beloved wife died tragically, he placed all his hopes on Sword God. Now that everything has shattered, he no longer has the will to live. The sword in his hand falls, all fighting spirit vanishes, and he kneels before Breaker of Armies. Suddenly, Sword God strikes from behind, picks up the fallen sword, and fiercely stabs towards Breaker of Armies. Breaker of Armies smashes the sword with one palm, the force unrelenting, sending Sword God flying out. Although the disciple is full of evil intentions, there remains a shred of conscience, which brings joy to Nameless. Breaker of Armies, however, becomes enraged, grabs Sword God's right arm, shoves the Tam Lang sword into his hand, and controls his body to stab at Nameless. Traitor, I want you to kill your master with your own hands. The Sword God fought desperately against the odds, crazily resisting, his arm crushed by the destroyer. A sound of shattered bones echoed as the Sword God forced himself to break his own arm. The disciple would rather die than submit to rescue, igniting the fighting spirit of the Nameless once again, using the remnants of his internal energy recklessly, hoping to severely injure the destroyer before he died. A figure moved like lightning, rushing towards the destroyer. Niafeng had finally arrived. The snowy hidden blade and the heavenly arrow clashed, yet it was hard to determine a victor. Niafeng's wind god technique, blending his family's swordsmanship, became unpredictable, forcing the destroyer to struggle. Brother Yun, I'll hold them off. You take the Nameless senior and go first. A loud explosion, the mountaintop shattered, the Sword Emperor imprisoned for decades finally saw the sunlight again. Destroyer, although your victory is not glorious, no matter what, this 10,000 swords returning to the sect belongs to you, handle it well. Seeing the monarch leave, Niafeng also did not want to linger and took the opportunity to leave. Breaking the army held the secret manual, overjoyed, and was too preoccupied to stop him. Suddenly, two figures flashed before him, snatching the manual from his hand. Breaking the army, you sought the slicing wolf through the Wujue divine art. According to the agreement, the 10,000 sword sect has returned our Wujue divine art. Do you want to go back on your word and spy? One could see a tall and handsome man, accompanied by a youth in his teens, approaching gracefully. The youth bore some resemblance to Niafeng, but it was unclear who they were. When people face hardship, they often seek divine help, but the Wujue divine art of the Eastern Kingdom is an exception. Here, the sects and deities are not to be worshipped, but rather to worship someone. The one worthy of worship by the divine is the master of the Wujue divine hall, Zhu Wuxian. Years ago, Zhu Wuxian asked Breaking the Army to exchange his wife for the slicing wolf. Breaking the Army hesitated, but his wife willingly followed Zhu Wuxian. This woman was promiscuous, devoted her life to the strongest man. The ones who seized the 10,000 sword sect's secret manual from Breaking the Army were Zhu Wuxian's two sons, Zhu Xian and Zhu Tian. On that day, Tuetvo then ordered his two sons to go to Central Plains. Besides supervising Fa Quan to retrieve the sword manual of Van Kim Kui Tong, he also provided a list of martial arts masters. in Central Plains over the past 20 years, instructing the two brothers to conveniently kill all the masters on the list. On the list, the names of Vo Dan, Bo Qin Van, Niep Phong, and Don Lang were clearly there. In the martial arts world of Central Plains, where open and covert battles were common and talents were scarce, in Tuet Tom's eyes, their strength was negligible. With just 1,000 ghost-killing warriors from the palace following, they could easily eliminate them. On the battlefield, Van Kim Kui Tong, which had struggled to obtain its status, was seized. Fa Quan, filled with rage, had no outlet for his anger and intended to chase after Vo Dan to eliminate him completely. Niep Phong, wielding the snow-drinking blade, along with the Phong the Noi, desperately tried to block him. Although they couldn't defeat Fa Quan, they managed to protect themselves. Fa Quan silently marveled at the young lad, who, despite his age, had learned such a formidable sword technique from who knows where. His lightness skill couldn't gain any advantage, and when faced with Niep Phong's heavy kick, he didn't dodge or evade, instead using the killing fury energy to withstand it, sending Niep Phong flying into the air. Fa Quan intended to pursue Vo Dan, but Tam Lang and Thien Nan struck at the same time, unleashing all their energy like thunder, striking towards Niep Phong. Niep Phong blocked one sword strike, his body sinking deeper into the snow. He blocked another blade, but the accumulating snow pressed down on him, causing him to sink further, putting him in a perilous situation. In a moment of danger, a figure plunged straight at the back of Fa Quan. It was the mysterious young girl who saved Kim Hong. He struck like lightning, wielding his sword and knife, continuously attacking with dozens of moves in an instant, forcing Fa Quan to struggle and retreat. This girl possessed peculiar and bizarre martial arts, and with Niep Phong assisting her, the situation became dire. Fa Quan immediately disengaged and fled. On the snowy mountain not far away, Tuet Tom and Tuet Thien were equally astonished. The girl was not recorded in Tuet Vo Than's list, they did not know who she was. The true masters of Fengyun, Tuet Vo Than from Dong Don, were officially entering the scene. The greatest calamity for the martial arts world of Trung Nguyen was about to arrive. Vo Dan was gravely injured by Sat Fa Lang of Fa Quan, lying motionless in the arms of Bo Qin Van. Teaching the sword god was not as effective as Bo Qin Van's upright character, leading him to feel deeply moved. Bo Qin Van shouted as a murderous aura filled the air. With his sharp stone sword, dozens of dark figures surged out of the snow. He held Vo Dan, unsure of how to defend himself, while a swift sword pierced through the chests of two black-clad men. The second sword, the third sword that follows, the sword does not break, exceptionally fierce. 9 sharp swords simultaneously descend from the sky. This is the manifestation of Fengvu. Indeed, Fengvu has arrived. Bo Qin Van, unfamiliar with Fengvu, does not know if he is friend or foe. Hearing Vo Dan reveal Fengvu's identity, he immediately entrusts Vo Dan to Fengvu, draws out the supreme sword, and leaps into the crowd of the ghosts and demons, going on a killing spree to protect Vo Dan, being pressured by these little demons like this. If he does not kill a few people to vent his anger, it will be hard to resolve the hatred in his heart. Fengvu's lightness skill is extraordinary. Holding Vo Dan still runs swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he has already crossed in front of a suspension bridge. Bo Qin Van blocks in the middle of the bridge, stopping the demons, waiting to see Fengvu run far away. He raises his sword and chops the suspension bridge in half. In an instant, more than half of the ghosts and demons fall into the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. Bo Qin Van tightly grips the broken cable of the bridge, struggling to climb up. In mid-air, he is excited and his supreme sword pierces into the cliff. Fengvu has gone far. With no one to help, he hangs on the mountain wall covered in ice and snow, as if all the blood in his body has been frozen. The rapid passage of time, the sun sets and rises again, sunlight shines down, bringing life everywhere. It is a sunny day. The ice and snow gradually melt away, and the unparalleled heroes can no longer hold on, falling into the abyss together with their master. 10 miles away from Zhonghua Pavilion, a small house gathers more than 10 angry servants. Wu Dan sits cross-legged in the middle, cultivating energy to heal his injuries. Feeling deeply ashamed for causing everyone to abandon their homes and livelihoods to flee with him, Wu Dan is filled with remorse. Fengvu suddenly speaks up, questioning why their master, who has not engaged in worldly affairs for 20 years and has created the supreme sword art, has had all his techniques resolved by Fa Quan. I suspect there is a traitor among us. As soon as the words traitor are uttered, everyone is shocked and looks at each other. Upon reflection, in these 20 years, during Wu Dan's training, only Hoa Nak Nam has been present to protect him, making him the most suspicious. Hoa Nak Nam's face turns pale. He practices purine long hair, being neither male nor female, unable to form a marital bond. This leads to a twisted mentality.
wanting to gain fame and fortune from Tuat Vodhan.
Wu Dan, recalling their long-standing friendship, is reluctant to kill him and decides to let him go. Hoa Nak Nam felt ashamed and reminded Vodhan to be extremely cautious of the ruthless and violent Fa Quan.
With a loud crash, Fa Quan broke through the door and immediately stabbed Hoa Nak Nam to death with a single strike.
Well said, I am indeed fierce and ruthless. Vodhan, you have been hit by the deadly blood poison, yet you can still suppress it. Your inner strength is indeed impressive, but today, you will find it hard to escape death. Outside, the sounds of battle echoed, as Tuat Tam showed no mercy, killing everyone regardless of age or gender. Even Feng Vu and Long Bong were completely unable to defend themselves, failing in just a few moves.
Is the martial arts of Vo and Tuat Kong really that terrifying?
As Fa Quan was about to stab a servant to death, Tuat Tam raised a hand and deflected the sword's energy. To let him live, Nameless is hailed as a martial arts legend of Central Plains, which will be of great use later.
Break the army, none of us owe each other.
Seeing his internal energy, so powerful, with just 2 fingers, breaking the long sword, I dare not go against him. Tuat Tam sits cross-legged, fiercely strikes a palm at Nameless' chest.
To guard against his overwhelming martial arts, unable to be controlled.
Nameless is poisoned with the supreme family poison, no medicine can save him.
In a quiet and simple nunnery, Niep Fong has been waiting painfully for many things.
Still no sign of the lifesaver returning. This person has exceptional martial arts, saving others without expecting anything in return.
No matter what, I must thank him in person.
Niep Fong closed his eyes to rest, while someone flew up into the air,
rescuing a young man from a tree.
Though still young, he was cruel, poisoning the well. That young man was Tuat Thien, who was watching the mysterious girl. His whereabouts exposed, he shouted loudly. A group of devil slayers had been lying in wait, all lunging out at once. The mysterious girl intervened,
defeating the entire group of devil slayers in an instant. Heaven's Edge was startled, unleashing his ultimate technique.
Slicing with his saber, the golden saber gleaming, his wrist trembling slightly.
The girl's saber technique like myriad flowers trembling,
beating Heaven's Edge to pieces, and within a few moves, he was on the brink of death. Niefong met Heaven's Edge for the first time.
2 consecutive strikes hit his forehead and chest. That girl indeed spared Tuat Tian's life,
leading Niefong across a lake to a small house called Duan Chengju.
The 2 chatted happily, but she didn't reveal her true identity,
and even deliberately avoided Niefeng's gaze, only mentioning her father.
Second,
during the Warring States period, after the state of Qi was destroyed by Qin Shi Huang, the descendants of the Tian clan gathered in Jingzhou Fangling.
Follow the order by time. Some have fathers ranked as the second, others have fathers ranked as the first, 8th, etc. Though the room is simple, it is kept clean.
The food is also very delicate and to his taste. In his heart, Niefong senses they might have known each other long ago.
Late at night, the lake's surface like a mirror, cold wind howling.
Niefong stands in the wind, unmoving for a long time. The second miss is perhaps his long-lost confidant, Hong Nan, whom he has never met. It's a pity that although they have corresponded for many years, they still lack the fate to meet and confirm each other's identity.
Returning to the heavenly forum,
a large, scarred, and terrifying hand
is striking Teibao's chest.
The Heartless exterminates the Nameless. The next target is the heavenly forum. After taking over the heavenly forum, Dong Hong continues to recruit soldiers endlessly.
The plot to become the largest faction in the world.
His Dong Tam Jinjing has been cultivated to the level of pure mastery.
Confident that when Zhu Xian returns, he can handle it with ease. Zhu Xian is unwilling, his large hand strikes fiercely.
One move shatters Dong Tam, thoroughly crushing his fighting spirit. Tianxia Association begs with both hands raised, asking you to spare my life, I will honor you as emperor. Zhu Xian sneers, only the perceptive are the true talents. Half of this determination is given to those who submit, those who resist, kill without mercy. The ultimate void of the Void Palace in Donging has truly terrifying ambitions, wanting to annex all of central China's martial world, massacring all Chinese experts. In a dark chamber, Sword Demon, Swordskin, Qin Xiang, Du Guming, Aotian, Kuai Yi Laozu and other sect leaders are all imprisoned in iron cages. Currently, the Heavenly Union Society is under control. The legendary Nameless from the martial world is injured and imprisoned. Journey Cloud is here. The 10,000 Sword Return Sex Sword Manual has been obtained. As for Niefong, Duanlang, and others, they are powerless. Voidheart is confident that in a few months, he will surely control the entire rivers and lakes. In the Heavenly Union Society, Nameless has his hands cuffed, his face haggard, still not showing the demeanor of a master, which is terrifying.
Zue Tam pretends to be respectful, not daring to delay in the slightest, voluntarily detoxifies for Nameless, takes out the 10,000 sword return sect sword manual, requesting guidance from Nameless, assuring that all family members and servants will be immediately released thereafter. Nameless remains silent, and suddenly someone erupts, continuously striking Nameless vital points. Senior's martial arts are too high, one cannot help but be cautious. For safety, please forgive me, Senior. The three major acupoints on Nameless' back are simultaneously hit, palm force spreading throughout the body, limbs paralyzed, all severed by the shock. Dragon Emperor couldn't dodge, cried out, and fell. A legendary figure in the martial world, yet ends up with such a tragic fate. Zueixin coldly said, Senior understands reason, dozens of lives exchanged for a single sword technique, what's not worth it? Wuming understood clearly, if the Dongying people learned the 10,000 sword canon, the martial world of central China would fall into a state of endless suffering. But at this moment he had no choice. Opening the sword manual, the first page had 2 lines of small text, myriad weapons self-generate, sword energy destroys emptiness, returning to the origin of martial arts, rampant attacks. Turning the page, there were another dozen blank pages. The last few pages also contained ordinary sword techniques. No wonder Zueixin's martial arts had no clues at all. Wuming remained expressionless, his mind constantly calculating. After much thought, he slowly said, the 10,000 sword canon is an unbeatable sword technique. Yet this manual is shallow, clearly a fake. Zueixin had shown the sword manual to several swordsmen who all said it was an ordinary technique. They did not doubt Wuming's words and ordered him to be returned to the dungeon. Falling into deep thought, even the legendary figure from the martial world of old had been captured. The cries in the dungeon echoed. Could it be that the martial world of central China was truly unable to escape this calamity? This time, Wuming picked up the bowl of water to drink, but he couldn't hold it and it fell to the ground. An infinite sorrow welled up in his heart, but in an instant, he regained his composure. He stands with one hand higher than the other, initiating the first move of the 10,000 sword return sect, heart cut. You have planned meticulously, but unfortunately, you still made 100 mistakes for every correct move. Elsewhere, Niafeng receives a letter from Meng, arranging to meet him tomorrow at Phoenix Tower. Niafeng is overjoyed and immediately sets off. After all these years, he will finally get to see her true appearance. Niafeng suppresses his excitement, slowly ascending the stairs to the tavern, where he sees a graceful young woman in yellow standing against a group of ruffians. Without asking for the reason, Niafeng unleashes his divine wind kick, knocking down the entire group. The divine wind kick is well known among the martial world. Anyone with some experience recognizes it as Niafeng's signature move. Seeing his appearance, no one dares to confront him and flees instead. The young woman appears startled upon seeing Niafeng, who calls out to her as Meng. However, she quickly regains her composure. The two walk side by side out of the city, wandering about. Niafeng was in a very good mood, feeling the refreshing spring breeze, the singing birds, the fragrant flowers, with a beauty by his side. Everything before him was wonderful. Just like the scenes in his dreams. She must be Meng, the one he had shared a telepathic connection with for years. The two agreed to meet again tomorrow. Niafeng originally planned to stay at an inn in the city, but suddenly thought about leaving without saying goodbye, feeling guilty towards the second miss. So, he left the city in the middle of the night and returned to Duanchengju. He could hardly contain his excitement and shared his joy with the second miss, continuously praising Miss Meng, who was like her name, beautiful like a dream. The second miss seemed to have something on her mind. After congratulating Niafeng, she sadly left. As she turned away, tears couldn't help but flow. It turned out that the second miss was the real Meng. She originally had an extremely beautiful appearance and high martial arts talent, having been personally taught by the second Knife King. By chance, she was also taught sword techniques by the Sword King, who was imprisoned in an ice cellar, achieving first-rate martial arts. However, the sword techniques of the Sword King were of the Yin nature, while her father's knife techniques were of the Yang nature. The two internal energies clashed, causing large red marks to appear on her face, so she still didn't dare to reveal herself to Niafeng. And that beautiful girl in the yellow dress was the beloved daughter of Du Kuo-yifeng, who was killed by Niafeng, the younger sister of Du Kuo-ming, Du Kuo-meng. She saw Niafeng mistaking her for someone else and felt secretly pleased. The opportunity for revenge was right in front of her. How could she let it slip away? Although poisoning someone was not a noble act, Niafeng's martial arts were too strong, leaving her with no other choice. Just as Niafeng was about to drink the poison wine, a projectile flew through the air, shattering the cup. Niafeng used his lightness skill to break free, looking up the mountain where Tuat Tam was leading hundreds of ghost slayers towards him, the projectiles falling like locusts. The second young lady descended from the sky, wielding her sword and dagger, to block for the two of them. Although the three had high martial arts skills, the enemies were too numerous. Nipfong ordered the two to retreat first, as he was skilled enough to lead the enemies away and escape on his own. Nipfong gripped his sword with both hands and jumped into the enemy ranks. The cold aura surged forth. This technique, freezing cold one slice, could turn the coldness into a freezing blade. A divine skill to deal with multiple foes. The blade's momentum shook the heavens. With one slash, countless people fell dead. Tuat Thien was terrified by this move, panicking, slipped, and rolled down the hillside. Niefeng was like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, Xuan Dao was already at the throat of Zhu Tian, who, being still young, was scared to the point of losing his senses. "Brother, come out quickly. I admit defeat, you go collect him." A wave of sword energy suddenly struck from behind. With Niefeng's lightness skill, he couldn't react in time, was hit from behind by a palm, spat blood, and was sent flying far away. Rolling down the cliff. Zhu Xian waved his hand, stopping his subordinates from attacking. "Don't move, I will handle Niefeng." "Niefeng, I have heard that you dominate the martial arts world of Central Plains. Today I will show you how formidable the martial arts of Dongying are." With his martial arts skills, Niefeng's famous Fengshen kick was severely injured by Zhu Xian's single move. The martial arts of Wushan Zhu Gong and Dongying is indeed terrifying. "Niefeng, I have heard that you are a remarkable figure. You and I were born in the same year, month, and day. Let's see who is stronger." Having been hit from behind, Niefeng's internal energy was unsteady. He dared not continue fighting. Employing his unparalleled lightness skill, he turned around and fled. Zhu Xian also flew up after him. Several times up and down he arrived behind, with just enough effort. The palm strike blocking the sky was indeed his ultimate skill, Tian La Palm. "Nipfong, let's see where you run to." Nipfong had never faced such humiliation. Anger surged, and the snowy cold blade turned around to slash fiercely, countering the palm wind. An unbelievable scene occurred. Tuat Tam increased his power, and a stream of light coalesced in his palm, using his flesh and blood to withstand the unmatched sharpness of the snowy cold blade. A loud smack echoed. Nipfong's snowy cold blade slipped from his grasp, struck by a palm, and his body spun several times in midair before falling into the valley. Tuat Tam sneered contemptuously. "The snowy cold divine wind was only this much. Let me see one of the three extremes, the wind god kick." In the grass, a large fat pig appeared, holding the snowy cold blade from the ground, bringing it to Nipfong, lying across the road as if there was no one around. The comical scene in front of him made Tuat Tam feel uneasy inside. At the same time, Tuat Tian also led people over, not caring about the reason, swinging his long blade down at the back of the fat pig's neck. Nipfong pushed off with his foot, and the snowy cold blade flew up to save the fat pig's life. Tuat Tam appeared swiftly, his palm strike like thunder, aiming straight for Niefeng's chest. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Win noticed that fat pig suddenly raised its head, its soft body dissolving Lord Conqueror's astonishing palm force. Then, all four legs flew as it leaped away with light steps. Rarely distracted, Tuat Tam was caught off guard, allowing Niefeng to seize the opportunity and run into the dense forest, making it hard to follow. Niefeng ran quickly, his chest felt torn apart, truly uncomfortable, and stopped at a small town called Shangyang. "Thank you for saving my life, elder." That man is not young, yet he is not serious, staring at the beautiful girls on the street and teasing them. Two girls appeared, namely the second dream and the lonely dream. It turns out this man is the famous Xu Huang of the martial world. Greedy for food and women, his martial arts are extremely powerful. After years of competing with the father of the lonely dream, he saved Niefeng in his moment of peril. Xu Huang had been observing silently for a long time and had already noticed that his niece, Dani Mong, admired Nipfeng, whispering to Nipfeng to cherish her. In a moment of excitement, he even touched Du Mong's bottom, which made Du Mong angry and she walked away. Previously, Dani Mong and Du Mong had separated and fled. The two girls, having gone through life and death together, developed feelings and shared their thoughts. Dani Mong had already realized that Du Mong intended to assassinate Nipfeng, asked for the reason, and immediately took her to the grave of Kim Tong. Finding the body of Du Not Phuong sealed for many years. Back then, Du Not Phuong was famous and truly had no time to witness the Wui Dan great battle against Fa Quan. She was anxious, found someone who looked like her, and temporarily guarded Vo Song Tan, not expecting it to be a farewell forever. Du Mong thought back to how she almost mistakenly killed Nipfeng, feeling a wave of fear. Moreover, on that day, Bo Kin Van, in order to save Wui Dan, fell into a deep abyss of 10,000 zhang, initially thinking he would surely die, but unexpectedly. After falling to the ground, he was unharmed. The Sword King acted to help, entirely because of the sword in his hand. Her appearance was withered, yet she still maintained her composure, hands clasped behind her back, admiring the sword. This sword is black yet not dark, its blade sharp, truly worthy of being the supreme master sword. I saved your life, so you should gift me this sword. Bo Kin Van did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. I'll return the sword to you, you and I have nothing to do with each other. Having said that, he turned and walked into the rain and wind, not looking back. The Sword King was somewhat astonished, watching Bo Kin Van's retreating figure, lamenting that this child had the aura of a king, but regrettably did not know how to advance. Wasting his potential. In the Bat Jia village, So had been longing day and night for Bo Kin Van, who had finally appeared. The two said little, only holding each other tightly, thanking the heavens that they had finally become intertwined. In this lifetime, Bo Kin Van lived in hatred, but at this moment he had a new goal, to protect So well and live a good life. That night, in the red candlelit room with red drapes, the rarely seen smile appeared on Kin Van's face as well. Just as the two were about to consummate their marriage, So suddenly felt nauseous and vomited. Everyone felt a sense of unease. Could she be pregnant with the sword god's child? It is said that every full moon, all kinds of demons and monsters become more active on Earth. Today, it seems that a demon has appeared within the Heaven and Earth Society. A shadow floated in mid-air, and a sinister figure flew into the dungeon. In recent days, Nameless has been practicing seated meditation every day, contemplating the sword techniques of the 10,000 sword sect, but each time he reaches a crucial moment, his chi and blood flow become blocked, as if struck by lightning. Could it really be as the secret manual says, that to master the 10,000 sword sect, one must first abandon their martial arts? The first page of the sword manual bears the words self-abandonment of martial arts, followed by several blank pages that are also symbolic, indicating that the practitioner must have no internal energy at all, like a blank sheet of paper. Nameless concentrated deeply, generating a force with 2 fingers, hoping to soon unravel the secret. The shadow silently descended, knelt before Nameless, who did not turn around, as if he had anticipated this moment. I knew you would return sooner or later, but now is not the time to go out. My martial arts are completely ruined. I cannot stop them from pursuing us if we go outside. Moreover, almost all the high-ranking martial artists from central China have been captured. We need to think of a way to rescue them. Stay here and find an opportunity to steal the antidote for horsebone incense, so you can detoxify everyone. That shadow's eyes were resolute, nodding in agreement. Even if it were 10 times more difficult, he would not hesitate to carry out Nameless orders. The ambition of these people from Dongyang is truly terrifying. They want to conquer the entire Chinese martial world. Currently, Nameless, Sword Demon, and other high-level martial artists are being held captive. Only Niefeng, Bu Jingyun, and others are fighting to the death. The Absolute God still sent his 2 strongest disciples, Tianxia and Jingyun, to China, hoping that with a 1 in 10,000 chance, he could fulfill his long-held wish. In the Heavens Alliance, the mysterious masked person, following the order of the Nameless, stole the antidote for horsebone fragrance, and was just about to leave when they happened upon the return of the Zhixian brothers. Zhixian's likeness skill is unparalleled, even Niefeng could catch up. Unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, a gust of dark wind entered his body, causing him to lose track of the mysterious person. Even if his martial arts were 10 times higher, there would be no such miraculous likeness skill. Zhixian frowned, speculating that the mysterious person might have infiltrated among the ghost killers. He immediately ordered all subordinates to remove their masks. The masks, made of steel, were worn hot on the face, tightly adhering to the skin. These ghost killers had not removed their masks in many years, causing them to become uneasy momentarily. Countless disfigured, ugly, and terrifying faces, like those from hell, made Zhixian recoil in shock. Scanning everywhere, I couldn't find a single complete, ordinary face. Could it be that I was wrong? Did the other person really manage to escape? Unexpectedly, the person he wanted to pursue had also been disfigured by fire. After being infiltrated by the enemy, stealing the antidote, Zhu Tian was worried, but Zhixian remained calm, taking out a human skin mask from his medicine box. When he turned around, he had changed into another face. With sword-like eyebrows, cold eyes, thin lips, and an imposing presence that struck fear into others. The general's decree of transformation, the human skin mask created with fresh blood over 10 years, is indeed genuine. Zhu Wuxian's decades of demonic transformation, is it just about dominating the martial world of central China? He also wants to push the national spirit of Greater Dongying to its peak. Transferred to Duanqing Courtyard, Niefeng was hit by a palm from Zhixian, and after a long period of recovery, he still feels pain. Since learning that Nip Fong was not the enemy who killed her father, Ko Mong continued to impersonate Mong Ko Nuong, treating Nip Fong with tenderness and utmost concern. During these days, the two of them went out every day, talking and reminiscing about the past, feeling extremely emotional and regretting that they had met too late. Ko Mong did not intend to take away her beloved, but rather it was Dani Mong Ko Nuong who willingly gave up her love, asking her to continue the identity of Mong Ko Nuong and maintain a relationship with Nip Fong. The handsome, gentle, and upright man before her gave Ko Mong an unprecedented sense of peace. Having lost her father at a young age and wandering alone in the martial world, how could she feel such a stirring emotion? Listening to the wind and rain, the soft sound of the breeze, Nip Fong gazed deeply, causing Ko Mong's heart to tremble as if pricked by a needle. He did not like her, but rather the dream within his heart. Nip Fong, I want to make it clear to you, I am not the Mong who has corresponded with you for many years. I am the daughter of Ko not Fuang Ko Mong. These days, I've realized that I truly love him. Nya Fong, I hope you can stay by my side forever. With her beautiful face and crimson lips, facing the confession of the young girl, Nya Fong trembles all over, stunned, and after a while, pushes Meng away. Rejected by a deep affection, Meng feels ashamed and tears stream down her face. Upon hearing Nya Feng's inquiry about the true identity of Miss Meng, she becomes even more heartbroken and finds it hard to control herself. Late at night by the lake, the drizzle continues to fall. Nya Fong quickly approaches second miss, gently removes her headscarf, revealing a red mark before his eyes. Wind spoke softly, dream, because of this red mark, she must have suffered so much. Second Miss Meng's eyes turn red, deeply moved. The two look at each other, not speaking for a long time, everything is left unsaid. Unbeknownst to them, their hands have already clenched tightly together, as if time has paused here. Ko Mong in the high place had red eyes, silently leaving. The red waves surged. A middle-aged man wrapped in chains, riding the waves, was the strange man who had blocked Bo Kin Van and Nya Fong from forging the snowy ink blade that day. Dini Mong was shocked, pulling Nya Fong to run away. This man was her father, the second Blade Emperor. The Blade Emperor gathered power in both hands. The small boat beneath him rushed forward, reaching the shore in an instant. His right arm rose high, transforming into a treasured blade, which was his lifelong ultimate skill, the Break Emotion 7 Absolute Blade Technique. The gust of wind howled as it slashed towards Nya Fong. Dini Mong desperately shielded him, nearly saving Nya Fong. The Blade Emperor, seeing his daughter helping an outsider, became even angrier. One palm struck his daughter away, glaring at Nya Fong and shouted, "You brat! How dare you trespass into Duanting residence? What is your relationship with my daughter?" Nip Fong was about to explain when Dao Hong unleashed a technique called Mutram Tan Ti, moving as fast as lightning, shaking the heavens and the earth. Nip Fong wanted to draw the Tuet Am Dao from his back to defend himself, but the cold energy suppressed his entire body, rendering him unable to move. Dao Hong was the strongest swordsman he had ever encountered in his life. Seeing her loved one in life-threatening danger, Dani Mong couldn't think much, reluctantly raising her broadsword to save him. Dao Hong concentrated all his strength, intending to kill Nip Fong with a single strike, not expecting his daughter to intervene. With Dani Mong's excessive worry causing her to strike too hard, the force of the sword couldn't be retracted, and it pierced through her father's back. Nip Fong was deeply moved to see her sacrifice for him, putting righteousness above her own life. Dao Hong, in a fit of rage, roared wildly, unleashing all his power, injuring both his daughter and Nip Fong at the same time. The second dream, with tears in her eyes, knowing her sins are hard to forgive, asks her father to punish her, but no matter what, she begs for Nip Fong's life to be spared. The Blade King has taught his daughter for many years, emphasizing that diligently practicing the sword is of utmost importance, and should never be compromised. Seeing his daughter wholeheartedly devoted to Nip Fong, without a moment's hesitation, he strikes and shatters the small boat. Just as he was about to leap into the water to chase after Nip Fong, he finds himself unable to locate him, feeling secretly astonished. In a fit of anger, he strikes the cliff, and in an instant, the rocks crumble and the suspension bridge breaks. The carefully built Duanqing residence is destroyed. A large fat pig pulls Nip Fong underwater. It is Xu Huang who secretly intervenes to save him. Years ago, the Blade King left because of his wife, killing her with his own hands. His temperament changed drastically, taking his daughter into hiding at Duanqing residence, strictly forbidding her from getting close to any man. In the next episode, Nip Fong saves Bo Kin Van. Please continue to follow. This is the biggest conspiracy in the wind and cloud calamity. Tuet Vo then humiliates China in the Eastern business, capturing and killing various martial arts masters. On the surface, it was about claiming supremacy in the martial arts world of Central Plains, but in reality,
it was to assassinate the emperor and establish himself as king. Such ambition is truly frightening. A troop of soldiers passed by, exuding extraordinary demeanor, solemn and dignified. It was the reigning emperor, heading to Langkong Temple to pray for rain for the realm. In front, several strong men blocked the way, with the leader wielding a heavy mace weighing 1,000 pounds, charging straight towards the convoy, unstoppable by anyone. A golden figure flew out from the palanquin, shining brilliantly in midair, radiating a righteous aura. Looking up, there stood a man with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary presence. He was the leader of Shenzhou, the current emperor of Central Plains. 3 assassins leaped up, surrounding the emperor in a triangular formation. The emperor remained calm and unperturbed, his hands tightly clenched, drawing in vital energy from his dantian, exuding an aura of a top master. Without even seeing clearly how he countered, he effortlessly neutralized the attack. The leader's armor shattered, blood spewed forth, and his saber flew away. Seeing how formidable the emperor was, the 2 assassins could not succeed and immediately fled. 2 figures chased after them, moving as fast as lightning. Within a few moves, they killed all the assassins and then knelt before the emperor to await orders. Impressed by the martial prowess of the 2 individuals, the emperor deemed them rare talents and ordered them to follow him into the palace to serve him. What followed was an impressive scene where the 2 high-level martial artists who came to rescue were none other than his disciples, Jida and Tianheng. Meanwhile, Niafeng, gravely injured by Second Blade Emperor, fortunately received assistance from Zhu Huan, who also imparted a set of saber techniques to him. Each move in this saber technique contained countless hidden moves, making it extremely difficult to predict. With dedicated practice and Niafeng's insight, he would eventually understand it, surpass the Blade Emperor, and reclaim Second Dream. Niafeng felt an immense gratitude in his heart, continuously pondering the teachings of Zhu Huan, that the strongest swordsmanship is not something to be learned, but rather something to be created by oneself. He wandered aimlessly, with a blank mind, and after an unknown period of time, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Turning around the foot of the mountain and passing through a forest, before him stood an old man holding the supreme sword, roasting a chicken. It was the Sword King. Niafeng felt uneasy in his heart, sensing something ominous, and had a brief conversation with the Sword King, the 2 of them returning together to Bujia village. Before them, smoke and fire rose all around, desolation lay everywhere, and it was clear at a glance that a fierce battle had just occurred. After inquiring with the villagers, he learned that Jingyun had been besieged by 10 inner court experts and had been taken back to the palace. Niafeng was shocked and resolute, determined to rescue his brother Yun no matter the danger. In the palace, there was a place known to few, filled with dangerous traps, used to imprison serious offenders, called the 7-layer hell, where Jingyun was being held. The heavenly sword had been crippled, and the person that Tue Wuxian feared the most was Niafeng and Jingyun, 2 prodigies. Tuet Dia and Tian Han captured Bo Kin Van precisely to lead Niafeng to rescue, a quick capture. A figure like the wind swept through the forbidden area of the imperial palace. With extraordinary lightness of body, and not a single expert within the palace noticed. Bo Kin Van's limbs were all chained with iron, the ground was scorching hot, enduring the torment of the heat waves, sensing the aura above, knowing that Niafeng had arrived. Master Feng, this place is filled with traps, no different from hell. You shouldn't come down here to die, hurry and leave. Niafeng was moved, disregarding everything. He had dared to come here, having long anticipated any dangers. He had preliminarily assessed the environment of the 7 layers of hell. He soared into the air, the Hong on Dao in his hand flew out. All things returned to nothing, the traps in the dungeon simultaneously activated, hundreds of spears shot towards the Hong on Dao. At the same time, 7 figures rushed out from the hall. They were the highly skilled bodyguards, the 7 great lamas. Bo Kin Van's body was also lifted by a pillar of ice, his limbs stretched, the chains wrapped around his neck, unable to breathe. Niafeng could not hesitate, he flew down, snatching the Tuet Am Dao in midair. The 4th, 5th, and 6th agencies simultaneously activated, with a dense array of hidden weapons, blocking out the sky and covering the earth. Niafeng used the new sword technique of True Hong, spinning to intercept all the hidden weapons. The ice pillar under Bo Kin Van was rising higher and higher, stretching his limbs. If it continued, he would be torn apart by 5 horses. Niafeng's heart burned like fire as he charged down, getting hit by several hidden weapons along the way, but finally reached Bo Kin Van. The snowy blade struck down, breaking the iron chains. Bo Kin Van, moved by his junior brother's desperate rescue, felt touched, but at this moment could not leave. Could not abandon So and Lanyan. The iron door was blown open with a palm strike, and that Kiet Lat Ma exuded an extremely fierce aura. Don't worry about others, you two don't need to go either. Then, 9 figures flew down, the 9 out of the 10 royal guards of the emperor, led by Dao Dao Lao Dai, who stood in front wielding a knife, controlling the situation. Bu Jinfan and Niafeng worked together seamlessly, their eyes meeting as they struck first. The Shirchia Lama had been living and training together all year round, the formation was incredibly exquisite, and in an instant, he had subdued Bu Jinfan. Niafeng wielded the snow-drinking saber, deploying the proud cold 6 ultimate saber technique, managing to hold on for the time being. However, the 9 bodyguards were all top-tier experts, their coordination was exceptionally skilled, and sooner or later, he would not be able to resist. Bu Jinfan was continuously injured, his eyes widened, his blood energy surged violently, his body expanded uncontrollably, not knowing where the explosive strength came from. Burning even the brush. With a heavy fist carrying flames, he struck and shattered the head of a llama, killing him on the spot. In his eyes, the fire blazed fiercely, as if possessed by a demon. He charged into the enemy ranks and slaughtered. Although he was unarmed, the Qilin child was impervious to blades and weapons, blocking all attacks and breaking apart the enemies. Niafeng noticed something was off with his complexion, feeling alarmed. This Qilin child's energy had spread throughout his body, and if he didn't regain his composure, he would surely be consumed by fire and madness. He immediately used the Bang Tam Gwyn internal power to help him suppress the demonic energy. The leader of the guard, Dao Dao, shouted loudly, "Heavenly Blade Slaughter!" The 9 elite guards, wielding twin blades, charged from different directions. Bo Qinvan took out the Qilin Su, unleashing 18 swift blades, extremely dangerous. The Dao Dao Lao Dai flickered his blade, like heavenly thunder descending, striking down fiercely. This was the true heavenly blade slaughter. The blade's momentum surged like a great wave, unstoppable. Bo Qinvan and Nip Fong were trapped in the 7 layers of Hell Palace, besieged by a dozen inner court masters. Shin Feng, Shuang Dao, Qilin Su, could not match the 10 great guards and the 7 elite lamas working together. In a moment of crisis, a dark figure appeared before the two, the peerless good sword in hand, wildly dancing to block enemies from all sides. It was the Sword Emperor arriving. "Kid, with me here, you two can rest assured." As Shin Feng struggled, a laugh echoed. The emperor, not knowing why, personally came here, ordered the guards to retreat, and knelt before the Sword Emperor. Years ago, he was granted the throne by the Sword Emperor, feeling immensely grateful. Over the years he governed justly and cared for the people, never neglecting his duties. If the royal uncle has spoken, on behalf of Bo Jingyun and Niafeng seeking mercy, naturally this matter will be overlooked, and the two will be allowed to leave. The Sword Emperor has left. The emperor knew this life would likely never meet again, feeling sorrowful in his heart. Suddenly feeling a chill behind him, a person who looked exactly like him, wearing the dragon robe, stepped out from the back hall. It was the fake emperor disguised by Zhu Xian. "Second Emperor, obediently surrender. I can spare your life, don't waste your strength." The 10 great guardians have fought desperately to mutual destruction with Fengyun. The palace guards have also been redirected by me. Your calls for help are in vain. The emperor clenched his hands tightly, displaying the posture of a sovereign, ready for a decisive battle. His martial arts are absolutely not inferior to Absolute Heart. He is merely the disciple of Absolute Nothingness, Absolute Ground, and Heavenly Journey. Today, after 20 years of diligent practice, he has already broken through the Imperial Fist technique. Although this technique is the orthodox imperial method, peerless in its dominance, it consumes too much energy and is difficult to sustain. The two of them cooperate, attacking from above and below, depleting their opponent's vigor. Soon, they have suppressed the emperor. Absolute Heart had anticipated this and left with eunuch Chao. Absolute Nothingness has plotted for decades, and now that the time is ripe, he launches his plan. Eunuch Chao follows his orders, hiding for 20 years. As for Sword Emperor, although the emperor released the people, Bu Jingyun and Niafeng still could not understand. A group of people, fearing something might happen, did not dare to stop, and quickly ran toward the city gate. Upon reaching the gate, there was a loud explosion, and the city gate shattered, stones flying everywhere. A towering figure stood there, his imposing presence silent yet powerful, causing fear. Perhaps Absolute Nothingness is the strongest hegemon in this world. Are you two wind and cloud? Today, meeting this old man, consider yourselves unlucky. Bu Jingyun whispered to Niafeng, telling him to take Su Su and Ling Yan ahead, while he would hold back. Tuetvo then clenched his large hand tightly, the powerful energy surging, blocking the sky and covering the earth as he struck. Bo Qinvan raised the Qilin spear to defend, exerting all his strength. The spear came crashing down, pressing towards Tuetvo then. Engip Fong also struck at the same time, the snowy blade swung down fiercely. Tuetvo then shouted loudly, raising his arm to block. the internal energy was fierce, shaking Engi Feng's blood and qi, causing the long blade to slip from his hand.
What's the point of struggling when death is imminent? Just accept your fate.
A grey figure appeared, the supreme sword pierced straight towards Tuatvo. Then, the momentum was too strong, too fast. Tuatvo then exerted all his strength, barely managing to hold it off. The sword monarch in midair caught Soso, who had been knocked away. Lanyan followed. Don't be afraid, the sword monarch is here. Tuatvo then was secretly astonished, not expecting such a top expert to exist in Central Plains. Outside the city, dust rose in all directions, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. Tuatvo then's eldest disciple, Faman, led thousands of fierce ghost slayers charging in. The King of Swords holds the supreme sword, his sword energy rampant, leaving a deep slash on the ground, forcing back all the invading Dongying troops. The situation is dire. The King of Swords no longer has his usual carefree demeanor.
No matter who you are, China does not welcome you. Quickly leave this place.
Anyone who dares to step beyond this sword mark will be killed without mercy. Supreme Vast God laughs loudly. Good, wind and cloud, the King of Swords was an obstacle on my path to central China. Today, I have the chance to eliminate you. The situation is urgent. The King of Swords privately communicates with wind and cloud, telling them to quickly take the two girls away and inform the Emperor to be on guard.
He will hold off the enemy.
It has been 20 years since he last fought so freely. His first move was the ultimate technique of the sword sect, 100 Sword Storm, with sword shadows swift as wind, covering all vital points of Supreme Vast God. Supreme Vast God does not dodge or evade. He withstands the attack with sheer strength. After 100 moves, the King of Swords' sword momentum weakens, and he retreats in distress. Supreme Vast God's entire body glows with golden light, a divine protective skill far surpassing ironcloth shield and indestructible golden body.
How could a mortal body be immortal and indestructible?
The Sword Emperor naturally did not believe this. A strong wind arose as he wielded his ultimate sword technique,
driving the energy of heaven and earth towards his opponent's head.
With the nation in peril, he swore to save the situation, fighting to the death. His sword technique shattered the divine aura of the immortal god, striking straight at his neck.
Yet, the immortal god remained unmoved, sneering with disdain. Do you think your rusty sword can harm me?
Let you witness the true power of the immortal body. An iron fist pierced through the Sword Emperor's chest, he spat blood and fell into the arms of Feng Yun. During the battle, two figures suddenly appeared, with heartless and earthly's palms striking the back and head of Niafeng and Bu Jingyun. If hit, they would either die or suffer severe injuries. Unexpectedly, Feng Yun suddenly unleashed a powerful force, protecting themselves and repelling heartless and earthly sneak attack.
This was the internal strength passed down by the Sword Emperor, saving their lives.
The Sword Emperor flew up, pressing his hand on Heartless' head, having realized that this person was an imposter, not the real emperor. At the same time, Feng Yun rushed toward Heavenly Path, rescuing Su Su and Lingyan who were in danger. The sun is attacked, his life in danger, but Tuatvo then does not care at all, laughing loudly. Decades of plotting, no one can stop this old man from advancing, not even my son. A fierce and unparalleled punch struck straight into Tuat Tom's chest, causing it to explode, blood gushing forth. The Sword King would not back down, gathering strength to counterattack. The body of the Emperor Tuat Tom immediately became the battleground for the two great masters to compete in internal energy. With a bizarre sound, Tuat Tom's body exploded, flesh scattering everywhere, dying in pieces.
Even not caring about his son, this demon is truly terrifying.
Bo Qinvan and Neep Fong suddenly rushed up to assist the Sword King. The gap in strength is too great.
It seems today's battle will have more harm than good.
A group from Dongdong stormed into the Chinese royal palace, kidnapping the emperor with the intent to rebel. Bo Qinvan, Neep Fong, and the Sword King fought desperately, but Tuatvo Then's immortal golden body is truly terrifying. With the Wind God Foot, the Unicorn Tactics, and the Supreme Sword of Excellence working together, they still cannot inflict any harm on him. Everyone has fought many battles, already exhausted, covered in injuries. Today, the great power has been lost, and the palace's fall is unavoidable. We can only retreat under the protection of the Sword King, fighting while falling back to the riverbank.
The Sword King shouted loudly, "Everyone, get on the boat.
I will hold off the pursuers. The enemy is too numerous, it is unnecessary for us to die together. Bo Jingfan, return the supreme exquisite sword to you. I hope you too can preserve your lives, save the emperor, and rescue the nation from peril. Remember, only the supreme exquisite sword can break the undying golden body of Zhu Wuxian." The small boat drifted away with the waves, while the Sword King immediately turned to face the enemy. After decades of cultivation, He has reached the realm of the unity of man and sword, his body is a supreme divine sword. His eyes opened, his spirit sword energy pierced through the sky, this was his ultimate move, 10,000 swords to one. Zhou Wuxian roared in anger, raising his cultivation to its peak, using his iron fists to resist the sword chi head-on. Unmatched for 20 years, he also wanted to face the Sword Emperor directly to determine who was superior. A strange sound like a dragon's roar echoed, the Sword Emperor's force was shattered, flesh and blood scattered everywhere, extremely tragic. The two people far away were shaken, they wanted to jump onto the shore to help, but the explosive force of this strike pushed the small boat further away, drifting farther and farther. In the Imperial Palace, Absolute Heart's appearance stunned everyone. It turned out that he had anticipated this. The Emperor would surely become a stepping stone for his father to ascend to the throne. The tragic ending, therefore, he had long replaced him with Ghost Slaughternet. Tonight, witnessing his father disregard his own life, striking his own flesh and blood, made him feel cold to the bone, utterly disappointed. A few days later, a terrifying imperial edict was issued. The Emperor felt ashamed before all living beings, willing to abdicate after 7 days, yielding the throne to a worthy successor. For a time, chaos reigned across the land, and people were in a state of panic. Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun were saved by Zhu Huang. Determined to fight, Sword Emperor risked his life to help. How could he fail their expectations? Even if our bones are shattered, we must fight to the end for the nation. With the nation in peril, how can one live in peace? Zhu Huang's massive figure flew over. Sai, with your current strength, you're only courting death. Now that the nation's fate hangs in the balance, there is only one person who can stop Absolute Godless. But this person has a strange temperament and is very hard to persuade. Apart from Nameless, there are super-grade martial arts experts in central China's martial world. Feng and Yun were both delighted and hurried to meet them. Outside the capital, at the Music King Temple, more than 100 martial arts experts from central China were kneeling on the ground. Heroes from all over the world almost bowed under my feet, but Absolute Godless was not pleased. It was because the legend of Nameless, the martial world's deity, still stood upright, refusing to kneel. Vodan's entire body exuded a solemn aura as he spoke to Tuet Vothan. Tuet Vothan, through 1,000 years, countless foreign invaders have tried to bring down the divine continent, but it still stands firm. You alone will inevitably perish, return. A few ghost assassins were escorting Sword God when suddenly, the saber in his hand slipped away, screaming as it flew back. Vodan raised both hands, manipulating 2 sabers on the ground, and repelled Broken Gate again. Tuet Vothan was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Vodan's martial arts to still be intact. In an instant, he arrived in front of him, pressing his hand on his shoulder, exerting a force of 1,000 caddies, trying to make Vodan kneel. The ground shook violently, cracking, yet Vodan remained immobile. Tuet Vothan, don't dream. I will never kneel before you. Today is your day of death. As soon as the words were spoken, all the high-ranking martial artists from central China who had been kneeling on the ground jumped up and rushed towards Tuet Vothan. The poison of Makat hung on them has been secretly cured by Gueko. All the days of resentment have erupted. Vodan transforms his hands into swords and unleashes the 10,000 swords return to origin. After undergoing harsh training in prison for many days, what is the power of this move? Years ago, when Vodan went into hiding, Tuet Vothan had ambitions to dominate the divine continent. The first step was to lead elites to seize the Tianxia. Just as he was about to surpass the first hurdle of the Great Wall, he encountered resistance from Vodan, National Affairs. Vodan could not evade. He killed countless Dongdon, and in an instant the Great Wall was ablaze. A lone man with a sword held the pass, performing the Mak Dan sword technique. 5,000 swordmasters from Dongdon could not withstand it. Fighting for a day and a night, no one could breach the fortress. The trusted aide of Tuet Vothan, Kafu, retreated to Dongdon, diligently training and improving the Golden Bell shield technique stolen from Zhong Yuan. Ultimately mastering the indestructible golden body and simplifying his lifelong martial arts into the creation of the Killing Fist. The Killing Fist used by the Killing Star is derived from the Killing Authority. The Killing Authority is unmatched and attacks oneself, a level more brutal than the previous one, now facing the siege of the masters from Central Plains. He shook his hands, unleashing the Killing Fist, knocking everyone away. Good, I will gather you useless ones and completely destroy the martial arts of Central Plains. His fist shadows wreaked havoc, with no one surviving the attacks, flesh flying everywhere. 8 figures launched a surprise attack, forming a chain, led by the old ancestor of swift intent. Shen Tian, Fengyu, Momo, Tangang, Van Hak, Tu Then, Song Sun, the 8 grandmasters joined forces for a single strike. The intent to kill from Zhu Wuxian erupted.
as one person executed the killing fist of the highest realm, the killing heart. 8 great masters were pierced through the heart and died, fresh blood splattered everywhere. It was truly tragic. Blood rain fell, shaking the hearts of every master in China. The power of Tuat Vo then was unprecedented, no one dared to move. Tuat Vo then looked at Vo Dan and laughed loudly, saying, "Vo Dan, this Sat Gwyn of mine is specially created for you. Don't let down my years of effort, let's fight a thrilling battle." Vo Dan let out a loud roar, breaking the iron chains on his body. "Merely Sat Gwyn could not scare me. Don't underestimate the martial arts of Trung Gwyn. I also have high aspirations in sword intent." Van Kim Kui Tong. "Tuat Vo then, your death is certain." Vo Dan's sword energy surged into the sky, golden light shimmering. Tuat Vo then's eyes bulged, gritting his teeth, urging all of his power, swinging his fist to counter. The outcome of this strike will determine the fate of the great land of China. Can Vo Dan prevail? This is the decisive battle that determines the fate of Greater China. Tuat Vo then is slaughtering the martial arts masters of Central Plains, plotting to usurp the throne. Van Kim Kui Tong of Vo Dan can save all beings and defy fate. With a powerful surge of energy, a dazzling brilliance, Vo Dan flies out and lands steadily. In this world, there is someone who can cultivate such a mournful and divine sword technique. The unyielding spirit of the master shakes the entire arena. Vo Dan raises a hand, commanding everyone to retreat while he blocks these foreign invaders from the east. A thunderous roar shakes the heavens. Tuat Vo then charges out of the ruins. Vo Dan, Van Kim Kui Tong is indeed as renowned as its reputation, but still not enough to defeat me. Vo Dan's mouth continues to bleed uncontrollably, motionless. It turns out, he had long known that the martial arts experts couldn't defeat the absolute void god, and forcibly pushed his own internal strength, attempting to use the 10,000 sword return sect technique which he hadn't fully mastered yet, to save his fellow martial brothers from the Central Plains. Now, Vo Dan's original spirit is depleted, and his injuries have worsened even more. Facing an imminent fatal blow from the absolute void god, he can only close his eyes and await death. The absolute void god laughs loudly, his hand striking towards the top of his head, wanting to crush the leader of China underfoot, feeling indescribable satisfaction. In the critical moment, a ghost killer rushes out from the crowd, using his own body to shield Vo Dan from the fatal blow. It is the long-hidden ghost tiger. Blood from his subordinate splatters on his face. Vo Dan, who had already given up hope, suddenly feels his inner strength awaken. The first page of the 10,000 sword return sect, 10,000 weapons spontaneously generate, forming a whirlwind, carrying Ghost Tiger away silently. The two, originally skilled in lightness martial arts, risked their lives to save others, using all their strength, moving as fast as lightning, but they didn't know how long they ran, and eventually collapsed. When the two woke up, they found themselves in a small house, where a long-haired man was using internal energy to help them. It was Long Tu, the husband of Feng Vu. Feng Vu had abandoned her husband and child for him, uncertain of her fate. Vo Dan, feeling guilty, saw Long Tu wholeheartedly living in seclusion, caring for their son. He could not bear to tell him that Koi Wai Laudu had died, adding to his sorrow. A casual glance fell upon the child in Long Tu's arms, and Vo Dan's expression changed drastically. This child had a dignified appearance, with a mole on his forehead, making him feel an uncanny familiarity. Late at night, Vo Dan stepped out of the room, taking over from Kuiho who was keeping watch on the roof. He forced himself to use Van Kim Kui Tong, his vital energy greatly depleted, and without a month of rest, his injuries would be hard to recover. But Tuat Vo then would ascend the throne in 7 days, so the only option was to seek help from Bo Kin Van and Neep Fong. They are not imprisoned in the dungeons, believing they are still in the mortal realm. The fate of the martial arts world in Central Plains relies on the two of them. With urgent matters at hand, the ghost tiger did not dare to delay and immediately set off. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, causing Wu Dong's legs to go weak, and he knelt to the ground. Behind Long Tu, holding a swift knife, a chilling and eerie voice spoke. "Wu Dong, you have been poisoned by the lethal poison of our Kuai men. With the grievance of Kuai, accept your death." In another place, Bu Jingyun and Neep Fong heard from Zhu Huang about a remarkable figure in the martial arts world of Central Plains, the first evil monarch. This person is named the First, and since birth, everything he does is the first. From chess, music, calligraphy, painting to martial arts, he excels in all, starting martial arts training at 6, and after a year, his skills were not inferior to his master. His sword was even more marvelous than the Sword Emperor's, and his saber surpassed the Saber Emperor's. He could be said to be peerless at that time. Unfortunately, this person has an eccentric personality and may not necessarily agree to lend a hand. I can only hope that this time he might think of the sentient beings on Divine Continent and break the rules to come out of seclusion.
The three of them arrived at a forest called Life and Death Gate, where they met Little Tong, Zhu Yellow Emperor's granddaughter. Wise Yellow Emperor and Zhu Yellow Emperor had known each other for many years, and Wise Yellow Emperor had taken Little Tong as his disciple. Little Tong advised everyone that her master has been in a bad mood recently, with unpredictable emotions, so it would be best not to meet him. But the situation is urgent, how can we hesitate? No matter how difficult it is, we must take the risk to meet him once. Guided by Little Tong, they came to a suspension bridge made of iron chains called Righteousness and Evil Path. To enter Life and Death Gate, one must cross Righteousness and Evil Path. It is said that this path can distinguish people's hearts. Those who pass by, the righteous live, the wicked die. It is truly mysterious. Everyone is upright, without fear in their hearts, easily overcoming obstacles, passing through the forest, to a cave entrance, which is the dwelling of the evil emperor. At the door, there is an old man named Elder Ling, who is slowly sweeping fallen leaves, acting as if he does not see the arrival of several people. Inside the cave, there is a strange aura. The deeper one goes, the denser the cold air becomes. Xu Huang, however, does not care, loudly calls for an old friend to come out and meet. A surge of spiritual energy enters, accompanied by a roar from deep within the cave. Who dares to seek death? Get out of here! Xu Huang and Xiaodong's expressions greatly changed. Xian Huang could clearly sense the aura of the two, yet the attitude remained fierce, indicating an extremely bad mood. To be cautious, Xu Huang told Feng Yan to wait outside while he went into the room himself to probe the intentions of an old friend. If black represents darkness and evil, then white naturally represents righteousness and justice. The person in front of him had their true nature written all over their face. They were the first evil emperor. The room was completely dark. Xu Huang lit a lamp, and a large pool of blood caught his eye. The first evil emperor had both hands severed, blood flowing like a river, his whole body drenched in sweat, in immense pain. Xu Huang, quickly take Xiaodong and leave. Recently, my mind has become increasingly chaotic. To prevent myself from killing indiscriminately again, I have resolved to sever my own hands. Xu Huang was shocked and pale, old memories flashing before his eyes. 11 years ago, the first, second, and third families had a deep bond. The Demon King was born with a love for martial arts, devoting himself to learning, while the Sword King felt insecure due to his lack of talent. After many failures, he finally severed ties with the Demon King. The Demon King understood the Sword King's character and knew he would come to challenge him again. To thoroughly extinguish his hopes, he dedicated himself to intense training and ultimately created an unparalleled sword technique. This sword technique was incredibly powerful but filled with demonic energy, controlling the user's mind, making it impossible for them to restrain their killing intent, leading to the tragic death of his own son, the first life seeker. The Demon King held his son's lifeless body, weeping loudly, his heart cold as ashes, deciding to seclude himself in the Life and Death Gate, never to use martial arts again. For many years, he didn't dare to step into the martial world. When faced with the pleas of the Pig King to pass on the sword technique to deal with the Eastern Empire, the Demon King immediately refused. This sword technique only harms others and oneself. It must absolutely not be passed on. Let it be buried with me. To deal with Dong Yang's Tuat Vo then and save the land of Xinzhou, Bu Jingban and Nipfong kneel in the heavy rain, pleading with the first evil emperor to teach them the sword technique. The two have neither eaten nor drunk, kneeling for 3 consecutive days, yet the evil emperor remains unmoved. Xu Huang, unable to bear it, advises them to give up. The evil emperor is extremely stubborn. Once words are spoken, they will never be taken back. Xiaodong also kneels beside Nipfong, her voice clear and resonant. The two are pleading for the world. I must also kneel with you. Master, for the country and its people, for countless living beings, I plead for your help to save them. In the cave, the evil emperor lets out a sigh and points with countless fingers. Sigh, fine then, I do not want this sword technique to be lost, so I will only pass it on to one of you. Ta Hong channels his internal energy into his finger, aiming it towards Feng Yun and the other person. Both of them each use their skills to try and receive the finger attack. Jingyun's force is too strong, the finger gets crushed, while Niafeng slowly opens his palm, with his finger unharmed. Tao Huang looks at him with admiration in his eyes. Your reserved nature complements my martial arts. Perhaps one day, like me, you'll turn over a new leaf. It's hard to do good deeds, but becoming evil is easy. 1,000 years of cultivation can be undone in just one night. If you learn all the martial arts I know, will you dedicate yourself entirely to the path of evil? Niafeng's expression was unusually determined. To prevent the divine continent from falling into the hands of outsiders, he would not regret any sacrifice. If you want to become a demon, you must be single-minded and forget the past.
The snowy hidden blade behind you and the folding fan in your heart only weigh you down and hinder your transformation into a demon. The most ideal, the most life-taking, the most extraordinary, is the demon blade. Niafong looked down, the blade marks beneath his feet densely formed an enormous character for demon. His fingers lightly touched the blade marks, and in an instant, he was drenched in sweat, feeling a chill in his heart, causing him to shiver involuntarily. This blade technique sealed off all of the opponent's escape routes, leaving no way out, with transformations that were exquisite and unparalleled, as unpredictable as gods and demons. The wise emperor explained with words, while Niafong followed along and comprehended. Unknowingly a day and a night had passed. Niafong has an exceptionally high talent, practicing continuously to the point of exhaustion, only then comprehending the essence within. The two arrived at a place next to a pitch-black pond, under the guidance of He and Hong. Niafong raised his hand, fresh blood splattering into the black pond, quickly dissolving, half black and half red, gradually transforming into an ultimate form. Although you have a basic understanding of the sword technique, you have not yet grasped its essence. This is the demon pool, formed from countless poisons in the world. Jump in, as long as you can make a heart more vicious than the water of the pond. In the demon pool, merge the demon blade technique with your passion, and the demon blade will achieve great success. Remember, life and death, survival or failure, all depend on your own fate. Niafong immersed his entire body into the demon pool, casting aside all past grievances, love, hatred, and enmity, turning into smoke. A sudden roar came from outside. Old devil number 1, I have endured for 10 years, come to challenge you, hurry up and roll out here. A figure shot in like the wind. It was Sword King number 2 carrying the daughter of number 2 Dream. Xian Huang, don't be a turtle hiding its head, hurry up and roll out here, let's have a life and death battle. That Godwin quick blade specializes in taking lives. Anyone who dares to block its owner's path will be killed without mercy. Bu Jingyun, Zhu Huang, Xian Huang, and Ling Ling, the three of them are worried that Niafong is at a critical moment in his training, and dare not let him break through. But the Sword King's power is too profound. Gradually they could not hold on, and he still broke into the demon pool. The pool water kept swirling, boiling like crazy. Niafong tightly closed his eyes, slowly rising to the surface. When the Sword King saw Niafong at this moment, he was overjoyed. Today he would cut this brat down, severing his daughter's feelings. The second Dream desperately tried to stop from behind, pleading painfully, which only made the Blade King angrier, forcefully pushing her away. Beast, daring to defy your father's orders, today I will make you lose all hope right in front of you. A flying dagger shot through the air, blocking the Blade King's swift blade, as the wise king, with eyes like lightning, quickly stepped out of the room. Attacking a junior who was training, taking advantage of someone in danger, such a despicable person. No wonder your whole life you are just a swordsman, don't even think about surpassing me. The Blade King couldn't contain his anger. The battle blade flashed, cutting straight towards the wise king. The wise king, using his silver hair to face the enemy, was still a master of extraordinary skills, truly the best person at that time. But the more the Blade King fought, the more fierce he became, wielding a divine weapon, gradually gaining the upper hand. The first evil king, today you will self-destruct your martial arts. I can spare your life, but Niafong cannot be spared. Tru Hong and Bo Kin Van felt the situation was critical, but Dao Hong remained unafraid, wanting to become the best in the world, ready to accept any challenge. A swift sword struck unexpectedly, but Dao Hong didn't even glance. He kicked out, sending the Shuayin Dao lying on the ground flying up, the overwhelming force piercing through the attacker. The attacker was small in stature. It was Xiaodong, Tru Huang's niece. Xiaodong was hit in the chest by the blade, blood flowing like a river, and it seemed she wouldn't survive. Tru Huang's tears streamed down as he rushed forward, wanting to avenge his niece. Dao Hong was also astonished, not knowing what to do. Your niece attacked me, how was I to know it was her? The two fought fiercely, and the Ma Chi erupted with noise. Niafong stands bare-chested, holding Xiaotong's corpse high above his hands, lightning fast, he drops before everyone. Facing everyone's concern, Niafong stays silent, pulling down the eye patch on his left eye, revealing a bizarre red color. Making contact with his gaze, everyone feels a chill. Emperor Dao, seeing his daughter's deep affection for Niafong, grows even angrier. Niafong, you wish to learn the evil emperor's demon blade technique? It's nothing but a pipe dream, you'll never surpass me in your lifetime. Facing a slash as powerful as a mountain, Niafong remains motionless, extending his right hand, and gently catches it with one hand. Emperor Dao is utterly astonished, unable to believe his eyes, feeling an immense force transmitted through the blade, too strong to resist, pushed back by Niafong, soaring into the sky. Niafong spins incredibly fast, transforming into a whirlwind. Lightning quick, he pulls out snowy dew blade from Xiaotong's body, swirling dust and sand, slashing towards Emperor Dao.
Emperor Dao, borrow my blade. To prevent the divine continent from falling into the hands of the Eastern Ing, Nipfong abandons his principles, faithfully learning the unparalleled demon blade technique from the evil emperor. His left eye revealed a strange red color, the aura shaking the heavens and the earth, as if he had transformed, stirring up whirlwinds, the snowy shadow blade striking fiercely towards the blade. Emperor. The snowy shadow blade and the radiant blade, two divine weapons collided, the force erupting caused the cave to collapse, the two blade masters fought with all their might. Exchanging dozens of moves in an instant, hard to distinguish who was superior. During the battle, Niefeng's figure flickered, the wind god kick struck powerfully from the side, causing the Blade Emperor to break out in a cold sweat. He had dedicated his life to swordsmanship, his kicking skills were far inferior to Niefeng's. Unconsciously, he was pushed to a cliff, finding it difficult to advance or retreat. One wrong step would mean certain death. Niefeng swung the blade like flying, like raging waves rolling. This was the first stance of the demon blade, demon aura rampant. The Blade Emperor raised his blade to block, knowing well that this move was impossible to defend against, but with no way to retreat, he could only fight desperately. In an instant, countless blades shattered, flying back, the radiant blade broke into pieces. Seeing that he was about to be pierced through the chest by a blade, Niefeng hurriedly retracted his blade in midair and switched to a kick, delivering a powerful kick to the Blade Emperor's face. The evil emperor was extremely astonished. He had clearly mastered the demon blade and fallen into the path of demons. Why did he still have a kind heart, holding back his attack? Niefeng threw the snow-hidden blade down, leaped away, completely ignoring the loud calls of everyone, jumped into the deep ravine, and in an instant disappeared without a trace. Zhu Huang quickly stepped up to Dao Huang, who was heavily injured and lying on the ground, saying, "Butcher, you killed my granddaughter, today you must pay with blood." Di Ermang knelt before her father, desperately pleading with Zhu Huang to show mercy, while Dao Huang, with an expression of indifference, pushed his daughter aside, saying, "A real man must take responsibility for his actions. I accidentally killed your granddaughter, and today I will repay this debt." Dao Huang flashed forward, his right arm falling to the ground. This right arm had fought alongside him for half a lifetime. He would use it to atone for Xiaodong's life. "If that is not enough, then take my life instead." Zhu Huang's tears flowed freely, and the evil king felt heartache as if being cut. The three were once close friends. Why had it come to this, slaughtering each other and harming future generations? Today, lives are lost and bodies are broken. What is it all for? Meanwhile, Wu Ming was ambushed by Long Tu, injured further by poison, and fell to the ground. His acupoints were sealed, and he silently channeled the Wan Jin Guizong internal energy, forcing it to break free. The powerful internal energy left Long Tu in shock. Inquiring about the reason, I learned that Feng Vu's wife was actually a servant of Vo Dan. No wonder he never mentioned his past. He abandoned his wife and child without hesitation to save Vo Dan. Long Tu, worried for his wife's safety, hurriedly took out the antidote to save Vo Dan. Suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted, accompanied by the sound of a child crying. An invisible pressure descended from above, and Vo Dan, in the critical moment of detoxification, was unable to move. Outside the room, 10 members of the Dakong Lak Nan were executing a peculiar formation. They were the Dakong Kai Nan that Tuet Vo then had recruited. A shadow flew out from the rooftop. It was Long Tu, holding the child in one arm and clutching Vo Dan with the other as he ran away. He was originally a master of lightness skill, but now had to divide his attention between his son and Vo Dan, greatly affected. Soon after, he was caught up by Tsong Ban Man, Tuet Vo Then's disciple. A huge saber slashed horizontally towards him with unmatched might. Long Tu's arm trembled, and he shot out hidden weapons, using the then long keem hidden in his sleeve to fend off the attack. Countless Kwisatla flew towards Vo Dan and the child, slashing at them. No Name, after all, is a master of his craft. He expended the remnants of his internal energy to execute a sword technique, using gentleness to overcome rigidity. Instructing Long Tu to take the child and flee quickly, while he himself held off the enemy. Long Tu, being a loyal person, only ambushed No Name to redeem the honor of his sect. Upon learning of the bond between his wife and No Name, and after witnessing his master's tragic death at the hands of the Eastern merchants, he immediately conceived the idea of joining forces with No Name to fight against the enemy, determined to fight to the death without retreat. No Name did not want to involve Long Tu and his son, decisively stepping forward to protect the two. The brilliance of the 10,000 Sword sect lies in its ability to unleash potential in dire situations. No Name shot out 2 fingers, striking the vital points of Gong Ban Mang. Gong Ban Mang only felt his internal energy drain away, and he fell like a kite with its string cut. A group of Eastern assassins had never witnessed such marvelous martial arts.
silently praising the legendary martial arts of Central Plains, truly unfathomable. From that moment on, they no longer dared to pursue, carrying the corpse of Long Ban Mang as they fled. No Name maintained a calm demeanor, hurriedly circulating his energy to heal his injuries. In truth, he had exhausted all his energy to kill Long Ban Mang and had no strength left to continue fighting. It was a pity that the assassins, fearing for their lives, missed a golden opportunity. Time flies, the day when Absolute God ascends to the throne is approaching. Master Jingyun couldn't find Niafeng and, feeling lonely, arrived at the foot of the imperial city. Planning to fight to the death. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared, landing on the roof of an inn. Master Jingyun, always on guard, drew his peerless sword and aimed it upward. The ghostly figure moved gracefully, showing no hostility. Peerless sword, are you Master Jingyun? Follow me, I'll take you to meet someone. Seeing that his likeness skill was extraordinary and seemingly without malice, Master Jingyun followed him to a small town. That ghostly figure was Ghost Tiger, a servant of Nameless. He was commissioned by Nameless to lead Master Jingyun there. Sword Emperor once said that only something extremely hot can open the peerless sword. Nameless remained calm and suddenly said, "No need to think anymore. After years of practicing Heavenly Sword, my sword heart is the hottest. It must be able to open the peerless sword. Just use my blood." The atmosphere shook, for Wu Dong was the legendary figure of the martial world. If he fell, who in the Central Plains could stand against Tui Wushin? Wu Dong sighed softly and said, "I have lost 3/10 of my power. I am a cripple. Only you, along with the Supreme Sword, have a glimmer of hope. Years ago, I feared that you would surpass the Sword God, so I continuously made things difficult for you and did not take you as my disciple, leading to your tragic life. Do you not hate me?" Bu Jingvan was shaken and stepped back. "No, I cannot. The path I have chosen is my own, and it has nothing to do with you. I absolutely cannot kill you." Tui Wushin from the east, leading an army to invade the divine continent, acts with cruelty. Only the supreme sword of Bu Jingvan can break his indestructible golden body and save the nation. In the dead of night, while Bu Jingvan was sound asleep, he suddenly sensed murderous intent. He became alert just in time. In his dream, the supreme sword remained in his hand, turning swiftly to pierce the assassin's attack, striking true to the chest. The assassin tore off his mask, revealing Wu Dong. Astonished, "I know you have hated me to the bone for many years, but I can only use this underhanded method to resolve our grievances." Bo Kin Van felt a surge of emotion, tears streaming down. No, I once hated you, but now, you are the one I respect the most. I will absolutely not kill you." Tears fell, dripping onto the supreme sword, and the sword emitted a radiant glow, illuminating the surroundings like daylight. Vo Dan, who had been kneeling on the ground, slowly stood up, revealing the purple gold armor on his body, yet he was unharmed. He was not mistaken. The moment Bo Kin Van let go of his hatred was the day the supreme sword was unleashed. His burning tears were the hottest substance in the world. The person and the sword were originally one. Only by forgetting the notion of hatred could they together reach a higher realm. At this moment, Bo Kin Van completely discarded the past, and a strange light radiated from his spirit, boundless and infinite, corresponding with the glow of the supreme sword, resonating with each other. Tomorrow is the day of the decisive battle with Lord Godless. It's a pity Cloud, his martial arts are a mixed bag and impure. He definitely can't make great progress in one night. Nameless can only impart all he has learned in his lifetime, but how much he can understand depends entirely on his innate talent. For the sake of all beings in the divine continent, I hope he can learn as much as possible. At noon, on the altar of heaven worship built by emperors throughout history in the imperial city, everyone kneels down, watching Absolute Ungodly step onto the path of royalty. Next to Dragon Peak, Absolute Heart, who is pretending to be the emperor, is also there. The moment of history is approaching. Absolute Ungodly looks down, seeing all the civil and military officials, and the citizens of the imperial city, like ants prostrating themselves at his feet. Seeing him about to ascend the throne, a murderous aura rises below, with the sound of swords and knives echoing. Absolute Ungodly, you won't get away with this. Don't underestimate the martial world of central China. In the air, 4 figures descended from the sky: Wu Dan, Guihu, Long Tu, Bu Jingvan. As the 4 landed, Tuya Tom, disguised as the emperor, immediately ran away, only to be surrounded by them. Bu Jingvan's supreme sword struck down fiercely, tearing apart the human skin mask of Tuya Tom, revealing his true face. The civil and military officials were astonished, realizing at that moment that the person was not the real emperor. With the conspiracy to ascend to the throne failing at the last moment, Tuyat Wushin was furious,
leaping down and smashing the stone platform with a palm strike. Wu Dan, I originally intended to spare your lives, but since you dared to come and ruin my plans, today I will not leave anyone alive, I will kill you all. Tuyet Wushan was enveloped in a golden radiance, urging the immortal golden body to its peak, stepping down from the collapsing high platform. Wu Dan instructed the group from Zhonghuaga to lead the civil and military officials away, to avoid distractions, while he, Bu Jingban, Guihu, and Longta stood firm, watching Tuyet Wushan along the path. The 10 royal guards rushed forward to attack, while several heroes of Central Plains thrust countless blades and spears into the weak points of Tuet Vothan. Tuet Vothan paid no attention, allowing the weapons to stab into his body. With the Sat Gwyn in his hand, he struck them down one by one. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, with rivers of blood flowing. The killing intent reached its peak, and Vothan reminded everyone that even the undying golden body has its weaknesses, and they must find his flaws to cooperate with Tuet the Hakim in order to kill him. The sword light flashed, and Bo Kin Van and Vothan charged forward together, their bodies intertwining and spinning in the air, forming a whirlwind that descended. Tuet Vothan did not dare to underestimate them, and for the first time, he redirected his attack with the Satgwin, striking towards the two with unmatched dominance. Long Tu shouted loudly, directing Bo Kin Van to attack the Baihui in the throat, targeting 2 major vital points. After the Tuet the Hakim was unleashed, it still couldn't harm Tuet Vothan in the slightest. It seemed that these 2 spots were not his weaknesses. Bo Kin Van learned the sword techniques from Vothan, and the two coordinated well. Although they couldn't injure the enemy, they could hold their ground. However, Tuet Vothan's speed was like lightning, and a moment of distraction could lead to being crushed to pieces. Bo Kin Van is too hasty. If it weren't for Vothan and Quiho risking their lives to help, he would have been beaten to a pulp. During the fierce battle, Quiho and Bo Kin Van were both hit in turn, their internal organs shaking, spitting blood. Seeing Tuet Vothan unleash his killing intent, the 5 could not withstand it. Bo Kin Van and Vothan exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and decided to combine their strength for one final strike. Vothan danced with 2 fingers like a sword, soaring into the air. The sword energy of Van Kim Quiton continuously condensed, drawing all the sharp swords in the courtyard towards him. Swirling in the sky, Tuet Vothan couldn't help but be astonished, clad in his white tiger armor. Just as he was distracted, Bo Kin Van moved and executed the move known as Bai Thong Mak Dan. Countless sword energies enveloped Tuet Vothan, striking dozens of vital points on his body almost simultaneously. Vothan was surrounded by countless swords in mid-air, like a sword deity descending to earth, his power multiplied compared to before. Van Kim Quiton combined with Bai Thong Mak Dan faced Tuet Vothan's 2 unparalleled sword techniques. Tuet Vothan stood still, his feet rooted to the ground, channeling all his inner energy. Vothan, today, I will risk everything with my indestructible golden body against you. The absolute god is covered in sharp swords like a hedgehog. If the immortal golden body truly has no weaknesses, facing this attack, he would surely die. In an instant, he roars, countless sharp swords on his body are shattered by him, shooting out in all directions. The sword immediately kills countless people, including Nameless. Actually, he knew long ago that with his current strength, even if he used 10,000 sword return sect, he absolutely could not injure Absolute God at all. The main purpose was to probe Absolute God's weakest point. Bai Jingyun has been observing all along, his whole body trembling. He clearly saw that was Absolute God's fatal weakness. His figure spins, roaring loudly, the supreme good sword firmly stabs into Absolute God's armpit. Hit, Absolute God still laughs loudly. Well done, you have discovered my weakness. But what good does it do? You will die. This guy from the east really is too strong, challenging all the martial arts experts of China alone. Bai Jingyun's supreme good sword and Nameless 10,000 sword return sect attacking together, targeting the 2 weak points on the top of the head and under the armpit, finally broke through Absolute God's immortal golden body. Unimaginable things happened. The invincible god was shattered by the killing gate, roared, swung his iron fist, and in an instant killed another Chinese master right there. Damn it, breaking my golden body thought you could defeat this old man? This only makes my power increase tenfold, making your deaths even more painful. In a blink, he lunged forward, his hands turning into shadow fists, like a coiling dragon, striking hard into Vothan and Bo Kin Van's chests. It turned out that his invincible golden body was using internal energy to defend. Now broken, he can no longer hold back, attacking with all his might. The killing aura was like rain, unstoppable. Vothan could still use the 10,000 sword sect's internal energy to absorb part of the fist force, barely holding on. Bo Kin Van could only take the blows, spitting blood wildly, extremely tragic. The supreme good sword was also knocked away, hit by several more punches, barely surviving. A dark figure flew down from the sky, grabbing the falling supreme good sword, like lightning streaking past beside the invincible god. That person moved at an unbelievable speed, leaping into the air in an instant, the sword strike coming down like a cataclysm. Tuat Vo then dodged, breaking out in a cold sweat. This devilishly fast movement was Nipfong's arrival. The central plains had already run out of strength, and with Nipfong's appearance, there was no doubt he reinvigorated everyone. Tuat Vo then was secretly astonished. A person who had changed in just 3 days should be viewed differently. This kid's martial arts had advanced significantly and carried a demonic aura. Unlike before, Nipfong's left eye gleamed with a strange red hue. The demon eye had granted him a new kind of power. He could clearly see the aura, strengths, weaknesses, and true nature of Tuat Vo then right before him. Tuat Vo then struck first, launching a killing fist with 50% of his strength to test Nipfong's abilities. Nipfong saw through his opponent's gathered energy and attack. Every detail was clear, and he understood it in his heart. In this world, any move has its flaws. By utilizing the demon eye to step ahead and resolve the attack, he naturally stood in an invincible position. Long Tu quickly stepped forward, throwing the snowy cold blade that Bo Jingfan had asked him to keep towards Niafong. Niafong used the snowy cold blade to deal with him. Niafong leaped to catch the blade without hesitation, swinging it down fiercely. The demon blade emerged, incredibly imposing, striking down. Zhu Wuxian hurriedly used a killing intent move, exerting all his strength against it, but the force generated by the snowy cold demon blade sent him flying backward. Wodong and Bo Jingfan were both extremely astonished. After entering the demon state at the gate of life and death, Niafong had indeed undergone a transformation. Taking advantage of his momentum, Niafong pursued, launching the snowy cold blade, clearing a path, then using the wind god kick to activate the blade. With a move, the demon blade rampaged, the snowy cold blade danced, empowered by his legs, breaking through Zhu Wuxian's iron shield and plunging deep into his chest. His undying golden body was breached. Although his power increased, his defense weakened. In midair, Niafong unleashed a series of wind god kicks, causing Zhu Wuxian to scream in agony. A sound echoed as Thiat Gwyn struck deep into Nok Fong's abdomen. Both were injured and struggled to retreat. Vo Dan continued to sit cross-legged, regulating his breath. His eyes flashed as he jumped up, ready to fight again. He combined the internal energy he had absorbed from Tai Vo then with his own, condensing it on 2 fingers. With a thunderous strike, he aimed for Tai Vo Then's throat. There was no way Tai Vo Then could avoid being hit. Tai Vo Then's potential is indeed unfathomable. Even after taking such a heavy blow, he still swung a powerful punch that hit Vo Dan in the chest, causing him to spit blood. Nok Fong rushed in like the wind. The light of his saber flashed, leaving a terrifying wound on Tai Vo Then's chest. He pushed his saber technique to its peak. Leaping high. This move, the Demon Extreme Love technique, aimed to cut Tai Vo Then in half. Suddenly, 10 figures burst out from behind the wall. They were the 10 Chi people of the East Division recruited by Tai Vo Then. The 10 people moved in unison, forming a Luohan formation to protect Tai Vo Then. They condensed their martial arts power on the leader, blocking Nok Fong's ultimate saber strike. This 10-strike return technique, which they had trained for over a decade, required them to be in perfect sync. United in attack and defense, they not only caused Nok Fong to spit blood and fly backward but also suffered from the cold aura of snow-soaked saber entering their bodies. All 10 of them froze instantly and died tragically on the spot. Seeing that the great situation was lost, Tuat Vo Then's figure flickered and disappeared. To prevent any mishaps, he had secretly arranged an escape route in the city. Nipfong, holding the Tuat Am Dao, chased after him, but his wounds were too severe, his limbs weak, and he fell to the ground. A shadowy swordsman, who had appeared out of nowhere, had a cold expression. It was Fa Quan, who had been missing for many days. Switching scenes, in a small room, Nipfong, Bo Qinvan, and Vo Dan, after being treated by the divine doctor, were all out of danger. Fortunately, the 3 had worked together this time. Otherwise, the divine continent would have fallen into the hands of foreign tribes. Nipfong suddenly opened his eyes, sprang up. The environment and the people in the room were unfamiliar. He seized the Tuat Am Dao and flew away. Bo Qinvan was astonished and could not catch up, so he had to return to Bo Jiathan to reunite with So-So and Langon. The peerless good sword had been unleashed, and Langon was greatly comforted. Chungmi and An knew, if they knew in the underworld, could rest in peace. Bo Qinvan still frowned, heavily worried. He had promised So-So that after defeating Tuat Vo Then, he would retreat with her, but this time he had to break his promise.
So, if I do not return after a year, please find another father for the child. Su Su couldn't hold back her tears. Master Bu Qinyun entrusted her like this. You can see how dangerous this trip is. At the seaside, on a large ship, Nameless instructed Sword God, cleanse your heart and face, renew yourself thoroughly. This time we must always be vigilant to avoid the Donging people taking advantage of our vulnerability. Bu Qinyun in his black robe, carrying the supreme good sword, passed by Sword God without saying a word. Sword God suddenly asked, Jingyun, where is Su Su? Bu Qinyun stopped, remained silent for a long while, then slowly revealed Su Su's whereabouts. In the cabin, a man sat by the table, pouring himself wine, looking at Nameless and Bu Qinyun with a cold smile. The long journey ahead, why don't the two of you come and have a drink with this old man? Although they were once mortal enemies, they could turn foes into friends. Where are the three of them crossing the sea headed? Please continue to follow. A bloody battle, the martial arts world of Central Plains paid with countless blood, ultimately defeating the invincible of the Eastern business. Only the Emperor of China, the Dragon King, and the Phoenix Feather remain missing, all captured by the invincible and taken back to the Eastern business. Nameless and Breaker, a pair of adversaries fighting for decades, joined forces with Bu Jingyun to head to the Eastern business for a rescue operation. The Wind and Cloud will officially launch a legendary tale abroad. Breaker gazed at the vast sea, revealing a rare expression. Years ago, he sacrificed his woman to acquire a move, the Wolf Slayer, from the invincible to defeat Nameless. Having achieved his goal, the feeling of emptiness became even more profound, and he realized how foolish his actions had been at that moment. What he truly needs is the woman he loves most. But Tuetvo-than's martial arts have reached their peak. Relying solely on himself makes it almost impossible to deal with. He cannot do without Bu Qinyun and Vodan's assistance. Bu Qinyun is a man of deep emotion and understanding. He empathizes greatly with Fa Quan's plight, while Vodan understands his master's nature and remains vigilant. A tiny sound in the boat does not escape the ears of the three great masters, Gue, whose movements are exposed. He has no choice but to reveal himself, kneeling before Vodan. Long Vong, under orders from the martial world, does not know whether to live or die. He absolutely cannot remain idle. He must travel with Vodan. He has secretly hidden on the boat for half a month, discovering that Fa Quan has stored a large amount of explosives in the boat, but the purpose is unknown. Fa Quan smiles eerily, does not answer, only asking everyone to rest assured, he has no ill intentions. Just as the boat is about to reach shore, Fa Quan suddenly strikes, killing all the sailors on board and igniting the explosives, causing the boat to explode. Don't be surprised, Tuetvo-than has many eyes and ears. We absolutely cannot show the slightest hint of a flaw. Quickly follow me and dive into the water. The sea is freezing cold and pitch black. Two shadowy figures quickly swim towards Vodan, which are Hoa Lang and junior sister Yen Ko from the Hoa Vuman of Dongdon. Not acquainted, the two did not say a word, attacking Vodan with their long swords, relentlessly pursuing him. Vodan kept dodging and asked about their intentions, but the opponents increased their attacks, each move more vicious than the last. Vodan let out a sigh, his internal energy erupted, creating large waves that extinguished the flames on both of them. Using lightness skill, without anyone noticing, his hand was already placed on Hoa Lang's head. As soon as his internal energy was unleashed, he could take Hoa Lang's life. Seeing his opponent hold back, Hoa Lang was both surprised and worried, leading Vodan onto a large ship of Dongdon, wanting to introduce him to his commander. On the ship, everyone from Dongdon had profound internal strength. Hearing that the top expert from China had personally arrived, they were all eager and longing to witness the demeanor of a great master. The captain was extremely pleased with the appearance of Nameless and exclaimed, for many years, Absolute God has rampaged, and finally, someone has come to confront him. Nameless, I will definitely do my utmost to help you. Absolute God is the great demon lord of the eastern region, commanding an army of 100,000, with immense power capable of devouring the eastern region. I do not wish to have a direct conflict with Absolute God, but I have placed loyal followers within the palace who can assist you in succeeding. Moreover, there is one thing I must tell you, Absolute God has an even more formidable senior brother, the Divine Path of Power, who is always lurking within Absolute God's palace, so we must be cautious. Nameless remained silent, wondering what the identities of these people were and why they wanted to help him. Further investigation was needed. Late at night, a mysterious figure of the demon assassin sneaks into the forbidden area of the Supreme God Palace, the Dark Death Forest, who is actually the disguised Bu Jingyun. Following the map provided by the Breaker, he passes through the Dark Death Forest, searching for the place where the divine authority is imprisoned, trying to find the whereabouts of the Emperor, Fengwu, and others.
Since the ship was blown up, everyone got separated, and Bu Jingyun had no choice but to act alone. A figure moves as fast as the wind, darting past with a trail of demon assassin corpses left in its wake, all with frozen wounds, clearly killed by the demon blade. He feels both happy and worried. Could it be that Feng Shidi has arrived? In the training yard behind, a person wielding the Snowdrink demon blade, facing 100 enemies alone, is none other than Xie Feng. Since returning to the Central Plains, the Supreme God has been in seclusion to recover from injuries, with extremely strict defenses in the palace. As soon as Xie Feng entered the palace, he was detected by 2AD and 2A Tian, falling into a fierce battle. Bu Jingyun was about to find a way to assist when a gust of cold wind swept in behind him, and a strange hand was placed on his shoulder. It was the supervisor of the demon assassins coming. He momentarily let his guard down and was struck by the opponent's evil spirit chasing soul technique in an instant, losing control of his mind and following them into a cave deep in the forest. The entrance closed, and inside the cave, it was pitch black. Bu Jingyun immediately became alert, fear dissipating as he removed his mask, only to be overwhelmed by a putrid stench. Gradually adapting to the darkness, he realized that bones were scattered everywhere beneath his feet, a truly terrifying sight. Just as he was about to find a way out, a massive figure suddenly appeared, embracing him tightly, its wide mouth dripping with blood, aiming to bite his throat. The attacker was incredibly powerful, and Bu Jingyun had no means to resist, resorting to headbutting. The giant was stunned, his attempt failing, and he fell to his knees, begging pitifully, "Father, please don't hit me. I promise I'll work hard on my cultivation." Bu Jingyun didn't have time to react. He didn't want to get entangled with a madman. Just as he tried to escape, he found the iron door locked. The madman lunged again, raining punches and kicks, his sharp teeth bared, ready to tear into Bu Jingyun. Bu Jingyun felt rage well up inside him. This man-eating lunatic deserved to die, and he drew a sharp knife to strike. The Bo Jingvan trembled. On the secret formation of the Xia forest, an old man chained and locked up glared in anger. He had been imprisoned for more than 20 years, the elder brother of Tuet Vo Quan Daoshan. "Who dares to bully my son?" His shout had a truly terrifying power, piercing through Bo Jingvan's entire body, locking his saber firmly in midair. He sighed, smiled faintly, realizing that this madman also had family here, so he spared his life. In the courtyard, Nipfong fought fiercely, aggressively, with hundreds of people unable to approach. Tuet Tien, helpless, activated the mechanism, imprisoning him along with over 100 Gues Satla in the dungeon. At the same time, a narcotic swept in, leaving Nipfong with no way to escape. The level of shamelessness of this beautiful woman absolutely exceeded your imagination. It could be said to be the crime of Fengyun. To save the Emperor of China, Bo Jingvan and Nipfong went to Dongdong, confronting Tuet Vo then. Nipfong, with his Ma Dao fully mastered, fought against hundreds. And no one could stop him, but unexpectedly fell into a trap set by the people of Dongdong, collapsing on the ground. Cut the weeds at the root. Zhu Tian and Zhu Di want to assassinate, but Zhu Tian suddenly appears to stop them. "Niafeng has fallen into a coma. Why not detain him and hand him over to my father for handling?" A painful ordeal awakens Niafeng. Zhu Tian locks him onto a large windmill, slicing his flesh with a long saber, leaving more than 20 wounds on his body. Zhu Tian laughs maniacally. He inherits the cruelty of Zhu Wuxian, who was suppressed by Niafeng in central China. Today is his chance for revenge. The windmill turns, Niafeng's body sinks into the medicinal pool below. Zhu Tian intends to use medicinal wine to erode his internal organs, making him suffer a living death. Behind, a beautiful middle-aged woman witnessing this scene sheds tears. She is the woman most loved by Zhu Wuxian, also Niafeng's missing mother for many years, Yining. Niafeng is extremely fierce. Even with severe abdominal pain, he does not utter a sound. Zhu Tian is about to think of another method to torture him slowly when Yining suddenly appears, causing him some surprise. Zhu Tian, hearing that Yining wants to interrogate Niafeng alone, becomes uneasy. This person is highly skilled and extremely dangerous. He must stay by her side to protect her. Only when Nandong got angry did she dare not disobey, filled with doubts and unable to leave. Nipfong, covered in wounds, had been corroded by the potion to the point of decay, on the verge of fainting, yet could not hide his extraordinary handsome demeanor. Seeing her son in such a miserable state after so many years, Nandong felt her heart being cut, memories of the past flooding back. In her life, she had only admired the strong, and had never fulfilled her responsibilities as a mother to her son. After an unknown amount of time, Nipfong slowly opened his eyes. A familiar aura of killing intent appeared, causing Nandong to feel cold and step back a few paces.
Even after so many years apart, Nan Dong believed that Nip Fong would recognize her, but his indifferent gaze, showing no joy upon seeing her, left her utterly disappointed. To have personally stabbed her own son was truly unforgivable, but no matter what, she had to save him. Outside, Tuet Thien, worried for his mother's safety, had been secretly watching. The heartfelt call of mother, he could almost hear it in his ears. Wanting to inform father, he was stopped by elder brother Gwynnan. Father is diligently healing his injuries, it's best not to disturb him. Jit Tien dares not disobey his elder brother and remains silent. And Han Fong ruined great matter of Jute Vo then. If they don't rescue him soon, he will surely die. Nan Dong worries over a plan to save him, and Gwynnan appears before him. Jit Vo then has always favored his younger brother Jit Tien, so Gwynnan dislikes this younger brother. The two have never gotten along and rarely interacted. Mother, if you wish to save Han Fong, you only need to help me with a small task, something that requires no effort at all. In an exquisite wooden room in Tianxia Ping, in the darkness, Pa Jun was carefully polishing his Shanlang and Tianren. Nan Dong was extremely astonished. This was the resting place of Tuet Vo then, and he dared to stay here, truly bold. Pa Jun grinned widely. Tuet Vo then was currently in deep trouble. The Vo then Tuet Song was about to face disaster, and he no longer had the mind to return and rest. Nan Dong, follow me, I will help you rescue Nip Fong. Suddenly, a clear laugh came from outside the door. Pa Jun broke through the window, and a sword energy slashed towards him. It was Tuet Tien. Tuet Tien shouted angrily, Pa Jun, how dare you seduce my mother? If my father finds out, he will surely make you die a terrible death. Mother, Nip Fong is our enemy, how did he become your son? Could it be that you and Pa Jun had him? I will report to father, so he can clarify right and wrong. The sword of Tam Lang aimed directly at the throat. If Absolute No God finds out, everyone's lives will be in danger. We can only kill this young man. 40 years ago, Dongying had an extremely famous martial arts sect called Gwyn Man Shin Tong. The sect leader was Gwyn Not, who had 3 disciples. The eldest disciple, Shuyan Habo, and the second disciple, Gwyn Daothan, both had exceptional talent and deeply understood the essence of martial arts. The third disciple, Tuet Chi Jai, was a quiet and reserved person, keeping his abilities hidden. The 3 brothers had different personalities and gradually drifted apart. Gwyn Daothan was arrogant and always looked down on his fellow disciples, especially humiliating Tuet Chi Jai in front of the heavenly emperor. Gwyn Daothan wanted to have a son and named him Gwyn Si, hoping he could inherit his legacy and achieve great accomplishments. Unexpectedly, this son had limited talent and was quite ordinary. In his haste, he accidentally struck his son, turning him into an idiot. Gwyn Daothan felt extremely guilty, and from then on, he indulged his son in every way, even tolerating his son's perverted interests. To satisfy his son's perverted desires and personally kill senior brother Xian Xiaowu, he fed his son endlessly. When this was exposed, Quan Daoshan completely betrayed his sect, proclaiming himself the true lineage of fist art, and went into hiding in a mountain valley with his son. Under the joint attack by his disciple Quan Jijia and his master Shirta Quan Yi, Quan Daoshan was severely injured and unable to resist, being imprisoned in the fist chamber. 2 years later, Shirta Quan Yi suddenly died. Quan Jijia abolished the true lineage of fist art, renaming it the Palace of No God to develop his hegemonic ambitions. In just a few short years, it developed into the largest faction in Dongying. He also changed his name to No God, signifying that he himself is the god of fist art. He kept the life of senior brother Quan Daoshan and his son Quan Si, using subordinates as experimental tools every day, wanting senior brother to see his hegemony. To wash away the humiliation he suffered back then. As fate would have it, Quan Daoshan roared in the sky, shaking the heavens and earth, and No God felt uneasy, investigating the matter. Facing each other, Quan Daoshan's eyes turned red, remembering that his son might have been killed. His anger flared up, muscles bulging all over his body, slowly pulling the chains. 2 large stones swinging, thrown towards No God. Tuet Vo then shattered the large rocks with his bare hands. His senior brother had been imprisoned for many years, and his power not only didn't diminish but actually increased, making him feel uneasy inside. In the next episode, the decisive battle at Vo then Tuet Kung, please continue to follow. This seemingly ordinary old man is the heavenly sovereign of the Eastern Empire. The person opposite him is definitely not an ordinary character. He is the legendary martial artist of Chinese martial arts, Vo Dan. The national leader of a nation bears the safety and security of countless citizens, and every step he takes must be meticulous and careful in every detail. Tuet Vo then commands an army of 100,000 strong soldiers, plotting to conquer the entire Eastern Empire and the great land of Xinzhou. In this desperate situation, both sides had no choice but to join forces to deal with Tuet Vo then together. Vo Dan could tell from the heavenly sovereign's movement and gaze that this person possessed unfathomable strength, capable of matching Vo Than Tuet Kung in a fierce contest. A scout arrived to report, having thoroughly investigated the terrain of Vo Than Tuet Kung and the location where the Emperor of China was held captive, and even rescued Bo Kin Van from the dungeon of Gwyn Fan. After finishing the report, he breathed his last. Vo Dan was deeply moved. This emperor was beloved by the people, and his subordinates were all absolutely loyal. Analyzing the current situation, after a thorough discussion, it was decided to set fire to Vo Than Tuet Kung 3 days later at the hour of the rat, using Tuet the Hakim to break the barrier and rescue the emperor. Vo Dan sneaked into the dungeon to rescue Neat Phong, and everyone gathered together to break through the encirclement. The emperor also agreed that within 3 days, he would definitely turn Vo Than Tuet Kung upside down, providing shelter for everyone. Meanwhile, Fa Quan's movements were discovered by Tuet Thien, who swung his sword to kill. Nan Don risked her life to rush in, desperately saving her son. Tuet Thien unleashed the Thursday Mi Loi Hoa Dan, taking advantage of Fa Quan's distraction to escape. In the Qua Thien Mon, the highest point of Vo Than Tuet Kung, Tuet Vo Than was meditating with his eyes closed, forbidding anyone from disturbing him. Gwyn Dao Than's power had greatly increased, and while Neat Phong was captured after storming the palace, he remained indifferent to everything amidst the chaos. Tuet Tien was anxious as if burned by fire, but there was nothing he could do, so he had to personally lead a group of ghost killers to guard Nia Phong. While fleeing, Tuet Tien knew that Tuet Vo Than would come afterward, and he pulled Nan Don to escape. However, unable to withstand Nan Don's desperate pleas, he still rushed into the dungeon with her to rescue Nia Phong. Nia Phong, heavily injured and nearly exhausted, could only move with the support of Nan Don, but he did not forget to retrieve the snow-drinking blade. Fa Quan led the way, and as the three reached the entrance of the cave, they encountered Tuet Tien's forces. Tuet Tien believed that Nia Phong was a hybrid born of his mother and Fa Quan, and he had to kill him, swinging his blade fiercely towards Nia Phong. Nia Phong had no strength to resist, closing his eyes and waiting for death. Intense pain caused his whole body to tremble, blood boiling, and his eyes burst forth with a crimson glow. In an instant, he flung Nan Don aside, and the snow-drinking blade aggressively pierced Tuet Tien's heart. Tuet Tien didn't have time to scream and died on the spot. Seeing her two sons slaughter each other, Nan Don felt heartbroken and fainted. Perhaps this is the retribution for her own infidelity, abandoning her husband and children. After a single strike, Neat Phong immediately fainted. Fa Quan collected more than 20 ghost killers and was about to take Nan Don away when the tall figure of Gwyn then suddenly appeared in front of them. Nan Don, the promise you made to me has not been fulfilled yet, and you want to leave already? Fa Quan, if you want to take this woman and flee, it's best to cooperate with me. It will be beneficial for everyone. Fa Quan knew that this person was exceptionally skilled, and now they were in a dangerous situation, so he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Gwyn then ordered Fa Quan to temporarily hide and wait for the right moment to act. A group of people cleaned up the scene, leaving Neat Phong locked in place while quietly burying Tuet Thien. Nan Don, feeling dispirited, forced herself to act as if nothing had happened and continued to attend to Tuet Vo Than. He could be loved by many skilled fighters, besides his beautiful appearance. More importantly, it was his gentle and thoughtful personality, and his smile felt like a breath of spring. The god of no limits can only truly relax and release all pressure when facing this woman. The martial world of Central Plains is not a concern, and the path of authority is beneath his notice. The only thing that worries him is an unclear force's pressure. 3 days later, the center of the god of no limits palace suddenly caught fire, spreading to the nearby explosive storage, and in an instant, the flames soared uncontrollably. 3 shadowy figures sneaked into the palace, the Nameless, Bu Jingyun, and the Ghost Tiger. The Nameless did not follow the pre-arranged plan with the Heavenly Emperor, sneaking into the dungeons to rescue Nia Phong. He held a branch in his hand, transforming it into a long sword, and calmly stepped into the heavily locked gate. The god of no limits was already waiting at the top. His subordinates had been defeated, yet they still dared to battle? The Nameless wore an extremely determined expression. He wanted to confront the god of no limits directly to ensure Bu Jingyun could rescue the emperor without fail. The task of sneaking into the prison to rescue Neat Phong is assigned to Kui Ho. Kui Ho's martial arts and lightness skill are top-notch, easily defeating the guards and rescuing Neat Phong. Vo Dan, being a person of determination, charges straight at Tuet Vo Than. Just as the two are about to engage in battle, Tuet Vo Than turns and runs into the prison. Vo Dan chases after him and realizes from the opponent's movements that this person is not Tuet Vo Than, but his disciple Tuet Thien in disguise. Tuet Thien laughs loudly, tears off the mask, revealing his true face, and pulls a lever beside him. Vodan, in this Quathian Mon, I have buried thousands of pounds of explosives, all a gift for you. To die together with the legendary warriors of Central Plains, I wouldn't regret my death. We will perish together. A loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth, the entire heavenly gate turned into ruins, and Wu Ming was also hard-pressed to escape disaster. At this moment, the real Zhu Wuxian, along with Quan Si, stood in front of Bu Jingban. The plan was exposed, and Bu Jingban was astonished. It seemed that the only way to save the person was to risk everything. Although Quan Si was a fool, his power was still formidable, plus Zhu Di brought countless ghost slayers to assist. Bu Jingban fell into a siege, the situation was critical. Zhu Wuxian smirked, Bu Jingban, today I will capture all of you in one fell swoop. So that all of you will die in a manner too tragic to describe. Bu Jingban gripped his swords tightly, his entire being filled with dark energy, and struck fiercely towards Zhu Wuxian. Only after receiving direct transmission from the Nameless One did his sword skills advance by leaps and bounds. With the aid of the ultimate good sword, he was absolutely confident that he could fight this person. Jingyun is surrounded by countless East Asian ninjas, his life hangs by a thread. He channels all his dark energy, borrowing the power of the Kailan's horn, and uses the ultimate good sword to launch a frenzied attack on Absolute No God. Having been pointed out by the Nameless One, he has merged with the ultimate good sword, and now he is making the top East Asian expert struggle. Absolute No God's strength indeed remains hidden. His body suddenly shoots up like a cannonball, striking deep into Jingyun's chest with one punch, then sweeping across with another, causing Jingyun to feel dizzy, lose balance, and fall to the ground. Absolute No God continuously attacks Jingyun's chest from various angles, each strike powerful enough to split mountains and crack stones, leaving Jingyun coughing up blood non-stop. In the moment of life and death, a fierce wind sweeps through. Reversal Wind and Ghost Tiger appear almost simultaneously. Reversal Wind stands straight with his saber, his eyes calm, seemingly uninterested in intervening, allowing Ghost Tiger to face Absolute No God alone. Ghost Tiger knew early on that Absolute No God's power was profound, and he would find it hard to withstand. In actual combat, speed is key. After revealing his move, his weakness was seen through by Zhi Wuxian. A punch hit his chest, severely injuring him and causing him to fall down. Niefeng's long hair fluttered wildly, but he did not flinch. Zhi Wuxian, who had always been wary of him, seeing that he was finally still, thought he had been gravely injured and reduced in power. So he paid no more attention. Bu Jingyun swung the supreme good sword, standing side by side with Niefeng. The familiar whirlwind surrounded the two of them, and the incredible combined strength appeared once again. On the other side at Suatian Gate, Ba Jun felt a myriad of emotions. The top martial artist of Zhongyuan, Wuding, who had fought against him for decades, was this about to dissipate like smoke? What's the use of having supreme martial arts? Is there anything in this world that is eternal? In the rubble, countless night demons scrambled to find Wuding's corpse to gain merit. Suddenly, a strange burst of intense light erupted, and Wuding's body stood up proudly, unharmed. He had the 10,000 sword sect protecting him, and when the explosion occurred, he found a safe spot, thus escaping a calamity. Wuding's eyes flashed, and everyone facing him felt a chill down their spine. The chief managing demon ghost was about to unleash his soul-snatching technique to disrupt their minds. But suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his eyes, he realized Wuding had momentarily blinded him. He places great importance on Tuetvo then, preferring to die rather than reveal the whereabouts of his master, despite his internal energy being continuously absorbed by Vodan, causing his body to wither and shrink, not having much time left to live. Vodan respected his toughness and spared his life. Just as he was about to descend the mountain alone to search for help, he suddenly heard the laughter of Fa Quan. Knowing that Bo Kin Van and Neep Fong were engaged in a fierce battle with Tuetvo then at the summit, he quickly used his lightness skill to rush over for assistance. At the foot of the mountain, over 1,000 ghouls were surging in like a tide, the very masters that Tuetvo then had left behind to block the reinforcements. Vodan maintained a calm expression as he stepped into the sea of people. The urgency of the rescue could not be delayed for a moment. He unleashed the Van Kien Kui Tong to absorb the blood energy to its peak, instantly absorbing more than half of the power from the over 1,000 ghouls. Indeed, Van Kien Kui Tong is an unparalleled sword technique, like a bottomless abyss, with boundless potential. Bo Kin Van and Neep Fong had teamed up to fight Tuet Vo then for several dozen exchanges. The master of the Phantom Blade has achieved great success, and Bu Jingfan has been instructed by the Nameless One. His power has increased. The two work together with extraordinary skill, unmatched in heaven, and with two divine weapons in hand, their power bursts forth, far exceeding normal levels. Tuet Vo then is secretly alarmed, struggling to defend himself, able only to maintain a tight defense, proceeding with caution step by step. Quiho seizes the opportunity while he is engaged in defense, launching a surprise attack, exhaling, and striking his chest with a palm. Tuet Vothen's defense is instantly broken, and he is struck by a blade from Niep Phong, his body retreating rapidly like a cannonball. Dust flies, and in an instant he disappears from the battlefield. Niep Phong's blade strikes the ground, stabilizing his body, kneeling on one knee. He is nearly gravely injured and exhausted, and after a brief moment of recuperation, he still leaps forward to pursue the three. At this moment, the realm of the godless is in ruins everywhere, and Tuet Vo then removes his armor, meditating on the platform before the headquarters. For Fongyun, the three of them, Gue who chased after but did not move, calmly speaking, word by word, I have never underestimated Fongyun, it's a pity that I still underestimated the strength of the two of you. It's just that I shouldn't be too stubborn in dealing with you, I should have acted personally earlier. Before the words were finished, a saber and a sword slashed down, and a cold smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Zhu Wushan's mouth, still not moving. A shocking event occurred, the weapons in the hands of Fongyun were suddenly sucked away by a powerful force, flying out of their hands. It turns out that there was a giant magnet arranged on the stage that could completely attract the enemy's weapons. Zhu Wushan suddenly erupted, both fists gathering boundless power, swinging out to strike at the vital points of Fongyun. Gue who was struck down and had his arm broken in one move. With their weapons gone, Fongshan Kick and Bai Yun Palm were unleashed in an instant. Zhu Wushan managed to block Bai Yun Palm, but still got hit by Fongshan Kick swiftly from behind. He danced with his fists, his left knee rising, and with one move, he sent all three of them flying. The power of the wind and cloud was incredibly shocking. He had to eliminate one person to have a chance at victory. Bukin Van, having broken through his decades-long immortal golden body cultivation, was naturally the top target to kill. Niep Phong appeared like the wind, unleashing a series of wind god kicks. Tuet Vo then continuously neutralized 5 kicks, and only on the 6th kick was he barely able to catch one of Niep Phong's legs. With a loud roar, he lifted Niep Phong up and threw him into the air. He was struck until his whole body ached unbearably, his face twisted in rage as he roared and lunged, delivering a fierce punch to Niep Phong's heart. Niep Phong was already at the end of his strength, struggling to hold on, his body flailing like a kite with a broken string. Bukin Van soared up and embraced him in mid-air. Tuet Vo then did not give him a chance to catch his breath, unleashing 10% of his strength with Sat Gwyn, aiming to crush the internal organs of both opponents with a single strike. A loud boom echoed as the force of the punch was obstructed, unable to advance any further. Upon closer inspection, Vo Dan had both hands placed on the bodies of Phong and Van, dissipating most of the force from Sat Gwyn. The lag is too much. If you enjoy the story, please like it a lot and give 3 small roses as support, thank you very much. This is the most dangerous battle in Niep Phong's life, facing the number 1 master of Dong Don, Tuet Vo Then Phong, Tuet Am Dao, Tuet the Hakim were rendered ineffective, continuously attacked by Tuet Vo Then, unable to fight back. In a critical moment, fortunately, Vo Dan arrived in time, using the Van Kien Kui Tong sword energy to neutralize a lethal strike from Tuet Vo Then. In this confrontation between the peak forces of Trung Hoa and Dong Don, after several exchanges, Tuet Vo then realized something was wrong. Vo Dan's internal energy from Van Kim Kui Tong was excessively tyrannical, having invisibly absorbed a considerable amount of his power. Vo Dan took advantage of the situation to charge forward, using his energy to control the sword, activating the snow-drinking blade and the peerless heroic sword on the ground to attack. The sword energy swept through, each strike aimed directly at vital points, while Tuet Vo then completely relied on his body technique to evade, narrowly escaping danger in an instant. Niep Phong and Bo Kin Van seized the rare opportunity to sit cross-legged and regulate their breath. Niep Phong closed his eyes, his aura fluctuating, recovering at a speed much faster than ordinary people. A few nightmarish demons launched a sneak attack, and Quiho fought desperately to protect, but it was still difficult to defend against 4 with just 2 hands. Vo Dan observed the situation and noticed the two were in trouble, waving his hands to send the swords and blades before them to help fend off the attackers. In that brief moment of distraction, he was struck by Tuet Vo Then's iron fist. After being hit, Vo Dan did not retreat but advanced, closing in on Tuet Vo Then, gripping his right arm tightly and unleashing the internal energy of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, wildly absorbing the opponent's internal power. This was the opening he had deliberately created, luring Tuet Vo Then into the trap, capturing him in one fell swoop. A kick flew up, striking hard at the back of Tuet Vo Then's neck, sending him flying into the air, screaming in agony. At the same time, Niep Phong adjusted his awareness, and a raging whirlwind surrounded him as he charged into the group of ghoulish demons. The Zuat Am Dao swung up, flesh and blood flying everywhere, as Neep Fong spun in midair, heading toward Tuet Vo then. Both hands clenched tightly, lightning strikes unleashed. The speed was too fast, Tuet Vo then had no space to evade. He let out a loud shout, bracing himself. Both sides simultaneously emitted cries of anguish. Tuet Vo then's right arm was severed from his body, blood gushing out, while Neep Fong was hit by a punch, crazily spitting blood. Tuet Vo then's loss of an arm was the perfect opportunity to work together and eliminate him. Vo Dan hurriedly instructed Kui Ho to catch Neep Fong. With things having come to this, Tuet Vo then could only be captured but not killed, otherwise, it would be difficult for us to leave unscathed. Nie Feng's eyes were bloodshot, his consciousness uncontrollable, facing the demon tiger attempting to block him as he swung his sword. A group of ghouls were instantly slaughtered under the snowy, icy blade. A plump figure blocked in front of him. Nie Feng didn't bother to look, swinging his sword forward, the blade piercing straight into the chest of the fat man. Not far away on the Fist Peak Mountain, Quan Daoshan shouted, the wind and clouds changing color, a surge of intense emotion rising uncontrollably, frantically pulling at the chains. Trying to break free from the constraints of Fist Peak Mountain. A shadow flew in at high speed. It was the disciple of Zhu Wuxin, Zhu Di. He gathered all his internal energy and struck forcefully at the stone floor of Fist Peak Mountain multiple times. Debris flying everywhere, cracks appearing. These stones were connected to the chains, serving as the main pillars of Fist Peak Mountain, linked to Quan Daoshan's spine, preventing him from exerting force. At this moment, as the spine of Fist Peak Mountain loosened, Quan Daoshan immediately unleashed his inner energy. Countless shadowy fists instantly shattered the entire Fist Peak Mountain. Leaping out. In midair, he witnessed a scene that shattered his heart. His son Quan Si was struck by a blade in the chest, his face covered in frost, already breathless. Quan Daoshan, like a celestial general, held his son in his arms, tears streaming down his face, sweeping his gaze across the entire scene. Who exactly killed my son? The surrounding silence was terrifying, a piece of stillness. Everyone saw him in despair, wanting to die, going mad. All felt the cold air rising, unable to help but step back. What was even more shocking was his body, tortured by chains for many years, causing his veins to bulge and twist, his muscles to deform, resembling a monster. Despair, anger, and pain made him erupt in madness, roaring like thunder, his hands intertwined, raising a vast force, the heavens and earth changing color. Many of the weaker ghouls were directly blown away by the force. If my son is dead, you all must be buried with me, everyone must be buried with my son. With one move, he struck the void, aiming upwards. Countless ghouls were sent flying, blood and flesh scattering everywhere, falling from the sky. Each drop of blood fell like heavy rain. The sun and moon lost their light, landing on Guin Daoshan, the force scattering wildly. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn by a cold light, looking towards Vodan, Neep Fong, and the others. Seeing the frosty blade in Neep Fong's hand exude a chilling aura, he immediately understood that this person was the culprit who killed his son. He let out a roar, fists clenched as he charged towards Neep Fong. You little brat, so it was you who killed my son. Today, I will make sure you die a terrible death. His rage transformed into a massive fist, an unstoppable force, and how could Neep Fong, already severely injured, withstand it? Vodan suddenly appeared and stood in front of him, weapons clashing, and Guin Dao then immediately felt his internal energy being absorbed by the opponent. Both astonished and furious, a flurry of punches came raining down. Vodan circulated his energy with both hands, forming a barrier of air to resist. The sounds of impact echoed continuously as both were sent flying backwards. As soon as Vodan touched the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of Guin Dao then was too heavy and too ruthless for Van Kim Kui Tong to completely neutralize. Guin Dao then proclaimed arrogantly, only you in this world could withstand 3 punches from me. Who exactly are you? The Nameless One came from Central Plains, and he grew even angrier, his power surging as he charged towards the Nameless One. In an instant, fists and kicks collided, the sound echoing deafeningly. The ghost tiger, Bu Jingfan, wanted to execute a decisive strike, but was pushed back by the force before getting close, leaving only Xie Feng to break through the battle. The god of fist saw his enemy killing his son, immediately abandoning the Nameless One and charging straight towards Xie Feng, but the continuous attacks from the Nameless One behind made it impossible for him to split his focus. It seemed that if he didn't kill the Nameless One today, it would be hard to take revenge. He suddenly turned around and, in the blink of an eye, unleashed over 100 punches, rendering the Nameless One pale and motionless, on the brink of life and death. Truly worthy of being the god of fist, with a strong body resisting the snowy cold blade, a single punch made Xie Feng's mind hazy, his body limp as he fell. Whether everyone can survive or not, please continue to watch. This blue and green clad demon from the east is truly terrifying. The Nameless One, Xiafeng, and Bu Jingfan joining forces still cannot match him. Seeing Nipfeng fail in one move, his life in danger, Bo Kin Van swung the supreme sword of excellence, launching a sneak attack from behind. The god of fist path truly lives up to his title, his body impervious to blades and weapons, and with an eerie martial technique, each strike condenses a full 10 parts of explosive force. If it were not for the fear of the supreme sword of excellence and the two divine weapons, Tuet Am Dao being exceptionally sharp, he could have taken the lives of Fong and Van in just a few moves. A pair of gigantic hands locked onto their arms, suddenly lifting them and throwing Fong and Van into the air. This throw was wildly fierce, truly earth-shattering. Fong and Van completely lost control, their bodies rapidly falling. In midair, a powerful force flowed into the bodies of the two. Vo Dan said in a deep voice, "I am currently heavily injured, so I will transfer my energy to you both. Only with the two of you combining your blades can there be a chance of victory." The god of fist path laughed loudly without stopping, then sat cross-legged, not intervening. The sword Saint Vo Dan, transferring energy in battle, does he really expect to defeat me? The old man will do as you wish. Today we will have a thrilling battle. Having been imprisoned for decades, the Taoist god was extremely excited and eager for battle when facing strong opponents. Suddenly, the ground shook, a loud explosion rang out, and the earth cracked open, clearly splitting into two halves. Everyone was caught off guard and almost simultaneously fell into the abyss. Below was pitch black, with no bottom in sight. Wu Dan, with both hands severed, unleashed his inner strength to push Feng Yin back to the surface, while he himself accelerated, falling into the abyss. Guihu, seeing his master in trouble, jumped down desperately. Even if he couldn't save him, he was determined to be buried here with him. Originally, the godless peak was on a small island. After continuous fierce battles between the two powerful factions of China and Japan, it had already exploded beneath the sea, with landslides and cracks. On a large ship not far away observing the battle, the Heavenly Emperor immediately ordered the sleeper agents to detonate the long-hidden explosives, further exacerbating the island's collapse, turning the entire island into a sea of fire. For many years, Tian Hong has not only been wary of Tuet Vo Dan and his brothers, but has also held great caution towards Vo Dan and Fong Ban of Trung Nguyen. These 5 individuals are exceptional talents, but unfortunately, they cannot be used for my purposes. It would be better to eliminate them all at once, preventing future troubles. Hoa Lang, the leader of Hoa Vumang, is absolutely loyal to Tian Hong. Hearing that Tian Hong intends to betray and backstab Vo Dan, he is extremely shocked. He is a man of loyalty and righteousness, having formed a bond with Vo Dan. He is brave and wise, and in that moment, cold sweat keeps pouring down him, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, in the forest, Nguyen Dao then, in his frenzy, cannot bear to see Vo Dan meet a tragic end and lose such a rare opponent. With all his strength, he strikes out, just in time to catch Vo Dan as he falls. In that brief moment of pause, Quiho leaps in, using his extraordinary likeness skill to pull Vo Dan back to the ground. "Vo Dan, you are such an unparalleled master, how can you die like this? You should die at my hands." At this moment, the cloud scripture is being transmitted by Nameless, with abundant true chi surrounding his body, muscles bulging. It's unimaginable that he could withstand the robe to explode. The Kailan tea is blazing red, and he stands immovable like Mount Tai. The divine fist path is astonished as a fierce wind sweeps from the right. Around Shangfeng, the wind howls fiercely. He truly moves like the wind, his saber like snow, blending man, saber, and wind into one. The divine fist path becomes extremely aggressive, pushing his power to its limit. The stronger the opponent, the more it stirs his fighting spirit. In an instant, Shangfeng slashes out hundreds of sabers but fails to injure him in the slightest. Seeing him only attacking and not defending, with obvious openings in his moves, Nameless cannot help but offer advice. Wind, after 9 attacks without success, why not first avoid his sharp edge, then attack his Baihui, Zhengfu, and Xuqi acupoints? Shangfeng has high comprehension and immediately switches from saber to footwork, continuously kicking the vital points on the divine fist path's body with wind god steps. His lightness skill is outstanding, making him best suited for hit-and-run tactics. Although Fist Emperor's iron fist is strong, it's hard to hurt him in the slightest. Vo Dan continues, "Nia Phone, 9 attacks will surely fail. Led with your feet, and together with Jingyun, there might be a chance." Nia Phone is smug and disregards the advice. Seizing the opportunity, Snowy Blade slashes down, but the divine fist god seizes the opening. One hand blocks the blade, while the other kicks, charges, and throws punches in quick succession. Nia Feng's body rapidly rotates, dodging around the divine fist god. The snowy blade's cold aura spreads, causing frost to form within 100 feet. Vo Dan and Ghost Tiger feel bone-chilling cold, extremely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Wu Qinvan's body is surrounded by waves of heat, as if constantly being scorched by raging flames. Wudong could see clearly. He remained motionless, gathering his true energy to execute his astonishing move. Indeed, once the energy was gathered, Jingyun shouted loudly, launching himself forward like a wild horse, swinging his sword. Ningfeng, already exhausted, felt invigorated at the arrival of his senior brother and immediately rallied to strike down with his knife. The Divine Fist Master shouted, shaking the heavens, swinging his left and right fists like a mountain being split, wanting to confront Feng and Yun directly. A blinding light erupted, raising a vast wave of energy, and after a while, as the dust settled, the Divine Fistmaster stood proudly, though his face was twisted and cracked. He slowly knelt on the ground, unable to believe that he had been defeated by two juniors. This forceful resistance was truly terrifying. Wudong was sent flying by the shockwave, landing next to a small bridge. In the distance, a ghostly figure approached gracefully, the overseer of the ghoul. He felt grateful that Wudong didn't kill him before, yet he wanted to let go of a path to repay his kindness, while he himself wanted to sacrifice his life for the teachings. To be buried together with the godless in the sea of fire. A figure of fire blocked his path, preventing him from moving forward. Looking down, it was Hoa Lang arriving. In an instant, Wudong understood everything. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Emperor was a petty and treacherous person, unfaithful and heartless like this. On the battlefield, Bu Jingvan could still maintain clarity, circulating his true energy to stabilize his breath, while Nipfong was exhausted, his injuries becoming more severe. Blood flowing like a stream. A figure swiftly dashed past him. The attacker was too fast. Both of them had no time to react. Struck in the chest, they immediately felt discomfort in their vital energy. Pain piercing their hearts, clearly poisoned with a deadly toxin. Looking up, it was Tuat Vo with a sinister expression, holding a strange claw weapon. This was a pinnacle showdown of the martial world between China and Japan. To save the Chinese emperor, Bu Jingvan and Nipfong fought against Dong Don. Both severely injured and exhausted, and now poisoned. Faced with Tuat Vo wielding a deadly claw weapon, did they still have the strength to fight again? Bu Jingvan shouted loudly, cursing Tuat Vo of Dong Don. Unexpectedly using a vicious weapon to sneak attack the juniors, truly despicable. The absolute god's face is completely devoid of arrogance, replaced instead by a cunning and evil smile. Victory makes kings, defeat makes bandits. I used the power of ignorance, or rather, the divine path god, to make you all fight until both sides suffer. Rather than saying it's petty, it's more like the wisdom of a hegemon. Nie Feng's injuries are too severe, and he has been poisoned, unable to endure any longer, roaring loudly. Bu Jingyun hastily swung the supreme good sword, placing it on his shoulder, using divine wind to help Niafeng detoxify. Absolute God rushed forward, his hard claw slashing down with a force as heavy as 1,000 caddies, yet Bu Jingyun easily blocked it. The force exploded, shattering the hard claw, and Absolute God was also shaken back several steps. Fusing about 4/10 of the power of the Nameless One, Bu Jingyun's internal strength is now unfathomably deep. A branch shot out like a spear, accompanied by a mournful dragon's roar, as Long Wang and Feng Vu arrived beside him. Damn it, I finally got out. Bo Qinvan, Nipfong, you two quickly take care of your injuries, this place is left to me and Feng Vu. Tuat Vo was astonished. These two had been imprisoned under Guindin's son, he had no idea how they escaped. Then two more figures arrived. It was the Emperor of China and his woman, Yen Don. Tuat Vo immediately understood everything. It turned out that Yen Don had betrayed him. Yen Don gently explained that she was born in Nanchao, and when the emperor was in trouble, how could the people of China not save him, especially since Nipfong was her own flesh and blood. She knelt before Tuat Vo pleading with him to spare these people, willingly accepting punishment without resentment or regret. Tuat Vo suddenly swept his large hand up and fiercely slapped Yen Don's face. The sudden event caught everyone off guard. The masters were unable to react in time. The absolute divine death fist was about to strike, aiming to send Yen Ying to her death. The wind howled as a powerful kick struck the face of Absolute Divine, sending him flying out. It was Nie Feng. Seeing his son come to his aid, Yen Ying was moved to tears. All the sacrifices were worth it. Fenger finally acknowledged him. Nie Feng's breath was extremely weak, yet he stood tall after being continuously attacked by Absolute Divine, shielding his mother. Absolute Divine laughed incessantly, saying, "Good, today I shall show great compassion and fulfill your wish. Let you both die together." Suddenly, he clutched his chest, enduring unbearable pain, and fell to his knees. He had been poisoned. On the high platform, Absolute Heart had a grim expression as he stepped down. "You have been poisoned by the 3-day lethal poison.
The one who poisoned you is not me, but the person you trusted most. Without using Yin, who could have secretly poisoned you? I came here today on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor to eliminate you. Absolute No God went mad with fear, an inexplicable terror rising in his heart as he couldn't comprehend why his own son would want to betray his father. Absolute Heart revealed a cruel smile. Back then in central China, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice me for power. Did you ever think I was your son? Absolute No God roared, shaking the heavens as he lunged towards Absolute Heart. Absolute Heart saw him hit by a deadly poison but still able to counterattack, so he quickly dodged aside. Unexpectedly, Absolute No God wasn't fighting to the death, but rather to take advantage and escape. Ahead, a group of people blocked his path. A giant man, nearly a head taller than an average person, was the fierce general under Heavenly Emperor. The second disciple of Illusion Saint First Heart, Giant Second Wolf. Absolute No God, back then you were arrogant and self-important, opposing the Heavenly Emperor. Today, I'll make sure you have no way out. The godless was already worn out from injuries, facing the illusory Saint One Mind. The great second wolf joined forces to encircle and attack. And soon after, they made repeated mistakes. Tuet Tom once again expressed loyalty to the Heavenly Emperor in front of everyone, leaping into the air, striking a vital point on the chest of Tuet Vo then. Father, don't blame me, you are a noble figure, naturally you can understand my ambitions. With a dull thud, Tuet Vo then's brain exploded, soaring into the sky, disappearing like a shooting star. He, a lifetime of heroism, could never have imagined that he would die at the hands of his own son. Switching scenes, in the Heavenly Emperor's tent, Hoa Lang had brought back the head of Vo Dan, rushing to the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor laughed wildly, Vo Dan has died. Wind and Cloud, even Dragon King have little chance to escape this dire situation. With the ultimate mystic sage's one heart, the world will fall under my Eastern dynasty's possession. The Heavenly Emperor guessed correctly, utmost heart is deep in concealment, always hiding its true strength. At full power now, Wind and Cloud are severely injured, Dragon King completely defenseless. In this great calamity, only Wind and Cloud, an emperor can hold on. It could be said that there is no hope of victory. Is today the day when the martial world of Central Plains must be completely annihilated? Giant Two Dogs stared at Yin. Wind and Cloud laughed non-stop. These two young ladies will be left to me to deal with. Emperor's life is in danger, Dragon King and Wind and Cloud know they cannot win, yet they still want to fight to the death, to open a path of survival for the Emperor. Tuet Tam did not make a move, blocking the Emperor's retreat. He revealed his full strength for the first time, his passion boiling, his legs gathering energy, the ground sinking. With two palms like mountains and seas crashing down fiercely, he aimed to kill the Emperor in one strike. The Emperor's long quan was instantly shattered, his skin peeling and flesh torn, his life hanging by a thread, when a massive hand appeared, blocking a lethal strike for him. That person pushed Tuet Tam back with one strike and then charged towards Siyu Ni Lang, who was fiercely battling Long Bong. With just one punch, Siyu Ni Lang's arrogant expression drastically changed. In immense pain, his huge body crashed down. His internal organs and countless bones and flesh burst out. Siyu Ni Lang, standing among the top 10 experts of Dongdon, was killed by a single punch that shattered his abdomen. The power of this person was truly unimaginable. A flash of lightning illuminated, the Qilin child of Bu Jingyun radiated a crimson glow, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm standing in the courtyard. Today, I will ensure that all of you from the Eastern business die without a place to be buried. This is the moment that ignites the most passion within Bu Jingyun. Wu Ming died tragically, Xia Feng and the Dragon King heavily injured and fell. The Emperor of China was besieged by the masters of the Eastern business. Seeing the martial arts world of Central Plains about to collapse and unable to recover. In this desperate situation, Bu Jingyun did not know where he found the divine power. The Qilin child appeared and struck the Eastern business giant, Zhu Erlang, with a single punch, shocking the entire audience. Since his debut, he has practiced countless martial arts, including the Hua family sword technique, the Baiyun palm, the Mo Ming sword technique, the Rulai divine palm, the 22 sword, and the Qilin child's utmost rigidity and vitality. Each one is an extraordinary skill, too many to learn, and instead, they become complicated and not pure, always difficult to integrate and comprehend. Today, with the internal energy support from Wu Ming and Wan Jian Kazong, the serendipitous convergence of fate, the 7 paths of inner energy, finally merging into one, reaching the realm of 7-7 unity, invincible in the world. Seeing Master Bu Jingyun's divine skill reach great completion, the situation becomes unstable. Zueixing grabs Nia Feng, who is unconscious on the ground, threatening Bu Jingyun to hand over the Emperor of China.
Dragon King, Fengwu, Emperor, and others, all were shocked and pale, advising Bu Jingyun. Now that Niafeng has entered a demonic state, even if he is saved, he cannot recover his true nature. It is imperative to prioritize the greater good and not be swayed by emotion. Bu Jingyun waved his hand, striking the emperor's face. This act of great treason left everyone speechless. Silence, do not speak to me about the way of ruler and subject. In my eyes, all beings are equal. I will absolutely not abandon Niafeng for you. He rushed forward, aiming straight for Zueixin. Zueixin did not expect him to be so impulsive and hastily took Niafeng and fled. At the same time, the entire island shook violently, the wind howled and flames surged, the fire dragon spread uncontrollably across the island. On a large ship not far away, the emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly watching the destruction of the godless supreme palace. A figure burst forth from the sea of flames, pointing directly at the emperor. It was the furious and crazed martial Dao god. He had realized that it was all a scheme set by the emperor, leading to the death of his son. Today, he would definitely kill him with his own hands for revenge. The fire dragon continuously shot fire missiles for protection, yet it was ineffective. The martial Dao god rushed before the emperor in an instant, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. The emperor, however, remained calm and effortlessly dodged, while the shockwaves from their clash sent the martial Dao god flying. One could see the martial Dao god's face twisted in rage, his body trembling violently, the sound of shattering bones echoed, his muscles gradually went limp. And in an instant, he fell like a pile of mud, dying tragically. The fire wolf was so shocked that he could not speak. This was the supreme divine skill of the Eastern Empire, the casualty of heaven. It turned out that the emperor was truly a master among masters. The emperor calmly sat cross-legged, everything was proceeding according to his plan, and it was time for my sons to start taking action. At that moment in the eastern region, an overwhelming killing intent filled the air. In the distant land of Shenzhou, in an icehouse, Duan Lang was carefully cleaning his fire-scale sword beside the fire. He secluded himself in this harsh place just to merge his family's secret 12 sword techniques with the Duan Vein sword chi, especially since the Heartless was slaughtering the heroes of the Central Plains, yet he managed to escape. One day, unexpectedly, a group of merchants gathered. These people carried heavy loads but could tread silently in the snow, all being top-notch masters. Among them, one person felt familiar to Duan Lang. He vaguely remembered having seen this person at the Tianxia conference. Upon closer inspection, on the shoulder pole of a small merchant hung several human heads, clearly those of Sword Demon, Sword Poor, and Proud Sky. As a person fell from their horse, a mysterious figure slowly emerged from the crowd, their posture graceful, with a captivating charm that made it hard to tell if they were male or female. Exuding a ruthless unpredictability, Duan Lang knew that the newcomer bore ill intentions, so he took up his sword defensively. The mysterious figure spoke in an extremely gentle tone, slowly saying, "Little brother, don't be nervous, we just want to borrow your head for a while. Don't resist. You see those 3 heads, right? They are all so-called sword masters, but what good are they?" Her voice was strange and eerie, sending chills down one's spine. Duan Lang was sure her words were not false. With his current cultivation level, it would be absolutely difficult to defeat these masters. The mysterious person said, "How about we make a bet? If you lose, you will stay with me for a year. If you win, I will spare your life. What do you think?" The merchants laughed loudly, saying, "Kid, being able to stay with our master for a year is truly the fortune of your training for several lifetimes." The bet from the mysterious person was even stranger. "All you had to do was guess whether I am male or female." Duan Lang laughed. This person before him was truly bizarre to the extreme. And he also really wanted to know whether he was male or female. The mysterious person pointed behind him and killed a handsome young man on the spot, looking at Duan Lang and saying, "Good brother, hurry and guess. I have killed my male favorite. If you come to stay with me, what do I need him for?" Duan Lang was even more shocked. This person had extremely high martial arts skills, and his methods were ruthless, yet he was so confident. Could it be that he truly had the confidence to win? Thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "I guess you are neither male nor female. There is a kind of person in this world who is both yin and yang. It could be that their ancestors did something wrong, and the retribution falls upon their descendants, giving birth to a monster like you who is neither male nor female." The mysterious person's expression changed, as if Duan Lang had hit the nail on the head. "All right, if you guessed it right, I concede defeat. I will spare your life. But you still cannot leave. I will only tell you one way to survive, and I'm not here to capture you." Before the words were finished, the group of followers behind suddenly rushed forward, surrounding Duan Lang. Duan Lang drew the fire scale sword and fought desperately. Alright, today I will use you monsters to test my newly refined Duan my sword chi. The enemies were too numerous, he fought while retreating, merging the Duan my sword chi with the fire scale sword to unleash it, quickly becoming unparalleled. Even more powerful than the sword demon. The sword shadows flickered, and the sword wind and heat melted the ice mountain behind, fleeing into a cave. Duan Lang used the fire scale sword to carve a path, breaking through the ice. Ahead appeared a figure. Upon closer inspection, it was a person frozen in an ice pillar, unmoving. He had no time to think much, immediately mobilizing to rescue the person, freeing the figure in black. The person in black still had a pulse, not dead yet, and moreover, their heartbeat was very slow, steady and powerful, indicating they were a peak internal martial arts expert. The person in black suddenly opened their eyes, startling Duan Lang to retreat repeatedly. Little brother, in your hand is the fire scale sword. With your hawk-like eyes and wolf-like brows, practicing my strange martial arts, do you want to become a supreme master? Help me, and I can fulfill any wish of yours. This wandering hero from the Eastern business who has not found a way to survive is the eldest son of the current heavenly emperor, known as the Iron Widow God Slayer. He arrogantly stormed into the unparalleled Wushuang city, with only one purpose, to kill at will. After Quan Si's death, Doku Ming summoned his old subordinates to revive Wushuang city. Doku Meng, having lost her memory, returned dimly with Xie Feng to assist her brother. At this time, Wushuang city was strong and powerful, its influence growing. How could they take the insignificant wandering hero from the Eastern business seriously? The wandering hero, with the Iron Widow in his hand, was unmatched and unpredictable, and in an instant, more than 10 people lost their lives to the Iron Widow. Doku Ming sensed the enemy's high martial arts skills and felt worried. He urged his sister to leave first, intending to fight to the death with the ultimate skill. The dragon-slaying path, risking his life. This is the strongest move in the 18 dragon-subduing kicks, the utmost rigidity and yang. Doku Ming had not practiced for years, channeling his energy like a fierce dragon. Moving toward his opponent, the wandering hero laughed wickedly, swinging the Iron Widow in his hand, locking onto the foot, and the force burst forth, instantly severing Doku Ming's right leg into 3 sections. This is the dragon-slaying path, making me very disappointed. After experiencing life and death, Doku Ming urged his fellow disciples to flee quickly, as he had made the decision to sacrifice himself to save the lives of his clan members. Go, today in Vosong Tan, regardless of any strike, everyone must die. The sharp blade of Thiat swung up, piercing through Doku Ming's abdomen. The Feng Thi Hotel in Trung Hoa seemed to have changed owners, as a mysterious figure dressed extravagantly welcomed guests at the door. Inside the tavern, a dozen human heads hung, their mouths and eyes wide in horror, scaring the guests into fleeing in terror. Not far away, Kim Dun was quietly observing all of this. Last night, that androgynous mysterious person brought a group of attendants into the establishment, requesting the finest female red wine available. After a night passed, all the old staff in Trung Hoa had disappeared. 1 month later, the imperial city was breached. The emperor, Dragon King, Fengyu, and Yening returned with haggard faces. Scholars and warriors were startled and hurried to greet them, mobilizing elite troops to guard the imperial city. They reported fully on the continuous bloodshed in the martial world of China during this period. Since Nameless, Niefeng, and Bu Jingyun went on a distant expedition to Dongying, the Baijian Mountain Villa, Sword Demon, Sword Beggar, and Doku Ming of Wushuang City, along with many other high-level martial artists, have been continuously killed by mysterious forces. Even the elders of the Zhenghua Pavilion were all murdered. No one knows who their enemy truly is. The emperor's face was stern as he frowned. This must be the vanguard of the heavenly emperor's army. It seems an earth-shattering battle is inevitable. Time passed swiftly. 2 months later, on the coast, the Japanese emperor led a group of people and horses and finally arrived. Iron Wolf Divine Slaughter and a demon named Shaola Slaughter knelt before their father and reported that they had nearly shattered the power of the Chinese martial world. The queen's expression is somewhat cruel, her eyes revealing ambition. Alright, then let us officially set out today. Upon hearing that the queen was only bringing over 100 subordinates to invade China, the emperor immediately turned ashen-faced, utterly despairing. Even if these 100 people were peerless experts, how could they possibly withstand a siege by 10,000 troops? They must have ulterior motives. And this secret is known only to Chao Gonggong, who betrayed me. In the dark secret chamber, where the spirit tablets of 3 generations of emperors were enshrined, the emperor was drenched in sweat, his expression extremely troubled as he took out a scroll from under the spirit tablet. The scroll slowly unrolled, revealing a map of the divine continent, with a coiling eastern dragon at its center,
bearing its fangs and claws. At the confluence of the three rivers beneath the great Buddha of Luoshan, the queen, guided by Chao Gongdong, arrived at the entrance of Lingyun Grotto. Half of the centaurs followed the emperor into the cave, while the other half guarded the cave entrance, killing anyone who approached without mercy. Eunuch Chao warned the emperor and everyone that it was said there was a fierce and brutal fire qilin in the cave, and they needed to be extremely careful. The Iron Widow god assassin laughed disdainfully, saying it was just a beast. What was there to fear? Suddenly, a hot blaze swept through, and Eunuch Chao was struck in the chest by the fire, instantly turning to ash. Everyone gasped in shock, looking in the direction pointed out by Iron Widow god assassin. On the cliff wall, a fire qilin engulfed in flames growled at the crowd, preparing to attack. As the fire qilin appeared, a figure in black next to Zhu Xian trembled all over, fists clenched tightly, sweat pouring down like rain. It was Xie Feng. Why was he with the emperor? The emperor had long been on guard, receiving a greeting from the fire qilin. With a loud shout, the black-clad Huowu Wuzi stepped out from behind, holding a crescent blade. The fire unicorn showed no fear, letting out a roar as it charged towards the crowd. Hoa Vuvo Tu swung his broadsword down, yet still couldn't injure it. The fire unicorn dashed through the crowd, heading straight for the emperor. The emperor stomped his feet on the ground, gathering energy into his two fingers. Using 5/10 of the power of the Shattering Heaven ultimate technique to stab into the belly of the fire unicorn. With a loud explosion, the fire unicorn, impervious to blades and spears, was sent flying, spitting fresh blood, its pitiful cries echoing throughout the cave. Nipfong stepped forward quickly, looking at the fire unicorn without a word. The man and the beast stared at each other, the blood connection within their bodies stirring. And the fire unicorn felt its entire body relax, its mind in chaos. It absolutely did not expect that the one it trusted the most, a life and death friend, would suddenly turn against it. The spot where Nipfong stabbed was exactly the position where the fire unicorn shed its skin, the only vulnerable point it had. No one else knew this secret besides Nipfong. Black blood spurted out, revealing Nipfong's numb and cold expression. Not only was there a tragic scene inside the cave, but outside there was also a bloody battle. Knowing that dozens of those Dongdong people were top-tier experts, the emperor still led Long Wang, Feng No, and the guards to attack. The secrets of Dongying, related to the safety of Zhonghua, must absolutely not be revealed to these Dongying demons. The battle raged across the sky, with people falling continuously. Just as the forces of Zhonghua were clearly losing, a black cloud descended from above. Within the cloud, a figure appeared intermittently. A blinding light shone down on Lingyun Cave. Dragon King, Emperor, Twin-Eye Man. All found it hard to believe that the person standing with their back turned, cloak fluttering, was still recognizable despite only seeing their silhouette. It was Bu Jingyun who had arrived. At this moment, Bu Jingyun's eyes gleamed with golden light, brimming with confidence. At this moment, he was the hope of the entire Divine Continent. This was a decisive battle for the fate of the Divine Continent. The Dongying Heavenly Emperor personally led the team, commanding over 100 of the nation's strongest experts to invade Zhonghua. The first step was to reach the mysterious Lingyun Cave to unravel the greatest secret in the Wind and Cloud saga. A finely carved dragon lay horizontally, appearing lifelike. The Heavenly Emperor stood atop the dragon, barely able to contain his excitement. The Divine Continent could not escape this calamity. A panicked subordinate rushed in to report that outside the cave, the Emperor of Zhonghua was leading an assault, accompanied by a mysterious high-ranking warrior wielding a black sword. Cutting down enemies in all directions, none could stand against him. The Heavenly Emperor made an immediate decision, ordering the collapse of the cave entrance to block the enemy's retreat. He was always meticulous and cautious. But today he left no room for retreat, sealing off his own escape route. This showed his determination to go all in on this operation. Outside the cave, Bo Kin Van appeared like a heavenly general, instantly defeating dozens of masters from Dongdong. In front of the corpse of the fire qilin, everyone was filled with uncontainable grief. The emperor from back then was once captured by Bo Kin Van, and now he hoped everyone would unite to drive the Dongdong people out of the sacred land of Xinzhou. Bo Kin Van said nothing, demonstrating his determination through action. He channeled his energy and struck a powerful palm, shattering the large rock blocking the path and breaking open a massive cave, astonishing everyone. The Heavenly Emperor and those inside the cave suddenly noticed an unusual brightness ahead, as if strange sounds were coming from it, quite eerie. As they went further, countless clay figurines shaped like people appeared on the cliff, all bowing towards the source of the light. Jiakla Sat observed with joy, not expecting this journey to be so smooth.
while the Heavenly Emperor looked serious, not knowing why. With a swift sound, a dark figure rushed in, swinging a long sword and instantly killing several people. It was Bo Kinvan who had caught up. Heavenly Emperor, with us here, we absolutely will not allow you to achieve your intentions. He wields a peerless sword in his hand, with a frenzied blade on his back, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Emperor's hands transformed into claws, an icy aura pressing down on him. He dared to take the risk, clearly determined to win. Anyone who obstructs him would be killed without mercy. The flash of the blade moved so quickly that it was hard to see how he launched his attacks. The Emperor, the Dragon King, and the 10 elite guards who had just arrived all fell under the attack. Bu Jingyun, today I'll make sure you die a terrible death. The Emperor's broken heaven, unmatched skill is unstoppable. When it collided with the peerless sword, strange sparks flew. In a flash, over 10 exchanges had passed. Bu Jingyun felt a painful shock in his tiger's mouth, and the peerless sword nearly slipped from his hand. He couldn't help but sigh. This old man is formidable. There are no openings in his attacks. No wonder Wu Dan warned many times that when dealing with matters related to the Celestial Emperor, one must use their unique swordsmanship to respond. On the battlefield, a guard attempted to sneak attack Huolong from behind, but was unexpectedly blocked by the Dragon King. The Celestial Emperor, with eyes that see all directions, also saw through everything, his gaze like lightning, sweeping towards Huolong. I already knew that Bu Jingban and the others could survive from the Wushinjue Gong. There must be a spy assisting them. I didn't expect it would be you. Huolong knelt on the ground, bowing his head to the Celestial Emperor. He had no intention of treason. Only in fighting Wu Dan and Bu Jingban were there acts of loyalty and righteousness. He truly could not bear to kill. I begged the Celestial Emperor for mercy. To be loyal to the Celestial Emperor means helping him invade China, harming innocent lives, which truly weighs heavily on my conscience. Heavenly Emperor knew the opportunity to lure the person had come, so he had to temporarily endure. His hands shaking, a surge of vital energy erupted, instantly killing several of the Chinese emperors. Guards! Bu Jingfan held a sword in both hands. The cloud formation dispersed. Around him was like a swirling cloud. The realm of swordsmanship ultimately seeks the energy to control the sword. However, after Bu Jingfan mastered it, he could transform energy into form, creating an invisible sword energy of his own. This is truly a completely new realm of swordsmanship. Woming pursued the way of the sword for his entire life. In his memory, only the 23 sword move of the Sword Saint back then could compare. But the Sword Saint's offensive was already at its end, nearly flashing and then extinguishing, not as relaxed and composed as Bu Jingfan. Since it is a swordsmanship that does not belong to the mundane world, it thus has its own name. In the world, there are countless characters, but only this character Ba is like clouds that are not clouds, like a sword that is not a sword, perfectly matching this sword technique of Bo Kin Van. The first technique of Ba's sword, Kim Lu Van Tui, suddenly shook the cave, rolling with unparalleled force. The sword was fast, but the Tian Hong was even faster. However, he never expected that the sword's force could accelerate on its own, moving naturally like a swirling ribbon. Nothing goes untouched. This is the second technique of Ba's sword, Kim Lu Van. The Tian Hong no longer dared to underestimate, unleashing the Toei Tian Tuet Thursday divine skill to its peak. The palm shadows flew and darted like lightning. Fortunately, Bo Kin Van had an extraordinary physique and profound internal strength, managing to endure even after taking several hits. 9 streams of sword energy shot forth, powerful and fierce. The Tian Hong barely managed to block them while dodging, just managing to fend off the continuous Fengbu Q Tian of the Fengbu sword. The Tian Hong personally blocked Bo Kin Van, the Fengbu, to allow his son Jiak La Sat to take the opportunity to act. Jiak La Sat led his men running along the dragon's body, finally reaching the dragon's head. In the bright foreground, a miraculous scene appeared, a dragon holding a jewel, with a stream of turquoise water cascading across the dragon. The group intended to use lightness skills to cross, but the dragon's jewel was too slippery, and the water flowed too fiercely, making it difficult to get across. Iron Widow Sashen ran up from behind, laughing sinisterly. Lao Ni, this small matter won't trouble Big Brother. My Iron Widow can be of use now. He spun the Iron Widow and laid it across the dragon's jewel, forming an iron bridge. Jiak La Sat was both happy and scared, intending to cross the bridge when a scream came from behind. How dare you, bandits! The land of Central Plains cannot be invaded by outsiders. Leave quickly, or do not blame me for opening a path of slaughter. A heart-wrenching scream shook Tian Hong, and it came from the son of Iron Widow Sashen. He immediately broke free from the battle and flew to rescue. Bo Kin Van, I will find you another opponent. Bo Kin Van glanced over, and a straw hat flew towards him. He swung his sword and split the straw hat in two. All I see on the cliff is Neep Fong with long hair dancing in the wind,
looking at me. Bo Kin Van rejoices, Fong Su De, great, you are indeed safe. After the battle at Vo Than Tuet Kung, I have kept the Tuet AM sword for you, today it is returned to its rightful owner. In an instant, a shadow flashed before me, Nipfong rushed in like the wind, delivering 3 swift kicks to Bo Kin Van's face, snatching back the Tuet AM sword. Why has Nipfong's temperament changed so drastically, aiding Dong Don Thien Hong, bringing destruction to Trung Hoa? Facing Bo Kin Van, a good friend who has shared life and death, overcoming hardships together, yet now seeks to kill. Nipfong's long hair flutters wildly. A strange red light flickers in his eyes, staring intently at Bo Kin Van, smiling eerily. This person is surrounded by clouds, having opened the extraordinary meridians, a rare opponent indeed. Bo Kin Van is astonished, the emperor loudly reminds, Bo Kin Van, Nipfong has fallen into demonic ways, he no longer recognizes you. At this point, with the situation at stake, you must eliminate him. Just then, Nipfong lunged right in front, the Tuet AM sword viciously slashing down. All I see is a middle-aged man pressing his hand against Zhu Lasa's blade, shouting, the Central Plains cannot be invaded by foreign tribes. If you want your 2 sons to survive, turn back immediately. This man is slender, he is Nam Lin's sword master Duan Sui who disappeared over a decade ago. In the face of this great calamity, it's absolutely impossible to waste efforts in vain. My sons, do you know what to do now? Zhu Lasa suddenly grabs with both hands, locking Duan Sui's arms, and forcefully kicks backward, falling off the cliff together with Duan Sui. Duan Sui realizes that Ren Wang must still be alive, and Feng is in danger. Ren Wang is controlling Tai Shi Shin, using force to kick the Tai 11, which soars up, risking to catch Duan Sui. In mid-air, Duan Sui forms his fingers into a sword and stabs at Zhu Lasa's throat. He has made the Heavenly Emperor retreat, striking without any mercy. Zhu Lasa doesn't even have time to scream before dying on the spot. More than a decade ago, Prince Xia Ren and General Duan engaged in a decisive battle at Lang Van Cave. Fortunately, neither of them died, but they discovered a shocking secret deep within the cave. Astonished, they willingly gave up everything to guard this place for over a decade, to prevent the secret from being revealed. Knowing that the strength of the Heavenly Emperor was unfathomable, they had to fight with all their might today. The 2 of them wielded their swords, condensing their sword energy, and fought fiercely, matching the Heavenly Emperor blow for blow. The Heavenly Emperor was secretly astonished, the martial prowess of these 2 was extraordinary. Why were they not recorded in the list of masters in Central Plains? The 3 could no longer stand firm on the iron platform. Unexpectedly, the platform was destroyed, yet the Heavenly Emperor remained calmly standing. He was not standing on the huge gem in the dragon's mouth, but floating on the vapor. His likeness skill was extraordinary and hard to believe. With this ability to float on water, both Prince Xia Ren and General Duan understood his true power. Today, only by combining their swords would they have a chance of winning. Meanwhile, regarding Xiefeng, the battle with Bu Jingyun remained fierce. The 2 exchanged over 100 moves, and Bu Jingyun sustained another injury, blood flowing continuously. Nipong is unharmed. Could it be that even after comprehending the Overlord sword, he still couldn't withstand Nipong's devil blade? Actually, the main reason is that Bo Kinyavan was disturbed by the firewolf, hesitating in his heart. He feared that the sword and blade would unintentionally harm his savior. A slight mistake led him to be struck by Nipong's accidental blade. Zueishin observed from within the cave with great worry. Both of them have such power, and with the support of the Central Plains' great army at any time, they must quickly think of another strategy. Dragon King shouted, instructing Bo Kinyavan to win quickly. If it drags on, the Heavenly Emperor's scheme might succeed. After that fierce battle at the Divineless Utmost Palace, the Heavenly Emperor had given Nipong a secret medicine, the 9 Transformations Heart Pill, to control him and make him fall into madness, causing people to lose their rationality. Taking 1 pill every month, continuously taking 9 pills, his personality will change, only listening to the commands of the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, a significant change in personality will also make the Devil Blade even more vicious. The Heavenly Emperor uses Nipong to make the heroes of the Central Plains kill each other. At this moment, Nipong has already taken 4 9 Transformations Heart Pills, being loyal to the Heavenly Emperor, clearing all obstacles for him. The momentum of Bu Jingvan's aura continued to rise, sweeping towards Niafeng, but as it approached Niafeng within 2 feet, the clouds and mist were crystallized into ice by the cold energy surrounding him. Niafeng let out a roar, wielding his blade as he advanced, his eyes flashing with light, but Bu Jingvan vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, Nanlin Jian had also been in the cave for over 10 years, indifferent to rain and wind, focusing solely on martial arts training. Aofam Luke Jian, in conjunction with the cross-sword technique, one cold and one hot, one yin and one yang, each reaching an extreme. Tian Huang fought for a long time without victory, knowing that the martial arts of the two had merged as one. He had to defeat one of them first to achieve victory. With both hands striking out, a powerful whirlwind shattered the blade technique, first injuring Nya Wang severely. As he expelled his internal energy, it drew in the surrounding water and struck fiercely at Duan Shuai's chest. Duan Shuai's ribs shattered, his spirit scattered. Tian Huang did not pause for a moment and leaped into the water. Following General Tao's map instructions, the center of the water pillar is where the secret lies. A gust of strong wind strikes from above. Bu Jingyun roars, lifting a huge wave with his peerless sword and striking fiercely downward. The sword technique is like an avalanche, sending the Heavenly Emperor into a giant sphere below. Inside the sphere is another space, a massive standing stone tablet engraved with 4 large characters, Emperor's Tomb. The Yellow Emperor was originally the ancient sage king of China, named Xian Yuanxiu, also known as the Yellow Emperor. It is said that back then, he used his extraordinary divine power to defeat the evil Xiwao, bringing peace to the Chinese mainland. The Yellow Emperor is like a divine dragon, guarding the divine continent, never allowing foreign enemies to invade. Birth, aging, illness, and death are the natural laws of life. The Yellow Emperor is no exception. To continue the responsibility of guarding the divine continent, he poured all his heart and soul into it, and finally found a dragon vein deep within the Langvan Quat, ordering his descendants to bury his remains here. Legend has it that as long as his bones are buried here, China will not be invaded by foreign enemies, living in eternal peace. This is the earth-shattering secret within Langvan Quat, the tomb of the emperor. Seeing the heavenly emperor flying towards the emperor's remains, the unparalleled sword of Bo Kin Van suddenly erupted, blocking the way. The heavenly emperor shouted loudly, "Nip Fong, quickly retrieve the bones from the tomb for me." As Nip Fong rushed over, his figure flashed and he glided to the front of the tomb, grasping the remains in his hand. Bo Kin Van looked at the form of the bones, astonished and pale. It is said that the emperor was an incarnation of a dragon, with a human head and a dragon body. Seeing it today, it is indeed not wrong. The heavenly emperor laughed maniacally. This dragon bone is the greatest key to protecting the dragon vein of China. From now on, Shenzhou no longer has the divine dragon to protect it. Disaster is coming soon. According to ancient legend, the Yellow Emperor, the ancient sage king of China, had the body of a dragon. His remains are buried in the Langyun tomb, safeguarding the dragon vein of China from foreign invasion, ensuring eternal peace. The Eastern Empire's heavenly emperor has used all his cunning and finally seized the dragon bone. Shenzhou is on the brink of danger without the divine dragon's protection. The dragon bone is extremely hard, sharp as a knife. Nia Fong lightly swung it a few times, creating a path of blood among the crowd. According to the previous orders of the heavenly emperor, they rushed to Luoyang to assemble. Outside the cave, the Chinese army had captured all the Eastern Empire's people. Nip Fong's body twisted like a devastating whirlwind, instantly surpassing the crowd and leaping out of Langvan Quat. Bo Kin Van, Nip Nan Vang, Don Soai, Long Vong, and Feng Vu exerted all their strength to chase, but the distance kept increasing. Under Lac Duong Fa, Tian Hong had escaped, waiting for a long time, yet still did not see Nip Fong's figure. Nip Fong's lightness skill is extraordinary, even Chow Tao would find it hard to escape. At this moment, not seeing him means something unexpected has certainly happened. A powerful pressure surged forth. At the foot of the mountain, Bo Kin Van dragged the unparalleled sword, stepping forward one step at a time. Tian Hong, today is your day of death. In the layers of clouds above, the air was condensed. In this world, it is absolutely rare for someone to withstand even 100 of his strikes. Bo Kin Van is still young, yet possesses such power, truly beyond his expectations. Bo Kin Van, you are worthy to receive a perfect strike from me. This technique is not only the highest level of martial arts cultivation but also a transcendent realm of artistry. You are fortunate to witness it. Your life is not in vain. The emperor leapt into a bamboo forest beneath the capital, channeling his internal energy, causing all the bamboo to snap and fall. Under the control of his inner strength, flying towards Bu Jingyun. Bu Jingyun, surrounded by bamboo, exuded courage, wielding his sword to protect himself. The emperor stood among the bamboo branches, striking down from above. His powerful energy shaking the leaves, swirling around. With a loud explosion, the most perfect technique succeeded, fresh blood splattering in the bamboo forest. In the final moment, Bu Jingyun discerned the flaw in this move and struck hard at the back of the emperor's head. At the same time, he was severely injured and lost consciousness, falling into the bamboo forest. Two figures flew in, catching Bo Kin Van in midair. It was Wu Ming and Gue Hu. Dong Yang, the foremost master of China, confronted directly, unable to evade.
Wu Ming couldn't avoid being somewhat impolite, as they sat facing each other, comparing their floral artistry. Although Wu Ming didn't understand floral artistry, with his extraordinary cultivation, he could still perceive the emperor's flower arrangement, the intricate movements containing hidden martial principles. Outside the Four Swords tomb, a serene atmosphere prevailed, as the duel between the two great masters reached a critical moment. As he saw the emperor's movements without any flaws, nearing the moment of great success, Wu Ming finally moved. A finger from Wu Ming pierced through the tightly woven sword intent of the emperor, inserting itself into the flower pot. The emperor's movements abruptly halted, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. Wu Ming's casual insertion of a flower branch had shattered his entire arrangement. Vo Dan slowly stood up and flew away. There are higher mountains beyond high mountains. In this world, there is fundamentally no perfect person or perfect technique. Heavenly Emperor, the martial arts and wisdom you were so proud of have completely failed. Go back, do not cause more war. From now on, neither side shall harm the other. Quiho saw Bo Kin Van quite surprised, releasing the tiger back to the forest. Does he not fear the Heavenly Emperor will come back for revenge? Vo Dan calmly said, a tiger that has lost all its martial skills has lost all its confidence and will have no face to return to the mountain. The cold wind blew through, and the Heavenly Emperor raised his sharp sword, stabbing it into his own head. A stubborn person cannot free themselves, waiting for him is only the path of death. In the marketplace of a bustling town, 100,000 taels of gold were offered to capture the notorious criminal Niep Fong, which immediately caused a stir. This is the highest reward ever offered by the royal court. We don't know what Niep Fong has done. A shadow swept by, tearing the notice in half. It was Denis Mong and her father, Denis Dao Hong. Dao Hong sighed. After being possessed, Niep Fong caused great havoc, and the entire martial world was hunting for him. It seems this time, he can't escape death. Denis Mong's eyes were filled with tears. If Niep Fong were gone, she absolutely did not want to live alone and wished to accompany him to the afterlife. Dao Hong was secretly alarmed. His daughter had suffered for months, speaking in ways that were not like a normal person, making him deeply regret having prevented their union. At this point, the only thing to do was to seek out Ta Hong, to see if he had any way to help Niep Fong escape from the demonic affliction. Since leaving Lang Van Quat, Niep Fong had wandered like a lost soul. This was the first satisfying meal he had after many days. A young girl named Din Nin stood beside him, her eyes bearing 3 parts resemblance to Kong Tu from that day. The maid was serving Niep Fong after he finished eating, intending to take his things to wash, but unexpectedly, Niep Fong suddenly became angry and grabbed her throat tightly. A figure shot in like lightning, kicking Niep Fong's wrist. It was Tan Xuan, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Senior brother Fong, stop! At this moment, Niep Fong's strength had far surpassed Tan Xuan's. The shock made Tan Xuan feel his internal organs jolt, staggering backward. Seeing a familiar face seemed to awaken a bit of reason in Niep Fong. He released Din Nin and snatched the package away. Tan Xuan didn't understand why her junior brother's temperament had changed so drastically, feeling bewildered. That day, after escaping from Vodhen, he left the martial world, met Din Nin, and the two quickly became close, retreating to the countryside to teach martial arts to the villagers. Today, by chance, he met Niep Fong and brought him back home. At this moment, Niep Fong was sitting by the riverside, his mind in turmoil, opening the package, which contained the Chinese dragon vein he had stolen. The surrounding water immediately calmed down, an invisible force of magic poured into his body, making Niep Fong as calm as still water. In fact, the dragon vein is where the divine aura of the divine continent gathers, possessing the power to subdue all things in heaven and earth, easily suppressing the demonic energy within Niep Feng's body, preventing him from following the Heavenly Emperor's order to Luoyang Fa. Next episode, the martial world of Central Plains will join forces to hunt Niep Fong down, along with Fong Yun, continue to follow. Niep Fong, who was originally gentle and refined, must have committed a heinous crime to be wanted by the court with a reward of 1 million taels of gold. Adversity reveals true feelings. Even in such a perilous situation, Qin Shuang still stayed by his side, helping Niep Fong escape. The mountain was ablaze with torches. The soldiers had surrounded the mountain path, with the emperor's personal guards leading the charge. Qin Shuang guarded the suspension bridge, instructing his wife Ding Ning to take Niep Fong away first. No matter what sin his disciple has committed, as the senior disciple, he absolutely cannot stand idly by. But his hands were already crippled. How could he possibly fight against over 100 imperial guards? Soon, he was severely injured, with blades at his neck. Niep Fong let out a long laugh, attracting the attention of all the guards, who immediately abandoned Tan Shuang and surrounded him from all sides. The court had offered a generous reward, and everyone was eager to step forward, wanting to personally slay Niep Fong and claim the credit. Niep Feng's eyes were bloodshot, the blade's edge sharp, completely igniting the hidden murderous intent within him. The Shuayin blade flashed, and the guards cried out in agony as they fell, blood flowing like a river. Tan Shuang didn't want her junior brother to be consumed by the path of evil, feeling immense pain, desperately trying to stop Nie Feng, but it was completely useless. By the time Bu Jingyun received the news and rushed over, all that remained was a scene of blood and corpses, and Tan Shuang and her husband were left in a daze of despair. Hearing that Nie Feng had willingly embraced evil for the sake of the world, only to be rejected by it, Tan Shuang's conviction only grew stronger. The three brothers vowed to never abandon him, no matter how difficult it was. They had to help Nie Feng return to his true nature. As the fierce aura chased after, there was also King Niaran and Duan Soai. A growl echoed faintly from within the cave. Following the sound, two ferocious tigers sat before Nie Feng, their beards thick and wild. It was unclear whether it was due to Nie Feng's demonic aura or the dragon vein he carried that suppressed them. Father and son had not met for over a decade. Nie Feng's eyes were lifeless, his head bowed, seemingly having long since failed to recognize his father. King Niaran sighed, myriad emotions surging within him. Years ago, his son had lost his mind to stop him from committing atrocities. Now, he himself was stopping his son from escaping the path of demons. It seemed fate was indeed so, a retribution for his own actions. The night passed, the rain continued unabated. Nie Feng had neither eaten nor drunk for a day and a night, unmoving. Suddenly, he stood up and strode towards the cave entrance. Duan Shui blocks the way. If you want to leave the cave, you must leave the dragon vein behind. Nip Fong remained silent. Tuat Am Dao contained a powerful force, slicing off Duan Shui's arm without hesitation. Nip Nan Vang was not afraid. He spread his arms wide, loudly intending to awaken his son. Fong Ni, I absolutely will not allow you to bring disaster to the world. If you are determined to leave the cave, then you should kill me first. Nip Fong did not hesitate, swinging his blade down. Just as the edge of the blade was about to touch the top of Nip Nan Vang's head, the blade's force changed direction, striking the mountain wall beside them, sending stones flying. Taking the opportunity, Nip Fong darted out of the cave, disappearing from sight. It seems that he still had a bit of humanity. At the last moment, he spared his father's life. The rain stopped, the sky cleared, and Nip Fong did not know where he should go. Wandering aimlessly, he arrived at a small fishing village where the fishermen were busy, gradually bringing him a sense of peace, and his footsteps slowed. Suddenly, a woman mending nets got angry and threw a net to catch Nip Fong. It turned out that the villagers were all disguised martial artists. This time, it was the 7 heroes of the fishing forest and the 4 oddities of the Iron Tusk. With Nip Fong's current strength and the snowy hidden demon blade in hand, ordinary martial artists were no match for him, and they quickly met a tragic end under his blade. In a nearby house, Dong Lang was watching the battle below with a sly smile. Nip Fong, is this what you call the righteousness of the martial world? In the end, aren't you just being hunted by the righteous sects? You should know that your persistence over the years has been a great mistake. In the midst of the chaos, a figure flashed by so quickly that Dong Lang couldn't react in time, taking Nip Fong away from the scene. It was the second blade monarch making his move. Nip Fong had been tortured to the point of losing his human form from the continuous battles and the poison of the 9-turn heart pill in his body. The second blade monarch used all his life's power but still couldn't completely dispel the poison. The second dream looked at the haggard face of her lover, tears streaming down. Ta Hong once said, as long as Nip Fong could call out his name and cast aside the snowy cloud demon blade, he might be able to suppress the heart demon. No matter how difficult it was, he had to help Nip Fong return to his true nature. After the two left, Dong Lang, who had been watching, stepped out and laughed coldly at the snowy cloud blade left on the ground. That night, he wielded his blade and attacked the residence of the current prime minister. After learning the reason the emperor was pursuing Nip Fong, he slaughtered the entire family of the prime minister, leaving no one alive. It turned out that the dragon vein of the divine continent lay in a piece of dragon bone. If he could obtain the dragon bone, he could unify the martial world. Nip Fong, you have always valued loyalty and friendship. You and I have known each other for many years. Please sacrifice once to fulfill the grand cause of the Dong family. Thinking of this, Dong Lang couldn't help but laugh loudly, his laughter hiding much bitterness, but even more mockery towards Nip Fong. Elsewhere, Nam Lan Sword Master senses the murderous intent of Snowy Rainsaber. Bu Qinyun and others also rush here, splitting up to search for Nie Feng's whereabouts. The backyard is rustling with leaves, filled with murderous intent. Countless fallen leaves fly like hidden weapons. Bu Qinyun's powerful force fields spread out, swirling and crisscrossing, neutralizing the invisible hidden weapons. Indeed, he is Bu Qinyun who defeated the Heavenly Emperor. Calm as a full moon, fierce as thunder and lightning, it's worth coming all this way. A strange and beautiful woman steps forward holding a golden needle. She swings her arm, releasing a cluster of needles towards Bu Qinyun. Bu Qinyun is alarmed. In a hair's breadth, he wields his peerless sword forcefully, deflecting them. It is the tyrant's sword, cloud-drifting sword. The mysterious woman smirks and shoots another needle, subtle yet venomous. On the hillside, sand and stones surge as several people run over. These people have strange and bizarre moves, seemingly not from the martial world of central China. The mysterious woman loudly ordered, 12th Red General, do not intervene. The sect leader wants to personally deal with Bu Jingyun. This beautiful and alluring woman, wielding a golden needle, could contend evenly with Bu Jingyun, who has mastered the 7 forms return origin and achieved great divine arts. Bu Jingyun's swordsmanship is domineering yet contains pride, but not knowing the opponent's background, he held back in his attack. Unexpectedly, this person was so nimble, dodging left and right, appearing ghostly and terrifying. Bu Jingyun roared loudly, his cloud-pattern palm technique enveloping with internal energy, blocking her retreat, forcing her to engage in a power contest. Direct confrontation revealed their strength immediately. Bu Jingyun's profound internal energy made him rarely matched now. One strike of his cloud-pattern palm sent the woman flying into the air. At the same time, Nip Nan Vang, Don Soai, and Tan Swang also flew over, followed by the leader of the 10 great bodyguards of the emperor, Dao Dao Lao Dai. It turns out that those people came from Bai Quiet Simon in the other realm, and the stunning woman is the leader Qiu Ju. The emperor of China, in pursuit of Nip Fong to regain the dragon vein, spared no effort to cede land for peace, seeking assistance from Bai Quiet Simon. Upon hearing that Nip Fong and Bo Qinvan are fellow disciples of equal skill, Qiu Ju came specially to test him. In a flash of combat, Fongvan seemed not as terrifying as the legends say. Whoever dares to block our path will be killed without mercy. Don Soai laughed coldly, saying indifferently, Nip Fong's martial arts have reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world, you can't even withstand 50 moves from Bo Qinvan. What qualifications do you have to claim you will kill Nip Fong? It's just seeking death. Bo Qinvan also shouted loudly, that's right, the land of Xinzhou will absolutely not be given to anyone, don't harbor foolish dreams, just go back. Upon hearing this, Qiu Ju smirked and ordered her subordinates, those who look down on Bai Quiet Simon, let them see our true power. A large fighter leaps into the air, shattering the armor on his body, triggering the explosives wrapped around him. The explosive force is astonishing, shaking the ground, creating a deep crater within 100 meters. Ka Tuet laughs heartily, even if it's 10 Nip Fong, it's as easy as flipping a hand, we must capture him. Such terrifying power makes Nip Nan Vang very worried. These people are willing to perish with their enemies to gain territory, truly frightening. We must quickly find Nip Fong and reclaim the dragon vein. But with the vast sea of people, where do we look? At that moment, a scout reports back, having discovered Nip Fong's whereabouts in Tu Ben Tran in the northwest of Dengchao. Nip Ren Wang felt a slight stir in his heart, thinking of his hometown, Jiuquan. Fong and I must have returned to her hometown, Jiuquan, Nip family village. As expected, Nip Fong, under the company of the second Sword Emperor, indeed secluded himself in Nip family village. Returning to the hometown of his childhood filled with beautiful memories, Nip Feng's state of mind was peaceful, and with the care of the second dream, his condition improved day by day. Bu Jingwan and the others arrived, seeing Nip Feng's situation and were delighted, deciding to temporarily refrain from disturbing him and quietly observe. Bu Jingwan, however, wore a serious expression, silently guarding the village entrance all day, protecting Nip Fong. Nip family village was surrounded by mountains, with a unique terrain as the only exit, resembling Jiuhu, easy to defend but difficult to attack. Bu Jingwan, surrounded by swirling clouds, guarded the exit. With over 100 soldiers, no one could pass through the defeated Decision Snail Gate. The 4 beloved subordinates under the leadership of the Ka Tuet simultaneously attacked, but were unable to stand firm as Bo Qinvan's palm force pulled them in. And the 4 women were immediately sent flying. Nip Fong could not be disturbed for the time being, this village must not be invaded, as the dragon vein is of great importance, and his friends must be saved. Dao Dao Lao Dai, rest assured, I, Bo Qinvan, guarantee with my life that in 2 months, the dragon vein will be returned to the emperor. Dao Dao Lao Dai was moved by his determination, hesitating and uncertain, while Ka Tuet persisted in demanding land in China in exchange. He ordered 2 deaf soldiers to charge towards Bo Qinvan. The explosives on Hong Tuan were visibly powerful. Dao Dao Lao Dai immediately ordered his subordinates to retreat and hide. Bo Qinvan, however, remained unfazed, lifting a large stone with his unparalleled sword, blocking in front of him. Leaping up, he was already mid-air, and with a mighty palm force, he instantly killed 2 enemies. He wields 2 swords, his energy condensed in his chest, he roars loudly and chops the mountain to pieces. Only now does Bao Jingyun truly unleash his true strength, stunning Qiu Tuyue into a daze, forcing him to temporarily retreat and set up camp outside the village, waiting for an opportunity. Late at night, Qin Shuang and Cloud guarded the night together. Cloud looked at the starry sky with emotion. Finally speaks out the apology he has long suppressed in his heart to Qin Shuang. Senior brother, I am very sorry about Kong Yu's death. Qin Shuang gives a bitter smile. Junior brother Yun, let bygones be bygones, don't dwell on it. Believe that Kong Yu, in heaven, would hope that the 3 of us can live in harmony. Under the moonlight, a figure moved swiftly like a ghost, advancing toward the small house where Niafeng was. It was Duan Lang. He hid for a long time, watching Niafeng meditating, preparing to strike. The 9 revolutions heart pill acted unpredictably, causing intense pain, and Niafeng could only rely on his internal strength to endure. Duan Lang suddenly jumped down from the roof, delivering a powerful strike to Niafeng's shoulder, while snatching the dragon vein from his hand. Unexpectedly, despite being poisoned, Niafeng still had the strength to resist, unleashing 3 swift kicks in an instant, each one sharp. The 2 fought, and a loud explosion echoed from the edge of the village. It turned out that Qiu Ju had planted explosives at the village entrance, taking advantage of the night to lead people into the village. At the same time, Duan Lang also broke free from Niafeng's entanglement and fled. Just as I stepped out the door, I happened to run into Tan Shuang visiting Niafeng. Tan Shuang's hands were disabled, yet he continued to practice his footwork, executing the Song Ning sword technique, locking his legs tightly around Duan Lang's neck. He knew the dragon vein was of great importance. Even when Duan Lang's internal energy shattered his bones, causing him to cough up blood, he still held on tightly. Duan Lang was astonished and anxious. The Shuayin sword plunged down, and with a thud, the blade pierced through Tan Shuang's chest, embedding itself into the ground. This tragic scene was all witnessed by Niafeng, who had rushed over. He looked at Tan Shuang on the ground, his expression extremely complicated. Tan Shuang was breathing raggedly, yet he smiled as he looked at Niafeng. Feng, my junior brother, we have been comrades for many years. I only blame you for one thing, which is that year when Kong Zi said the person she loved most was you. But now that we have let go, in fact, what we worry about most is you. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Shuang had already passed away. Niafeng did not speak for a long time, and a glimmer of tears appeared in his eyes, an indescribable resentment overwhelming his nerves, causing him to raise his head and roar in anger. To what extent was Duan Lang ruthless? To achieve his goal, he even resorted to killing his own father. Even righteous senior brother Qin Shuang also died at Duan Lang's hands. After Niafeng fell silent, his eyes flashed with lightning, flames of anger rising. He raised his head in wild fury, wanting to kill Duan Lang for revenge. Bu Jingyun, King Renwang ran over, staring in shock at the scene before him. Did Niafeng kill Qin Shuang? Just then, a figure flew swiftly towards Niafeng. It was Chiu Wan who had caught up. Nipfong was consumed by rage, unsure how to vent it. He didn't care about the consequences, the blade light like lightning, slashing towards the center of Qiuju's forehead. In a duel, one cannot be careless. Qiuju's figure continuously shifted, narrowly escaping with his life, but he lost his right arm in the process. Nipfong, although this sect leader has lost his right arm, he still possesses the strength to ensure you die a miserable death. Countless silver needles shot out like cannonballs towards Nipfong. Unable to dodge, he gathered his energy and unleashed the coldest move from the Gaohanli Quiet. Lan Nan Bang Tam activated, freezing all the needles. The demonic energy invaded the soul, piercing straight towards Qiuju. De Nimon's figure flickered, blocking in front. Nipfong, you have worked hard to restore your mental state. You absolutely cannot kill again, stop. Moreover, after killing Tan Thuang, Don Lang fled, and just as he reached the village entrance, he was intercepted by Don Sui. Father and son hadn't seen each other in over a decade. Duan Shui was delighted, about to step forward to inquire. Suddenly, he saw the dragon vein in his son's hand, his face turned pale with shock. He never expected the thief who stole the dragon vein and killed Qin Shuang to be his own son. Duan Lang coldly said, "Is there any surprise? To unify the rivers and lakes, the dragon vein must be taken. Don't talk to me about Niafeng, he can only recover from the demon energy with the dragon vein. Since I was young, you taught me to revitalize the Duan family and bring glory to the rivers and lakes. For your wishes, I have long forgotten friends and sons. Your son has become so cold and heartless, it makes Duan Shui's heart as cold as ice. Even if not for Niafeng,
For the sake of all living beings, one should not take the dragon vein as their own. Lang, you've been controlled by the evil energy of the fire Kirin sword. This sword shouldn't exist in the world. Give it to me, let me destroy it. Lang's eyes flashed with a cold light, his voice even more sinister and terrifying. Destroy the sword? Father, you've lost your ambition, forgotten about revitalizing the Duan family. Unworthy of using the fire Kirin, and even more unworthy of bearing the Duan surname. His 2 fingers pointed out, the sword chi of the dragon vein piercing struck continuously at the acupoints around Duan Shui. Duan Shui fell down, tears streaming. The wounds on his body were nothing compared to the pain in his heart. A breeze sweeps by, chasing after Duan Lang. It is Bu Jingyun. Duan Lang drops the dragon pulse, ready to face death. A thunderous scream shakes the heart. Qin Xiang was killed, the dragon pulse was seized, Duan Shui was injured, driving Bu Jingyun's rage to its peak. The sword of the meteor slashes down straight. Away! Duan Lang drew the Fire Lin sword from his back to defend. Seeking death? The Fire Lin sword may not necessarily lose to you. Duan Lang constantly trained, and his martial arts improved, but when facing Bu Jingyun's tyrant sword, he was still a step behind. A few moves later, with a clang, the Fire Lin sword was knocked away. His hands trembled, and broken meridian sword energy shot out, hindering Bu Jingyun's pursuit. And he flew to seize the Fire Lin sword. He regarded the Fire Lin sword as his life, and even if it was a bottomless abyss in front of him, he would not hesitate. Not far away, Niafeng swung his saber and attacked again. In a critical moment, Duan Lang swung the dragon vein in his hand, finally wrapping the Fire Lin sword and risking pulling it back. Dealing with one Bu Jingyun is already difficult, with Feng Yun working together, he is surely doomed. It would be better to escape quickly. Niafeng's lightness skill is unparalleled in the world. Arriving in an instant, the Wind God kick was a series of continuous kicks, clearing the way, and the snow-drinking saber slashed horizontally, one slash after another in a continuous sequence. The saber wind condensing into ice, sealing Duan Lang's retreat. Duan Lang hurriedly used the Fire Lin sword to brace the ground, but Niafeng was too strong. And the Fire Lin sword lacked strength, sinking deep into Duan Lang's head. At the same time, Bu Jingfan also attacked from behind, the unparalleled sword struck straight down. Duo Lang could not avoid it, for his life, he could only raise the dragon vein to defend. With a crackling sound, the dragon vein broke in two, and a powerful backlash sent the 3 people flying far away, each losing consciousness. With the dragon vein shattered, whether the land of Shenzhou truly faced continuous disasters, no one knew, but Niafeng unexpectedly changed. Not only was he unusually calm, but he also became timid and fearful. In truth, having lost the protective dragon vein, his demonic heart should have been hard to control, and such an unusual transformation only made Bu Jingfan and the others more worried. Slowly brushing the hair from his forehead, a strange red mark appeared where Niafeng had been injured by the dragon vein, resembling an eye of heaven, extremely terrifying. Although the dragon vein was destroyed, Shouju continued to harass him. Niafeng, with a fearful expression, endured the pain and could only hide. Bu Jingfan originally did not want to be ruthless against Shouju, but this person repeatedly sought death, and every time they met, he had to clear the obstacles for Niafeng. Not far away, the Emperor of China also personally arrived. Bu Jingfan, don't be stubborn anymore. Protecting Niafeng further, you value loyalty and righteousness, deserving of respect, but now that the dragon vein has been destroyed, Niafeng is the mastermind, his crime cannot be forgiven. At this moment, Niafeng was being pursued by Shouju, running to a hill behind the village, and saw Nandong tied to a post. Nandong shouted loudly, reminding her son that this place was a trap set by the emperor, and he must not come near. Niafeng, however, rushed in by himself, charging straight ahead. With a loud bang, the houses collapsed, the ground cracked open, and countless debris and stones came crashing down on Niafeng. Thousands of fire arrows fell simultaneously, turning the village into a sea of flames, engulfing Niafeng, leaving no trace of him. Nandong's heart felt like it was being cut, tears streaming down her face. The ropes had been loosened, having been rescued by Nya Wang. Ignoring Nya Wang's attempts to stop her, she jumped into the sea of fire. Only by being buried here with her son could she quell Nya Wang's resentment towards her and also provide a conclusion for the mistake she had made. How could the Emperor of China act so despicably, using Nandong to set a trap and ambush Niafeng? Bo Jingban was furious and immediately wanted to kill the emperor, but unexpectedly, the emperor sighed and expressed his own suffering, stating that as the king of a nation, he could only prioritize the greater good. For the sake of divine continent's safety, Niafeng must die.
Watching Nia Feng being swallowed by the fire dragon, Yanning disregards King Nia Ren's attempt to stop her and jumps into the sea of flames. After years of lacking a son, she is now repaying that debt in one go. Second dream follows closely behind, wanting to share life and death with Nia Feng. In the raging sea of flames, suddenly a whirlwind rises. Nia Feng sits upright amidst the fire, his clothes and skin glowing red, as if there is a layer of spirit armor around him. Everyone rejoices, ready to save him, but a rain of swords falls from the sky, all aimed at Nia Feng. They are the Emperor's guards led by Kai Oming. Nia Feng leaps up, charging into them. His saber technique is incredibly fast. Within moments, dozens of swordsmen have been slaughtered. The Emperor is terrified and urgently orders his subordinates to quickly mobilize 10,000 elite troops to protect him. Nia Feng slowly turns his head, flames burning fiercely around him, his long hair flying wildly. His eyes are sinister and frightening. The Jingyun clan trembles. At this moment, Nia Feng resembles the demon depicted on the cliff wall of the Baijian manor. Xiao Ju hopes to personally kill Nia Feng to reclaim Chinese territory. He leaps forward, only to see everything blur before his eyes. A sharp blade sweeps through, and he is instantly decapitated by Nia Feng. Nia Feng seized the sword with ease, his figure flickering in and out, leaving a trail of flame in the air as he flew away. Everyone followed the fire and chased him to a cave, where the heat rose continuously. The evil emperor, invited by the second dream, suddenly spoke to help Nia Feng escape from the demonic disturbance. Legend has it that when the dragon general dies, the fire Qilin will appear, bringing disaster to the world and causing great suffering for the living. Now that the dragon vein is destroyed and the Qilin armor appears on Nia Feng, everything is too coincidental. Could it be that the legend of the Qilin demon is true? If so, tomorrow at noon, when the fire energy of the earth is at its peak, Nia Feng will be unable to withstand the demonic heart and will become the Qilin demon. At that point, it will be hard to turn back. The only way to save him is to pierce the heavenly eye on his forehead to release the demonic energy. Everyone, in order to save Nia Feng, did not refuse and immediately discussed how to work together to subdue him, with Bu Jingyun using his best sword technique to pierce his true essence. Nia Runwang had remained silent the entire time but suddenly patted Bu Jingyun on the shoulder. Bu Jingyun, if we cannot subdue Feng and I, then let it be you who kills him. Having said that, he was exhausted and painfully closed his eyes. Bu Jingyun did not answer, and stepped into the cave, recalling what Nia Feng had entrusted to him that year. Senior brother Yun, if one day I go mad and cannot control myself, please use the peerless good sword to send me on my way. In the pitch-black night, a fireball burst forth, and it seemed that Nia Feng felt the danger approaching. Everyone originally intended to capture him in the cave, but now they can only follow closely behind, desperately chasing after him. Nia Feng, like the wind, rushed straight down the mountain to an ancient temple at its foot. He originally had excellent lightness skill, and after entering the demonic state, he became even faster. Everyone exerted all their strength, but they fell further and further behind. Elsewhere, 10,000 soldiers mobilized by the emperor had also arrived, and they happened to encounter Nia Feng. Bu Jingyun was shocked and paled. These people will only meet death when facing the demon blade. He gathered his energy, unleashing the meteor sword technique, creating a surge of air in front of him that blocked Nia Feng, who was repeatedly advancing and retreating before him. Evil Emperor roared, commanding 6 people to combine their efforts, each exerting their maximum power from 4 directions to suppress Nia Feng. Nia Feng's speed was unimaginably fast, able to escape the control of 6 great experts in an instant. Only Bu Jingyun could keep up with his movements. He executed the Overlord sword, piercing left and right, trapping him within a sword net. The 6 people charged again, surrounding him with various ultimate techniques. Nia Feng's saber wind was like fire, his life hanging by a thread. He originally had a sliver of awareness, not wanting to be ruthless, but now his demonic nature had risen, and he would show no mercy. The saber and sword created a whirlwind, with terrifying destructive force. Second Dream and Nia Runwang fell one after another under the blades. Evil Emperor shouted loudly, Bu Jingyun, I know you've always held back. If this continues, we will all die under the snowy mist saber. After speaking, the Dark King took 3 consecutive kicks from the Fengshan kick, spitting out fresh blood. The third kick struck the back of his neck, causing his head to crack open. Screaming in agony as he fell, Bu Jingwan frowned, his cloak billowing behind him as he swung his sword down, finally unleashing his full power. The Dark King cried out repeatedly, Nia Feng, years ago, I personally brought you into darkness. Today, I will fulfill your fate. Life and death are predestined. Do not blame me for being heartless.
Bu Jingwan, step aside. The Dark King, cornered and desperate, fought back with a move called Heavenly Tao Infinite, combining with the two powers of heaven and earth, condensing the Dark King's true energy. In his lifetime, the electric force he unleashed was enough to kill a giant stone elephant. However, after using this move, the user would immediately exhaust themselves to death. It seemed he wanted to perish together with Niefeng. Niefeng's hands were tightly bound, unable to escape. The heavenly eye on his forehead suddenly emitted a strong light, instantly striking the Dark King, leaving no trace of him. The Dark King's sacrifice was in vain, causing Bu Jingwan's heart to ache. He quickly stepped forward, jumping in front of Niefeng. The final battle was unavoidable. Niefeng's expression was grim. At this moment, his fighting spirit was unprecedented. He wanted to block the gods if they came and stop the Buddhas if they appeared. Two equally matched opponents. Bu Jingyun couldn't match his mental strength, naturally he couldn't win. In the midst of battle, his shoulder was struck by a saber. This strike served as a wake-up call, making him suddenly realize. Niefeng, regardless of life or death in this battle, neither of us should have any grievances, let's proceed. The clash of sabers and swords sparked flames. Niefeng launched his moves with lightning speed, his force becoming even more powerful and domineering. Bu Jingyun parried a saber strike, retreating a step, then parried another strike, retreating once more. If this continues, it will only further increase Niefeng's demonic aura. The sun is about to reach its zenith, no one can control Niefeng anymore. Niefeng, Bu Jingyun, who is truly the number one under heaven. After entering the demonic state, Niefeng is unmatched. Even with the combined force of 6 great masters, they still can't subdue him. The second dream, king of human conquerors, is severely injured. Evil emperor met a tragic end. Only Bot Jingyun can fight one last battle. Niefeng has gone mad, his power overwhelming, his movements swift and agile, like a whirlwind cutting through the battlefield, slashing left and right. He realizes that Bot Jingyun excels in palm techniques, lacking in agility, focusing on attacking the lower body. During the fight, Bot Jingyun always holds back, fearing to harm Niefeng, naturally falling into a disadvantageous position. After enduring a fierce attack from the demon saber, he is thrown backward. In a critical moment, he uses an unparalleled sword to stab into the cliff, halting his fall, nearly plummeting into the abyss. At this moment on the mountain peak, dense fog shrouds, clouds envelop. It's the perfect time to unleash the supreme sword technique. By noon, Niefeng will transform into the Qilin demon. No one will be able to subdue him anymore. They must use the 3 swords united, swift combat for swift victory. This is the sword technique he recently comprehended when fusing with the supreme sword. Feng, lend me your infinite supreme sword. Niefeng seemed to sense the surge of energy from Bu Jingwan, yet he remained unafraid. He also had a way to enhance his strength, wounding himself with the snowy icy blade, using the pain and fresh blood to awaken the demonic energy within his body. Eternal Wind, the ruthless combination of demonic blood and blade, slashed straight towards Bu Jingwan. The blades danced rapidly, no one could see clearly, only the wind and clouds changed color, the ground shook and the mountains moved, yet still unable to harm the opponent. Niefeng formed his fingers into a claw and stabbed fiercely into his chest, wanting to cover his heart and seal away all past memories. The pain was unbearable, demonic thoughts arose, and there was no turning back. A ray of light pierced through the clouds, shining beside the two. Niefeng's whole body trembled as he ran towards the light. Bu Jingwan silently exclaimed that it was not good. The dark clouds loomed, there was no sunlight on the mountaintop, the heat was intense, and that place must be where Niefeng went mad. He roared continuously, using the star sword to distract attention, appearing beside him, and striking Niefeng's heart with a powerful palm strike. Despite his skilled move, he was kicked in the head by Niefeng's divine wind kick, nearly losing his perfect sword, snowy blade, at the same time. Niefeng's footwork was too fast for the naked eye to distinguish, only Bu Jingyun could rely on his instinct to sense it. As they exchanged blows in speed, Niefeng proved slightly superior, reclaiming the snowy blade first. With the demon blade in hand, the blade wind howling, he executed the demon blade cutting motion, causing a large crack in the ground, blocking Bu Jingyun from reclaiming the perfect sword. Bu Jingyun suddenly realized that it must have been the combined power of the 3 swords that caused him to be momentarily disoriented, generating fear, making him fear that he would lose the advantageous sword like this. In their struggle for the perfect sword, Niefeng's strength seemed inexhaustible. With an increasingly fierce expression, his force grew stronger, causing Bu Jingyun to spit blood. Bu Jingyun roared loudly. Besides the heavy sword, he also had 30 heavy fist techniques, which were equally powerful. A strike from the invincible unyielding technique was launched. Niefeng barely managed to block it,
but was overwhelmed by evil energy, staggering backward. Jingyun narrowed his eyes. Invincible unyielding, you can block that. Now, try my fierce wind unchanging technique. Wind like fire, fire like wind. The fiery aura surrounding Jingyun enveloped Niafeng, each strike powerful. In an extremely disadvantageous situation, Niafeng spun his body, completing the 7-star demon trampling technique, continuously striking 7 pressure points on Jingyun's back. After a fierce life or death struggle, both were heavily injured, falling into the rubble and remaining motionless. Several nearby villagers were drawn by the glittering cold light of snow-soaked saber. They slowly approached, intending to pick up the saber for a closer look, but Niafeng, lying on the ground, kicked them away. At this moment, a crack appeared in the dark clouds, allowing a faint light to shine directly onto Niafeng's third eye on his forehead. Niafeng trembled all over, slowly rising to his feet, with demonic energy swirling around him, stronger than ever before. He lifted his foot, and the snow-soaked saber flew into his hand, examining it closely. Astonishingly discovered, the blade was full of cracks, and the sword was full of wounds. He stomped down hard on the wrist of Jingyun, producing the sound of breaking bones. After hesitating for a long time, the long sword struck down, and he flew away. On the top of the mountain, a desolate area, was the place with the most intense fire energy around. Niaran Wang and Dini Mong had been waiting for Niafeng for a long time. Facing Dini Mong, who stood in front to block, Niafeng showed no hesitation and swung his sword down. Jingyun closely followed behind, not wavering in the slightest, even willing to kill the woman he loved most. Niafeng was beyond saving and had to die. This strike was with all his might, condensing all his power into one blow. In that moment, the bond was severed, the sword was also broken, the unparalleled divine weapon, the snow-drinking sword, was shattered into pieces, and the energy from the collision spread out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Dao Huang caught his falling daughter in mid-air and shouted loudly, Jingyun, Niafeng has lost his reason, don't hesitate any longer, kill him. Nia Meng fell into her father's arms, but was not seriously injured. Niafeng's final strike was still merciful. Friends beside him kept falling, ultimately reinforcing Jingyun's resolve. Not killing Niafeng would lead to no resolution. Niafeng continued to unleash violent attacks, his internal energy completely exhausted. Seeing Jingyun flying towards him, he helplessly jumped to the mountaintop. At this moment, it was just past noon, the sun was slanting, only 3 zhang away from him. If he touched the yang fire, the only option would be to leap into the abyss, surely a matter of life and death. Everyone advised Niafeng to awaken his mind. Continuous battles loosened the boulders around him. Niafeng gathered energy under his feet and immediately fell into the abyss. Jingyun didn't think much and followed after. Even if he lost his life, he couldn't let Niafeng succeed. In midair, he exerted all his strength and stabbed with his sword, aiming straight at Niafeng's back. In an instant, a figure blocked Niafeng's path. It was Second Dream. Jingyun was shocked. His sword couldn't be retracted in time and pierced through Second Dream's body. Perhaps it was fate. Just as Niafeng's face was about to touch the sunlight, a large amount of blood spewed out by Second Dream obscured the glaring light, giving Jingyun another chance to strike. At the last moment, Jingyun did not hold back. His peerless sword pierced into the circle of demonic aura on Niafeng's forehead. The demonic aura dissipated. Niafeng immediately regained consciousness, but it was too late. The 3 of them were sure to fall into the abyss and die. Senior brother Yun, Dream, I'm sorry, it was I who led you both to your deaths. Jingyun, enraged, gathered all his remaining energy. He forcefully slapped both hands on the back of Niafeng and Meng, lifting them up against the cliff. As for himself, he fell down even faster. Feng, my junior brother, live well. This is the conclusion of the first part of the comic series Fengyun. To save Niafeng, Meng and Jingyun sacrificed their lives, falling into the abyss. Feng, my junior brother, live well, and we will meet again in the next life. Niafeng's tears flowed, desperately struggling against Meng's restraint. Jumping into the abyss, how could he live a transient life when Bun Shixiang died for him? He wished to share life and death with him. After that battle, the martial world no longer saw Fengyun, in memory of the two's contributions against the Eastern Hua invaders, and their deep friendship that remained until death. Gangsters erect monuments, and every Qingming festival, they come here to pay their respects. There are rumors that Niafeng and Second Dream did not disappoint Master Jingyun's efforts, and they did not die because of him. But rumors are just rumors. Niafeng no longer appears. Even if he hasn't died, he must be suffering greatly, living his whole life in self-reproach. In a village by the West Lake in Hangzhou, a 4-year-old child is playing on the street. Ling Yan and Su Su look at the child with a smile, a warm and harmonious scene. The child suddenly becomes happy, running towards a young man with one arm, who is none other than the sword god, his father whom he hasn't seen in 3 days. This blood bond will never change. Late at night, the bright moonlight shines on Su Su's face. It has been 4 years, but she still firmly believes that Bu Jingyun is alive. He didn't return to find her in Yun'er. There must be a reason for his absence. Then one day, he will return. The sword god had a sorrowful expression, having not slept for a long time, no matter what he sacrificed, and So could only be a couple in name. 12 years passed in the blink of an eye. After the bloody battle with Tuet Vo Then and the Eastern Emperor, the martial arts experts of Central Plains were nearly annihilated. With new successors rising. On a gloomy, rainy day, a white-haired youth stood amidst the wind and rain, staring intently at a long sword. A few years ago at the Tianxia sword discussion, 3 months ago at the grand sword discussion, every time experts battled, this youth would appear uninvited, like a ghost. With the great battle approaching, the leader of the unique sect stepped forward to chase the youth away, but was stopped by the leader of the number 2 sect. The treasured sword is present, but finding someone who understands the sword is difficult. In the eyes of this youth, there is only the sword, he is the one who understands the sword. So let him watch the battle. The heavy rain poured down, and the time already set passed. It seemed that the opponent feared the reputation of number 2 and did not dare to come. Wu Yi's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light as he struck his disciple beside him in the chest. "Humph, to be able to become my rival, are you really the kind of people who can stop him? The 10 main lords under the mountain ambushing this person are simply seeking their own demise." Wu Yi's expression was complex, a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes as he fell into memories. His mother was a courtesan. After being abandoned by his biological father, she vented her anger on her son, naming him Little Dog. The name Dog followed Wu Yi throughout his childhood, subjecting him to endless ridicule and humiliation. At the age of 12, his mother found a new lover and heartlessly abandoned him. From then on, Wu Yi wandered the streets, begging to survive. The years of wandering had worn down his dignity. On a day of true hunger, he got into a fight with a guard dog at the wealthy man's door and, in his anger, killed the dog. The wealthy lady beat him up but did not pursue the matter further, taking him in instead to replace the dog he had killed, to guard the house. Being a guard dog for the wealthy lady was better than wandering around in hunger. Wu Er endured and truly saw himself as a dog, intending to live a transient life, ending his days like that. Once, while hunting with the wealthy lady, he accidentally fell into a ravine and was seriously injured. Despairing, he closed his eyes and awaited death, only to be saved by a young man in a white robe. The young man was named Huai Kong, only 15 or 16 years old, yet possessed great martial arts skills, a strong build, and bright eyes filled with wisdom. That night, the two talked in the forest until dawn. Wu Er was candid, revealing his background, and Huai Kong listened patiently without looking down on him. They quickly became close and formed a deep friendship. After that day, they often met to drink together, and Huai Kong taught Wu Er sword techniques and offered guidance. At parting, he encouraged Wu Er, saying, "You have a talent for swordsmanship and are one of a kind. I hope that from now on, you can hold your head high and seek the path with your sword." Wu Ji was very moved, from then on striving to rise, relying on extraordinary talent, realized a powerful sword technique, and founded the unique sect to recruit disciples. Killing indiscriminately. In recent years, the unique sect's influence has grown strong, comparable to the World Association of that year. A friend met after 10 years, Wu Ji was extremely excited, revealing true feelings, wanting to repay the kindness of Huai Kong from back then. With his current reputation and status in the martial world, regardless of what Huai Kong requested, he could fulfill it. Huai Kong slowly removed his mask and said word by word, "Good, if that's the case, then help me find someone, Bu Jingyun." Wu Ji was extremely astonished, having heard that Bu Jingyun had died long ago. Where would he find him? Huai Kong was very confident. If it was just hearsay, then it proved that Bu Jingyun might still be among the living. The unique sect has many people and great strength, they can search on my behalf. After reminiscing about the past, Huai Kong suddenly changed his expression, reproaching Vo Ni for the indiscriminate killings in recent years, treating human lives like grass, which left him extremely disappointed. The two argued incessantly, eventually resorting to violence. Vo Ni was confident that after years of hard training, he had few rivals in the martial world. Unexpectedly, within 10 moves, he was soundly defeated by Huai Kong, leaving him deeply ashamed, and he resolved to train even harder in swordsmanship, vowing to fight again. A strong wind blew past, and Huai Kong had already arrived before him, pulling Vo Ni out of his memories. Vo Ni wore a familiar smile, revealing boundless confidence. Since he debuted, he had only been defeated by Huai Kong once, and even as friends, he had to wash away this humiliation. After one move, the two were evenly matched in power, leaving the young man with white hair watching beside them in awe. Vo Ni stood tall and shouted, "Huai Kong, just as you said, my talent can even rival the intentions of others. Stop using your bamboo sword, use all your strength. I've seen the iron box on your back, concealing an unparalleled divine weapon. Take it out and duel with me. Jingyun has been missing for 12 years, and now there's news. Could he still be alive?" Back then, Dongying massacred people in the Central Plains martial arts world. Talents in the Chinese martial world today have declined. Huai Kong and Wu Er are already considered top masters. Wu Er, overly confident in his superior talent, diligently trained, but after a fierce battle, he was still no match for Huai Kong, not even worthy enough to make Huai Kong draw his sword from his back. Huai Kong easily knocked Wu Er's longsword out of his hand with just 5/10 of his strength. The residual force caused Wu Er to crash straight into the Feng Yun sculpture behind him. Feng Yun fought against Dongying, sacrificing himself for his country. Everyone in the martial world admired him. Wu Er, despite being injured, forcibly stopped himself to avoid destroying the Feng Yun statue, which deeply moved Huai Kong. He patted Wu Er's shoulder and used his internal energy to heal his injuries. A series of silver needles were shot at Huai Kong. Fortunately, Huai Kong's lightness skill was superb, narrowly avoiding them. They were the surprise attack by Wu Er's subordinates. Wu Ji was furious, wanting to execute his subordinate immediately. He and Huai Kong were close friends, and such a despicable act was unforgivable. Huai Kong intervened, saving his life. This act of repaying kindness with enmity only shocked Wu Ji further. For the past year, he had received a commission from Huai Kong, pouring all his resources and manpower into searching for the whereabouts of Bu Jingban, but to no avail. However, recently he received news that in the north of Xinzhou, someone had been injured by a black sword, which seemed to be the legendary sword of Bu Jingban. After Huai Kong left, Wu Ji was still angry and punished several subordinates who had ambushed Huai Kong without permission. He decided to disband the unique sect from today onwards. Retreating to comprehend, vowing that one day he would surpass Huai Kong. The heavy rain poured down all night, and the young boy with white hair quietly observed the battle before silently leaving, making his way home along the mountain path. It turned out he was Long Ni, the boy that Long Tu and Feng Vu had adopted years ago. The couple despised the killings of the martial world, living in seclusion for many years, hoping their son would read and succeed, living a peaceful life. As Long Ni grew up, his behavior became increasingly strange. Besides enjoying watching martial experts duel, he also had an unusually abundant energy. After a night of doing all the housework, going far up the mountain, surveying, and moving about like the wind, the couple looked at each other in silence for a long time. Finally, Long Tu patted his wife's shoulder and expressed his concern. "It seems that one day, this child will leave us." The bright moon hung high, and the insects chirped loudly. Long Ni carried her luggage, knelt at the door, and bowed her head. She had made up her mind to leave. Feng Vu had quietly stood behind the door for a long time. "Long Ni, do you really have the heart to leave your parents? If you want to learn swordsmanship, we will definitely do our utmost to teach you. Whatever you do in the future, your mother will support you. Your father was once a famous swordsman, you don't need to find another master." Long Ni was silent for a long time and said something shocking. The swordsmanship of the Happy Thought School is fundamentally not at its peak. Father had talent for martial arts, but unfortunately, it was wasted by the Happy Thought School. I have been fascinated by swordsmanship since I was young. Please forgive my filial impiety. Let me go and experience the world. Feng Vu was astonished and found it hard to calm down. His son, so young, already had such profound insights. "If you have a natural talent, then I will find you someone. Her technique can be said to be invincible. For my sake, she will definitely devote herself to teaching you." Long Tu stepped out of the room, sighing. "Feng Wu, let him go." She gave her son a black short sword and a map, which were relics left by his biological mother, Long Er, hoping he could find clues about his origins. Long and I respectfully knelt before his foster parents, kowtowing, and left without looking back, officially opening a legendary chapter as a swordsman. In the far north of China, the sovereign King Bao suddenly appeared today. A mysterious young man calling himself Huai Kong declared that 3 days later, he would take the life of the northern wilderness. Lion King's master. The young master of Iron South laughed coldly and did not act immediately. 3 days later was when he would succeed as the master. This person chose that moment to strike, clearly challenging him. At that time, it would be perfect to test the power of the iron-fist he had trained for many years. The Northern Wilderness Lion King's master was sure that Huai Kong must have been pointed out by his three major rivals. Fortunately, his son was highly skilled in martial arts and was not afraid of their challenges. 3 days later at the Lion King Treasure, the three major opponents of the Northern Wild Lion, Eastern Viet Bat Quan, Southern Manchu Cat, and Western Lang Hu Fat, were all present. Thiat T Nam knew that the opponent had malicious intentions, but remained calm and confident, very assured of his own strength. In a small town 1 mile away from the Lion King Treasure, a fortune teller approached Huai Kong, claiming he could help him find Bo Kin Van. The two walked one after the other to a small courtyard, where a tall figure in a white cloak was none other than the long-missing Bo Kin Van. Huai Kong reached into his chest and said casually, "You once gave a token to someone, and that person asked me to return this item to you." Bo Kin Van nodded in agreement, just about to extend his hand to receive it, when suddenly a flash of light appeared, and a soft whip shot from Huai Kong's hand, tightening around his throat and pulling him out of the room. Bo Kin Van actually had no token at all. "Who exactly are you? If you don't speak, I will kill you." The hunter's face was filled with fright, pleading continuously, and just as he was about to tell the truth, a series of hidden weapons flew in, killing the fake Bo Kin Van on the spot. This person uses weapons to kill, breaking the atmosphere as they leave. Their power is formidable. Huai Kong is rarely seen in life. Why do you need to find someone to impersonate Bo Kin Van to deceive me, and even kill to silence witnesses? Who exactly are you? That person has long red hair, a masked face, and loudly declares, "Killing is just a common affair for me. I am very interested in your martial arts. Moreover, in the iron box behind you, there must be a divine weapon. Young man, let's spar and see, taste my sinister fire and sinister energy. Who is the strongest swordsman in the wind and cloud?" Vo Dan, it seems the swordsmanship of Bo Kin Van and Dong Lang has disappeared. The talents of the martial world in China are fading. This young man with white hair, born with talent, disregards the famous sword technique of Kouai Waiman, determined to part with his adoptive parents and venture out. He follows the directions on the map left by his biological mother, arriving at Madalan Nuok II, searching for clues about his origins. That day, he happened to encounter a tyrant blocking the road, charging a toll. Although Long Ni was still young, he had exceptional talent and great strength, defeating the bandits in just a few moves. A monk, moved by his life-saving grace, invited him to drink wine. Both wanting to go to Sichuan, they decided to travel together. The monk was disheveled, his robe tattered, clutching a black bundle close to his chest, showing caution. Upon hearing that Long Ni wanted to go to Madala Rua Temple in Sichuan, he changed color, hastily finding an excuse to take his leave. Long Ni, puzzled, had no choice but to set off alone. That day, passing through a bamboo forest, he saw a wooden sign carved with two large characters, Sword Village. The small characters beside it made his heart race, unable to resist stepping onto the stairs. Sword Saint's place of enlightenment, not reaching here is a lifelong regret. In front stood a lifelike statue, precisely the renowned Sword Saint. A man named Du Yuanzi warmly welcomed him, leading Long Ni on a tour of the village, recounting the life of the Sword Saint back then. In the Great Hall, deep footprints were imprinted into the ground. This was where the Sword Saint practiced the sacred spirit sword technique. Long Ni felt disappointed in his heart. He could tell with just a glance that these were all ordinary footprints. How could they be left by the Sword Saint? He wanted to step forward and destroy these marks. These people were using tricks to swindle money. Seeing their livelihood threatened, they flew into a rage and together threw him down the mountainside. Just as Long Ni was about to fight back, he was distracted by a figure. That figure flashed past at an unusually fast speed, indicating a top-notch expert. He leaped after the figure, arriving at a bamboo grove that had been cut off. He felt a surging sword aura around him, shaking his very core, as if someone had practiced an unparalleled sword technique here before. That figure was Ghost Tiger, the servant of Nameless. Nameless received a commission from Fengwu and deliberately led Long Ni here to give him some guidance. On the other side, in the far north of central China, Huai Kong was searching for Bu Jingyun when he unexpectedly encountered a mysterious masked master. The mysterious person possessed the evil fire and evil hard work divine art, with formidable palm strength unmatched by any. His malevolent aura was overwhelming. And with one move, he broke through Huai Kong's open palm technique and laughed as he left. "To withstand a blow from me and still survive, your martial arts are quite good. I'll spare you today." Huai Kong was extremely astonished. This person was the strongest master he had ever encountered, an unknown divine being. He tried to circulate his energy, but no matter what he did, he couldn't expel the residual fire energy from his body.
If it continued, it would surely harm his internal organs and damage his power. At that moment, Voni suddenly appeared, wanting to help Haikong heal his injuries without saying a word. However, unbeknownst to him, his well-intentioned action only made things worse. Not only could he not help Haikong expel the fire energy, but he also exacerbated Haikong's injuries. Haikong, feeling helpless, had no choice but to forcefully use his internal strength to push Voni away, which only worsened his injuries, causing him to spit out fresh blood. A figure descended from the sky, a steel fist aimed at Haikong's head. It was Thia, the young lord of the Shouwangbao. Haikong, I want you to repay blood with blood. Previously, in the Shouwangbao, the Lord Bei Xiongshi was assassinated by a group of people. Before he died, he told his son that the real culprit was Haikong, and urged his son to seek revenge for him. Thia was furious and immediately gathered all his students to chase after dozens of lions to take revenge. Voni was suspicious. Clearly, the two were here treating their injuries. Haikong absolutely did not have the time to assassinate Baek Da Hungsu. It was obvious he didn't do it, and he didn't understand why he had to endure. It turned out that on that day, Haikong sought out Baek Da Hungsu to inquire about the whereabouts of Bo Kinvan. Baek Da Hungsu had a terminal illness and did not have long to live. To learn the whereabouts of Bo Kinvan, he had to meet his conditions. He saw that Haikong was highly skilled and invited him to end his life. His son, Thia was exceptionally talented but arrogant and self-satisfied. He needed someone to intervene and bear the grudge for him to mature. At this moment, Haikong was seriously injured. Faced with the overwhelming siege, he sighed, realizing that he could only use Thien Toi behind him. A deafening roar echoed as Thien Toi emerged, resembling a gigantic iron dragon, charging toward the enemy. The flash of the blade glimmered. All disciples of the Su Vang Bao were injured at their wrists, crying out in agony. Thia stood frozen, not understanding why Haikong had gone easy on him. In a wooden house amidst the blizzard, Haikong sat quietly to recover from his injuries, while Voni was anxious, staring intently at Thien Toi in the corner. As soon as Thien Toi left its sheath, it wailed like a ghost, but unfortunately, Haikong drew his sword too quickly for him to see clearly. At this moment, curiosity overwhelmed him, and he really wanted to draw the sword to take a look. However, Haikong was, after all, his friend. How could he take advantage of the situation? Haikong seemed to see through his thoughts and calmly said, "The sheath of Thien Toi is like a cage, imprisoning a ferocious beast. Once it is released from the cage, it must return with a life. Just now, I tried to suppress it. Although it didn't injure me fatally, it still slaughtered quite a few lions, making my internal injuries even worse. Therefore, I will never use it lightly." Two people were talking when hurried footsteps echoed outside. The ones arriving were Beifong San Lao, Dong Yubuqi, Nan Man Zhuge, Shiling Xiaofu, specially here to capture Haikong. Wu Er blocked at the door, wanting to protect Haikong. He must surpass his barrier. Each of the three elders were highly skilled in martial arts, surrounding him together. Within a few moves, they suppressed Wu Er, constantly mocking him. "Dui monarch, you were mighty in the south, do you dare be arrogant in the north as well? You want to fight 3 against 1, isn't that overestimating your own strength? I heard you treat your subordinates like guard dogs. Today, if you can kneel down and bark like a dog, we might feel pity and spare both you and Haikong." This is the man with the strongest sense of justice in the wind and cloud world. To protect his friend Haikong, Wu Er risked his life, confronting Beifong San Lao. Enduring countless humiliations, Haikong was extremely worried while treating his wounds in the room. He understood Wu Er's character. He would rather die than submit, valuing dignity more than life itself. Humiliating him was worse than killing him. At this moment, the roof suddenly collapsed, and a white-robed guest fell from the sky. The pure essence of the void-piercing palm flows into his body, making Haikong feel instantly clear and extremely comfortable. Outside, Wu Er has been beaten to his knees. He is not afraid but rather joyful, calmly accepting death. Back then, he was saved by Haikong. Today, he can die for him, considering it as not betraying their friendship. Boom! Several explosions rang out. Northern 3 elders were knocked away one after another. Haikong finally healed his injuries and rushed to save the day. He hates the 3 elders for insulting his friend, so he doesn't hold back. With a move of the void-piercing palm, he shattered Namelman Zhu Ji's thigh bone, leaving him crippled for life. Wu Er is utterly shocked. It turns out that when they fought before, Haikong had held back. In terms of martial arts, he is far inferior to Haikong. Dong Yubu Quan, upon discovering someone in the room using the void-piercing palm, immediately grabbed the white-robed guest. The white-robed guest waved his hand, and with a move of the void-piercing palm, shattered all his bones. His martial arts skill seems even higher than Huai Kong's. With two friends dead and injured, Xiling Xiaofo is terrified and flees hastily. The group had not yet caught their breath when they suddenly felt a powerful force rushing towards them from not far away. Huai Kong's heart stirred slightly. He recognized the identity of the newcomer. Surely it was the red-robed guest who had fought with him before. Tai Lang Hu Fat shouted loudly behind the red-robed guest, "Huai Kong, come out and die, my master has arrived." After a long silence in the room, the red-robed guest frowned, anger rising within him. He swung his arms down forcefully, and the powerful energy flattened the wooden house. On a nearby mountain, Huai Kong and the white-robed guest both praised continuously. For someone to emit such a powerful force from the air was indeed a rare master. The white-robed guest was Huai Kong's elder brother. The two had been ordered by their master to investigate the whereabouts of Bo Kin Van. It was said that Huai Kong had obtained a clue from Bac Da Hung Su. Kiet Si Hao Kiet had once appeared at Madalan Nuoc Tu in Sichuan, so the two agreed to split up and investigate. On the other side, Long Ni was deeply moved by Vodan's guidance. It turned out that in this world, besides the Sword Saint, there were others with unfathomable swordsmanship. He kneels before the Holy Sword statue, kowtowing, silently swearing to strive and rise up, to become the second Sword Saint in the martial world. Madara Lan Ruozi, Venerable Abbot Xian Ming, who is currently secluding himself to cultivate, Huai Kong has no choice but to temporarily withdraw, waiting until tonight to meet Venerable Abbot Xian Ming at the Golden Sutra Pavilion on Rear Mountain. A monk with an ugly appearance stares intently at Huai Kong, then quickly leaves, his demeanor extremely strange. Late at night, Huai Kong arrives as scheduled, going to Rear Mountain, only to see ruins everywhere. Many monks lie sprawled out, dying tragically. Venerable Abbot Xian Ming also lies in a pool of blood. Just as he wants to step forward to save him, flames erupt from all sides. Countless monks wielding torches surround him. Huai Kong loudly proclaims his innocence from a suspicious location, fighting hard to break through the encirclement of monks. Venerable fathers, please listen to my explanation. If I were truly the culprit, I could have left at any time, no one could stop me. You should all quickly go after the real perpetrator. The deputy abbot Tu Jiak ran over to testify for Huai Kong. He witnessed with his own eyes that the culprit was wearing monk robes, and it definitely wasn't Huai Kong. Under the moonlight, Huai Kong blocked the path of the despicable-looking monk named Not Yu Yu. This person was sneaking around, tightly clutching a bundle of items against his chest, which was very suspicious. Upon hearing the abbot Tu Jiak, Not Yu Yu became increasingly suspicious of himself, terrified, and hurriedly fled. His movements were extremely swift, and Huai Kong couldn't catch up in time. At this moment, Long Ni also happened to arrive. The three faced each other, and without saying a word, Long Ni thrust his sword towards Huai Kong. He knew that Huai Kong had extremely high martial arts skills and wanted to test his newly learned sword technique. Huai Kong did not want to linger. With one move he knocked the sword from Long Ni's hands. Long Ni knew that his martial arts were far inferior to Huai Kong's, and he was deeply convinced, but one day, he would defeat him. Huai Kong gave a thumbs up, praising, "You have ambition." He flashed forward and charged at Not Yu Yu, using the breaking void palm technique, and finally snatched the bundle from Not Yu Yu's hands. Regardless of Not Yu Yu's loud pleas, he slowly opened it. To his surprise, inside were not weapons, but several erotic books. Seeing Not Yu Yu's panicked expression as he repeatedly explained, Huai Kong realized he had wronged him and returned the bundle. Ask him what he thinks about the death of Master Tan Min. Not Yu pondered for a moment. Master Tan Min was highly respected and had no enemies. The only possibility is that it is related to the upcoming Buddhist conference in 3 days. If that's the case, the culprit is clear. It must be the deputy abbot, monk Tu Jiak, without a doubt. The three discussed. Tu Jiak indeed fell into the trap, revealing his malicious face, wanting to kill Not Yu to silence him on the spot. Huai Kong and Long Ni had been ambushing beforehand, simultaneously taking action to subdue Tu Jiak, detaining him in front of Master Tan Min's memorial to make him repent. It turns out that in recent years, the martial arts world has been in constant turmoil, and to protect themselves, the monks and nuns of 64 temples have united to form a gigantic Buddhist organization, the Buddhist Alliance. Whoever can win the position of leader will be able to command the monks and nuns of the world. Master Tan Min is virtuous and capable, supported by everyone. From Jiak acted maliciously, there must be someone behind him pulling the strings. Indeed, as soon as people let their guard down, From Jiak was killed to silence him. Long Ni and Yu Yet worked together to catch the culprit. A fireball shot towards them, with terrifying power. A mysterious masked man appeared behind. The leader of the Buddhist and Taoist alliance, I must have him. If you don't want to die, don't meddle in others' affairs. This person is surrounded by flames, his martial arts are too bizarre.
His palm strength is tyrannical. One strike on a stone pillar turned it into a flaming rock, shooting towards Yuyat. It was a move from the evil fire tyrant palm, falling fire dragon. Yuyat, despite his eccentric appearance, has such powerful lightness skill. He dodged left and right, weaving through the flaming rocks, narrowly escaping. The identity of the red-haired master, I believe everyone can guess. There are many more exciting details, please stay tuned. 12 years ago, there was a great battle between Fengyun. The two of them fell into a valley and died, but recently there have been rumors that the peerless sword, absolute good sword, has reappeared in Madala, Lanruasi, Sichuan. Master EU recounts an old story from 12 years ago. That year, the weather was harsh, heavy rain turned into floods, a night of thunderstorms. Master EU was awakened by the sound of thunder and saw two dark figures pass by outside the door. It was Abbot Xianming supporting a large man. The large man had a tall figure, holding a heavy black sword in his hand, walking with difficulty as if he was severely injured, speaking incoherently. Abbot Xianming, I have committed too many sins in my life, why must you save me? That man lived in Zakelo at the back of the mountain, not allowing anyone to approach, and every day Master EU would bring him food. Over the years, the two of them became familiar with each other. Although Master EU never saw the true face of that man, the extraordinary cultivation he occasionally displayed still left him in awe. This person voluntarily chose to be imprisoned. With his martial arts skills, no one in the world could have held him captive. The tall man saw that Natyu had a pure heart, not obsessed with martial arts, so he taught him a marvelous lightness technique called Twinadi, to help him escape in times of danger. After learning this technique, Natyu indeed moved like the wind, always remaining in an invincible position. Haikon listened silently as Natyu finished recounting, analyzing that the tall man in Tu Kwa Lao must be Bo Kinvan. If he were to take action, he could undoubtedly drive away the mysterious red-haired man and resolve the conflict in the martial world. However, Bo Kinvan had been living in seclusion for many years. He likely did not want to act lightly, so they could only search for him themselves and think of another plan. Haikong did not want to disturb Bo Kinvan, while Long Ni was impatient and wanted to meet the master, sneaking to Tu Kwa Lao late at night. Unexpectedly, Natju had already guessed his intentions and was guarding the entrance beforehand. Little brother, that senior has never met outsiders, you shouldn't be too eager. If you agree to one condition of mine, I will take you to meet him. Long Ni did not hesitate at all and told Not Yu Yu to speak frankly. Not Yu Yu uttered shocking words, wanting Long Ni to represent Madalan Nuok II and compete for the position of leader in the Buddhist conference. He had long recognized Long Ni's extraordinary martial arts talent. Just by watching his Shui Na Di footwork once, she could easily comprehend and master it. Aside from him, this rare talent, there was fear that no one could thwart the schemes of the red-haired man. On the other side, the red-haired man was also worried. His plan had failed, and his subordinate Tai Lang Hu Fat could not control all the monks. The urgent matter was to quickly find a master of the Buddhist sect to represent Tai Lang Tu and compete for the position of leader, otherwise, his plan would be in ruins. The master of Tai Lang Hu Fat was Chien Nu Lai, skilled in martial arts, but unfortunately had a peculiar personality and absolutely did not want to go into battle. The red-haired man kept laughing, filled with confidence. As long as someone was human, they would have weaknesses. At the Duan Long Peak, the retreat of the War Tathagata, no matter how much Tai Lang Hu Fat pleaded, the War Tathagata only shouted angrily, refusing to engage in battle. He scolded his disciple for willingly falling into depravity, yet wanted to strike him dead with one palm. The red-haired man wielding a red sword slashed forward, blocking a palm strike from the War Tathagata, slowly saying, "He is your disciple, but also my subordinate. I absolutely will not allow you to harm him, not even a hair. How about this, let's make a deal. I heard you like to collect divine weapons, what do you think of this sword of mine?" As he finished speaking, he swung the red sword in his hand, cutting through countless long swords, all of which shattered. "Do you call these divine weapons? They're all scrap metal. This fire spirit sword is the true divine weapon among all swords. Help me, and it will be yours." The War Tathagata stared intently at the long sword, a brilliant golden light shining in his eyes. Fat Thursday Fong, the venue for the assembly of monks and nuns, representatives from 64 temples are all present. Under the enthusiastic recommendation of Not Yu Yu, Hai Kong is taking charge as the fair leader of the assembly, intending to announce the rules and arrange the monks to draw lots in turn. A very powerful monk, Chien Nu Lai, leaps onto the stage. Choosing back and forth is too troublesome, let's not waste time, let's go up together. Chien Nu Lai has never valued the unity of monks and nuns, focusing instead on appearance and extraordinary demeanor. The monks all look down on him, but this person's martial arts are too high, they cannot do anything to him. Several monks who went up to argue were instantly defeated by him, and the entire venue fell silent as they surrounded him. Qian Nu-Lai's arrogant nature surged. He shouted loudly, gathering his energy, using only the heavenly hand of Nu-Lai technique to defeat them one by one. No one could match him. 48 temples representing the army were easily defeated by him, leaving only Master Not Yu, the participant from Madalan Nuok II. At the critical moment, Not Yu suddenly had a severe stomachache, dropped to the ground, and the monks looked at each other, unsure if it was real or fake. Disciple, quickly take my place and defeat Qian Nu-Lai. A young monk in his teens stepped up the stairs, with a red dot on his forehead, quite eye-catching. It was Long Ni. The monks below were in an uproar. This child probably couldn't withstand a single blow from Qian Nu-Lai, and would collapse dead from a single strike. Qian Nu-Lai looked down with even more disdain. Kid, get lost, don't cause trouble. Long Ni had a determined expression. What, are you afraid to fight me? Fine, I will give you 5 moves. Qian Nu-Lai was furious, swung his palm to strike hard, but unexpectedly, Long Ni's movements were so agile that he easily dodged the first 4 strikes. Qian Nu-Lai was even angrier. If he couldn't capture this brat within 5 moves, he would lose face. This 5th strike must kill him on the spot. This move was the Buddha's heart movement, using internal power as the foundation, shaking Long Ni's mind into chaos, making him stagger and almost fall, as he saw a kick aimed at the back of his neck. In a flash of lightning, Long Ni's figure flickered, counterattacking with a short sword stabbing into Qian Nu-Lai's shoulder. After all, he was small and weak, his martial arts insufficient. Qian Nu-Lai's palm wind howled, sending him flying far away. Hai Kong and Not Yu couldn't save him in time. Originally thinking that Long Ni, struck by this mountain-splitting palm, would surely die, unexpectedly his figure flickered. Although he spat out fresh blood, he could still stand firm. He took off the tattered monk robe, revealing a black undergarment, the treasure Feng Vu had passed to him, made from meteorite, impervious to blades and spears. No wonder he could withstand a palm strike and not die. Long Ni took off the undergarment, which was extremely heavy, and it fell to the pile of stones nearby with a dull thud. Qian Nu-Lai, 5 moves have passed, I have grasped your tricks. Without the undergarment, I can still defeat you. Nip Fong, Duan Lang has been missing for 12 years, reappearing in the martial world. Where have they been all these years? At the monk conference, Long Ni and Zhan Nu-Lai are in a fierce battle, while Hai Kong suddenly rushes up and leaps to the top of a nearby mountain. The red-haired man, who has been observing intently, looks somewhat surprised. Who gave you the courage to actively seek me out? Hai Kong coldly replies, I hate those who toy with power the most. You want to use Zhan Nu-Lai to control the monk conference. I absolutely will not let you succeed. The red-haired man laughs heartily. What's wrong with power? I have never had power or influence since I was young, enduring enough humiliation. I bet you have never tasted this feeling? The martial world today truly needs a powerful figure with supreme authority to lead the martial arts community and bring an end to the wars. While the two are talking, a sudden change occurs in the arena. After removing the Wuren Bowie, Long Ni's movements become even more agile, and she can comprehend a sword technique from the Shui Nadi footwork, the keen Nadi, with astonishing talent, shaking the entire venue. Zhan Nu-Lai, unable to gain the upper hand in the fight, becomes increasingly furious, channeling internal energy and unleashing a torrent of palm force downwards. Unexpectedly, Long Ni's comprehension continues to grow. The short sword meets the incoming palm force, but is knocked away by the palm wind. His arm is injured, and the short sword pierces the hand of Qian Nu-Lai, resulting in mutual injury. The two have reached the moment of final decision, both using their strongest energy, a clash of strength. Qian Nu-Lai, relying on his height and long reach, strikes Long Ni in the face with a palm. Long Ni is indeed a martial arts prodigy. Seeing that his arm is too short to reach, he uses his leg as a sword, simultaneously stabbing the short sword into Qian Nu-Lai's chest. In a moment of life and death, Qian Nu-Lai pushes off the ground with his feet and retreats, avoiding the outcome of mutual injury. He slowly stands up and leaves without looking back. I have lost. Let this little monk take the position of leader. This kid is the true powerhouse. His will to win is so decisive that I am no match for him. Tai Lang Hu Fat hurriedly blocks his path, saying that if the master admits defeat, he will surely be punished by the owner. The Buddha laughed coldly, get lost, you dog servant. If you fear your master so much, tell him to come find me and settle the score. At the top of the mountain, Hai Kong inhaled a surge of scorching air into his body, hit by a surprise attack from the red-haired man. He gathered his energy beneath his feet, transmitting the powerful force of the strike down to the large rock beneath him. The rock collapsed, rolling straight down towards the monks below the mountain. Hai Kong turned around, disregarding his own safety, and in an instant unleashed 3 palm strikes, shattering the rock in midair, saving the lives of the monks.
The red-haired man, who had plotted for many days, was thwarted by Huai Kong, his anger uncontrollable. If he could not control the Buddhist alliance, then he would kill all the monks and nuns. Huai Kong, you have ruined my plans, you shall die along with them. The entire Buddha's handpeak trembled, the monks scrambled to escape, creating utter chaos. A group of fire images charged out from the crowd, rushing towards Qian Nu Lai, severely injuring his right arm. It was the red-haired man wielding the fire spirit sword. Qian Nu Lai, you have ruined my great plan and must face punishment. You do not deserve the fire spirit sword, you only deserve to die beneath its blade. Qian Nu Lai's energy was depleted, his right arm crippled, he couldn't withstand a single blow and died on the spot. Below the mountain, the fleeing monks encountered a group of ambush archers. With no other choice, they had to return to the mountain. The red-haired man was so malicious, wanting to kill everyone. With archers in front and explosives behind, the situation was extremely perilous. Hai Kong shouted, removing the iron box from his back. There was no other way but to let Tian Toy appear. The sound of metal clashing echoed, the beast of the human realm stirred up a whirlwind, devouring all who blocked the way, opening a path of blood. Hai Kong loudly instructed the monks to go ahead while he stood guard at the entrance with his sword. He knew that the most dangerous person was still behind. Indeed, a roaring fire dragon is coming. Do you want to leave? Not so easily. Hai Kong, I will use this divine weapon, the fire spirit sword, to fight against the beast you have in your hands. With a loud explosion, the fire spirit sword was knocked away, but the red-haired man didn't care at all, laughing wildly. What an extraordinary divine weapon, Hai Kong. Unfortunately, you no longer have the strength to control it. The red-haired man flew up, intending to seize the fire spirit sword. A strong wind blasted against his face, as someone countered the fire spirit sword, almost knocking him away. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and narrowly escaped. The mask shattered, revealing a cold, sinister face. It was Don Lang, no wonder he could control the fire spirit sword. Damn it, whoever is pretending to be a god or a ghost, come out here now. Duan Lang swung his sword down towards the whirlwind, the wind dissipated, and a long-haired man slowly stepped out. Duan Lang's eyes widened. It's you? I just appeared, and you cling to me like an unyielding specter. The whirlwind swept up sand and stones around them. The man wore a yellow robe, exuding a carefree demeanor. It was Nia Feng, who had been missing for 12 years. He truly hadn't died. Duan Lang, after so many years, you haven't changed, you remain as wicked as ever. I really don't understand why we have come to this point. Huang Kong stood beside him, noticing the long-haired man with monolith eyes, and had vaguely guessed his identity while observing the situation. Duan Lang coldly replied, why can't we coexist? Do you still not understand? Ever since I obtained the fire scale, I have been determined to revive the Duan family. The most misguided path is often the quickest road to success. Nia Feng sighed, you wield the sword to control fire, and the fire energy resonates with you. It is the Duan my sword chi at a higher level. Unfortunately, your temperament is as stubborn as you are. Must we really have a battle? That's right, let's see if you've made any progress in these 12 years. I don't believe you can defeat my fire spirit sword. Hai Kong sensed Nip Fong's godlike lightness of body technique, his aura overflowing, further confirming his identity. With Nip Fong here, it seems the mysterious man in Tu Kwa Lao must undoubtedly be Bo Kin Van. Don Lang gripped the fire spirit sword tightly, slowly raising it. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose behind him, and his eyes gleamed with fierce light, about to strike. Nip Fong had been missing for 12 years and was still alive. His first battle was against Don Lang, whose dark energy was overwhelming and completely mad. To deal with Dong Don, Nip Fong had hidden away for many years. Hai Kong always admired him, seeing him with long hair flying, exuding a celestial aura. He vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. Don Lang had a fierce expression, surrounded by a chilling wind, slowly raising the fire spirit sword, gathering power to unleash. The wind grew stronger and stronger. Within 100 paces, desolation reigned. Nip Fong's figure gradually became ethereal, seemingly merging with the surrounding storm everywhere at once. Don Lang had a strange expression, not moving for a long time. His move had lost its opportunity and could not be unleashed. It turns out that the invisible force released by Nia Feng has enveloped his entire body. He understands that as long as he draws his sword, he will surely fail. Cold sweat continuously dripped from the pale face of Duan Lang. Nia Feng had vanished without a trace, as if the outcome had already been determined. Long and I obtained the position of the leader of the Buddhist alliance, and Yu kept his promise, immediately leading him and Huai Kong to pay respects to the mysterious man. A gentle breeze blew by, and while Yu and Long and I were unaware, Huaikong sensed that Niafeng had approached. He indeed came for the person in the prison. The prison door opened, and a deathly aura filled the air. Niafeng sighed, unable to hide his disappointment, leading Di Nimong away. The aura was fierce yet unstable. Without having to look, he knew it wasn't senior brother Yun. After all that effort, it turned out to be in vain. Indeed, the man in the prison, despite having a hairstyle and figure similar to Bu Jingyun, had silver hair and was no longer young. Long Yanai opened the bag he carried, taking out a short sword and the map left by his biological mother and placing them before the mysterious man. The mysterious man's expression changed drastically, extremely excited. That sword was crafted by his own hands, and that map was drawn by him as well. He pulled Long Ni over for a closer inspection, eyes bright with admiration. Truly the son of mine. Do you know, son, that I have waited for you for over 10 years? I will tell you everything. Seeing the reunion of father and son, Huaikong did not want to disturb them, patting Not Yu on the shoulder as they turned to leave. That big man was from Persia, named Dang Nianikach, who loved swords since childhood, with few rivals. Hearing that the swordsmanship of Central Plains was extraordinary, he came alone to learn. Dang Nianikach fell in love with a woman from a Central Plains swordsmanship family, merging her family's 5 sword techniques with Persian swordsmanship, complementing each other. After 3 years of research, they created an unmatched sword technique called the duality sword technique and forged 2 short swords to complement the technique. Dang Nianikach was determined to prove the power of his sword technique, ignoring that his wife was pregnant, and decided to go to Madalan Nuok II to challenge Master Fo Hong, the master of Tan Min. Unexpectedly, he defeated Fo Hong in one move. The marvel of the dual extremes sword technique far exceeded imagination. Just as he was rejoicing, he suddenly felt pain all over his body, his meridians swelling, as 2 streams of vital energy clashed against each other. In a moment of crisis, Master Fo Hong, putting aside past grievances, helped him regulate his vital energy to overcome the danger. Upon hearing that his wife was killed by enemies, he was overwhelmed with grief, his madness surged, and in a fit of rage, he rushed out of the Madalan Nuok temple into the heavy rain, slaughtering everyone in a village below the mountain. After regaining consciousness, he felt immense regret and willingly confined himself in the death fruit prison for 12 years, sincerely repenting. Unexpectedly, heaven had eyes, and in this life, he could still meet his son. Dang Nianikach suddenly struck like lightning, continuously pressing on the important acupoints of his son, lifting him high. My son, over the past 12 years, I have improved the dual extreme sword technique. Today, I will impart all my lifelong knowledge to you. With your talent, I hope you can develop the dual extreme sword technique in the future and become the strongest unmatched swordsman of your time. This transmission of power took a full 7 days to complete. Dang Nianikach exhausted his energy and passed away. Long Ni sadly bid farewell to his father, shouldered his long sword, and stepped out of the prison, embarking on a path that he would never cease to walk as a swordsman. 3 months later, he defeated the swordsman of Chang's son, Lu Changmai. 2 months after that, the owner of Chu Sun's sword manor also fell under his sword. That day, the sun was bright. Under the wind and cloud sculpture, a family of 4 was touring there. But the boy stared at the statue of Ding Yunbu, always feeling that this great hero looked extremely like his father. The middle-aged man, Zhuoshan, laughed heartily. Jing Yunbu is a legend in the martial world. I am just a peasant, how could I compare to him? However, I have a son and a daughter, and a loving wife. I am much happier than he is, he said with a smile as he walked home following the sunset. Huaikong, not far away, was moved by this warm scene and couldn't help but look several more times. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He stared at the middle-aged man. No mistake, he is Ging Yunbu. Every year around this time, it's when fishermen are busiest. Huaikong transformed into Xiao Wu, went to Zhuoshan's house, worked hard without demanding payment, and easily got hired. Trak's son's wife is named Tu Ngung, who has been blind since childhood. They have a lively and lovely daughter named Tu Din, and their 10-year-old son Trak Thien is quiet and reserved, always wearing a sorrowful expression that doesn't match his age. Being bullied by the kids in the village, he can only endure it. It is said that when he was young, Bo Kin Van also didn't like to talk. This child bears a resemblance to him in both personality and appearance. Besides the 2 children, there is also an elderly servant named Natam in the house. Natam is old and moves slowly, but his eyes are bright and shining. Since childhood, Huaikong has not had a home, and the Trak family has been warm and welcoming towards him, which makes him feel very touched. Thinking about his ulterior motives, he can't help but feel ashamed. As for Trak's son, apart from his similar appearance, he and Bo Kin Van are worlds apart. Every day he works from sunrise to sunset, taking good care of his family. Haikong has tried to probe with words many times but hasn't discovered anything unusual, until he mentioned the past, and Track Sun's expression turned bewildered as he spoke about his past. I have been fishing for 12 years now. To be honest, I don't remember much about the events from 12 years ago. Isn't it more important for the living to focus on the present and the future? Why dwell too much on the past? As long as I live a stable life and raise my children to grow up, that is enough to not have wasted a lifetime. Once the #1 master of the Chinese martial arts, Jingyun, why has he forgotten everything and resorted to fishing for a living? Where is his peerless swordsmanship? Haikong has inquired many times but found no clues. This person is honest, sincere, and hardworking. Aside from the occasional brilliant glint in his eyes and Jingyun's overwhelming aura, his arrogance and stubbornness, he is truly a different person altogether. On the coast, the weather is unpredictable, a storm is approaching. As the two arrived at the shore, they heard news that his daughter was in trouble. Zhuoshan was horrified and rushed to see, only to find his daughter hanging from an ancient tree. He was anxious as if his heart was on fire, wanting to rush in to save her. But as he stepped into the area of the tree, he suddenly felt his legs go weak and fell into a trap. In an instant, dozens of strong men rushed out from the pit, and a barrel of unknown liquid was thrown straight into his face. Zhuoshan held his daughter tightly, desperately trying to crawl up. His strength was immense, and on a normal day, he could have easily escaped, but at this moment, he felt weak all over, his head spinning. A man hidden in the tree said, "No wonder it's Jingyun, although he has forgotten his martial arts and was hit by our drunken bone divine water, he is still this formidable." Zhuoshan shouted loudly, "Who are you all, really? If I, Zhuoshan, have offended you in the past, I ask for your forgiveness, please do not harm my daughter." The group laughed even more wildly, not expecting Jingyun from back then to end up like this, truly disappointing us. Jingyun, hand over the supreme good sword. Perhaps we can spare your life. On the other side of the dock, Haikong was also ambushed by a group of martial artists. These people moved swiftly and coordinated closely, definitely not something ordinary pirates or bandits could compare to. A figure shot out from the sea. It was Haikong's senior brother, Huaijia, who had arrived. Haikong, the martial world is treacherous. If you always go easy on others, it will eventually harm yourself. Huaijia was much more ruthless than Haikong, having killed several people in just a few moves. Accompanying them was a beautiful young woman with exceptional lightness skill. She was the junior sister by Ling of the two brothers Haikong. The three people saw the mark of Baijian Mountain Manor carved on the arms of the assassins, and they understood that these individuals were also after the supreme sword. Hai Deep and Baklin had actually arrived at Madalan Nuok Temple long ago, quietly assisting Haikong in his actions. Seeing Nipfong's formidable martial arts, Hai Deep couldn't help but feel envious. This time he must meet Bu Qinvan and stand alongside him. Haikong solemnly reminded, "Elder brother, if Track Sun is truly Bu Qinvan, he would have abandoned the martial world to live a normal life. We only need the supreme sword. Let's not disturb his peaceful existence." Hai Deep and Baklin did not understand. The illness of their master could not be delayed, they must quickly obtain the supreme sword. Being overly sentimental would cause them to miss the grand opportunity. While speaking, a hissing sound came from Hai Deep's black robe. The venomous snake he had raised bared its fangs, aiming at a blind woman and a young man who were eavesdropping. Haikong leaped forward to block the venomous snake named Black Lotus, pleading with his elder brother to spare the two lives for one more day. Hai Deep snorted coldly. The snake obediently crawled back into his robe, taking Baklin away. "Fine, I will give you 1 day." Haikong's purpose in pursuing them was exposed. Feeling extremely embarrassed, facing Madame Track's scolding, he could only gently explain. "Sister Track, my master is seriously ill and needs the supreme sword to protect his life. I will definitely return it later. Moreover, I will not borrow it for no reason. I am willing to exchange the unique holy medicine, the Iron Hand Rejuvenation, to help you see the light again. If you don't believe me, you can try this medicine. After you recover, you can lend it to me." Tu Ngung gently shook her head and turned to leave. Having eavesdropped, she already knew that Haikong was not a bad person. However, once the supreme sword appeared, Track Sun would inevitably be forced to return to the martial world, ruining the peaceful life of her family. Haikong was silent for a long time, then walked to Track Thien and took out a pill. "This is the Iron Hand Rejuvenation. You are all good people. Regardless of whether I can lend it to you or not, I will help you. I hope your mother can see again soon. But there is also a group of people who want to seize the sword. They will stop at nothing, so you must be careful and vigilant. Trak Thian looked at the pill in his hand, feeling deeply moved. After hesitating for a long time, he finally revealed the location of the supreme sword. 2 years ago on a night, he accidentally saw his mother dig out a black sword at the Wunwang temple. As dusk fell, an old man with white hair was digging with his bare hands under the Wunwang temple. He was none other than old servant Sanson from the Zhuo family. The sword aura grew stronger. The peerless good sword, which had been missing for over a decade, finally reappeared. Sanson swung the long sword, laughing madly. Suddenly, a dark shadow swooped down from a high tree to snatch the sword. If not for his fear of the sharpness of the treasure sword, it would have been taken away long ago. Waney and Bailing kept praising, the peerless good sword is indeed domineering. Who would have thought that the By-Sword Mountain Villa would have such a powerful expert? Sanson held the sword upright and loudly declared, I am not from the By-Sword Mountain Villa. I just don't want the peerless good sword to reappear in the martial world. On the other side, Xening, seeing that things had come to this point, could no longer hide it from her son. She took the initiative to recount a story from 12 years ago. Xening was originally a common village girl who had heard stories about Bu Jingyun from her father since childhood, and she admired him deeply. But she was just a blind girl, the renowned Bu Jingyun was a distant dream for her. 12 years ago, fate began to change. Her father went to the mountains to gather herbs and brought back a man with broken bones all over, severely injured. The man tightly gripped a black sword in his hand, refusing to let go. Her father examined him closely and ultimately confirmed the man's identity, it was Bu Jingyun. And the black sword was the extraordinary sword. To prevent Bu Jingyun's whereabouts from being discovered, the father and daughter took him to a secret place and cared for him carefully. Bu Jingyun relied on his strong life force to gradually recover, but although he was awake, his mind was not. He had forgotten all past events and his mind was blank. Hatred was half of Bu Jingyun's life, and now he could forget the past. Perhaps this was not a bad thing. Ziying's father decisively went through with it, naming him Zhuoshan and hiding the extraordinary sword away. Afterward, her father passed away, and Ziying and Zhuoshan spent their days together, developing feelings for each other, and eventually got married. Will Bu Jingyun be able to regain his senses? Please continue to follow along. I hope everyone likes it and gives 3 little roses for support, thank you. Once a legendary figure in the martial world, Bo Jingban lost his memory and was kidnapped along with his family, threatened. These ruthless criminals are the disciples of Baijian Mountain Manor from years ago. For the past year, they have been disguising themselves, monitoring Bo Jingban day and night. And finally today, they are taking action, wanting to seize the supreme sword. Zhuoshan finds it hard to accept the reality, feeling shocked and unsettled. If he really is the legendary Bo Jingban from back then, with his family's lives hanging by a thread, why can he not display any martial skills? Seeing his mother injured, Zhuo Tian, in a fit of rage, shot an arrow into the chest of the big man, who was the leader of the assassins. Caught off guard by a child's sneak attack, the big man turned furious and punched Zhuo Tian into a pit. How could the small body of Zhuo Tian withstand such a violent blow? He spat a mouthful of blood onto his father's face. The hot blood of his son made Zhuoshan's entire body tremble, as if awakening a trace of memory in his mind. His hands were once stained with fresh blood. A shadow rushed through the crowd, raising his hand to lift both Xening and Zhuoshan into the air. His movements were incredibly swift, like a ghost. He was the attendant Jianshu of Ao Tian, the young master of Baijian Mountain Manor from years ago. Damn it, if you don't reveal where the supreme sword is hidden, your whole family will die in a gruesome way. Is it worth losing your lives over a sword? With no other choice, Tu and Gung had to disclose the location of the supreme sword. The leader of the assassins laughed continuously. You are no longer of any use to me. This child stabbed me with a sword, I must kill your whole family to vent my anger. Trak's son was furious, and suddenly a surge of power erupted within him. He was able to ignore the effects of the drunken bone divine water and desperately crawled out of the pit. Countless swords fell from the sky, sealing off the entrance to the cave. It was the sword formation of Baikim Mountain Manor. Trak's son was enraged, the muscles in his arm bulged, turning a fiery red. He threw a punch, causing a large rock to explode, sending debris flying and scattering the assassins. His eyes were bloodshot as he tore a massive ancient tree from the ground, forcefully uprooting it. He embraced both the person and the tree, throwing the assassins into the deep pit. All you beasts, get the hell away from me. All along, Bo Qinvan had only lost his memory, not his martial arts skills. Now, with his family's lives in danger, he finally erupted. The immortal god re-emerged in the human realm. Such overwhelming power, who can match it?
The sword beast has spent many years training without yen, its entire body is as tough as iron and steel, representing peak martial strength among the crowd. But no matter how he brandished his sword, as soon as he got close to a person, he was neutralized. Bu Jingfan casually waved his hand and seized the sword from him. In a critical situation, with a swift strike, he was able to intimidate the crowd and escape early. He flicked his wrist, returning the sword he had just taken back to the sword beast. The sword beast was confused, grabbing the sword with both hands, and at the moment his hands touched the hilt, he seemed to freeze in place, not moving. After a while, his massive body suddenly collapsed. Everyone looked closely, and saw that all the bones in his body had been shattered. A gentle wave of Bo Kin Van's hand had such terrifying authority that it shook the entire arena. Not far away, the sound of clashing swords suddenly rang out. Everyone looked up, seeing two people fiercely battling in mid-air. It was Na Tam wielding the supreme good sword, and Hai Diet wielding a steel weapon like a silk ribbon. Vu Not Noyet leaped up, catching Na Tam, as the supreme good sword fell onto an ancient tree. Everyone's eyes lit up, scrambling to rush forward to seize the sword. Hai Diet swung the steel weapon, instantly pushing back over a dozen people. "The supreme good sword is mine. Anyone who touches it will die." Just as he was about to grasp the sword, an incredibly powerful force pushed him back. A figure with long black hair and imposing presence stood in front of him. It was Bo Kin Van. Hai Diet was both excited and afraid. "Bo Kin Van, I've heard that you wield the sword with unmatched skill, worthy of being the hero of the martial world. Today, let me see if you are worthy of the legendary sword." At the age of 10, Hai Diet entered Tai Tam Island, under the tutelage of Taishan, and learned the essence of the breaking void technique from his master. He possessed extraordinary talent in martial arts, extremely arrogant, and did not regard his brother Hai Kong or even his master Taishan with any respect. This time, on a mission to seize the legendary sword, he found that the so-called masters of Central Plains could not withstand a single blow, making him even more confident. Previously, at Madalan Nuok Temple, he happened to encounter Nipfong. He originally wanted to challenge him, but Nipfong's lightness skill was too extraordinary, and he could not catch up. Now that he had the opportunity to face Bo Kin Van head-on, how could it not excite him to the extreme? He immediately unleashed the breaking origin technique. Bo Kin Van waved his palm, calm and composed, his internal energy both gentle and continuous, flowing endlessly. One move caused Hai Diet to fall into a disadvantage, continuously retreating. Hai Diet was terrified inside, his hands trembling, and he wanted to use his self-created ultimate technique, Hungwen Nat Kitch. This move was incredibly powerful, his proud ultimate skill, merging the internal strengths of Fangwen Thursday and Kongwen Thursday, confidently believing that no one could withstand it. With this thunderous palm strike, sand flew and stones scattered, the sky and earth became hazy, and Bo Kin Van indeed could not dodge in time, getting struck by both hands on his chest. Hai Diet laughed loudly. "Regardless of your ironclad body, this strike would still break your bones. It seems Bo Kin Van is just that." With a dull thud, Bo Kin Van was hit in the chest, and Hai Diet was also rebounded by his internal force, flying backward several feet. After one move, Bo Kin Van was unflustered, his breath steady, seemingly unscathed, while Hai Diet felt a surge of blood in his body, extremely uncomfortable. Not daring to unleash a second move. Behind him, Ha Kong tightly locked Thien Toi with his right arm, slowly advancing. "Bo Kin Van, this action is truly unavoidable. I hope you can surrender the Tuet the Hao Keen." Bo Kin Van said nothing, his palm force erupted, and the supreme sword on the ground flew towards Hai Kong. "No more nonsense, let's go." With the sword in hand, Bok Lin and Hai Kong immediately took to the air. Hai Kong called out to Hai Diet, "Brother, Bo Kin Van has forgotten his martial arts. Fighting him is pointless, let's hurry." Hai Diet finally understood. No wonder Bo Kin Van, despite his powerful internal energy, had such ordinary moves. Winning like this felt hollow. He stepped forward to face Tuangung and said loudly, "Please tell Bo Kin Van that once he fully recovers his power, I will return to challenge him again." Tuangung waved her hands repeatedly, insisting that she would never let her husband fight again. Hai Diet became even angrier. "You are wrong. A true powerhouse must keep fighting. You are his woman, yet you do not understand the path of a strong person. You are destined not to stay by his side for long." Bo Kin Van truly lives up to the title of a hidden king of the martial world. Even though he has forgotten his martial arts, he can still rely on his strong internal energy to easily defeat the assassins of Baikim Sun Trang and the elite youths of Hai Diet's generation. He strode forward, embracing his son Trak Thien, who had been kidnapped, moving as swiftly as lightning, like a shooting star.
In fact, Huai Kong did not intend to harm Zhao Tian, rather, Zhao Tian was worried that his father's prolonged battle might have left him careless. He discussed with Huai Kong about pretending to be captured, and out of gratitude for Huai Kong's kindness, he willingly offered the Zhisher Hao Jian sword. Seeing Bu Jingyun chasing from behind, Huai Kong used his skill to throw Zhao Tian towards Bu Jingyun, while he himself took advantage of the momentum to hide in a nearby forest. 2 days later, Zining drank the holy medicine Qianxiu Huichan left by Huai Kong, believing that she would soon regain her sight. Recalling the past, Bu Jingyun's mind was still in disarray, but his determination was unusually firm. Regardless of how glorious he had once been, he now did not want to abandon his wife and children, wanting them to live a peaceful and happy life. Over the past 2 days, the assassins from Baijian Mountain Villa continued to harass, but Bu Jingyun's martial arts had recovered to such an extent that he could easily deal with them. However, news of his return to the martial world had spread, and Blackwater Town was no longer a place where he could stay long. He needed to quickly find another place to hide. After discussing with Yasan and Zining, the whole family immediately packed their belongings and set sail for distant seas. On the vast sea, thick fog enveloped everything. Huai Kong, Huai Di, and Bai Ling had obtained the Zhisher Hao Jian sword and were approaching Iron Heart Island. A large number of fish suddenly appeared in the sea, scattering in all directions, which was quite eerie. In the distance, 12 handsome figures were riding the waves, advancing with all their might across the surface of the sea. They were the 12 sea generals under the command of the Sea Empress of Iron Heart Island. Hai Diet couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself that the Sea King personally taking action must mean something significant was about to happen. Not far away, a ship was quickly approaching, and on the head of the ship were Neep Fong and his father, Neep Nan Vong. Upon hearing that Bo Kin Van was in trouble at Hak Tui Tran, Neep Fong hurried to meet him. A small boat passed by from the opposite side, and Neep Fong, feeling unsettled, couldn't help but glance over several times. Unfortunately, at this moment, Bo Kin Van was inside the cabin. The two brothers regrettably missed each other. At this time, the unusual fish were becoming more and more numerous, and Bo Kin Van felt uneasy, going up to the deck to investigate. Turning around, I don't see Na Tam or Zak Tian's son anywhere. A strange whizzing sound, the large whip strikes, shattering the small boat instantly. A gigantic monster, bearing its fangs and claws, grabs the entire 4-member family. A bald giant stands arrogantly on the bow of the boat. Kong Yunbu, you wasted your life being so illustrious, you couldn't even protect your own family? You're a disgrace to the title of Death God. Although the supreme good sword has been taken away, you and the sword must be united as one. To obtain the sword's heart, you must die. The sea churns with hidden waves, 12 giants leap out from the water. The great axe strikes down at Bo Kin Van. It is the 12 sea generals. Bo Kin Van steps on the waves, jumps into the air to evade, not knowing how to defend himself. Na Tam shouts loudly. Bo Kin Van quickly used the cloud palm technique. A flash of inspiration strikes Bo Kin Van, recalling the exquisite palm technique. The palm force descending from the sky, suppressing the 12 sea generals, is the central technique of cloud palm. Heavenly clouds descend. He does not want to linger, dodging left and right, wanting to save his son. The hunched body of Na Tam falls beside him. This giant monster named Sea King possesses terrifying strength. Na Tam's entire body was crushed, a sight too tragic to behold, having long since lost the will to live. The bald-headed general shouted loudly, Bo Kin Van, your family is all under the control of the giant claws of the Sea King. As long as he exerts a little force, all 3 of them are sure to die. How about this? We will fight one-on-one. If you can defeat me, I will spare your life today. The Divine Mother Envoy has always been very confident in her martial arts. Faced with a top master like Bo Kin Van, she naturally cannot let this opportunity slip by easily. After 30 years of hard training with the giant hammer, she does not believe anyone can withstand it. Bo Kin Van remained motionless, coldly glancing over, showing no regard for this giant hammer strike. Just as the hammer was about to strike down on his head, it seemed to be blocked by a powerful sword aura. No matter how he swung the hammer or changed positions, he could not break through the sword aura and harm Koen Yunbu. Koen Yunbu's figure flickered, transforming into a sword. He was like a cold sword, with sword chi as vast as a mountain. Koen Yunbu wielded his sword like flying, flowing like clouds in water, one of the 3 supreme swords back then, the sword of flowing clouds. The sword chi passed through, breaking everything in its path, controlling 3 large hammers, and striking straight at the tentacles of the Sea Emperor. The Divine Mother Envoy failed in her move, and raged to the point of madness, ordering the Sea Emperor to immediately crush the 3 hostages. Koen Yunbu exerted all his strength, clasping his hands together, and desperately slashed down, his body like a sharp sword, piercing through the giant body of the Sea Emperor. 3 enormous claws of the Sea Emperor were severed, writhing in intense pain, and the 3 hostages were also flung out. Bo Kin Van is trying to save him. Trak Thien is closest to him. A dark shadow flashes by, wrapping Trak Thien in a cloak. It is Hai Diet who followed, then Mao Su here. Bo Kin Van, we meet again, to help you restore your original martial arts, to regain your fighting spirit. Let's have a good match. I want you to remember me forever. He suddenly shook both hands violently. A fierce palm strike. Trak Thien, wrapped inside, turned into blood that splattered like arrows. Bo Kin Van, your son died at my hands. Do you hate me? I wait for you to come seek revenge. Seeing his son die tragically before his eyes, Bo Kin Van's heart shattered, suddenly turning around. Then Mao Su was also holding Tu Ngung captive. Bo Kin Van, I can't defeat you. I admit my defeat. I respect you as a good man. You cut off both your hands. Let me report the result, and I will spare your whole family. Tu Ngung knows that as long as her husband's hands are crippled, no one in the family can escape. She suddenly grabbed the arm holding the knife of the Mao Su. The sharp blade stabbed into her own chest. Don't worry about me. Take good care of our children. Kunyan Bowling's heart was burning with rage as he let out a deafening scream. In an instant, all 12 sea captains surrounding him were dead, and Death God had finally returned. Seeing his son killed right before his eyes, and his wife struck by a blade in her chest, Kunyan Bowling felt his life hanging by a thread. In that moment, he experienced the greatest sorrow of his life. His heart shattered, the killing intent in his eyes erupted. The Death God who once roamed the rivers and lakes had finally returned. The messenger of the Mother God met his gaze and was filled with fear. She immediately dropped Zening and jumped into the sea to escape. Worried about his wife's safety, Kunyan Bowling did not have time to pursue. He flew towards Zening, holding her in his arms, and poured his abundant internal energy into her body to protect her vital organs. Zening suddenly pulled the dagger out of her chest, and a large stream of blood gushed out. Don't waste your strength anymore. I owe you too much. These years, you've taken care of a blind person like me. I'm sorry, help me with one last thing. Take off the blindfold, I want to see your face. In the darkness, light gradually converged, revealing a handsome face before my eyes. The spring revival indeed has its wonders. Huai Kong didn't deceive me. Being able to see Bu Jingwan's face before dying, I have no regrets. Shen, don't cry for me. Promise me one thing. No matter what, don't seek revenge for me. Go find our children. You 3 must live well. You must promise me. Bu Jingwan was stunned. How could such deep-seated hatred not be avenged? But looking into Zening's hopeful eyes, he truly couldn't bear to refuse. All right, I promise you. Zening smiled, slowly closed her eyes. To die in Bu Jingwan's heart, she felt content and fulfilled. The sea wind howled, the waves roared. Bo Kin Van silently held his wife, letting the huge waves crash against him, motionless, with no expression on his face. In the vastness of heaven and earth, it seemed he was the only one left. After days of searching, he still couldn't find the bodies of Na Tam and Trak Tien. The whereabouts of Xiao Ding's daughter were also unknown. She was likely buried deep beneath the sea. The heavy rain poured down, as if even the blue sky was crying. After a while, Bo Kin Van carried 2 gi and walked away. Now he was all alone. Where should he go? He walked aimlessly, completely oblivious to the astonished gazes of others. An old man sighed, and the woman had a pale face, as if she had died long ago. The man had a blank expression, and it seemed he wouldn't live much longer either. In a daze, not knowing how long he had been walking, Bo Kin Van unexpectedly found himself at Ho Lang, the place where Kong Tsu was buried more than 10 years ago. Could this be the will of heaven? The pain of losing a loved one has brought him to this sorrowful place. Bo Kin Van seemed to recall the past. The memories may not be clear, yet he knew there was a woman in Ho Lang whom he had once loved deeply. To break the stone and open the tomb, the supreme sword was essential, but at this moment, Bo Kin Van's power had reached the realm of transformation, making him a sword unparalleled. With one palm strike, debris flew everywhere, but like a fleeting shadow shaking a tree, the massive stone remained unmoved. His palm force continued to intensify. Strike after strike without pause, his hands could no longer bear it. Fresh blood splattered, stones shattered, and the large stone cracked open a wide gap. After a few more strikes, with a loud bang, he had broken through a large hole, entering the chamber. A faint light shone down, and the first thing that caught his eye was a stone coffin. Slowly opening the stone coffin, a lifelike woman appeared. It was Kong Tu. Frozen in time, preserved for 10,000 years without decay. In an instant, all the memories flooded back to his mind. Images from the past flashed through, leaving Bo Kin Van feeling even more desolate. He recalled everything. It turned out both women died because of him. At this moment, he could not forgive himself, his fist clenched tightly, venting the pain inside.
Years ago, when the stone fell, the Hao Lang had not completely collapsed. He kept bombarding it, making the tomb sink further, swaying on the verge of collapse. Bo Kin Van sat quietly beside the coffin of Kong Tu and Gung, indifferent to the earthquakes and landslides around. They died for him, today he would bury himself here, keeping them company. On the other side, Hai Diet actually did not harm Trak Thien. He hid a blood knife in his robe, deliberately provoking Bo Kin Van. It was to stimulate his bloodthirst, to make him fight joyfully to save his son. Moreover, fortunately, Tu Din, after the ship sank, clung to a drifting plank in the sea and was just rescued by Niep Fong, who happened to pass by. Nia Fong sighed, feeling that this little girl truly had a great destiny. On Iron Heart Island, the island master Taishan held the supreme sword with great excitement, but the sword was separated from its owner, its sword aura dim and devoid of light, which made him feel a bit regretful. Taishan, however, did not mind. He was confident that with his own abilities, he would soon make the supreme sword shine again. Huai Kong could not help but remind his master that he had promised Bu Jingyun to return the treasured sword immediately after using it. Taishan smiled wickedly. Of course, but if the sword owner is dead, this sword will belong to me. In recent days, strange incidents had occurred on Iron Heart Island. Including this time, along with Huai Kong and the little girl Xiao Fei, 7 people had died tragically from having their blood completely drained in the past 3 days. Within the island, shrouded in thick fog and strictly guarded, there was absolutely no chance for outsiders to sneak in. The culprit must still be on the island. Taishan immediately issued the Iron Army order, commanding Huai Kong to lead the elites on the island to quickly investigate the culprit. Late at night, Huai Kong stood guard patrolling the beach when, in the darkness, several figures suddenly appeared. It was the Divine Mother envoy leading people over. Led them into Tianxia Garden. Tianxia Garden is where Taishan grows rare and exotic flowers, and under no circumstances is anyone allowed to enter without permission. Huai Kong felt puzzled and wanted to chase after to ask for clarification, but was stopped by Xianshur, Taishan's close attendant. Xianshur had his own unspoken troubles and could not explain, but was determined to see the divine weapon Tianzue. Huai Kong, feeling helpless, had no choice but to lead him into the room. As the armor opened, both of them widened their eyes in disbelief. The fierce beast inside the sword sheath had vanished without a trace, they did not know when. A terrible scream came from outside, tearing through the night. Huai Kong and Huai Dai rushed to the scene almost simultaneously, but were still a step too late. It was yet another dry corpse. In the next episode, Bo Jingyan, So, and Jian Shu will appear simultaneously. Please continue to follow along. The 2 women I love most in my life, Kong Zi and Zi Ning, both died because of me. Koan, filled with sorrow and despair, wildly swings his fists, causing a shocking burst of power that brings down howling. He neither dodges nor avoids, sitting quietly beside his lover's coffin. They died for him, and he stays here, forever keeping them company. On the other side, the sword beast has silently approached and witnessed everything in silence. Koan, you die for your lover, I won't stop you. Once you're dead, I can rest easy. So, Susu deeply loved Koan, but unable to be together, she harbored resentment, fearing Kong too would be lonely in the afterlife. Every so often, she would bring her son to visit the graves, and the sword beast naturally followed along. Today is the last day everyone will stay. Mother and son have packed their belongings and are preparing to return to Bujia village. In fact, the sword beast has a kind nature, deeply caring for So, and after much hesitation, finally reveals the recent events. Bo Kin Van is still alive, and So is overjoyed. Disregarding the heavy rain outside, she rushes out of the room. In a moment of panic, she stops, looking at the sword beast, a hint of guilt rising in her heart. She knows how the sword beast feels about her. All these years, he has silently protected her, asking for nothing in return, just to make up for the mistakes he made back then. Today, he willingly suffers, revealing the whereabouts of Bo Kin Van, which deeply moves So. On another note, Bo Kin Van is determined to die, causing Hao Lang to shake violently. The ground beneath him continues to sink. He tightly embraces the body of Tu and Gung, regardless of everything. After the loud explosion, everything returned to calm. There was another space underground in Hao Lang. The stone wall slowly opened, a cold laugh echoed from within the wall. I originally wanted to remain unknown here, enjoying 10,000 years in peace. Unexpectedly, the cut world stone was shattered by you. You idiot, you ruined my hard work, die. With a whistling sound, a concealed weapon flew towards him. Bu Jingyun didn't have time to think much, he swung his palm to block it. This strange concealed weapon transformed in mid-air, instantly turning into a collar that locked Bu Jingyun in place. These 6 locks are tied to the 6 realms of sentient beings. Even a supreme expert would find it difficult to escape. Bu Jingvan remains motionless, using only his arm to shatter the 6 locks. The old man is somewhat shocked and launches several hidden weapons in succession. Bu Jingvan holds Zining, stepping on the flying medicine, completely evading them. An iron ball flies by, its powerful force just shattering Kong Zi's icy coffin. The old man seems to deliberately want to provoke Bu Jingvan, continuously taunting him. What's wrong? Are you angry now? This woman is clearly dying from severe injuries. Instead of seeking revenge, you're hiding here waiting to die. You are truly weak. It seems your enemy must be very formidable. If Bo Qinvan wants to stay here and keep company with the 2 women, he must chase this old man out. He gently placed Kong 2 and Gung down and hurriedly followed along the steps. Passing through a stone door, a dense array of mechanisms appeared before him, all made of dark iron, resembling a gigantic dragon twisting and turning, bearing its fangs and claws, which astonished Bo Qinvan greatly. As he was lost in admiration, the stone door slammed shut behind him, trapping him inside. The stone door was made of mysterious iron, even harder than the world-transforming stone. Bo Qinvan repeatedly struck with several palm techniques but to no avail. The old man had devoted many years of effort to create the unparalleled and invincible heavenly wisdom flowing path, yet it had never been activated. Today, seeing Bo Qinvan's astonishing divine power, he couldn't help but feel a desire arise. It was just the right time to test the might of the heavenly wisdom flowing path. A 1,000-pound greatsword descended towards Bo Qinvan with an unimaginable speed. The surrounding mechanisms were dense and intimidating, making it impossible for anyone to evade. No matter what Swordmaster Kan has experience, facing such a skillful machine, he gradually falls behind, his body covered in wounds. Suddenly, everything around turns dark, all is silent. The old man's voice floats uncertainly, not knowing where he is. Youngster, you're so young yet have such divine skills. I see the resentment in your eyes hasn't faded, and you still have great vengeance to take. Go take your revenge and then come back. I'll watch over these 2 women for you. Remember, if you don't seek revenge, you're not a true man. Never mention this place to anyone, or else I'll be in great danger and will never have peace. The stone door slowly opens, releasing a path to life. Swordmaster Kan hesitates for a moment, then strides out. Yes, if my family members die tragically and I can't avenge them, it would be a waste to be a man. This old man is willing to hide and wait for death, as if he's avoiding an enemy. With his martial wisdom and skills, I wonder who could make him fear like this. He walked while thinking, passing through the mountain road, crossing the grass, and finally left Haolang. The sunlight after the rain shone on his face, making him feel reborn. A detective with a dagger stealthily followed behind. Boc Qinvan casually pointed out, and a piece of wood shot out, knocking the person down. It's you who have been following me, reporting my whereabouts, causing harm to my family. From now on, I will no longer hide. I want all of you to pay the price. He swung his hand horizontally, like a sharp sword, and the detective died on the spot, a tragic sight to behold. The god of death, Boc Qinvan, officially returns. The martial world will surely be filled with blood and chaos again. At the main gate of Haolang, So wept bitterly, not knowing that at this moment, Boc Qinvan was in Haosun. How could she hear him? Fate can be cruel like this. Even though they are just one step apart, they still brush past each other. On Ironheart Island, Huaikong pursues the culprit, arriving at the forbidden heavenly fragrance garden. In the fragrant garden, flowers compete to bloom. Piercing through the dense foliage, he sees an underground passage. History continues downward. The strong stench is nauseating. Could it be that the fragrance of the heavenly fragrance garden is meant to mask this foul odor? The deeper he goes, the more stifling and uncomfortable it becomes. What he sees before him makes Huaikong doubt his own eyes. It turns out that Bujinjian's covert operations were responsible for the murder of innocent people. The outcome is real. Everything is done by my master, Tianxia. The heart of this man is truly frightening. Designing the assassination of Bo Qinvan, stealing the supreme sword, pretending to be ill for over a decade to deceive the world, just to create the greatest armor in the world, Tianxia. The stench of blood fills the air, the foul smell assaults the nose, a suit of steel armor appears before my eyes. To make Tianxia even more evil, even more ferocious, Tianxia places the divine weapon Tian Toy on the armor, using the blood of living people to soak it. Now that the supreme sword is in hand, it perfectly compensates for the armor's insufficient offensive capability. If we can obtain the designer's blood, Tianxia will be able to complete and become the champion. Taishan smiled, his large hand gripping Tanshi's throat, ready to suck his fresh blood. A figure suddenly leaped into the hall to intervene. Huaikong, who had been eavesdropping for a long time, could no longer hold back. The bald man who had always stood beside Taishan swung his chains and fought against Huaikong. This person was agile and had profound martial arts skills,
able to match Huaikong evenly. With a loud crash, Huaikong turned to look back. Tianxia had already perished, blood pouring down from the armor. "Master, why are you so cruel?" Huaikong had followed Taishan since childhood, learning martial arts from him, respecting his master like a father. Today, witnessing Taishan's evil deeds, he was both shocked and furious. Taishan's expression was strange, and his voice was extremely sincere. "Disciple, calm down a bit. The master has his own troubles. If you follow me here, you will understand everything. Trust your master one more time, follow me." The chains moved, and a huge iron ball rose in the blood pool. Huaikong was confused, pain surged from behind, and in an instant, he was knocked back 3 zhang, falling to the ground. It was Taishan who had ambushed him from behind. "Huaikong, the master often says you are a rare talent, but I see nothing special. Just obediently accept your death." Huaikong's heart ached, his body fell rapidly, thinking he would be crushed to pieces, when a strong pair of hands caught him securely. The person had long black hair, eyes sparkling with light, a somewhat dazed expression, his whole body tattered, but he looked exactly like Master Taishan. Huaikong was not entirely in the dark or confused. He looked around for an escape route, but the solid walls were unbreakable, and above the cave entrance, an iron ball weighing thousands of pounds blocked the way. Even a supreme master couldn't move it. After enduring 2 days without food or water, there was no choice as the iron ball above slowly rose, dropping a piece of paper. Iron God was in seclusion practicing his skills and quickly left. In this perilous situation, Huaikong didn't think much and immediately carried the old man out of the dungeon. As soon as they stepped outside, they encountered Divine Mother Envoy, a muscular man wielding an axe, charging straight at them. Huaikong protected the old man behind him, dodging by leaping away. He was unarmed and carrying someone, putting him in a very dangerous situation, yet he still held on to the old man. A hearty laugh came from behind, and the old man waved his hand, instantly killing one of the enemies on the spot. "My obedient disciple, clean up the mess, kill Divine Mother Envoy. He betrayed me and deserves to die. These past few days, I've been pretending to be naive to see if you would betray me like Divine Mother Envoy. Just now, you risked your life to protect me, so I know you're not like them." Hai was overjoyed and finally confirmed that this person was truly his master. A few years ago, Then and his mentor had collaborated to design a flawless set of battle armor, the celestial catastrophe. In the pursuit of perfection, the two searched throughout the mountains of the world and eventually chose the supreme sword crafted by Hakon, as only this sword could unleash the maximum power of the armor. The master and disciple dealt with the traitors and hurried to the blood pool where the armor was kept, placing the supreme sword in the center. Then picked up the long sword and suddenly felt a wave of black smoke emanating from the hilt, leaving him dazed. Thiat Quang Du had appeared beside him at some point, laughing heartily. "Big brother, I actually let you go on purpose just to see how much power you've regained over the past decade. I have raised a group of loyal disciples, and today, I will take both of you along with me." Then and his brother Thiat Quang Du were originally twin brothers, but their personalities were different. Because of the celestial catastrophe armor, they had become irreconcilable. Thean Madman poisoned the calculating officer, secretly poisoned him, crippled his martial arts, and imprisoned him in the dungeon. He then changed his appearance and became the island master. To avoid Huaikong and others from suspecting, he feigned illness and did not come out or pass on his martial arts. He secretly nurtured a group of elite disciples, resorting to any means necessary, and the Iron Gate 5 beasts are his most prized disciples. These 5 people have profound skills, hard armor, bizarre weapons, and cruel moves. Iron God was unable to resist the poison, while Huaikong fought 5 against 1, having to also protect his master, making it difficult to win. Catch the king first, Huaikong's figure flashed, charging towards Iron Madman. Breaking original hand struck with all his might. Iron Madman laughed coldly, "Do you think you can fight with me? Taste my blood tyrant mad palm technique." In an instant, he struck 9 palms. Huaikong firmly blocked 8, but couldn't dodge the 9th, which hit him in the chest. Iron Madman turned his palm into a sword, striking with the ultimate good sword. Seeing Huaikong about to have his head severed, Thiathan disregards the unneutralized poison and flies to save him. The two entangle with each other. Huaikong's body flashes as he uses his skill to snatch the supreme good sword from Thiathan's hand. Master and apprentice fight joyfully, advancing towards the door while battling. Seeing the iron gate about to descend, Huaikong hurls the supreme good sword, urging his master to flee quickly. Behind them, a fierce wind howls, and a powerful pressure sweeps over. Thiat Quang Du, clad in a shimmering armor, has donned the heavenly tribulation divine armor. "Brother, do you know why I haven't killed you all these years?
It's because I want you to see clearly that the heavenly tribulation created by me according to my own ideas is the most perfect one. As soon as the heavenly tribulation is unleashed, it's hard to escape the calamity. Thiat then pushes Hai Kong out the door with a palm strike, using all his strength to strike Thiat Kwang Du's chest with both hands. The unmatched force of the palm push sends Thiat Kwang Du reeling backward. Thiat then swings his arm, throwing an iron object toward Hai Kong. Disciple, hurry up, the master has been poisoned and cannot be saved. I will hold this place to protect your life. Go now, this item is extremely important, you must keep it safe. After saying this, he struck out with a palm, causing a large rock in the cave to collapse, blocking Huai Kong outside the cave. Just as he turned his head, he was pierced through the chest by the sharp claws of Tianxia. To prevent Huai Kong from leaving to rescue him, he didn't utter a word and died on the spot. The strongest armor in the Fengyun Tianxia has emerged. Can Huai Kong wield the strongest weapon, the supreme sword, to break through the encirclement? Huai Kong was severely injured, fighting against many people, but the supreme sword cut through steel as if it were mud, making the assassins extremely wary and unwilling to advance. They used hidden weapons and chains to surround him, exhausting his stamina. Huai Kong suffered a setback, his hands shackled, his life hanging by a thread. Several shadowy figures jumped into the battlefield, firing their hidden weapons, releasing a thick cloud of smoke, and in the chaos, they rescued Huai Kong. On the mountaintop, several people helped Huai Kong treat his wounds and detoxify him. Huai Kong did not know these people, but it was not appropriate to reveal their identities. So he continuously expressed his gratitude. Under the moonlight, a tall figure quickly approached. It was Huai Jie who had arrived. Huai Kong, you have betrayed the sect. The master has sent me to capture you. Come with me. Hai Kong loudly clarifies that the person is his twin brother, Thiat Kwang Du, who truly killed their master. Hai Diet coldly states, no need for further words, come with me to confront our master. If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to use force. Hai Kong has always respected his elder brother, not wanting them to fight each other. However, the absolute world's best sword cannot fall into Thiat Kwang Du's hands. So he must fight to the end. He is inherently kind-hearted, even at this point, still showing mercy. Hai Diet is furious. For years, Hai Kong has always been yielding to him, even deliberately concealing his martial arts out of respect for him. How could he not know? The more so, the more it feels like an insult to his dignity. He strikes Hai Kong hard on the back of the head, causing him to faint instantly. It turns out that those who saved Hai Kong were actually Hai Diet's subordinates. Hai Diet had long discovered Thiat Kwang Du's scheme and had been secretly cultivating forces to resist the sect. For years, he has never fulfilled his duty as an elder brother. Today, he will personally stop the enemy and protect his younger brother's life. He orders his subordinates to take Hai Kong onto a boat and leave first. Just as he turns around, Thiat Kwang Du stands there, having seen everything clearly. Hai Diet, you knew my plan early on, and you could still endure until now. Your schemes are truly formidable. Hand over the supreme sword, how about we cooperate? Hai Diet scoffed and coldly replied, I, Hai Diet, may not be a virtuous person, but I won't cooperate with someone who personally killed their own elder brother. Thiat Kwang Du laughed loudly, if you don't cooperate with me, there's only the path to death. I'll show you the horrors of heavenly tribulation. On the vast sea, Hai Kong slowly regained consciousness. Besides the supreme sword, there was also his junior sister, Bok Lin, accompanying him. Under the explanation of the boatman Tu Mao, the two finally understood the hardships their senior brother faced, feeling deeply moved. The boatman Tu Mao had tears in his eyes, unable to control himself. As everyone left, he witnessed Hai Diet being killed by Thiat Kwang Du's heavenly fiend with one strike. The body falling into the sea, its whereabouts unknown. Senior brother died for me, Bok Lin cried silently, while Hai Kong stood straight against the wind, expressionless, the pain in his heart indescribable. The sea wind howled as a large ship rode the waves. It was the subordinates of Thiat Kwang Du chasing after. Bok Lin, determined to avenge Huai Dai, fearless of danger, drew her personal weapon, Homie Thursday, jumped onto the large boat, and fiercely battled the 5 beast warriors of the Iron Gate. Huai Kong, wielding the supreme good sword, charged into the crowd. His master and eldest brother were brutally killed, leaving him utterly enraged, striking without any mercy. His slashes severed limbs in all directions, no one could withstand them. Fending off the strong enemy, Sima originally intended to follow Huai Dai's instructions and bring the two to Tianxia Bureau for refuge. Unexpectedly, Huai Kong refused and insisted on leading Bok Lin away by himself, not knowing where they were going. After 2 days of non-stop travel, Bok Lin asked several times about their destination, but Huai Kong did not respond, his steps resolute, heading towards the setting sun. After several days, Bok Lin woke up beside the fire and saw Huai Kong building a wooden house and forging iron tools, seemingly intending to stay here long-term. He tied up his long hair and locked both his hands together. From today, he wanted to lock himself up until he achieved his goal. Black Mountain Peak is the closest place to the moon within 100 miles, where the headquarters of Black Lu is located. In the Great Hall, a person sat in the middle, his posture majestic, that is High Diet. That day he was struck by the heavenly net of Thiat Quan Du, fortunately. Wearing the violet spirit golden armor saved his life, but the armor was shattered, and he was seriously injured. Due to the death of his master Thiat then, he vowed to take revenge for his master, luckily escaped. Relying on the terrifying power of the heavenly calamity, he still felt anxious. Tu Ma was overjoyed, wanting to go inform Huai Kong and Bok Lin, but was stopped by High Diet. Huai Kong, considering his own feelings, gave up the idea of self-imprisonment, just in time to use this opportunity to see how much potential he truly had. In the days they lived together, High Diet and Trak Thien got along well, and he couldn't help but teach Trak Thien martial arts. He felt that this kid had extraordinary potential and an indomitable spirit, which he greatly admired, and their relationship grew closer. Under the foot of the rocky mountain, stones rolled down, the steps collapsed, and a mighty man strode forward, calling for High Diet to meet. That person, with black hair and a cloak, had an angry expression, and he was Bo Kin Van. High Diet admired him, not expecting that in less than a month, Bo Kin Van would be able to track down his whereabouts. High Diet, you killed my son just to challenge me. Today, I will give you what you desire. High Diet saw him exuding an imposing aura, his power restored, and he was endlessly excited. Kicking a pile of tools beside him, Bo Kin Van danced his fingers, condensing his internal energy in mid-air, which was his ultimate technique, the Cloud Sword. High Diet jumped up, gathering his strength, delivering a move called the Chaos Origin Energy Strike from above. This strike exhausted all of his internal power, yet was easily deflected by Bo Kin Van. Turning around, Bo Kin Van closed in from above. A move called the Cloud Descending Strike from the Cloud Palm, the force enveloped him. This move was created by Hungba years ago, and with Bo Kin Van's current cultivation, he had surpassed it, reaching the realm of ethereal transformation. High Diet's eyes widened, it seemed today he would surely die. My wife and children were killed, my daughter's whereabouts unknown. The sword demon Kin Van finally re-emerged, the god of slaughter has returned. Facing the murderer who killed his son Huai Dai, he used the move of soaring clouds and descending heaven in the cloud-parting palm technique, watching as Huai Dai was about to be struck down by his palm, but unexpectedly pulled back his strike mid-air, sparing Huai Dai's life. Your internal energy is blocked, your shoulder injury hasn't healed yet. Killing you now would not satisfy you. I'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain. Once you've recovered from your injuries, we'll fight again. You won't escape my grasp. Huai Dai sneered. He knew that sword demon Kin Van was arrogant and wanted to give him the most severe punishment under fair conditions. In the room, Bo Tian watched his father leave without crying or struggling. This was the father he had always hoped for. Cold, proud, powerful, and heartless, this was the sword demon Kin Van that his mother had admired years ago. The ancient legend of Bak Phuong Tianman 2 states that whoever can use the Chan Temple's Fan Tian Holy Staff to pry open the heaven's gate from a mile away can move the heavens and fulfill their wishes. But people in this world are too greedy. How could they have any sincere intentions? Over the years, countless people have died outside the heaven's gate. Only one man named Thiat returned safely. The heaven's gate is surrounded by sea on 3 sides, like a huge dragon piercing the sky. The north wind blows, making Huai Kong feel as if he is flying among clouds. He originally did not believe in these legends, but the relic left by his master before his death clearly recorded them. To defeat heavenly tribulation, the only way is to pass through heavenly gate and master iron refining hand. The Fan Tian Holy Staff repeatedly strikes the heaven's gate. Unfortunately, the earth is thick and the wind howls. This tiny knocking sound is negligible. Huai Kong concentrates all his energy and unleashes his strongest blow. Thunder rumbles in the clear sky, tearing through the vastness of space. An unimaginable event occurs. The heavenly gate slowly opens, and a masked woman descends from the sky. Is it possible that there are truly gods in this world? Seeking the heavenly gate. Huai Kong expresses his intentions clearly, hoping to learn the iron hand technique to avenge his master. The woman speaks calmly, without any tremor in her voice. The iron hand is one of the 10 great extraordinary techniques. For mortals who wish to seek this, aside from fortune, they must also consider their qualifications, to see if you can withstand 2 moves from this person. A dark shadow appeared behind Huai Kong, and when he turned to look, a remarkably handsome man stood behind him, radiating an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. It is the legendary martial artist of that year, the Wolf Slayer, Pajun. Kid, I have mastered both sword and saber techniques. The saber is named Heaven's Acceptance, and the sword is called Tamlang. Which one do you want to die under? Huai Kong said coldly, it's up to you, after all, the outcome will be the same. Fa Quan smiled wickedly, drawing the Tamlang sword from its sheath, a Tamlang true sunstrike radiating with 1,000 rays of cold light, rushing straight towards Huai Kong. The sword's edge was right before him, yet Huai Kong remained still, his mind calm and composed. A keen eye, able to discern that my strike is a feint. In 10 years, no one has forced me to draw both sword and blade. To die under my heaven and man is the glory of your life. In a hazy realm of heaven and earth, Huai Kong awoke from a nightmare, his chest aching unbearably. Looking around, he found himself in a farmhouse. A young girl named Lac Tien said someone brought him here, leaving 10 taels of silver to care for his injuries. The tall and strong young woman's father, who had just returned from hunting, immediately helped Huai Kong bathe and treat his wounds. The wound left by Breaker, from neck to abdomen, was extremely frightening. But judging from the cut, he seemed to have held back in the middle, otherwise, Huai Kong would have been split in 2. It is unknown who could have made him show mercy at that moment. The straightforward large man was skilled in medicine, while Luo Xian was beautiful, adorable, gentle, and considerate. Under their care, Huai Kong's injuries recovered very quickly. Luo Xian always seemed preoccupied, as if she had developed feelings for Huai Kong. That day, Breaker attempted to kill Huai Kong with his heavenly silkworm moon-slash technique, but was stopped by the mysterious masked woman. This woman was Tian Men's storyteller, the ghost mother of death, possessing supreme authority. Although Breaker was furious inside, he could only obey her orders, seething with anger. She is a master of a sect, so why does she willingly submit to a divine mother, which is hard to understand? On the other side, Huai Kong, Bai Ling, and Huai Dai all went missing. Tiet Quang too hesitated for a long time, but for the sake of the supreme sword, he still released his son. Quang Shan has the power of empathy. Quang Shan is inherently brutal and immensely powerful. Once he escapes from his cage, the Central Plains will surely be turned upside down. That day, he arrived at a village, went into a frenzy, and wanted to cut open a pregnant woman to play with the fetus. In a moment of life and death, a small and thin figure jumped out to save the pregnant woman. It was Long Ni, whom he hadn't seen for many days. At this moment, Long Ni had endured the trials of the martial world, and both her swordsmanship and internal strength had advanced remarkably. She was a top-tier expert. While fiercely battling Quang Shan, a man in a yellow robe wearing a mask descended from the sky, laughing as he said to Quang Shan, "You seem to really enjoy playing. There's someone very interesting on that mountain that you will definitely find intriguing. Hurry up and go." Everyone looked on in confusion, only to see several hunters hurriedly running down from the mountain. Even stranger was that a large tiger, also looking terrified, followed them. The insane Sam, a force of psychic energy, has identified the cause of the great tiger's fear, a mysterious man shrouded in black aura, evoking a strong sense of death in Sam. His interest surged as he strode up the mountain. 100 meters away, in a pavilion, stood a calm and knowledgeable figure, unbothered and dignified, Bo Kin Van. Waiting for Hai Diet to descend. Sam had never encountered such a powerful aura. Despite his attempts to surround and disturb, this person remained as still as a mountain. Suddenly, when he struck, the force sent Sam reeling backward. Furious, Sam jumped onto the pavilion and unleashed his divine skill, Heaven's Balance Collapse, forcefully collapsing the entire pavilion. "Damn it, I don't believe you won't move." Bo Kin Van waved his hand, lifting a nearby stone table and striking upward, hitting Sam squarely in the stomach. His palm's power was tremendous, and with the stone table's assistance, Sam spat out fresh blood, his massive body flying out several dozen meters. At that moment, a figure descended from the mountaintop. Hai Diet had finally arrived. Bu Kin Van said calmly, "You have distracting thoughts, why not wait a few more days?" Hai Diet gently shook his head, "No need. With my current power, even if I trained for another 10 years, I would not be your match. Only by continuously challenging the strong can I become even stronger." Bu Kin Van couldn't help but praise, "Good spirit, but unfortunately, your opponent is me. You have lost your right to live. Within 5 moves, you will surely die." Recovering memories, the fighting spirit resurfaced. Bu Kin Van was truly terrifying. Facing Hai Diet, the elite of the younger generation, he arrogantly proclaimed that he would take his life within
5 moves. Hai Diet saw him breaking through the air with supernatural power. After 10 years of hard training, he was still no match. But to say he would defeat him in 5 moves was too arrogant. If he could withstand 5 moves, it would be considered a draw. Bu Qin Van nodded in agreement. Hai Diet, listen carefully. Van Hai Ba Dao, Tu Thien Bai Van, Bai Sun Dao Hai, Thien Van Fuck Fu, Wang Van Thien Zhan, I will use these 5 moves to attack you. Hai Diet was even more shocked. These 5 moves were the Bai Van Chuang taught by Hungba back then. He had created a stronger version of Bai Chuang himself. Yet he didn't use a single move, clearly looking down on him. He couldn't believe he couldn't withstand even 5 of his moves. He originally had exceptional lightness skills. At this moment, he focused solely on defense, continuously dodging, and managed to evade 3 moves from Bu Qin Van, boosting his confidence. The cloud controlling technique you boast about is unrealistic, it's nothing more than that. My 7-element chaos technique in the Book of Storms is absolutely no less impressive than your cloud controlling technique. Even after failing the 3 moves of the Book of Storms, Bu Jingyun remains calm and composed, waiting until Huaimia's palm force reaches his face before flipping his right hand to gently block it. He plants his foot firmly on the ground, using his strength to repel Huaimia, then crosses his arms to gather power and strike back. Huaimia blocks my 4-heaven cloud controlling palm. Huaimia steps back several times, determined to counter this move. His fighting spirit surges as he mobilizes his internal energy, forming an energy wall in front of him, which is the ultimate defensive technique in the 7-element chaos technique, reversing river stance. The collision of the 2 forces immediately reveals their strengths and weaknesses, with the reversing river stance ultimately neutralizing much of the force. Although Huaimia is injured and knocked back, he still has enough strength to fight on. Having blocked the 4th move, only the 5th move, soaring clouds descending from heaven, remains. Bu Jingyun transforms into a giant 5-fingered palm, pressing down. Huaimia confidently smiles. This move once led to his humiliating defeat, but these days, he has been pondering ways to break it. He is absolutely confident that he will not repeat the same mistake. He exerted his internal force, accurately timing his strength to counter, soaring through the air in a spinning motion, and was thrown aside. Bu Jingyun, after 5 moves, you have lost. Feeling triumphant, the black sword hovered in the air, surrounded by dark clouds, as if the sky was collapsing. Within the dark clouds, Bu Jingyun appeared and disappeared. Huai Dai, I am the true Yang Yun. The first 4 moves were intentionally held back, just so you could experience the final Yang Yun heavenly descent. Huai Dai was struck in the face by the massive palm, filled with despair. In terms of martial arts, strategy, and tactics, he was far inferior, completely convinced. As Bu Jingyun was about to deliver the fatal blow, a familiar voice made him freeze in place. Father, don't kill him, I'm still alive. Hai Diet just wanted to provoke you and him to fight with all your might. It's a crime not worth dying for. Hai Diet feels embarrassed and humiliated, having to ask Bo Thien for mercy just to save his life. It's truly a disgrace. Bo Qin Van feels like he's in a dream, overjoyed, wanting to step forward and embrace his son. A giant figure suddenly rushes out from the side, grabbing Bo Thien into his arms and fleeing. It's Kwang Sam, who has been observing from afar. Bo Qin Van, if you have the ability, come chase after me. Kwang Sam strides forward, running like the wind. Unexpectedly, before him, Bo Qin Van blocks the way. He screams and laughs loudly. Bo Qin Van, that guy used your son to lure you out. Too bad he is too soft-hearted. I, Kwang Sam, absolutely will not hold back. Moreover, I will not fear death. If you have the ability, come and take revenge for your son. He lifted Bu Tian high, using both hands to press down hard, smashing it against his own head, making a crisp sound of bones breaking. On the other side, the mysterious person from Tianman who saved Hai Kong years ago finally arrived. It was his good friend who he hadn't seen for a long time, Voni. Voni brought news that Thiat T Nam from Su Vong Bao had come to kill him. This person had rapidly advanced in power, and his influence was growing. He advised Hai Kong to clarify the truth early and resolve the hatred. Of course, Hai Kong would not agree. He had promised Beya Hung Su back then and would absolutely not change his mind. As fate would have it, while they were talking, Thiat Tinam had already arrived, launching a move called Thiat Huyet Vo Song, striking down and forcing Hai Kong to kneel on one knee on the ground. Looking quite miserable, Hai Kong was astonished. Even though Thiat Tinam had rapidly progressed, he should not be unable to withstand a single strike from him. The internal energy in his body seemed to be continuously draining away. After taking another hit, his body could no longer hold up, staggering and about to fall. A scene that astonished him further appeared. Voni once again captured Lac Tien in his grasp, his expression dark as he looked at him. Nam, he has fallen victim to my drunken heart powder, he can't exert any strength, quickly capture him. Nam was not only unhappy, but instead furious. Han Truong, I only instructed you to bring me here, who told you to drug him, using such despicable tactics, what kind of dignity is that? Lak Tian also shouted angrily, Voni, Hai Kong considers you his best friend, yet you betray him. Voni coldly laughed, despicable, sometimes only a villain can achieve great things, Hai Kong only trusts me, only I can ambush him. If I don't help you, how will you use Hai Kong's blood for the Northern Wild Beast King's altar at the future Te conference? Hai Kong truly couldn't believe his eyes, struggling to stand. Unexpectedly he was struck down by Voni with a hidden iron ball, and just like that, he fainted. It was unclear how long it had been. As he slowly opened his eyes, the surroundings were pitch black, unable to see anything clearly, his back ached, and it seemed like Bok Lin's silhouette appeared before him. He was loyal to Bai Ling, but she was in love with big brother Huai Mia, so he kept his feelings hidden in his heart. At this moment, his consciousness was blurred, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. Unable to hold back any longer, he confessed his long-suppressed feelings to Bai Ling. Suddenly, the surroundings were brightly lit, and before his eyes appeared a fierce and terrifying design of a dragon. He suddenly realized that he was in a prison. The corner of Bai Ling's mouth curled up into a cruel smile. Wu Er, what do you think? Isn't it funny? This useless man says he likes me. Huai Kong lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, looking at his once trusted friend and little sister, bewildered. Huai Kong, you are weak, and you ended up in this situation because you were too kind-hearted. This is your biggest weakness. You have disappointed me greatly. We will no longer rely on you to take revenge for Hawaii Diet. Although Vo Ni's martial arts are not as good as yours, he has the ambition and determination to become a powerful figure. Phaya Nam has agreed that after killing you, he will share 1/3 of Duong Mon with him. We no longer need you for revenge. The mockery from Vo Ni and Bok Lin pierced the heart, leaving Hai Kong utterly hopeless, as if tormented in hell. Bo Kin Van truly is a cursed star, loved ones and family all die because of him. Seeing his son Bo Thien in a precarious situation, Bo Kin Van swiftly moved forward, delivering a powerful strike to Kwang Sam's chest, the sound of bones cracking echoing. Kwang Sam was left in a daze, blood spurting out. Fortunately, Bo Kin Van's incredible skills saved the day. Had he been a moment slower, Bo Thien would have been left with shattered bones, dying on the spot. But at this moment, he was severely wounded and on the brink of death, his breath faint. Jingyun held his son in his arms, roaring in anger. He had no grudge with this person, yet he acted so ruthlessly. Mad Ginseng roared repeatedly, lunging forward to attack, his chest shattered, yet he could still fight on. Jingyun, begging for mercy, exhaled deeply, his two cold fingers, sword chi rampant, sword flowing clouds slashed left and right. Mad Ginseng's chest was a bloody mess, yet he continued to spin wildly, as if the more he was injured, the more excited he became. Jingyun, come again, we won't stop until one of us is dead. Jingyun roared, no longer holding back. The Kirin suddenly surged, palm power like overturning mountains and seas, sending Mad Ginseng crashing into the cliff, dying instantly. Long Air and Huai Mia, standing by, were shaken endlessly. This palm truly revealed Jinyun's true strength. It was truly terrifying. He only used 3/10 of his strength, and Kwang Sam was still recklessly aggressive. Dying is not worth lamenting. Hai Diet displayed his lightness skill, several times jumping to block before Bui Kin Van. Bui Kin Van, 100 miles away on Thien Ho Mountain, there is a remarkable person who is said to have the art of reviving the dead. You might as well take Bui Thien to try it out. I know you don't trust me, but Bui Thien is my friend, I don't want to see him die. Bui Kin Van didn't say a word, walked away. Could it be that he really can't escape his fate of being alone all his life? As Bui Kin Van left, Long Ni was still unable to calm down, recalling in his mind, waving his hands, recreating that cloud-flowing sword move. Controlling the sword with chi, the sword moves like flowing water through clouds. Indeed, he is a peerless swordsman. Two scholarly-looking men arrived gracefully. They were the mysterious masked man who instructed Kwang Sam to attack Bui Kin Van. It may take 3 palm strikes and 1 sword to kill Bo Kin Van. The life force of Kwang Sam is incredibly strong, and his physique surpasses that of ordinary people, truly astonishing. Why not take his corpse back and hand it over to Lord De Tic Tien for thorough research? Suddenly, 2 large hands reached out, gripping the throats of the two, who were horrified and struggled desperately. Kwang Sam was dead yet alive again. When Kwang Sam was in his teens, he accidentally drank a rare poison and died, but soon after, he miraculously came back to life, and since then his personality changed, becoming a ruthless killer with strength like thunder. This time he came back to life, his power seemed even stronger. With just 1 punch,
he shattered half the cliff and leaped over the large river at his feet. In a small house at the foot of the mountain, Bo Qinban took off Bo Tian's clothes, using his internal energy to transmit it into his back, stabilizing his heart pulse. In this critical moment, he couldn't let go. A fierce face suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Bo Qinban, you can't escape from my palm. On the other hand, Hai Kong was betrayed by the disciple who loved him the most and his best friend. In utter pain, Voni kicked him up into the air. Hai Kong, it is precisely because you regard my master as a father that I must kill you. Tu Hung wants to achieve great things, to make a name for himself. How could he not kill? The kindness you showed me has also become an obstacle, a haunting shadow of mine. Only by eliminating this shadow can I dominate the martial world. The gathering of the world in 7 days will be your death date. Your energy pathways have been sealed by silver needles, just wait and die slowly. He placed Hai Kong on the ground with one hand and, together with Bok Lin, left with cold laughter. Hai Kong, already severely injured, was thrown like this, and the countless silver needles in his back dug deeper, causing more pain, nearly making him faint. However, the pain in the body is nothing compared to the pain in the heart. He had lost hope in humanity. Living was worse than dying. He still could not die. The vengeance of his senior brother and master had yet to be avenged. Even if there was a glimmer of hope for life, he had to risk everything. In the past few days, without a drop of water, his vital energy had been blocked by the silver needles for too long, strangely weakening. He exhausted all his energy, and could only force out one silver needle before collapsing. A feeling of despair enveloped his entire body, and as the flames flickered, Wu Er entered again. Huai Kong, see what gift I have brought for you. Huai Kong suddenly felt an unbearable itch all over his body, as countless centipedes crawled over him, sending chills down his spine. He had no strength to brush them away, allowing them to bite and tear at him, and in an instant, he was torn apart beyond recognition. Voni seems to not want him to die so quickly, throwing out a cloud of smoke to disperse the entire swarm of centipedes. Hai Kong has been tortured to the point of death. Voni, why do you torment me like this? Voni chuckles lightly. How does it feel? All these years being suppressed by you, do you think I feel comfortable? Don't worry, I won't kill you right now. I want you to suffer enough before you die. Hai Kong's condition is dire. His skin has turned a shade of greenish purple, his face twisted in agony, clearly poisoned, the toxin invading his organs, a sight too tragic to behold. The iron door opens, and Lak Tien is also thrown into the cell, propping Hai Kong up and feeding him an antidote. As the antidote enters his body, the purple aura surrounding Hai Kong dissipates, and the itching sensation lessens. Lak Ko Nuong, why do you have the antidote? A group of guards laughed and said, Huai Kong, the leader of the No Tu sect won't let you die easily. We haven't tortured you enough yet, so we'll give you the antidote first to keep you alive. Huai Kong's heart ached like it was being cut, almost crying out loud. It seemed that Miss Lak, who was entangled with him, was likely to face a grim fate. No Tu grabbed Lak Tian's hair and kicked her away. This girl is stunningly beautiful. It's such a pity for her to follow Huai Kong. Better to reward my brothers with her. He waved his hand, throwing Lak Tian out, who was immediately surrounded by a group of fierce-looking men. Huai Kong, her father entrusted you with caring for his daughter, but he truly trusted the wrong person. You useless fool, now you can only shout out loud. Seeing No Tu's utter lack of conscience, Huai Kong screamed for Bai Ling, hoping she could show mercy and release Miss Lak. Bai Ling coldly laughed, if you want to save her, go save her yourself. Asking a woman for help, don't you feel ashamed? The shamelessness of Bai Ling and No Tu, along with Lak Tian's desperate cries for help, cut into Huai Kong's heart like a knife. He had never felt such hatred in his life. This pain has exceeded the limits of human endurance, causing his blood to boil, his expression like that of a demon. Betrayed by the woman he loves the most and his best brother, after countless tortures, Huai Kong is filled with fury, wanting to go mad, his blood boiling. Like a demon resurrected, constantly screaming. Suddenly, he struggled to stand up, forcing all the silver needles sealed behind him out of his body, causing immense pain and anger, which unleashed extraordinary power within him. Voni was stunned, throwing a pile of silver needles, all hitting Huai Kong's chest. Huai Kong paid no attention, his heart only filled with grief and anger. This little pain was insignificant. With just one punch and one kick, Voni completely lost his fighting ability. And with another accidental strike, Voni's bones were shattered, blood gushing everywhere. Huai Kong's eyes erupted with cold light, charging straight at Bok Lin. Even the woman he loves the most cannot escape death. Bok Lin, you have disappointed me too much. With one strike, Bok Lin's right eye emitted an evil light. In the darkness, Huai Kong felt an immense internal force flowing through his body, and his injuries felt remarkably comfortable. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw the celestial goddess healing him. Hai Kong was astonished, and he comforted Lac Tien, continuously asking about her well-being. The goddess's body trembled slightly as she gently said, "I didn't expect that the person you care about the most is her. Don't worry, she is very safe. Focus on your recovery." Moreover, the goddess removed her mask, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face. Slightly shy, it was Lac Tien. Vo Ni and Bok Lin entered the room, smiling. "Hai Kong, you have finally broken through your limits, achieving great mastery in martial arts. It was worth all our efforts." It turned out that everything was arranged by the goddess, making Hai Kong feel both indignant and desperate, helping him break through his mental barriers. Bok Lin lost one eye, and Vo Ni is disabled with a severed hand, which deeply moves Hai Kong. He vows to take revenge for Hai Diet, not to let down the efforts of both. Now, to enter Tien Mon, there is only one last step left, defeating Thiat Ti Nam. Hai Kong has broken through his inner demons. What level has he finally reached? Thiat Ti Nam unleashes fierce moves, each strike accompanied by the sound of wind. Under the Chan Thien Loi Kachui, he continuously forces Hai Kong to retreat. But no matter how wildly he attacks, Hai Kong remains calm and composed in his responses. With surging blood in full force, Thiat Ti Nam executes the Kai Sun move, a strike called Quang Ti Trak Knot, while Hai Kong skillfully dodges, using his sturdy chest to absorb the impact. After breaking through his inner demons, his heart is even tougher than steel. The gap in strength is too vast. Thiat Ti Nam is certain to fail. He carries the hopes of the entire Su Vang Bao, and if he cannot avenge his father, it will be hard for him to stand firm in the martial world. His fiancée threw a piece of red cloth over his eyes, wanting to use the ultimate technique, the heartfire of destruction. It is rumored that this move endangers both the user and the opponent, injuring the enemy while also severing the user's meridians, leading to a crippled outcome. Tai Ti Nam, in a furious rage, unleashed a devastating power towards Hai Kong. Hai Kong remained motionless. As the iron fist approached, he waved his hands. The right hand, the defensive palm, blocked the center path, weakening the force, while the left hand, the braking palm, struck out forcefully. The two forces collided. With a series of explosive sounds, Hai Kong's body spun, his palm force counterattacking like mountains collapsing into the sea, causing Tai Ti Nam to spout fresh blood, ultimately ending in a disastrous defeat. The sound of drums resonated in the courtyard. Countless disciples of the Master Wang sect charged out with fierce weapons, surrounding the guests from the 7 major factions who had come to challenge. To prevent any mishaps, the Silver Master took matters into his own hands, poisoning the tea of the guests, setting a trap. As soon as the young Master Tai Ti Nam was defeated, they would immediately surround and kill all the guests to prevent any news from leaking. The sounds of battle echoed all around, but Tai Ti Nam did not pay attention, staring intently at his father's tablet that had fallen to the ground. At that moment, all his arrogance and ambition faded away. His right arm in severe pain, he knelt down. Hai Kong slowly approached him, saying, "Tai Ti Nam, wait until you let go of the worldly shackles in your heart, then we can fight fairly once more." A beautiful figure flew over. It was the heavenly deity. "Hai Kong, I didn't expect you to break through the burning heart path so easily. You have passed the test of the heavenly gate. Come with me to meet the King of Heaven, Indra." Seeing the two figures depart, Bai Ling couldn't help but ask Wu Er, "Who is this King of Heaven, Indra?" Wu Er's face showed utmost respect. As long as Hai Kong can offer his final shred of faith, nothing is impossible for the King of Heaven, Indra. Meanwhile, Bu Jingyun was treating his son, Bu Tian, from injuries. After Zhuangshan revived and his power surged, he attacked again. Bu Jingyun fought off the enemy with one hand, spitting blood from his chi, which splattered onto Bu Tian, burning and uncomfortable. "Now, I am also a cripple. Why should I continue to burden my father?" He exerted his last bit of strength, stomping his feet hard and charging towards the cliff. "Father, goodbye." With a hair's breadth between life and death, a large hand reached out, grabbing Bu Tian into its embrace. "Kid, wanting to die isn't that easy." Bu Jingyun was shocked and enraged, roaring forward, but Zhuangshan returned Bu Tian. "Bu Jingyun, wait until your son recovers from his injuries, then we shall have a good fight again." Bo Kin Van looked in astonishment as Kwang Sam had already left. The demon killer, who was usually ruthless, was moved by Bo Thien's self-sacrifice to save him, and shed tears. As for Hai Kong, following the Divine Mother once again to Heavenly Gate, they were greeted by a respectful page boy, whose expression was strange. With an air of seasoned experience, he was the same Copper Emperor, the leader of the Heavenly Pool assassins from back then. Birds flew over. The Divine Mother used the birds as bait, leaping into the 10,000-foot abyss. Her lightness skill was unimaginable. Hai Kong followed closely behind, heading towards a warship below. The boatman rowed with one hand, the small boat jumped several meters, he too was a top-notch expert. The ink flower in the heavenly pool assassins. Several people broke through the ice and went forward, crossing several large layers of ice. Suddenly ahead became vast, what they saw was a spiral ice staircase reaching up to the sky. Not knowing where it leads. Following the Divine Mother up the ice staircase, the first level is inscribed with 4 big characters: Bat Dong Nan Gioi, immovable human realm. The Copper Emperor, Vo Ni, and others are all here. The Divine Mother explained that Heavenly Gate is originally divided into 3 realms: Bat Dong Nan Gioi, immovable human realm; Tu Tai De Gioi, free earth realm; and Hu Kong Thien Gioi, void heaven realm. Ordinary martial arts experts are only worthy to be in the immovable human realm. The King of Heaven will create ice statues according to their appearances, while the Divine Mother belongs to the higher free earth realm. In front is a large ice barrier blocking the way, leading to the entrance of heaven. The Divine Mother solemnly reminds Hai Kong that to seek the deity Tik Thien to learn the heavenly hand, he must agree to do something for him in the future. If he dares to break the oath, deity Tik Thien will absolutely not let it go and will make him die a tragic death. What kind of deity is Tik Thien? It is about to be revealed. The most mysterious figure in Feng Yun, deity Tik Thien, finally makes an appearance. Hai Kong, after enduring hardships and breaking through his inner demons, finally reaches the void heaven to seek an audience with deity Tik Thien. In order to learn the heavenly hand for revenge, he has long placed life and death aside. Regardless of what deity Tik Thien may demand in the future, he will comply without question. The ice surface was smooth and flat when suddenly a giant ice hand appeared, sealing off Hai Kong's acupoint in an instant. Indeed, from heaven to earth, all beings in the 3 realms bowed down and worshipped the arrival of the Heavenly Emperor. Kid, you promised, today I will fulfill your wish. Several icy blades showed no signs before piercing into Hai Kong's body. The cold blades cut through flesh, blood splattered everywhere. Kid, I want to use the ice realm to penetrate your meridians, severing the pain from your meridians. Only then can you not fear the burning fire of the refining heaven hand, indulging in your desires, but it depends on whether you can withstand this kind of pain. The Divine Mother beside kept reminding Hai Kong that this process would be excruciating, and if he couldn't endure it, at this moment, it's still possible to give up. Hai Kong loudly replied, there's no need. Regardless of life or death, I have no regrets, come what may. The smile of Indra has a hint of admiration as he manipulates countless ice daggers piercing into Hai Kong's body. Hai Kong suddenly feels like 10,000 swords piercing his heart, screaming in agony, as if being tortured in hell. After an unknown amount of time, Hai Kong slowly opens his eyes. Lac Tien has already bandaged his wounds and is protecting him beside. In their dazed state, the two follow the original path back, pushing open the heavenly gate. Ai Lin has been waiting here for a month. The joy of meeting his junior sister again makes Hai Kong overlook Lac Tien behind him. Lac Tien's face remains calm, seemingly not minding at all. A blazing fire pot burns fiercely. Hai Kong puts both hands in but feels no pain, yet his hands still get burned by the flames. Following the purification method left by his master, Hai Kong soaks his hands in medicinal water, practicing day and night with great hardship. His cultivation advances remarkably, showing astonishing talent, even making Lac Tien unable to help but admire. In a month, Hai Kong is confident that his divine skill will be complete. It will be time to reappear in the martial world and take revenge on Tai Kwangtu. Before that, he must take the peerless sword from underground and return it to Bo Jingyun and his son as agreed. The first light of dawn shone down, the time had come. The peerless good sword finally saw sunlight again. Hai Kong wrapped a red cloth around the sword, slung it over his back, and was about to call by Ling and Luo Xian to set off. However, he did not see Luo Xian, who left behind a letter and departed without saying goodbye. Luo Xian was straightforward in her heart. She could not help but fall in love with Hai Kong, but knew that Hai Kong's heart only belonged to her senior sister Bai Ling. Her feelings were hard to express. To avoid making things difficult for herself, it was better to endure short pain rather than long suffering. She decided to leave on her own, hoping that Hai Kong could take care of himself and achieve his revenge sooner. Hai Kong felt complicated emotions, unable to clearly articulate his sense of loss. Knowing that Luo Xian had not gone far, he flew after her. Not far away, Luo Xian was quietly observing with Huasha Luo Lao. Perhaps only her sudden departure made him suddenly feel the loss, allowing Hai Kong to start missing her. Huasha did not understand romantic feelings and was puzzled. With the supreme authority of Lady Divine Mother,
Why should she bother with Hao Khan's affairs? Wouldn't it be simpler to directly kill Bai Ling and end the matter? At the same time, staring at Hao, there was also Hao Diet hiding in a secret place, severely injured by Bo Kin Van. He was in disguise, wandering the martial world. Knowing that his younger brother had mastered the iron casting hand, Hao Diet was overjoyed, and at the same time, his conviction grew stronger. Sooner or later, he would become even more powerful, because he possessed a truly immortal heart. Since the news of Bo Kin Van's survival spread, Bac Tui Hung, which was once remote, would no longer be peaceful. The group of people from the Iron Blood Sword sect, which he had once captured, firmly believed that he would return and had long been on guard. A gentle breeze swept by, and 2 men and 1 woman, accompanied by 2 little girls, floated in. The man with long hair and one eye was not as light as the wind. It was Niep Phong and his wife Denis Mong, bringing Tu Din to search for Bo Kin Van. Niep Phong looked at the small, dilapidated farmhouse before him and couldn't help but feel moved. This place was peaceful, and he believed that these years of seclusion were the happiest days of Van Su Huin's life. Unfortunately, his grievances were not yet resolved. Upon returning to the martial world, he must take good care of Tu Din, so that the 2 women could reunite with him soon. In the house, there was no one left early on. Xiao Ding could hardly contain his disappointment as the air was filled with shouts for killing. Dozens of strong men charged out. They were the group of the Iron Blood Sword technique who had been lying in wait for a long time. Since they couldn't kill Bu Jingfan, killing his daughter wouldn't be in vain. On one side was the daughter of senior brother Van Bat Din, and on the other was Xiao Ding's own daughter. Nia Feng did not hesitate. He first saved Bu Ding and then instantly held Xiao Ding's daughter in his arms. The assassins were almost horrified to the point of dropping their jaws upon seeing his ghostly lightness skill. No wonder Nia Feng was called the god of the wind. His lightness skill was indeed extraordinary. Countless sharp swords flew toward him, but Nia Feng handed the 2 girls over to Dini Mong, then pinched a gust of wind with 2 fingers, deflecting all of them and reflecting the sword attacks back. In the past, the ultimate technique of the wind dance 9 heavens had never harmed him, let alone this persistent attack from Nia Feng. His subordinates stood frozen in place, not moving. It turned out that the long sword shot out by Nia Feng with his energy merely grazed past them. If he hadn't held back, he would have already killed everyone. The leader was still unconvinced, gathering his energy, his hands raised with a bow, shooting one sword faster than the last in a continuous barrage. Suddenly feeling a blur before his eyes, Nia Feng's sword had already reached in front of him, coldly saying, "Stop being stubborn, just go. You are lucky today. The person you encountered is me. If it were senior brother Van, none of you would survive." With a whoosh, a strange sound tore through the sky, a golden long sword flew toward Nia Feng. It was the phoenix feather sword of Feng Vu. Attached to the sword was a letter with 3 large words written, "Anonymous letter." Why did the anonymous send the sword to Nia Feng? Bu Jingvan was originally a celestial solitary star, having almost no joyful moments in his life. To prevent his son from being a cripple for life, Bu Jingvan could only push the wheelchair forward, following the guidance of Huai Dai, to Tianhu Mountain, 100 miles away, to seek help from a miraculous person. Bu Tian's back was getting more and more painful, his limbs gradually lost sensation. To avoid worrying his father, he gritted his teeth and endured, not uttering a word. With Bu Jingvan's lightness skill, he could certainly cover 100 miles in a day, but to lessen the pain for his son, he pushed the wheelchair for 5 days. He had never sought help from others, but for his son, he had to make an exception. In the valley, medicinal vapors rose into the sky, revealing a mysterious atmosphere everywhere. Under the guidance of a servant boy in the courtyard, Bu Jingvan pushed his son to the outside of the room. Inside the room was a series of suggestive sounds that made one blush. Before they even reached the door, the people inside had already sensed Bu Tian's injury through their breathing. The kid outside has a shattered spine. If not treated within 7 days, his life is hard to preserve. This person doesn't need to be examined, he can already diagnose the condition. Indeed, he is an extraordinary person. Bu Jingvan is straightforward, as long as he can save his son. He is willing to do anything to repay. The person in the room laughed oddly. Stepping out was the divine doctor who had replaced Bu Jingvan with the Qilin boy back then. Bu Jingvan, I have been waiting for your words. You can make a promise of utmost importance. In this world, there are those who are resolute and determined, but only their closest kin may not recognize them. This filthy, sturdy man claims to be unrecognized by 10 families. Which is hard for people to understand. With a sudden sound,
Bu Jingban burst through the door. I am Bu Jingban, unrecognized by 10 families, I want to take your sword.
Unrecognized by 10 families, I have heard of Bu Jingban for a long time.
Now seeing his imposing demeanor, with an extraordinary presence, he is indeed a peerless swordsman.
I immediately unleashed the no-rule path to confront the enemy.
He has an innate talent for martial arts and does not merely use internal energy to enhance his palm power but rather employs a dominant boxing technique that blocks every escape route for his opponent. Bu Jingban saw his opponent's strength continuously increasing, instantly doubling his hesitation. He was secretly astonished but kept his body still, bracing himself to take a punch to the chest.
I have come to take your invisibility sword.
This move is what I offer in exchange. Shen Bushu felt the opponent's internal power was extremely hot, as if a fire qilin was lurking before his eyes, lusting after the strength of his palm. With a sound, Shen Bushu spat blood from his mouth and nose, his face twisted in pain.
The Lin Yan Ti is not something an ordinary person can withstand.
He gritted his teeth and endured, using all his strength. The strange force within his body erupted, doubling his martial arts prowess.
Bu Jianyun still had plenty of energy, responding with ease.
Shen Bushu, hand over your invisibility sword. I want you to lose with your heart and mind accepting defeat. In the medicine valley, the divine doctor prepared the demonic drugs, waiting only for Bu Jianyun to retrieve his sword to begin treating Zhuo Tian.
Zhuo Tian was curious.
What grudge could he and Shen Bushu possibly have that would make him kill to get the sword?
The quirky godly physician laughed, saying, "There's no grudge, the 10th body unyielding, he is my son.
This rebellious son has a wicked heart, killing his own eldest brother, he must die." The quirky godly physician poured his heart and soul into developing heavenly dragon beast medicine, which can enhance one's martial arts prowess.
But those who consume the medicine suffer excruciating pain, enduring torment.
Arrogant in his belief that he is a reincarnation of Hua Tuo, the quirky godly physician ruthlessly tested the medicine on his 2 sons. The eldest could not bear the extreme agony and went mad. In anguish, the eldest brother pleaded with 10th body unyielding to help him escape his suffering. Enraged, the quirky godly physician wanted to kill his son on the spot. His father cared only about the medicine he had developed, showing no concern for his son's life. Thapten Bat Nan, even the elder brother he loved the most, has killed him with his own hands. From that day on, he no longer trusted familial bonds. On the battlefield, a shaven-headed youth wielded a sword, protecting Thapten Bat Nan in front of him. It was his disciple, Aq. Bo Kin Van was somewhat astonished. He did not expect that a person like Thapten Bat Nan would have a disciple willing to risk his life to protect him. Thapten Bat Nan swung his fight staff, sending his disciple flying. A flash of light appeared, and he finally drew the Vo Hin Kim. He had the heavenly wolf beast medicine inside him. Although it could enhance his power, the side effects were also extremely terrifying. At this moment, he had to win quickly. The shadow of the Vo Hin Kim danced, soft and varied, attacking Bo Kin Van. Bo Kin Van parried several strikes and understood the sword technique. The sword was named invisible, but his speed could not reach the point of invisibility. Ultimately, it was useless.
The teenager named Aq was risking everything to help his master, but how could he possibly harm Bo Kin Van even a little? He kneels on the ground, repeatedly knocking his head.
Bo Hero, my master is not an evil person beyond redemption.
I beg you to spare him.
Thapten Bat Nan, at this moment, realizes that his strength is far inferior to Bo Kin Van's in size. Bo Kin Van, I admit my defeat willingly. This invisible sword, take it. But I have one request. I couldn't even keep my elder brother's sword, and I have no face to live on. If you could escort me part of the way, dying by your hand wouldn't be in vain. Bo Kin Van's cold aura flickered, and he nodded in agreement. With the invisible sword in hand, the rebellious child made a move, and the divine doctor was overjoyed.
Immediately fulfilling his promise to treat Bo Thien, he wanted to implant the invisible sword into Bo Thien's body, replacing his bones. The process was extremely complex and dangerous, and there could absolutely be no disturbances. Bo Kin Van sat upright at the door of the guard post, motionless. Today, Thapten Bat Nan closed his eyes to await death, while disciple Aq risked everything to help. Bo Kin Van waved his hand and left.
Shinshin Bu Run, your master-disciple bond is so deep, why must you cling to the past? If there is someone in this world who loves you, you shouldn't seek death.
Until early morning, the surgery was finally completed.
The divine physician truly has remarkable skills. The invisible sword has connected the bones, and from now on,
Bo Thien will take the sword as his foundation, making it easier to learn the sword. But whether his body will reject the invisible bone remains unknown.
While they were talking, a strong wind rose outside,
and over 100 people gathered, shouting angrily, "Bo Kinvan, come out and face your death. We are the descendants of the Hwang mansion, and we have come today to settle the blood debt from years ago. If you don't come out, we will immediately set the place on fire." The divine physician was already scared out of his wits. No mistake, Bo Kinvan, one person does, one person bears the consequences. You quickly go outside to end the feud, don't involve others. Outside the door, hundreds of men with swords are shouting and killing, and the leader is the second son of Louis, the former lord of the Hwang mansion, Lunat. "Bo Kinvan, today I want you and your father to pay for your blood debts with blood." More than 10 years ago, Bo Kinvan stormed into the Hwang mansion alone to seize the ice fragments, killing until the blood flowed like rivers. Today, the Hwang mansion has gathered the remnants of its old subordinates to seek revenge on the father and son of Bo Kinvan. Bo Kinvan, wielding a sharp blade, roared and fought back. With both hands shaking, his energy surged. With his extraordinary power now, using the sword leading the sky to deal with the crowd, how could ordinary martial arts experts harm him even slightly? One could only see that the sword had taken down over 100 people, leaving the young man holding the ancestral tablet in shock. Taking advantage of the fact that the heavenly department had not arrived, Bu Jingfan became distracted, suddenly filled with anger, wielding his sword and thrusting forcefully. Bu Jingfan raised his hand, pushing aside the son who was protecting him, his body remaining still, allowing the sword to pierce his abdomen. The young man looked incredulous, stunned in place, clearly not expecting to succeed. Bu Jingfan only sealed everyone's acupoints, no one was injured, yet he deliberately took a sword strike from himself and then left. What was his ultimate goal? As dusk fell, on the surface of the sea, Niefeng was troubled. This time the Nameless card had reappeared, and conflicts were rising again in the martial world. Many viewed receiving the Nameless card as a symbol of status in the martial world, leading to endless competition and bloodshed. Moreover, the card was signed by the third disciple of Nameless, which made him even more uneasy. Besides the sword god and Bu Jingfan, who else could be the third disciple? At the same time, Bu Jingfan was gazing into the distance, a hint of joy in his eyes. That year when he killed his way into the Prince of He's mansion, he always felt guilty. Today, this sword is considered a repayment to them. Suddenly, a letter fell in the main hall. Bu Kinvan reached out to take it. The letter bore 3 words, "Anonymous card." The person on top of the mountain looked at him and could not help but sneer. Coldly, "Bu Kinvan, we will meet very soon. I await you." Since 12 years ago, Wind and Cloud have been in hiding. The second Blade Emperor and third Pig Emperor have secluded themselves at the Gate of Life and Death, the old residence of the Sage Emperor. Every day they engage in martial arts contests, limited to 10 moves each, agreeing to a decisive battle, but their skills are too evenly matched, always ending in a draw. Today, as they were about to contest as usual, they suddenly saw a person standing on the Gate of Life and Death bridge. His figure swayed with the wind, displaying remarkable lightness skill. The person who arrived called himself Wutian. The Blade Emperor and Pig Emperor were shocked. It turned out he was the third disciple who issued the anonymous card, Wutian. Wutian was courteous in his mannerisms, yet his words were incredibly arrogant, claiming he must invite the two of them down the mountain to participate in the hero gathering. "I heard that the 2 seniors have always wanted to determine superiority. Why not both attack me at the same time, and I will judge the outcome?" Zhu Huang was furious. "You brat, so arrogant. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the Nameless sect. Draw your sword." Wu Tian smirked. "I don't use a sword, the sword is in my heart." Zhu Huang grew even angrier and attacked. This young man has only been with the Nameless sect for a short time. How could he possibly reach the level of using no sword to defeat a sword? After 3 moves, Dao Huang watched in astonishment as Zhu Huang was completely suppressed, unable to gain any upper hand. Wu Tian laughed loudly. "Dao Huang, there's no need to bully the young with your strength. Why not join forces?" At this point, Dao Huang no longer underestimated him, leaping forward to join Zhu Huang in attacking the enemy. After 10 moves, they still could not capture Wu Tian. Dao Huang sighed. "Indeed, a renowned master produces a great disciple. Even with our combined swords, we still cannot defeat you." Wu Tian laughed loudly. It was better to divide than to combine. The bodies of the two had long since separated from the martial world, and fighting every day was meaningless. He took a coin from his chest, used his finger strength, and shattered a jar of wine placed under the stone. The red plum wine spilled out. The aroma of the wine was strong. "Since the death of the wise emperor, the two of you, in memory of your old friend, have been competing for the jar of Shueli Hong brewed by the holy sword itself. Now that the jar is broken, you no longer need to stay here." Zhu Huang was heartbroken, rushing to the jar of wine.
desperately drinking, the relic of an old friend, not a single drop could be wasted. He and Dao Huang had originally been wary of Vo Dan, always holding back, but now that the relic of their old friend was destroyed, they no longer held back and wanted to kill this madman on the spot. The two coordinated to surround and attack, striking down from the left and right. Vo Tian gathered his energy in both hands to block a strike, then immediately used the force to escape, disappearing without a trace. You two teamed up, and yet you could still let me escape. It seems I really am getting old. Whether you participate in my hero assembly or not is no longer important. Goodbye. Zhu Huang was about to pursue, but Dao Huang stopped him. Old Zhu, don't chase after him, he is deliberately provoking us to join the assembly. In a quiet village called Bojia Village, today there is an uninvited guest. That person sits in a carriage, revealing half of his face, wearing a devilish smile. It's Wu Tian. Sword God's senior brother, don't come if there's nothing to worry about. Sword God already knows his purpose for coming here, coldly refusing. Don't waste your breath. I have long left the martial world and will not participate in your hero's banquet. Wu Tian smirks coldly. Don't be impulsive, think it over, you will definitely come. On the other side, Bo Qin Van is hesitating whether to attend the heroes' meeting or not, when a few members of the Zhu Jing gang stop him, insisting that he must go meet his old friend Long Wan, from back then. Sailing all the way to the headquarters of the Zhu Jing gang, Long Wang, whom he hasn't seen in a long time, looks extremely pale, his body trembling, blood still flowing from his mouth. Bo Qin Van is about to step forward to help him heal, but Long Wang stops him. Bo Qin Van, I finally found you. I'm done for, don't waste time. I want to tell you about a terrifying experience. 5 days ago, Long Wang led a team out to sea and encountered a strange ship. A man around 30 years old was eating on the bow of the ship. That person has an ordinary appearance, but his pair of bright eyes instills fear in others, exuding a mysterious power. The Dragon King couldn't help but be curious, jumping onto the strange boat to take a look, while the person seemed not to notice and continued to eat. As the Dragon King approached, observing the person's appearance more closely, he was even more astonished. This person exuded the noble aura of a monarch, unknown to which divine being they belonged. The person smiled lightly. Just by the aura, one can distinguish between the noble and the humble. The Dragon King is indeed rare among thousands. Unfortunately, I cannot allow anyone to discover my royal identity. You can only die. Before the words had ended, a dark shadow quickly bulged from behind in the cabin of the boat, breaking out and charging straight towards the Dragon King. The Dragon King's eyes widened in shock, terrified to the extreme. This aura was powerful, even surpassing that of his master, the Nameless. Who else in this world could possess such terrifying strength? In the myth of the martial arts, the servant of the Nameless, the Dragon King, was severely injured by someone in a single blow, with his life hanging by a thread. The Jingyun was astonished. More than 10 years ago, he had once fought with the Dragon King and knew well the power of this person. That person injured him severely with just one move of his saber technique. It was truly unimaginable. In the martial world, there are only a handful of swordsmen who can use such a cruel blade. Could it be that Pajun has reappeared in the martial world? The Dragon King slowly shook his head. It's not the destroyer, he is even more powerful than the destroyer. To be honest, he moved too fast, I couldn't even see his face clearly. He flashed onto the boat like lightning, killing all 200 of my subordinates on board. Before leaving, he laughed loudly, saying, among the 3 servants of the Nameless, you are the top-notch master. Meeting today has truly disappointed me. I affirm that this person must be here to find the troublesome master. Bo Jingban, I beg you, please help me and inform the master to be careful. The Dragon King relied on a breath, struggling until now, having entrusted his affairs, he felt no more burdens. With a spurt of fresh blood, he died just like that. Bo Jingban knew that his internal organs were shattered, that he could hold on until now was truly that of a brave and resilient man. Out of respect for him, he silently vowed to quickly find the Nameless one. At this moment, in a blacksmith shop, Xia Renwang's gaze was attracted by a burly man. This man exuded supreme dominance, and with one stroke, he shattered all the long swords in the hall. The hands do not hold the sword, yet the martial power is incredibly profound. The swords here are all rubbish, only a person with a matching sword can reach the highest realm of swordsmanship. A true swordsman and his sword seem to share a life together. As long as the person is alive, the sword is alive. If the person loses the sword, they lose themselves. If one has a sword intertwined with their life and death, it also represents the end of their fighting spirit. What use is there in having a higher cultivation? Neep Nan Vang heard his extreme remarks on sword art, clearly aimed at him. He felt it was not right and did not want to linger, so he took his leave. Just as he stepped out the door, he discovered that Bo Din, the daughter of Bo Qin Van,
was nowhere to be seen, leaving him extremely alarmed. Looking into the distance, he saw several men fighting, surrounding Bo Din in their deadly struggle. He wants to call for help, but a dark figure moves faster and more urgently from beside him. It is the man he met at the butcher shop. A scream arose, evil blood splattered. This person's attack was so cruel, the leader was killed on the spot. Nia Runwang couldn't bear it and frowned. The big man grabbed a steel saber and threw it to Nia Runwang. The saber is the overlord among weapons. Without ruthlessness, madness, and evil, it loses the essence of an overlord. Seeing you make your move, I know you're a top saber expert. Have a battle with me. Nia Runwang hasn't been able to wield his saber freely for many years. Being able to fight such a powerful opponent fills him with excitement and boiling blood. The opponent's long saber is still sheathed behind him. Nia Runwang doesn't want to take advantage, so he uses his inner energy, the proud cold six arts, to face the battle unarmed. The cold air hit his face, the whole street was freezing, and Xiao Ding stood by the side, unable to stop shivering. A handsome middle-aged man approached from behind, took off his cloak, draped it over Xiao Ding, and smiled gently. The strong man continuously praised Xia Renwang, saying, "The cold air and energy are impressive. I never expected you to have mastered the level of bronze blade energy. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a strong opponent." When the blade technique reaches a pure state, it can emit void blade energy, which is divided into 4 levels: red iron, bronze, silver blue, and golden. In recent years, Xia Renwang has been indifferent to worldly affairs, diligently practicing, and has reached the level of bronze. This move, Cold Wave's first separation, condenses the cold energy. Overwhelmingly powerful. The strong man laughed wickedly, golden light erupted around him, and he used his palm blade energy to confront Xia Renwang in battle. The two forces collided, and Xia Renwang's body shook, standing there in shock, truly unable to believe his eyes. He had always thought that the highest level of void blade energy, golden blade energy, was merely a distant legend, and unexpectedly, in this lifetime, he could witness it with his own eyes. The burly man was astonished, no less than Prince Nyaran. Just now, with a single move, he could clearly have killed Prince Nyaran, but was stopped by a mysterious force, leaving him both frightened and furious. Who dares to interfere in my affairs? A gentle breeze blew by, and a long-haired man in a robe floated in. It was Nia Feng. The burly man glanced at Nia Feng and coldly said, "Seeing that you are young and swift as lightning, with such skills, you must be no second to anyone. Are you Nia Feng? Where is your snowy blade?" Nia Feng replied casually, "The snowy blade is broken, and besides, I haven't carried a sword for many years." The man behind Xiao Ding continuously praised, "This Nia Feng is handsome and ethereal, only someone so graceful could cultivate such unparalleled lightness skill." The big man roared continuously, "Nia Feng, you cannot deceive me, I can feel the dagger on you, take it out." He swung his dagger to strike. Nia Feng, with his exceptional lightness skill, continuously dodged, not wanting to harm innocent people, leading the big man out to the fields for a decisive battle. The big man couldn't catch up, furious to the point of madness, his entire body was frenzied, and finally, the long dagger behind him came out of its sheath. The man named Huang Ying, with the dagger named Jingji, for 30 years, Huang Ying has been a difficult master to encounter with just the Huang Jin dagger chi. While the Jingji dagger has remained silent for 30 years. The Jingji dagger has been in existence for 100 years, no one has been able to wield it, thus it harbors a hidden ferocity. Anyone who touches it will be injured by its dagger's energy. Fingers severed, meridians damaged. Until the arrogant swordsman Huang Ying emerged, it was as if a fine steed met Baju, the man and dagger merged into one. The dagger's energy was like thunder and lightning, enveloping Nia Feng. Nia Feng used absolute postures that could not be resisted, his body rushed quickly, blending into the river ahead. With another kick, he stirred up a great wave, charging towards the Huang Jin dagger chi. Hong'an loudly praised, "Good, you can actually use the water energy to break my sword stance. You truly have the qualifications to taste my ultimate technique." Hong'an is 7 Typhoon Sword Intent, first move horizontal slash, second move binding sorrow formation. In this world, I don't believe anyone can withstand my 2 strikes. Niep Fong was surrounded by swords and blades, yet remained calm and composed. No one is perfect, and neither is the sword. No matter how strong the sword technique, there must be weaknesses. He darted left and right, desperately searching for a way to break free. "Niep Fong, let's see where you can escape to, and how you will withstand my 3rd strike," wrathful question to heaven. The blades were fierce, draining all the water from the surrounding river, the force charging straight towards Niep Fong's head. In the wind and clouds, a master on par with snow-hidden blade, Kin Tich, finally made an appearance.
Mon, the #1 swordsman of the eastern region, for 30 years, has been a rare master with only the yellow gold blade chi, while Qin Tich's blade has remained silent for 30 years. The Qin Tich blade has been in existence for 100 years, and no one has been able to control it, hence it has a hidden ferocity, where anyone who touches it will be injured by its blade energy, with fingers severed and meridians damaged. Until the arrogant swordsman, Huang Ying, appeared, it was like a good horse meeting Baiyu, merging the sword into one. Nip Fong blocked 2 strikes, but did not evade the third, allowing Huang Ying to slash into his left shoulder. The Jing Tich Bao Dao cut through his eyebrows and hair, merging with the golden sword chi, making it impossible to defend. Nip Fong's action was no different from suicide. The anticipated situation of being cut in half did not occur. As the sword wind touched Nip Fong's robe, it suddenly halted. You're impressive, unexpectedly possessing exceptional lightness skill and remarkable courage. Why did you dare not evade? Nip Fong smiled faintly. How could a swordsman easily kill someone without a weapon in hand? With your 3 strikes just now, the killing intent of each diminished. If I were to act, you would surely withdraw your sword. Huang Ying laughed heartily, praising his keen insight to see through my sword intent. Nip Fong, without the will to fight, my continued engagement is pointless. One day, I must settle the score with you. Until we meet again. That extraordinary young man appeared behind you at some point. Seeing you so happy, it seems this effort was not in vain. But today, you clearly could have killed Niaren Wang. Why did you hold back? Huang Ying raised his hand, and Jing Ti arrived like a fledgling returning to its nest. I once made a vow to only kill 1 person a day. Before this, I had already killed a waste. So naturally, I wanted to spare Niaren Wang's life. Moreover, as long as Niaren Wang trains hard, he will sooner or later become a worthy opponent. The mysterious man chuckled darkly. Don't you feel lonely, taking battle as your injury and the blade as your companion? Huang Ying proudly said, throughout my life, I want to defeat all the strong and walk the path of invincibility. Loneliness is naturally hard to avoid. People like you, who fear loneliness, are destined to never become invincible champions. The sea was tumultuous, waves crashing fiercely under the bright moon, and Niaren Wang remained motionless, standing still for an entire day. The golden blade chi of Huang Ying kept appearing in his mind, causing his blood to surge, making it hard to control himself. This person is around my age, yet their swordsmanship is at least several decades stronger than mine. Such terrifying martial arts, yet they are unknown in the martial world, which is truly hard to comprehend. Nip Fong felt increasingly anxious. The sudden appearance of a master could very well be related to the Nameless letter issued by the 3rd disciple of Nameless. It seems that I have no choice but to attend this hero gathering. At this moment, 50 miles away in the Shijia fortress, Nameless, who had been missing for many years, reappeared, shocking everyone. The 10th general, Shijia's Ding Tian, dominated the world with his unique martial prowess. And back then, he was a fierce general guarding the most important pass in the world, the Shanhai Pass. When the ruthless Wushan invaded China, he reported to the chancellor, yet Shijia's Ding Tian mysteriously disappeared for some reason. Fortunately, the unknown's power still rages, repelling outside forces. The emperor, considering the great contributions of the Thatch family, did not punish them severely, and assigned Thatch Din Tien to guard the Ling Tien treasure tower. It is rumored that a great secret of the royal family is kept within the tower, and Thatch Din Tien has devotedly guarded it for decades without leaving a step. Even the empress was killed on the spot by him for trespassing into the tower, but today he is drawn by a small stone, following the clues left by that mysterious person. On the stone tablet, a large line of text catches the eye: Heroes Gathering. More than 20 years ago, the junior sister he had always secretly loved suddenly left, leaving him in turmoil, but now Thatch Din Tien is overjoyed, as the two embrace tightly and chat throughout the night. Because it was hot, Thatch Din Tien took a block of ice from the house to cool down, and the two soon fell into a deep sleep. That very night, Tuet Vo then led a surprise attack, almost causing Thatch Din Tien to lose everything. This incident had troubled him for over 20 years. Now that the ice had reappeared, how could he not be alarmed and excited? Determined to uncover the truth from that year no matter what, he immediately wielded his sword, left a letter on the stone tablet, instructing his loyal wife and biological son to protect the Thatch family estate, stating that he had important matters to attend to and would return quickly. Just as Thatch Din Tien left, Vo Dan suddenly came to visit, which could not help but raise suspicions among the Thatch family, leading them to immediately lock the doors. The tiger demon didn't want to say much. Relying on his supreme lightness skill, the tiger claw technique was dazzling, shattering the guards in an instant, rushing into the treasure vault to stand before the Ling Tian treasure pagoda. Wu Dong had his hands clasped behind his back, closely following behind. The wives of the Shi family fought desperately, yet they couldn't even touch a corner of Wu Dong's clothing, filled with fear. This man had such divine power. It would be easy for him to wipe out the Shi family treasure vault. It seemed that this time he came without malicious intent. Tianshan, once the stronghold of the great faction Tianxia, had been silent for over a decade, but finally, the heroes gathering organized by Wu Dong's third disciple, Wu Tian, was lively once more. Notable figures from major sects and factions in the martial world were almost all present. Many renowned heroes who had left the martial realm for years returned out of respect for Wu Dong. Zhu Huang and old friends hadn't met for a long time, and after some chatting, no one knew the true purpose of this heroes' gathering. Even the sword god looked bewildered. It had been years since he last sought his master Wu Dong, and he had no idea when he had taken on a third disciple. Even more astonishing was that General Xie Tin, commanding 500,000 imperial guards, was also present, with 100,000 troops stationed at the foot of the mountain. The guests have mostly arrived, but Bo Qin Van and Nip Fong are still nowhere to be seen. A strong gust of wind blew through, and a fierce-looking giant jumped into the yard. It was Kwang Sam who had arrived. Hong Sam opened the painting in his hand, scanned the crowd in the yard, and suddenly his hands trembled as he rushed towards Tianxia, who was standing in front. Tianxia saw him looking like a fierce beast and was greatly alarmed. He pushed his hands out and stepped back a few paces. "Brother, we are not acquainted. What do you want to teach me?" A malicious laugh echoed, and Thiat Kwang too quickly walked over. "Tianxia, he is my son, and he has come today to seek revenge on you." Heroes from all over the world gather at the Tianha Association, yet Bo Qin Van is still absent, simply because beneath Tian Mountain, he encountered the ghost tiger. Beside him was also a strange young man about 10 years old. With a sudden sound, the music abruptly stopped. A broken string is an ominous sign. Chu Vai also felt uneasy, casting his gaze into the prison. Inside the prison, Vo Dan said, "Sword God, Bo Qin Van, have we not seen each other for over a decade? Master has heard that in recent years, you have faced great upheaval." Recalling the tragic death of his wife and the disappearance of his daughter, Bo Qin Van felt sorrowful and nodded gloomily. "You have always been strong-willed, unwilling to accept fate. Master believes in you. No matter how great the upheaval, you can overcome it." Bo Qin Van, with his indifferent nature, did not want his son Bo Thien to practice his swordsmanship. If he wanted to learn, he must learn the true path of the sword. Vo Dan nodded in agreement, promising that when the opportunity arises, he would definitely teach Bo Thien. After their chat, Bo Qin Van wanted to talk about the incident involving the Dragon King, but unexpectedly, Vo Dan already knew everything. That mysterious swordsman is indeed extremely formidable, likely related to the upcoming hero assembly. "Qin Van, I would like to ask you to do something. That person is fundamentally not a good person. He is recruiting heroes under my name, causing the emperor to doubt me and sending General Nak Tin to Tian's Sun for precaution. Now Nak Tin and Thatch Din Tian are at Tian's Sun, leaving the capital wide open. Guiho has also found out that the mysterious swordsman killed the Dragon King and is heading towards Thatch Jia Bao. There must be a big scheme behind this, so I ask you to definitely protect the Lin Tian Bao Thap. The hero sword is with you, unusually a foot long, enough to help you deal with that master. Take it." For some reason, Vo Dan handed the mysterious young man over to Bo Qin Van to accompany him, which was puzzling. Watching the two figures leave, Vo Dan nodded slightly. The wind stirred and the clouds rolled, yet Bo Qin Van remained unmoved, his power deeper than before. For 12 years, Bo Qin Van has lived a calm life, never undergoing rigorous training, instead allowing his internal power to reach extraordinary heights, gradually becoming pure and complete. Easily wielded at will. Meanwhile, at the Thien Hahoi, the sudden appearance of Thiat Quang Du has made the atmosphere in the arena tense, with several veteran heroes drawing their weapons, preparing to take action. Years ago, Thiat Quang Du and his senior brother Thiat Tri continuously fought over their junior sister Thiat Lan, ultimately deciding on a life-and-death battle. Thiat Lan did not want to become a trophy for her senior brother. In her heart, she already had someone she loved, but it was inconvenient to express, so she hid her feelings in a metal box and entrusted it to Thiat Quang Du. Thiat Quang Du deeply loved his junior sister, slowly hesitating to open the metal box. He was confident that his skills far surpassed Thiat Tri's, and regardless of whether his junior sister was loyal to him or not, as long as he killed Thiat Tri in the duel, she would have no choice but to follow him. The ruthlessness and fierce ambition of Thiat Quang Du ultimately incited the anger of the martial world. Denat, Tien Tran, Nam Kung Nak, and others allied with Thiat Tri to besiege him, severely injuring him. In despair, Thiat Quang Du, in a flash, kidnapped Tian Tran's son as a shield, and only then did he escape from the relentless pursuit, fleeing to Thiat Tam Dao. Although he preserved his life, he could hardly meet his junior sister again. Now that his skills have reached great heights, he naturally intends to seek revenge for the deep-seated blood feud. Shattered Mad Tool swung both hands, Nanyu and Diying vomited fresh blood, severely injured and fell down. One of them was bitten by the Mad Ginseng on the neck and died instantly. The father and son's ruthless actions caused dissatisfaction among all the heroes in the martial world. Everyone spontaneously formed a circle, preparing to charge together. Shattered Mad Tools laughed loudly. "Come then, I dare to come today, so I'm not afraid of your numbers. Jingyun, if you can defeat this old man, I will tell you where your son is." The top martial arts experts in the arena, despite the father and son Shattered Mad Tools being formidable, were ultimately outnumbered. His provocation was undoubtedly courting death. Indeed, the Mad Ginseng was quickly submerged in the sea of people. Shattered Mad Tools was also surrounded by 6 high-level experts, struggling quite hard. He remained extremely calm, leaping up and stepping onto the sedan chair he arrived in. "Don't know your own strength, get out of my way." Everyone felt a gray shadow move before their eyes, and in an instant, the 6 high-level experts attacking him had their heads separated from their bodies. Shattered Mad Tools, clad in diamond armor, looked imposing. Tianxia, for the first time in front of everyone, displayed the terrifying power of his ultimate force. The arrogant knight Shattered Mad Tools seeking revenge was meaningless. Shattered Blue Orchid had long since fallen in love with someone else. The letter inside the iron box invited him to meet that night at Shirley Pavilion. Tai Lan has waited bitterly for a day and a night, but Tai Kwang too hasn't arrived as promised. She believes her senior brother doesn't love her at all and is only in Taiji for the position of sect leader. Thiat Lan's heart was like ashes, leaving Thiat Mon to marry an ordinary villager and live out the rest of her life. If Thiat Quang Du knew the truth, I wonder what he would think. On the battlefield, the heavenly catastrophe sword was invulnerable yet unmatched in sharpness. Thiat Quang Du charged like a tiger among sheep, killing madly. He looked around and rushed straight towards the Tianjin he had led years ago. Tianjin was considered a top master in the martial world, but in front of the heavenly catastrophe, he couldn't withstand a single blow, and in an instant, his right arm and back were severely injured. Kwang Sam stepped forward with a strange smile, locking Tianjin with both hands. A tremendous force erupted, causing Tianjin to spit out blood, his bones cracking. Thiat Quang Du said with a faint smile, "Sam Ni, wait a moment, let him die too quickly, that would be too convenient for him. Tianjin, before you die, I will tell you the whereabouts of your son. Back then, I held your son, who had no one to rely on, and could only see him as a shield. After a smile, I happened to meet the divine doctor, and I forced your son to drink a kind of poison, erasing his memories and imparting martial arts, making him my own son. That person is exactly the one Kwang Sam wants to kill now. Kwang Sam, I raised you, just to see this scene of father and son turning against each other today, to avenge the hatred in my heart. Fool, if you were my own flesh and blood, how could I treat you like this? You have been poisoned by my heart-melting poison. Both you and your father will die today. This is the strongest opponent that Bu Jingyun has ever faced, the peerless saber master Dongying Huangying. Can he have a worthy battle?" On the inevitable path to Stone Family Treasure, Huangying's eyes were drawn to a large man shrouded in black aura. In the martial world, there is only one person with such a deathly presence, Bu Jingyun. Bu Jingyun glanced coldly, recognizing his opponent's identity. "Your saber is arrogant and domineering. Did you kill the Dragon King?" Huangying haughtily replied, "So what if I did? Jingyun Lai Feng, renowned in the martial world, you are qualified to fight me. You carry the Nameless hero sword, it seems he has great confidence in you. Today, I will shatter Nameless' confidence." With a slash, the saber leaves its scabbard, emitting a cold glint. They switch positions, their first exchange evenly matched. Huangying stands straight. "Bu Jingyun, I heard you started learning swordsmanship at 9 years old and mastered the sacred spirit sword technique by 20. Then, you had the guidance of Nameless, creating the Overlord Saber. All your life, you have learned swordsmanship through hatred. Your sword is a sword of sorrow, I understand you, but you know nothing about me. This is unfair. I will tell you about my origins." Huang Ying, born into a noble family of Dongying, his wife was the first beauty of Dongying. By chance, he became the disciple of the greatest swordsman of Dongying, Lucen Wu Wang. After only 10 days of learning the saber, he defeated his master. In his 20s, he drew Jingxi Shandao, but for some reason, from then on, he could never truly connect with Jingxi. His saber techniques also struggled to improve. Huang Ying gradually turned into a demon, not sleeping or eating, drinking or resting. It is rumored that Jingxi is a demonic saber, creating endless despair. His wife and daughter, in an attempt to make him turn back, also stopped eating and drinking, accompanying him day and night. Unexpectedly, his daughter died of starvation in an effort to make him change his ways. Seeing that he still did not repent, his wife's heart turned to ashes and she too plunged herself into Jing. Shi Daoan died. Facing the death of his loved ones, Huang Ying was shocked to find that he felt no grief at all. His heart had been completely taken over by the saber, unable to accommodate anything or anyone else. It was only then that he awakened, truly merging with Jingxi. He created the 7 emotions: saber intent, chaos, sorrow, pride, illusion, obsession, vigor, cold, and fury. The powerful opponent before him ignited Bo Kin Van's fighting spirit. With a move called by Thong Mak Dan, the sword shadow enveloped Haman like a net. Haman swung his knife, using Kan Sao Tan to defend. The clash of blades resulted in a stalemate. At this moment, Bo Kin Van finally understood why Vo Dan was so determined to give him the On Hung Kim. A short distance can be fatal, although the On Hung Kim was broken. It became even more agile and versatile, perfectly countering Haman's broad and expansive Kin Tich Dao. Bo Kin Van became more and more adept as he fought, his sword flowing like water, continuous and unending. Haman was overjoyed, such a powerful opponent was rare in a lifetime. He channeled his energy and shouted loudly, his inner strength merging into Kin Tich as he swung his knife horizontally. Kin Tich and On Hung both left their hands, soaring into the air. Bo Kin Van, your sword skills are exceptional, now let me experience your palm techniques. With a single palm strike, the Hong Kim Dao Chi surged forth, embodying the 7th style of Daoyi, No Van Thien. The Van scripture lowered its waist and took a stance, the firm palms meeting a thunderous strike. Meanwhile, on the Heaven and Earth Society's training grounds, having learned of his origins, Huang Zun is in great pain. He never imagined that his beloved father would want to take his life. Thiat Quang Du acted so ruthlessly, inciting public outrage. Dao Hong and Tru Hong stepped forward, rallying the heroes of the arena to unite and attack together. In an instant, shouts resounded, hundreds of people surrounded Thiat Quang Du in formation. Kwang Sam loudly reminded everyone that the heavenly calamity battle armor could not be maintained for long. As long as they held out, he would undoubtedly be defeated. In the chaos, the Sword Saint's figure flashed, quietly sneaking into the Heaven and Earth First building, searching for Chier's whereabouts. Vo Thien, in order to make him attend the hero banquet, abducted So-So and Van Ni as hostages. A figure of a swordsman flashed past, and Thatch Din Thien quickly stepped forward. Junior sister, we haven't seen each other for many years, you must tell me the truth. Back then, when Tuet Vo then invaded, did you intentionally lead me away? Thatch Ding Tian, in a moment of righteousness, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He had fallen victim to his junior sister's ambush. Thatch Ding Tian, I know you care for me, but I have never noticed you. To me, you are like a dog. Let me tell you, it was I who betrayed you all those years ago. Thatch Ding Tian's body shook, but he remained unharmed. Over the years, his strength had greatly improved. With the Ding Tian body armor, blades and spears could not penetrate him. The injury this time was to expose the true face of his junior sister. You sold out your country for glory, a crime that cannot be forgiven. Now I know the truth. Killing you is like killing a dog, there is no feeling at all. He raised his hand and killed his junior sister on the spot. At that moment, there was a loud crash, and the stone door fell, sealing him inside the room. The sword god was looking for a way to help when he passed by with Wu Tian and his subordinates. It turned out that the hero banquet was the idea of the Eastern business emperor, who wanted to gather the martial arts masters of China, set off explosives, and capture them all in one go. Wu Tian took off his mask, revealing a handsome yet sinister face. He was none other than the son of the god of no escape from years ago, Tuat Tam. With a loud crash, Thatch Din Thien broke through the stone door with his sword. Damn it, I knew my junior sister was acting under someone's secret orders. It turns out to be you bunch of Eastern business hybrids. Tuat Tam coldly smiled and nodded. That's right, back then, Tuat Vo then left the mountain sea pass because of you. Today, I have come here because of you. Thatch Din Tien was horrified. It turned out these people still wanted to take the secret from the Spirit Heaven treasure tower. He swung his great saber up, aiming straight for Tuat Tam's head. Tuat Tam raised both hands to block the saber, his internal strength surged, the great saber spun and flew back out. Thatch Din Tien lost his weapon but didn't seem to care. His hands shook, releasing overwhelming force like thunder. This was his ultimate technique, heavenly armor divine fist. Tuat Tam spun his withered, scarred hands in front of his chest. After over a decade of training in heavenly web earth net, he could hardly wait any longer. Both fought with all their might. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Thatch Din Tian was born with divine strength and had the peak heaven divine art, making him an unparalleled master of internal arts. But no matter how much power he exerted, he couldn't break through Tuat Tam's palms. Next episode, Nya Feng battles Tuat Tam. Please stay tuned. To stop the East Asians' ambition to conquer China, Jingyun decided to fight the top East Asian swordsman, Huang Yang. They have reached the stage of a power contest. Huang Yang has practiced for several decades longer than I have. Jingyun does not hold back, unleashing a series of strikes directly at him. Huang Yang urgently changes his stance, lowering his center of gravity, blocking Jingyun's attack and slicing horizontally. Both hands dance in the air, skillfully and swiftly, each strike faster than the last, forcing Huang Yang to retreat hurriedly. Seizing the opportunity, he lunges forward, his powerful strikes accompanied by an endless torrent of wind and fire, crashing down like a mountain. The boundless wind and fire technique alternates between rapid and slow, erratic and ever-changing, with dark energy filling the strikes, the wind howling. Huang Yang continuously changes his techniques but still cannot escape the enveloping force of the strikes. Jingyun's footwork suddenly changes, spinning around to his back, delivering a heavy strike to his shoulder. Huang Yang's internal energy erupts, sending Jingyun flying back several meters, fortunately escaping serious injury. Coldly laughing, he said, "The Bai Van Chuang Fap indeed has its unique aspects. I humbly acknowledge my inferiority, but if you want to defeat me, you still have to surpass my blade." He channeled his internal energy into his hand. Kin Tich surged forward, while Jingyun also performed internal arts, retracting the hero's sword. More than half of the 7 styles of blade intent from Huang An had yet to be used, and the strongest strike of Jingyun had not been unleashed. Both sides could be said to be conserving their strength. The night wind blew, darkness gradually enveloped the ground. Using the last flicker of light, Huang An leaped into the air, light flashing. Jingyun was slightly distracted. Kin Tich had already slashed towards him, unable to evade. A large stream of blood sprayed out, dazzling under the sunset. On the other side in the Thien Hahoi, Tuat Tam, having practiced the heavenly net for over a decade, steadily suppressed Thatch Din Thien. Ding Tian gathered all his strength and unleashed the universal fist with all his might, but his body had already been injured by the heavenly net chi, leaving him with no hope of victory. Tuat Tam moved like the wind, with heavenly net on the left and earth net on T. Tuat Tam swung several steel whistles hidden in his sleeve, shattering the large cauldron in the center of the main hall, revealing the Dulong Kin, with a fire dragon following the underground. "Pipe away." Tuat Tam laughed loudly. Within 3 minutes, all the heroes of the Central Plains would be exploded to death, their bodies torn apart. The sword god, hiding nearby, was sweating profusely, trying to find a way to extinguish the fire snake, when a large hand pressed on his shoulder. Tuat Tam had arrived. "Sword god, your sword chi cannot hide from me." The sword god had been prepared. 2 fingers formed into a sword, executing the move Ming Dong Jianghu, stabbing directly at Tuat Tam's eyes. Though he had long left the martial world, his martial arts skills had never been neglected. With a move to counterattack, he quickly retreated. The sword god wielded his sword chi, fighting while retreating, but Tuat Tam's speed was too fast, and he could not escape. The sword god was about to deliver a fatal blow when a dark figure blocked his path, arms spread wide, already embracing him tightly. Ding Tian was still alive. "Sword god, I will hold him back. You quickly go extinguish the fire cart and notify everyone to leave quickly." With danger at hand, which sword god would dare to delay? "Act quickly." The sword god exerted all his strength, but still could not break free from the restraints. He came up with an idea, kicked the stone chest beside him, and shouted loudly, "Sword god, don't you care about your wife and children anymore?" The wall slowly rose, revealing an iron cage where So and Van Ni were imprisoned. Tuat Tam threatened, "Sword god, if you want your wife and children to live, you must stand still for me." On one side is his son, on the other side is the hero of the world. The sword god was drenched in sweat, unsure of what choice to make. Thatch Din Thien kept shouting, "Sword god, a real man prioritizes righteousness, hurry and save them." So also urged him, "Sword god, you betrayed your master back then, suffering in your heart for many years. Today, if you risk everything to save me, disregarding the dangers faced by the martial world, how could I bear to not care for you and your child? Hurry and go save them. Van Ni and I will absolutely not fear death." The roar of Shak Din Thien and the persuasion of So struck Kim like a clap of thunder, waking him from his hesitation as he ran towards the battlefield. Tuat Tam chuckled lightly, saying, Keemnan, could you really bear to watch this mother and child die because of you? He focused his strength into his legs, kicking a stone away, a loud crash echoed, and the mechanism was activated again. In the iron prison of the shifting mountains, countless large rocks trembled on top, ready to fall at any moment, crushing So-So and Van Ni into flesh and bone. Ignoring So-So, Keemnan listened to Thatch Din Thien's loud persuasion, leaping back to save them. Regardless of right or wrong, he truly could not allow Van Ni to die a tragic death like this. At that moment, Tuet Tom let out a cold laugh, his internal energy erupted, and Thatch Din Thien, clad in the Din Thien divine armor, was struck with immense force, his arms shattered. Tuet Tom broke free from the restraints, launching an unending series of strikes, consecutively delivering 3 blows, all aimed at the vital points. Thatch Din Thien's head shattered, his chest broken, unable to survive any longer. Tuet Tom did not pause, diving toward Keemnan. You two value friendship and loyalty so much, I will send you both on your way together. This Emperor's palm technique descends from the heavens, the force of the blows even more difficult to withstand. Keemnan saw that he could not endure it any longer. When a refreshing breeze blew by, a person as quick as lightning swiftly blocked Tuet Tom's 3 strikes, saving Keemnan. At the same time, the mechanisms in the iron prison fell, So-So and Van Ni still struggled to escape the disaster of being crushed by the large stones. Those 2 figures were indeed so fast that it was unimaginable, soaring up in an instant, pulling the 2 out of the prison in a perilous rescue. As the dust settled, the group finally saw clearly that the one who had come was Nipfong. It turns out that Nipfong had arrived early, silently searching for Bu Jingyun's whereabouts. The courtyard was in chaos. Nipfong surveyed his surroundings and finally uncovered Jude Xian's scheme. At the critical moment, he saved the lives of the Sword God's family. Seeing the grand plan about to succeed, Nipfong suddenly appeared, causing Jude Xian to feel a sense of crisis. Just as Jude Xian was about to act, Prince Nyaren and Second Dream also arrived swiftly. Prince Nyaren loudly scolded, Jude Xian, you damned fish out of water, dare to come to Central Plains to seek death. Today, I will not let you off. Nipfong held back his father, saying, Father, Sword God, both of you quickly extinguish this thunderous calamity. Mother, protect Su Su and her mother. Jude Xian is left to me to deal with. Before the words had finished, Nipfong leaped forward, the Fongdan Kuok swirling like a storm, enveloping Tuet Tom. In the next episode, the heroes of the world will clash at the Thien Hahoi. Please continue to follow. The ambitions of the Eastern merchants are truly terrifying, wanting to blow up all the martial arts masters of China. More than a decade ago, Tuet Tom was no match for Nipfong. This time, even though Tuet Tom has made tremendous progress, it is still difficult to rival Nipfong. With 3 parts of gunpowder about to explode, this is not a place to stay long. Having been hit by 2 kicks of the Fongdan Kuok, Tuet Tom used the force to flash away, slipping into the secret passage, with Nipfong closely following. The Eastern merchants are cruel-hearted, having laid their plans for a long time, with more than a dozen explosive fuses ready. Nip Nan Vang and Keemnan saw that they could not extinguish the flames and could only hurriedly run away to inform the heroes present to retreat. In the Tam Fan Jiao Truong, Thiat Quang Du, clad in his heavenly calamity battle armor, was rampaging in all directions, but fortunately, with the 2 great masters Dao Hong and Tru Hong joining forces, the heroes were barely able to hold on. Hearing the loud scream of Nip Nan Vang, everyone realized that fire was spreading underfoot, a great disaster was looming. In an instant, they scrambled to escape. No longer having the mind to seek revenge or fight for victory. The booming explosions continued incessantly, flames soaring dozens of meters into the sky, yet there were still many who could not escape in time, perishing in the sea of fire. In the secret passage, Nipfong's lightness skill was extraordinary, but Tuet Tam was familiar with the terrain and had turns to take, ultimately unable to catch up. Ahead, the fire blazed brightly. They had reached the entrance of the secret passage. Tuet Tam had long prepared to resist and swiftly soared several meters into the air. Nipfong, see you again later. Nipfong, undeterred by the towering mountains, suddenly jumped up, riding the wind, and with a kick like a blade, stomped down in midair. Tuet Tam, you have committed many evils. Today I will absolutely not spare you. The wind attack was interrupted. Both of them fell simultaneously from the cliff. Tuet Tam cried out in despair, her face filled with fear. Nipfong, however, appeared calm, with energy flowing around him, like leaves drifting in the wind, gently and slowly descending. The lightness skill is astonishing, truly unimaginable. As for Bu Jingfan, he is in a decisive battle with the number 1 swordsman of the East, Huang Ying. Huang Ying strikes down with his sword, as fast as lightning. Bu Jingfan cannot evade, the swords clash, but his heroic sword pierces into Huang Ying's chest. Both great masters are struck by their blades simultaneously, blood splattering everywhere. Both are fearless warriors, fighting desperately, the battle intensifying. Suddenly, two swordsmen descend from the sky, their daggers splitting left and right, striking towards Bu Jingfan. Bu Jingfan is fully focused on resisting Huang Ying and cannot divide his attention. Just as he is about to be hit, Huang Ying pulls back his sword at a critical moment, allowing Bu Jingfan to barely raise his sword to block, saving his life. The two ambushing swordsmen fail in their attack and immediately turn to flee. Bu Jingfan looks back and sees 5 men staring at him intently. Huang Ying, furious, says, "Bu Jingfan is my opponent, who told you to interfere?" The extraordinary young man said calmly, "Hong on, if you want to challenge the experts of Trung Nguyen, I absolutely will not stop you, but do not forget the promise you made to me. I let them help you because I do not want to delay your important matters." Hong An was silent for a long time, nodding repeatedly. "Bo Kinvan, I will first go do something important, then I will come back and cut." His figure flashed and he quickly headed towards Tianxia Bao. Bo Kinvan was about to pursue him but was blocked by 4 sword masters. The mysterious young man said lightly, "Bo Kinvan, do you think you can fight Hong An? Aren't you overestimating yourself? He has no rivals throughout Dongdong, he just wants to play with you. I am the son of the Heavenly Emperor from back then, now I am the Heavenly Emperor of Dongdong, then Vo not Fong." Bo Kinvan did not forget the responsibility of Vo Dan, soaring to chase Hong An, but was desperately entangled by the 4 sword masters. He had no choice but to wield his long sword, using Kim Lu Van to face the enemy, fighting while chasing. Outside Tianxia Bao, waves of green smoke rose up. Tianxia Tui Chun led the group to investigate and saw a young man roasting meat over a fire, immediately rushing up to capture him alive. That teenager was a Tung, dispatched by Nameless, following Bao Jingyun here. A Tung was terrified, hastily confessing everything. With Nameless charging ahead and Bao Jingyun in disguise, the Sure family brothers were extremely worried. A surge of heat rose from the foot of the mountain, quickly closing in, with force too strong to resist. 2 figures leaped up one after another, their movements swift as wind and lightning, jumping onto the city wall. They were Bao Jingyun and Huang Ying, battling their way here. "Bao Jingyun, you and I should join forces to break this tower." The 2 great experts engaged in a fierce battle, their raw power clashing, causing the tower to collapse. The heat surged, burning their weapons red-hot in their hands. This extraordinary martial skill, with its overwhelming aura, made the Sure family treasures people's hearts turn cold. They dared not move and could only stand by and wait. For more figures flew up to the city wall, their movements incredibly fast. They were all top-notch experts. For people brandish their saber techniques are exquisite and peerless. Together, they attack Bu Jingyun, known as the 4 great saber guests of the East. Sokashuijin, Xian Daolu, Hu Tianyi, and Lu Shanming. Huang Ying is recognized as the top saber guest in the East, undisputed. However, these 4 great saber guests are no ordinary foes. Especially Lu Shanming, who ranks second only to Huang Ying. In his hands, the saber's power is immense. Bu Jingyun stands stunned, his right arm struck by a saber. This shocks Huang Ying. Has Lu Shanming's skill advanced so much that even Bu Jingyun cannot withstand him? The 4 great saber guests, having landed a successful strike, become even more battle-hungry. They wish to press their advantage, but Huang Ying blocks their path. "Stop. The 4 of you can gang up and injure Bu Jingyun. I also want to test your sabers. Attack me together. If you don't strike, you're just courting death." The 4 great saber guests are both shocked and enraged. The Heavenly Emperor has ordered otherwise, how can we engage in internal strife now? But knowing this person's temperament, they dare not disobey. Reluctantly, they turn their blades towards Huang Ying. A cold wind blows, and cries of agony fill the air. In an instant, the 4 great saber guests all fall under Huang Ying's blade. Huang Ying looks up in confusion, Bu Jingyun is nowhere to be seen. At the same time, countless ninja from the east cry out in pain under the blades. Hong An secretly thinks something is wrong, he has fallen into Boku Kane's scheme. These 4 people have mediocre skills, even if they join forces, they cannot injure Boku Kane in the slightest. He deliberately provoked me to fight, using a borrowed knife to kill someone, and took advantage of my distraction to jump onto the city wall, massacring the ninjas sent by the Heavenly Emperor. Next episode, the bloody battle at Stone Family Manor. Please continue to follow us. Boku Kane faces off against 5 great swordsmen of East Asia alone, in the bloody battle at Stone Family Manor. The people of Stone Family find it hard to distinguish friend from foe, but seeing these ninjas in East Asian attire,
they immediately understand everything and fight alongside Boku Kane against the foreign enemy. Boku Kane instructs the people of Stone Family to protect the Spirit Heaven Tower, the last line of defense, leaving Huang Ying to deal with him. Seeing Boku Kane composed and calm, clearly not yet exerting his full strength, Huang Ying loudly says, "Boku Kane, I have promised the Heavenly Emperor that within 2 hours, I will break into the Spirit Heaven Treasure Pagoda. Time is running out. You have already used the Sword Flow Cloud, the Sword Flow Star, only one move left, the Sword Flow Silver. Let's decide the outcome with this final move." He thrusts the Jinji into the ground, his entire body is enveloped in golden light. This is his ultimate technique, the Golden Blade Chi. Duke dares not delay, he activates his inner strength, a stream of dark energy pours into the hero sword, the sword chi surges like a violent wave towards Huang Ying. The sandstorm rises, as if ghosts are wailing and gods are howling. The two high-level martial artists clash their chi mechanisms mid-air, transforming into a tornado. With continuous strange phenomena, Duke shouts loudly, jumping up, the sword chi radiates like a huge net, the sword-flowing silver slashes down at Huang Ying. Huang Ying still stands strangely still. Through the Jinji, he has seen the weakest point of the sword-flowing silver. The long saber pierces straight through, entering the gap in the sword chi. In an instant, the golden blade chi pierces through the Sword King, exploding a large patch of blood mist on Duke's chest. "Duke, you have lost. You do not have the ultimate good sword, the essence of the Overlord sword cannot be fully utilized. Today I spare your life. When you find the ultimate good sword and fight again, no matter what, you will always be the finest opponent I've ever encountered." Bukin Van was in so much pain he couldn't speak, his blood energy surged as he watched Hongman charge into the Jintian gate. Hongman unleashed all his power, swinging the Jing Tich blade down, even Bukin Van couldn't stop him, let alone the iron wall. Suddenly, with a loud explosion, under the fierce impact, the Jintian gate blew apart, blades and swords flying everywhere, killing more than half of the guards from the Shi family. Shijiazi was extremely furious, drawing his sword to fight back. But Madame Shi and his wife joined forces and still couldn't stop Hongman even a single step. Hongman laughed loudly, saying that the Shi family truly couldn't withstand a single blow. A thin figure stood in front, though small, his expression was resolute. It was a Tung, sent by Wu Ming to accompany Bukin Van here. A Tung had weak martial skills, his steps were unsteady, nothing special, which piqued Hongman's curiosity. Suddenly, a strange force surged from the ground, passing through a Tung's body, causing his blood to boil, and the long blade in his hand flew straight towards Hongman. Huang Ying was about to swing his sword to finish him off. The steel blade came before him, with a whoosh it plunged into the ground, causing him to miss the strike. Could it be that he was deliberately trying to appear weak? Seeing Huang Ying approaching step by step, a Tung shouted loudly, swinging his sword haphazardly. His legs stumbled and he fell to the ground. With a swish, the steel blade fell, neither tilting nor deviating, cutting into Huang Ying's calf. With Huang Ying's martial arts level, Bu Jingwan couldn't injure him, yet this kid accidentally slashed him, which infuriated him greatly. A tall figure shielded a Tung, it was Bu Jingwan. "A Tung, step aside, let me deal with him." Huang Ying coldly said, "A defeated foe has nothing worth discussing, without the supreme sword, you are no match for me." Just as Bu Jingwan was about to challenge Huang Ying, a shadow silently descended from the cliff behind, with extraordinary lightness of foot. It was the current emperor of the Eastern Dynasty. It turns out that the Celestial Emperor has allowed Tuat Tam to lure the heroes of Central Plains, and has Hongman charge into the tower head-on, taking matters into his own hands to obtain the secrets within the tower. Inside the tower, traps are everywhere, arrows fly chaotically, the Celestial Emperor moves swiftly, exerting no effort at all, and vows not to give up until he achieves his goal. Switching to the hidden passage, a figure, a swordsman, blocks his path. The light from the fire illuminates, and he sees clearly that it is Vo Dan. The Celestial Emperor strikes with both hands, attacking first. Although he has no remarkable features, his inner strength is extremely profound, and the power of this palm strike is no less than that of the old Celestial Emperor from years ago. Vo Dan raises one hand, effortlessly deflecting the strike, his figure flickers and he has already appeared behind the Celestial Emperor, pressing his hand onto his shoulder. "Celestial Emperor, today I do not wish to fight you, but rather have something to discuss. Please follow me." Vo Dan's immense power astonishes the Celestial Emperor. Just now, if he had wanted to take his life, it would have been as easy as turning over his hand. He wonders what Vo Dan's true intentions are. The two move one after the other into a secret chamber within the tower. Vo Dan's internal energy creates a shockwave, lifting a curtain with invisible force. A skeleton sits upright in the middle, chained with iron locks, resembling a prisoner.
As soon as the emperor sees the skeleton, tears flow instantly. This person is his father. Wudong points and says, "Your father committed suicide." The emperor sees his father's remains locked in the room and rushes forward. With a loud crash, the mechanism in the room activates, and a massive blade swings down. In a moment of peril, Wudong reaches out to save him, leaving the emperor puzzled. "Wudong, why are you saving me? We both work for someone, and we have never questioned the reasons. No matter how dangerous it is, I want to reclaim my father's remains." Outside, the battle between Huang Ying and Bu Jingyun continues fiercely. At this moment, Bu Jingyun finally understands Wudong's strategic command and the significance of insisting that Atong accompany him. Huang Ying is not invincible, he has no flaws at all. He calculates every move and every technique in battle meticulously, yet he is struck by Atong's unpredictable attack. It is clear that as long as it is formless and thoughtless, it can make him unable to predict, striking unexpectedly. Bu Jingyun withdraws his fighting spirit and casually draws his sword. Although he cannot injure his opponent for the time being, it makes Huang Ying increasingly anxious, roaring continuously. "Damn it, Bo Qinvan, you have no fighting spirit at all. What kind of extraordinary swordsman are you? Hurry up and give it your all." Seeing Bo Qinvan countering the moves, his strength continuously diminishing, constantly retreating, Han On became even angrier, channeling his energy with the Qin Tich Dao and striking down. "Since you want to die, I will help you." Bo Qinvan faced off against the #1 swordsman of Dongdon, Hong On, taking 2 hits to his shoulder and chest, blood flowing incessantly, the On Hung Kim also flying out of his hand. He remained extremely calm, crossing his arms over his chest, intending to use his palm technique to meet Hong On's Qin Tich head-on. In terms of martial arts, Bo Qinvan was originally no match for Hong On, and at this moment, facing him unarmed was truly seeking death. Hong On didn't want to take advantage of him, throwing the On Hung Kim back to him with one hand. "Bo Qinvan, take back your sword. I want you to die with complete acceptance." Bo Jingvan swung his hand again, knocking the long sword away, making Hong On even angrier. This person is so arrogant, does he really think he is unarmed? He leaped up, No Van Thien slashed down, and the best opponent in his life had become dull, destined to die under his sword. Bo Jingvan remained silent as before, searching for the flaw in this world-shaking strike. His figure flashed, and a gap appeared. The ultimate technique by Van Shuang, specifically by Sun Dao Hai, crashed down like raging waves on Hong On. Hong On never expected that his No Van Thien would be easily countered. It was all due to his rising anger, losing his caution. The first defeat in his life made him both embarrassed and furious. Disregarding everything, he charged at Bo Jingvan again. In the Ling Tian Bao Tower, with a loud crash, a figure fell down, blocking the way. It was Thien Hong. Hong On, your blade technique has bested him, but fighting with your heart, you have truly lost a move. Consider it a draw. Continuing to fight would be meaningless. Let's go. Hong On suspects it might not be so. We haven't achieved our goal yet. How can we easily give up? He raises his head to look at the Spirit Heaven Tower, seemingly in deep thought, then suddenly flies up and lands on top of the tower. Although Hong On is fast, Bui Qinvan is even faster, appearing instantly to block him. The Heavenly Emperor acts as if he doesn't see this and quickly departs. Hong On, Vo Dan has responded to me. He will definitely meet you. This time, we can let it go. 5 days later, under Vo Dan's guidance, the Heavenly Emperor retrieves his father's remains. Although the previous Heavenly Emperor once invaded China, he was a true martial artist who lost with honor. He should not be shackled within the Spirit Heaven Treasure Pagoda. The matter is settled. Vo Dan had long since packaged and properly buried his remains. The Heavenly Emperor is deeply moved and promises that while he lives, he will absolutely not allow his people to invade China again. But this promise is limited to my own capabilities. There is one person who does not abide by my constraints. Vo Dan, Hong On is currently waiting for you on Tai Thien Fong. He has lived his life for battle. If you do not confront him, I fear he will harm the innocent. Vo Dan has ascended to the peak, having made a promise. How can he change his mind? Moreover, the Dragon King died at his hands, and this matter must be resolved. Bo Qinvan, Qiho is waiting below the mountain, and the Heavenly Emperor does not wish for complications to arise. Leave quickly. At the peak, Hong On has been waiting for 5 days, so excited that he hasn't slept or rested. At this moment, seeing Vo Dan, he cannot help but feel disappointed. This person is nothing remarkable, which gives me no pressure at all, but he is an acknowledged master of China, so there must be a miracle. Vo Dan, let us fight with all our strength. Vo Dan stands calmly, the world around him sways, the grass rustles, as if he has merged into one with nature. After training for over a decade in the Van Kim Kui Ton, what level has he finally reached? Hongman wielded the golden blade Qi, seeking to see through the reality of Vo Dan, but the blade's aura was shrouded in obscurity, making it completely indistinguishable. This was something unprecedented. His throat trembled. With an unprecedented fighting spirit, the blade's aura surged like the heavens, slicing towards Vo Dan. Vo Dan's figure swayed, filled with an overwhelming energy, seemingly present everywhere. Hongman was astonished. A hint of fear arose within him. Tian Huang's words were not wrong. Vo Dan had truly reached the realm of circulating qi. He quickly swung his kin tich in a frenzy, and despite the injuries covering his body, resembling a painting, he still felt confident of victory. With a strike of Hon Milan, he was easily countered by Vo Dan with just 2 fingers. Hongman was not discouraged, and with another move of his scattered blade slash, he condensed tenfold of his strength. Nameless intertwined 2 fingers, the force of his qi drawing in the surrounding grass, wrapping around Jingxi. This is the supreme skill of the sword sect, 10,000 swords returning to the sect. The grass, inherently weak, but driven by Nameless' internal power, instantly turned into force. Countless wounds appeared on Hongman's arms, blood spurting out. Yet, there was still no sign of combat intent from Hongman. He gripped his saber with both hands, angrily slashing down, roaring fiercely. In the midst of his furious roar, his body spun, carrying the saber, forming a massive saber vortex, breaking through Nameless. The terrifying force left Vo Dan silently astonished. As the thought stirred, the blade was already in front of him, hanging by a thread. Vo Dan tilted his head to evade, and the kin tich dao passed through his hair. Hongman could only feel the hard blade locked tightly, unable to advance or retreat. In confusion, a loud crack echoed. The number 1 divine blade of Dong Don, kin tich, was severed by Vo Dan's hair. Hongman was extremely shocked, looking at the broken piece, feeling both angry and unwilling. Damn it, you are the hardest, sharpest blade, and I haven't given up yet, but you broke first. He swung his palm forcefully, and in an instant, kin tich shattered into countless fragments, flying towards Vo Dan. At the same time, the Hong Kim Dao Kai also stabbed into his chest. The Nameless One pointed out, striking directly at the heavenly spirit of the Shadow Emperor. The 2 almost simultaneously took the hit. Time seemed to stand still. Not far away, Iron Mad Map happened to pass by, witnessing the entire process of the 2 great masters confronting each other. His face changed dramatically, his whole body trembled, slowly retreating, unable to believe this was the outcome. After a long time without any movement, it seemed the outcome had been decided. Bu Jingyun and the Ghost Tiger soared to the mountain peak to investigate, only to find the surroundings empty. With no sign of anyone. If the Nameless One could win, why did he disappear without a trace? If the Shadow Emperor won, he also had no reason to take the Nameless One away. The Ghost Tiger's figure flashed, rushing out of the forest, sensing someone moving quickly ahead. Chasing after him was futile, he was getting further away, it was impossible to catch up. The lightness skill of the Ghost Tiger is unmatched by any master in the world. Who could this person be, possessing such extraordinary cultivation? Wushan, where has the missing Huang Ying gone? An unprecedented great danger is approaching. Please continue to follow. The number 1 expert of China, Wu Shan, and the number 1 swordsman of the Eastern business, Huang Ying, have both gone missing after a shocking battle. Bo Jingyun and Gui, who have searched for 3 months without any leads, and have no choice but to take Bo Tian, their son, to the far north to try their luck. Ahead, in a small village, the cold reaches its peak, and the vendors in the inn all wear fearful expressions, as if something major is about to happen. The sound of rapid hoofbeats comes from outside, and the innkeeper immediately looks like he is facing a great enemy, blowing out the lights and whispering, "Don't talk, the people from Xiefeng camp are coming. If they discover us, it will be a huge trouble." Countless arrows rain down, piercing through the door, and a group of fierce bandits rushes into the village, burning, killing, and looting, doing whatever they please. The leader of Xiefeng camp, Xiao Wei, becomes even more brutal, chopping the village chief in half as he begs for mercy. "Damn it, if you don't bring the money up to the mountain early, do you think I want to go down there personally to collect it? Do you think I, Hungba, am afraid to kill? Today, not only do I want the money, but I also want a life." Bo Thien, feeling furious, couldn't hold back any longer, broke through the door, and knocked down several bandits. Tu Vai whipped a leather whip, wrapping it around Bo Thien's neck. "Where did you come from, you little demon? Get back here." Seeing his son in trouble, Bo Kin Van acted as if he didn't see anything. If you've chosen the path of wandering the martial world, you must rely on yourself to move forward. Bo Thien practiced martial arts but had little real combat experience and was weak. Although he struggled desperately, he was slowly pulled back by Tu Vai, struggling to breathe. A figure, white as snow, jumped down from the roof, incredibly agile, in an instant knocking down several bandits with a single kick. One move severed the whip and saved Bo Thian's life. It was Kim then. 3 months ago, Kim then somehow separated from So and came to this village to settle down, spending his days drowning his sorrows in alcohol, drinking to the point of being completely drunk. The villagers saw him with a haggard, weak face, but capable of killing tigers and catching bears, showing immense strength, and they respected him greatly. A young girl named Anko felt a sense of familiarity with him upon their first meeting. Everyone wanted to ask him to deal with the bandits from Snow Peak Village, but the sword god remained silent, carrying a horse and disappearing into the wind and snow. Perhaps his conscience was troubled. For some reason, he returned to the village. Upon seeing familiar faces again, Jingyun felt a mix of emotions in his heart. He swung his right hand, shattering a wooden table into countless hidden weapons, shooting them towards the group of bandits. In an instant, more than half of the bandits were killed, and the remaining ones were terrified, realizing they had encountered an extraordinary master, and they wanted to flee. In the late night at the abandoned temple, that young girl named Anko sought out the sword god again. Since that day, after meeting with Jingyun and his father, the sword god's mood clearly worsened, and he drank even more. The extreme cold, Brother Ring carried him into the temple, lit a fire, held him tightly, to help him dispel the cold. Looking at the handsome and resolute face of the sword god, Brother Ring felt both admiration and a bit of heartache. After some time, the sword god suddenly opened his eyes and pushed Brother Ring away. Go, I don't need anyone serving me. A shadow flashed outside the door. The sword god quickly chased after. It was Jingyun, who seemed to have seen everything clearly. Sword god, back then I entrusted Susu to you. I trusted you. Why didn't you stay together? The sword god sighed deeply, taking a long while before slowly revealing the reason. That day, after escaping from the hand of no god, the two learned from Mia Peak that Jingyun was still alive. So was immensely happy, taking out the cloak she had prepared and sewn by hand for many years. In the past 10 years, Kimden had never seen her smile so brightly, completely radiating overwhelming joy. Kimden couldn't face this harsh reality. Thinking about the day he and Bo Kinvan would meet again, his heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. He ultimately decided to leave. Escaping from this relationship, he unexpectedly encountered Bo Kinvan in this snowy region. It seemed fate was predetermined. Some things could not ultimately be avoided. In Bo Jiathan, Kimden's sudden return brought immense joy to So and Van Ni. Just as they were about to prepare a meal, Kimden took So's hand. So, Bo Kinvan is waiting for you under Vong Tam Kyo. Go meet him. Seeing So silent and not speaking, Kimden gently patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry about me. I have anticipated this day for years. Go on, you have waited over 10 years. You should be happy. The river flowed swiftly, the mist was thick, and after longing for over 10 years, Bo Kinvan truly appeared before her. But for some reason, all she could think about was the sword god's figure, lingering in her mind. Before they could even catch up, Bu Tian rushed over, saying that the sword god had already left. Shu Su was startled, asking Bu Jingyun to stay here and wait. No matter what, she couldn't let the sword god leave. With a loud crash, the wooden bridge collapsed, and a white-haired giant emerged from the water, one hand tightly holding Shu Su. Bu Jingyun was about to rush to help, but fell for a ploy, and another shadow appeared from behind, kidnapping Bu Tian. It was the leader of the mountain bandits, Xiang Wei, who had been following them all along. Bu Jingyun did not hesitate, still leaping to save Shu Su. He wasn't unconcerned about his son's safety, he just saw the sword god chasing after them. A palm strike was thrown, but the white-haired giant easily deflected it. Kyun Khan, if you want to save someone, ask this old man first. I want to test whether you are as formidable as they say. This person is Xianhu, Shui's master. With his Xianhu claw technique, he has dominated the northern region with few opponents. The first move was blocked, and Kyun Khan, worried about saving the person, used 7/10 of his strength in the second move. Continuous explosions rang out. Xianhu did not utter a word, only letting out a pained cry. This is the outcome of overestimating one's own abilities. So, in these past dozen years, both of us have changed greatly. Even though I remember everything, I no longer feel the same way towards you as I did back then. Let's not meet again from now on. Just now, when you stepped onto the bridge, I saw your hesitation about something. You must understand what you are hesitating about. To be honest, I miss you day and night, but we cannot deceive our true feelings. The one who truly loves you will never leave, they will always wait right there. After more than 10 years of longing for Bu Jingwan, Shushua finally discovered her true love within. No matter how hard we try, we cannot return to the way things were. There's no need to deceive ourselves or others. The one who truly loves themselves will never leave, they will always wait right there. For more than 10 years, he has finally broken free from the shackles in his heart,
laughing and talking joyfully with the sword god for the first time. This time, they will never part again. A bizarre laugh came from behind. Indeed, neither of you two needs to go any further. In an instant, a large hand reached out, severing the big tree, blocking their retreat, and in that moment had already captured the sword god. Bo Kin Van had just walked a short distance away when he also felt uneasy. This aura is too powerful, making him feel familiar. He hurriedly returned to the scene. There were clear signs of a fight all around. The sword god, So, and Bo Thien were nowhere to be seen. It seemed exactly like the day Vo Dan and Hongmon disappeared. It seems that the long-awaited danger is approaching. Cloud brooded for a long time before striding away with Zhuo Tian. For now, we can only seek Nie Feng's assistance. I heard that Nie Feng has been living on a boat in recent years, drifting across the seas. Koan Huan searched along the coast for many days and finally found his boat. But he disappeared like Wu Dan, Huang Ying, with no trace. Koan Huan was lost in thought when a small boat slowly approached from the sea. On the boat was a man around 30 years old, with an extraordinary demeanor. Van, I came here just to tell you something. I heard that you are searching for the whereabouts of your master, Niep Fong, and the others. From what I know, there was someone who witnessed Wu Dan's disappearance that day. His name is Tit Quang Du, and he is currently at Huin Thiat Mon in Shaanxi. 3 days ago, Tit Quang Du led Thien Keep and massacred more than half of the people in the sect. Today, his killing spree was severe, with fresh blood soaking Thien Keep, countless vengeful spirits of the dead shackling Thien Keep. Even if he used it for a lifetime, he could not remove Thien Keep. He has a brutal temperament, leading people to Huin Thiat Mon, forcing the sect leader Du Kai to forge a key to unlock Thien Keep for him, or he would torture the entire family of Huin Thiat Mon to death. At the same time, Hai Kong and Bok Lin, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, had also chased down Thiat Quang due to Huin Thiat Mon. In this battle, Hai Kong was not entirely confident, so he entrusted the supreme sword to Bok Lin, asking him to pass it on to Bo Kin Van to fulfill his promise, while he himself steeled his resolve to fight Thiat Quang due to the death. As the two were engaged in battle, then Mao also appeared, saying, Hai Kong, with your Lian Thiat Thursday, you might not be assured of victory. De Tik Thien wants to ensure you survive to fulfill your promise, so he specifically sent me along with Thien Mon Ni Quan to help you deal with Thien Keep. Hai Kong initially did not want anyone to interfere in his quest for revenge, but when Van Tuetlak voluntarily joined Thien Mon as a servant and pleaded with De Tik Thien to assist him, he was moved and slowly nodded in agreement. Thiat Quang Du, arrogant with the power of Thien Keep, completely disregarded the people before him. Little did he know that Thien Mon Ni Quan was so formidable. Using the powers of Yin and Yang masters to counteract the armor of Thiat Mon, swiftly killing all of Thiat Quang Du's subordinates in just a few sword strikes, the highest martial power of Than Mao had yet to make a move. Thiat Quang Du remained unfazed, laughing coldly. Do you think killing my disciples and cutting off my retreat will make me lose heart? You underestimate me. A wave of heat rushed to his face, and Hai Kong's hands ignited in flames as he activated the Luyan Thiat Thursday divine skill, leaping forward. Luyan Thiat Thursday was the supreme divine skill of Thiat Mon, and Thiat Quang Du had always believed that a mortal's body could not master it. Seeing it today, he was beyond excited. Then Mao chose not to intervene, as Hai Kong was solely focused on revenge and did not interfere, merely watching. After several dozen moves, the heat surging from Hai Kong's hands intensified, and the ground around him radiated waves of heat, showcasing his profound martial prowess. He is absolutely not a reckless person without strategy. He has secretly monitored Tai Quan Tu for a long time and has realized that the space between the eyebrows is the weakest point of Tianxia. The fiery palms danced, continuously attacking the opponent's eyes. Tai Quang Tu revealed a faint, hard-to-detect smile. The weakest point is where he is the strongest. He deliberately lured Huai Kong into a trap, reaching out with both hands, intending to disable his arms. On a nearby hillside, Huai Jia was intently watching the battle when he suddenly felt a disturbance behind him. Turning around, he saw an extremely tall man grinning wickedly at him. He was horrified. With a single move, he unleashed a break origin strike, but the giant easily deflected it with one hand. Huai Jia was even more alarmed. This person possessed both the domineering aura of a blade and the sharpness of a sword, a master of both. That person was the breaker who had come with the Divine Mother. Kid, you have been monitoring Tai Quan Tu all along. What is your ultimate goal? Meanwhile, in the battlefield, Huai Kong's iron hand was incredibly agile. Tai Quang Tu missed his grab and could not catch him. Tianxia was continuously heating up and could not hold out much longer. Tai Quang Tu let out a roar, spreading his arms wide and diving in to force Huaikong into a direct confrontation. Huaikong did not evade either, striking directly at Taekwon Tu's lower abdomen. Tianxia was exceptionally sharp, and he used his flesh and blood to clash head-on, causing blood to splatter in an instant. The Iron Mad Map felt increasingly uncomfortable as the fire energy of Huaikong entered his body, making him feel hot and restless. If this continued, his internal organs would be scorched and he would die. Ignoring the pain, he grabbed Huaikong's shoulders with both hands and launched an attack on him, engaging in a mutual destruction style of combat. At this moment, it was no longer just a contest of power but a battle of will, to see who would falter first. The heavenly cataclysm armor was burning red, and Iron Mad Map's hair had begun to catch fire. With a loud bang, two heavenly spiral swords shot from behind, piercing straight into the top of Huaikong's head. Seeing Huaikong in danger, Bai Ling intended to use the Peerless Good Sword to help, but his power was too low, and the Peerless Good Sword was too heavy to control. So he was knocked away shortly after engaging. For some reason, Pajun had not yet arrived, and the Divine Mother had no choice but to intervene herself. She threw out a rope that wrapped around the heavenly spiral sword mid-air. In the next episode, Jingyun reunites with the Peerless Good Sword to face Pajun. Please continue to watch. The Heavenly Cataclysm armor is indeed the strongest equipment in Fengyun. Iron Mad Map, facing Huaikong, Bai Ling, the Divine Mother, and the Divine Official working together, is still able to hold his ground. He looked up at the sky and roared loudly, his entire body of heavenly tribulation piercing sharply into Huaikong's body. The sharp claws pierced in, but Huaikong still did not let go, wanting to perish together with Thiet Quang Du, seeing his younger brother about to lose his life. Hai Diet couldn't hold back anymore and flew in to save him. Everyone was astonished and couldn't believe he was still alive. Hai Diet's palm wine transformed into a venomous snake, unleashing the Chaos Origin Chi and striking continuously, heavily injuring the forehead of Thiet Quang Du, finally saving Huaikong. Huaikong's aura was faint, his eyes tightly shut, and upon seeing his elder brother's shock and joy, he fainted. Thiet Quang Du's killing intent erupted, his iron claws sweeping across, wanting to kill both brothers. Bok Lin desperately supported them, but was swept away by a claw. Another figure appeared, blocking in front. It was Thin Mao, facing Thiet Quang Du's claw. He did not dodge or evade. Fa Quan, if I do not die, let's see how you speak to De Tic Thien. Before the words could finish, two beams of cold light descended from the sky. It was the breaker holding the Tamlang, and the celestial receiver rushing to help. It turns out that the Divine Mother had been favored by the Emperor of Heaven since childhood, accepted as a personal disciple, and held an extremely important position in the Heavenly Gate. If something really happened, the Emperor of Heaven would definitely not let it go, so the breaker had no choice but to step in to save her. The Divine Mother originally intended to use the Heavenly Gate's sacred medicine to treat Huaikong's injuries, but unexpectedly, she was rejected by Huai Dai, who quickly flew away with his brother, not knowing what method he had to save him. In the battlefield, the breaker unleashed a frenzied attack with the Tam Lang, using the ultimate technique, Kill the Breaker Wolf. After not meeting for over a decade, his power was even deeper than before, continuously pushing back the Iron Mad 2. Not only that, but the Kill the Breaker Wolf's internal energy pierced through the heavenly tribulation, directly destroying the internal organs, causing him to bleed madly. The breaker laughed coldly. Your so-called perfect heavenly tribulation seems to be just this, die. Just as the life of Iron Mad 2 was about to be devoured by the vicious wolf, a person wielding the extraordinary sword rushed in, swinging the sword horizontally to save Iron Mad 2's life. In the world, there are very few who can withstand an attack from the Destroyer, and one of them is Bu Jingfan. The Destroyer is the senior brother of Wuming, and has a higher status than Bu Jingfan. He was forced back by a sword strike, and in his anger, he unleashed his devastating technique in mid-air. The Celestial Wolf Kill. This move gathers evil energy, with power that could cover the sky and earth. Bu Jingfan did not dare to underestimate it. If the Destroyer attacked with a wicked blow, he naturally had to use his strongest move, the Silver Stream Sword Attack. The two forces clashed, equal in strength, leaving the Destroyer in shock. Bu Jingfan, your cultivation is impressive. You already possess the demeanor of your master from years ago. In the future, you will undoubtedly become the second legend of the martial world. The Divine Mother is also somewhat curious. Bu Jingfan, your whole family was killed by the Iron Madman in the quest for the Supreme Good Sword. Why do you protect the mastermind? Bu Jingfan spoke up to explain, I am not here to compete with you today, but the Iron Madman cannot die now. I have matters to discuss with him. The Destroyer's fighting spirit surged, wanting to engage again, but was stopped by the Divine Mother.
Break the army, stop your hand.
If Minister Jingyun faces off because of the iron wild beast, I'll spare his life today.
Moreover, Emperor Sakura has ordered not to harm Minister Jingyun. Break the army silently cursed in his heart.
Knowing she was this anxious, she must be worried about Huai Kong's injury. Not letting him kill the iron wild beast is also to let Huai Kong take revenge himself later.
Jingyun, you are an exceptional opponent after Nameless. One day, I will want to compete with you. Get lost now.
Knowing the reason why Jingyun saved him, the iron wild beast roared.
My fate is sealed. I cannot escape the heavenly calamity. Living or dying does not matter to me anymore.
If you can agree to one thing for me, I will tell you the truth about Nameless' disappearance.
My fellow disciples and I have unfinished business. I hope you can help me find them.
On another side, Huai Di held by Ling, who held Huai Kong and rushed to the Divine Doctor. The Divine Doctor stared at Huai Kong for a long time without acting.
What is your purpose? This person is already dead. How am I supposed to treat him? Quickly prepare for the funeral. Ling cried uncontrollably.
Huai Di sneered and struck down the dark door beside him. A naked man lay motionless inside the dark door. It was the Mad Pine who died at the World Assembly.
Is there really no way to save him? Who is he?
I have long discovered that you are using the Eternal Life Temple as a shield. Since Kwangshan is dead, you must have a technique for resurrection. The Divine Doctor was pressed by him, continuously explaining, years ago, I researched immortality potions.
To test the potion, I tricked Tai Kwang Tu into giving Kwangshan the drink.
Unexpectedly, the side effects of this potion were too severe. It confused the mind and accelerated aging. Kwangshan was only 20 years old, yet he aged like the earth. Moreover, he was still young when he took the potion, and your brother was already dead.
I truly am helpless. Huai Jie's expression changed drastically. His hand exerted pressure, wanting to crush his own head. The Divine Doctor hurriedly said, Wait, don't kill me. There is still one method, the Sacred Heart technique of DT Tian from Tianmen.
At the same time, the Divine Mother and Divine Official also broke through the door. That's right, to save Huai Kong, the only way is the Sacred Heart technique of DT Tian, but at this moment, Huai Kong's heart pulse is ice cold. The corpse began to decay. Tianmen was very far away. Wanting to summon the deity of heaven, it was too late. However, with the true teachings of the deity of heaven, the Divine Mother brought the Sacred Heart technique. Although the internal strength was limited, it should not be a problem to prolong life. If not to resurrect. The Divine Mother hesitated slightly and slowly said, The deity of heaven strictly forbids me from abusing the Sacred Heart technique. If you want me to save Huai Kong,
you must meet one condition.
Huai Di did not hesitate at all and immediately nodded. As long as Huai Kong could be saved, any condition could be met. Meanwhile, after hearing Tai Kwang Tu's story, Bu Jingyun's thoughts stirred, bringing him to the backwoods.
Sure enough, the mysterious old man encountered in the backwoods that day was Tai Kwang Tu's junior brother Taiji.
After many years of reunion, the enmity between the brothers seemed to have grown significantly. Opening the iron box left by junior sister Tai Lan from years ago, Tai Kwang Tu shed tears, falling into deep regret. If I hadn't been stubborn and overly arrogant, the lives of all three of us would have changed. Why struggle for so many years, torturing myself into this state? Tai Kwang Tu suddenly laughed loudly, the sound tearing through the wind. A lifetime of suffering caused by myself. I am not only ridiculous but also pitiful. Under Taiji's guidance, in a small fishing village, Tai Kwang Tu once again saw the junior sister he had missed for many years. Tai Lam is now living a simple and happy life, while I am in a bizarre form, neither human nor beast. I don't need to disturb his life. Just being able to see him from afar is enough. Bo Jingwan, my wishes have been fulfilled, so I should keep my promise and tell you who captured Wu Ming. The secret of the #1 expert in China, Wu Ming, and the #1 swordsman in the East, Huang Ying, has finally been revealed after their disappearance. That day, Tai Kwang Tu hid on a distant mountain peak, secretly observing the mythical architecture. The Nameless leader faced off, the two fought evenly matched, and with one final move, they were both severely injured and flew backwards. Suddenly, a figure rushed in at an untraceable speed, and with one move, restrained the injured Nameless, showcasing overwhelming power that was truly unimaginable. Huang Ying was alarmed and wanted to assist, but a red longsword was already resting against his eyes. Bo Kin Van hurriedly asked, Do you still remember the appearance of those two people? Thiat Kwang Du slowly nodded. Of course, I will never forget these two in my lifetime. The one holding the red sword is a young man around 30 years old, with a fierce and sinister face. The one restraining Nameless is a robust man, wearing strange armor, arrogant and domineering, instilling fear in others. What impressed me the most was his hair. which was half black and half red. That man saw Hongman still wanting to resist, and struck like lightning, knocking him down with another move. Both great masters were defeated by him in one strike. The terror of him is unimaginable. Bo Kinvan, I have told you everything. If you want to avenge your wife, go ahead. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths, no need to hold back. At this moment, Thiat Quang Du committed suicide, stabbing himself in the forehead with a sword, not uttering a word, falling into the deep abyss behind. Bo Kinvan's expression was hard to suppress the sorrow. He understood what Thiat Quang Du had gone through, knowing he had nothing left to regret in life. This strike was not only for revenge but also to fulfill him, helping him find liberation. On the other side, then Mao, in order to save Hai Kong's life, did not hesitate to violate her oath to Tik Thien, unilaterally using the divine power, Tan Tam Quiet. As for the future, how Tik Thien will punish her, there's no need to worry too much. Fortunately, Hai Diet has met his conditions, joining Thien Mon, which can provide some justification in front of Tik Thien. While treating his injuries urgently, a heavy breathing sound suddenly came from behind, and Hong Sam came back to life, appearing behind him. Then Ma was shocked, truly unimaginable. Her inner energy became chaotic in an instant, and her whole body felt cold. Then Quan, standing guard at the door, immediately sensed something unusual and flew in to fight Hong Sam. Hong Sam's strength had increased significantly, and within a few moves, he made then Quan spit blood and fly out. Hai Diet wanted to rush over to assist, but for some reason, Hong Sam suddenly stopped, flailed his arms and legs, and ran away. Then Mao's vitality was damaged, her breath was weak, and she hurriedly ordered then Quan to take her to see Tik Thien. At this moment, only he could save her. On the other side, after listening to Thiat Quang Du's account, Bo Kinvan analyzed for a long time and deduced the identity of the enemy. He arranged Bo Thien and the Trung Hoa Kak of Vo Dan to focus on dealing with the impending crisis, while going far to see Yu Kin Bang to invite them to help gather information. Just left, and encountered the mysterious middle-aged man who once pointed him to find the Iron Mad map. That person seems to know everything. Bu Jingfan, I know you were looking for Duanlang. In fact, he is also a member of the Heavenly Gate. In recent years, the Heavenly Gate has been recruiting soldiers and growing its power continuously. If this continues, no one in the martial world can protect themselves. That is why I keep informing you, to help you resist the Heavenly Gate. Xiafeng's disappearance was also caused by the Heavenly Gate. That day, the breaker led over 100 masters to besiege Xiafeng. The battle was extraordinarily tragic. I did not dare to approach and could only watch from afar. But according to the methods of the Heavenly Gate, your master, Huang Ying, along with Xiafeng, have little chance of survival. I can guide you to the method of reaching the Heavenly Gate. Within the Heavenly Gate, the divine official quickly reports to the Emperor. Bu Jingfan is riding, heading from east to north towards the Heavenly Gate. At the same time, 50 miles to the north, Niafeng suddenly appeared, rapidly heading towards the main sect. With his extraordinary lightness skill, he could arrive in less than half a day. Fa Quan was eager to try and proactively ask to go into battle. Last time, he let Niafeng escape, and today he dared to bring himself to the door. Tik Thien slowly said, wait, I have someone else to deal with Niafeng. You go choose 20 elites to capture Bo Kin Van alive. The two of them, Feng Van and Makavo Luong, are very difficult to deal with. Before confronting Bo Kin Van, we must resolve Niafeng first. No matter what, this person must die. Fa Quan had long wanted to compete with Bo Kin Van, happily accepting the order. That day, Fa Quan led an assault on Niafeng. Niafeng faced Fa Quan while also having to ensure his family's safety. He was hit by Fa Quan's sword and could no longer fight. To save his entire family was absolutely impossible. It was better for him to escape, causing the opponent to have some caution, which could instead preserve the lives of his family. He made a quick decision, using Fengshan Cu to launch a strong attack on Fa Quan, opening a path of blood. Half a day later, Niafeng fainted from his injuries. When he woke up, he was in a small house. Seeing the letter left in the room, he realized he had been saved by Da Komong again. That year, Dong Kotan was slaughtered by the son of the emperor, and Dong Komong's whereabouts were unknown. Niafeng had been worried for many years, but unexpectedly today, she saved him. Dong Komong did not want to see Niafeng again. After preparing the food, she left and did not appear again. A few days later, after Niafeng fully recovered from his injuries, he still did not see any sign of Dong Komong and had to return to the martial world himself to search for his family's whereabouts. There were many experts in Tianmen, and dealing with just one Pajun was difficult. In the past decade or so, Niafeng had not competed with the world, and his martial arts had stagnated. But now, for the sake of his family's lives, he had to think of every possible way to quickly strengthen himself.
Within Tianmen, after being treated by DTTN, Shinmao finally managed to keep her life. Recalling her many years of hard work and high accomplishments, DTTN temporarily spared her life but still punished her, making her reflect on her actions in the Nine Heavens prison. A red-haired man wielding a sword quickly approaches. It is Duan Lang. Duan Lang, you must go to the snow demon Fa 50 miles away and kill Niefeng. Duan Lang is somewhat astonished and hurriedly says, Lord D-Tik Tien, Niefeng's lightness skill is very impressive, I may not win. Moreover, we have been friends before. D-Tik Tien snorts, saying, don't make excuses. Duan Lang, last time you and Fa Quan surrounded Niefeng, yet inexplicably went missing. This time I send you to prove your loyalty, precisely because he is your friend, you should be more familiar with his weaknesses. Duan Lang received the order from the Heavenly Emperor to go to Snow Ghost Slope and intercept Niepfong. Although he had entered the demonic path and had severed ties with Niepfong, Duan Lang still retained a trace of conscience in his heart, and felt guilty towards Niepfong, not wanting to confront him directly. After lying in ambush at Snow Ghost Slope for a long time without seeing any sign of Niepfong, Duan Lang felt uneasy. This person has always been calm and cautious, this time, entering Tianmen alone, he must have some trick up his sleeve. Sure enough, Niepfong had already taken an alternate route and was 2 miles away on a small path, avoiding the ambush. Suddenly, a streak of red light appeared in the icy mountains, moving at an unimaginable speed. Fortunately, Niepfong was vigilant and narrowly avoided a fatal blow. Niepfong, all your actions cannot escape the eyes of the Heavenly Emperor. Duan Lang is merely a pawn in reserve, I am the real lethal move against you. This person has long hair, half black and half red, with an extraordinary aura, he is the master of Duan Lang, the God General. Niefeng shouted in a deep voice and surged forward, moving like the wind, his legs like blades, with unmatched strength. The God General casually swung his right arm, effortlessly blocking the attack, calm and composed. Niefeng, your legs are fast enough to dominate the martial world, but I have the Macao Wuliang to protect me, you cannot harm me at all. To the east, Bu Jingyun rode alone to Tianmen, only to hear strange booming sounds from within the gate, as countless ghostly figures and wolves surged forth like a tide. Bu Jingyun wielded his sword Flowing Cloud, slaughtering them all, even a master like Dong Huan could not withstand a single strike from him. After the strange beings dissipated, the sinister smiling face of Pajun was revealed. Bu Jingyun, a narrow path for enemies, we meet again. If you want to save someone, you must first pass through my blades. In Tianmen, Emperor Tian stands on top of the mountain, looking far away, the mysterious atmosphere between heaven and earth is constantly strengthening. After another month, when the yang energy on the ground is at its peak, it will be the day the elite arrives. Everything is now prepared, only Bak Jingyun's blood-dew sword is missing. With the legend of the martial world, the Nameless One falls into my hands. Niefeng does not have Bak Jingyun, of course he lacks the strength to act, and will inevitably lose to the God General, all within my grasp. A panicked subordinate rushes in to report that the Nameless has borrowed inner strength to break through the Heaven-Earth Order and escape. In the narrow, winding ice cave, the Nameless was held too long by the Heaven-Earth Order, his inner strength cannot yet fully recover. Just as he wants to save the Sword God, a giant hand strikes like lightning, hitting him in the back. The speed is too fast, the Nameless has no time to react, and tragically falls. Just because the one who has arrived is the strongest of the Heavenly Gate, Emperor Tik Tien. Vo Dan has no chance, countless small sword fragments are shot toward Emperor Tik Tien. Emperor Tik Tien condenses his inner energy, forming a gigantic ice shield in front of him. Using swords against me, our sect can seal you, you can only die more tragically. Vo Dan, let me show you what true swordsmanship is. The ice shield shatters, transforming into countless sharp swords. This is the ultimate technique of the sword sect. 10,000 swords return to one. 10,000 swords launch together, an army of countless steeds. The sword god steps forward to shield Vo Dan. Emperor Tik Tien loudly proclaims, what a profound teacher-student bond, too bad I have seen too many such sentiments. In the end, there is no happy ending, it's all incredibly foolish. Sword god, considering that you brought the hero sword to me, today I'll spare your lives. Nameless, I have a gift for you as well. The detective holds up a painting and approaches Nameless. Seeing the man in the painting, Nameless immediately turns pale with shock. Nameless, do you recognize the person in this painting? You call yourself Nameless, but you're actually surnamed Wei. Your father's name is Wei Chiozu, and your grandfather is Wei Buchuan. Everything about you, I know. Anonymous, be it wisdom or power, I surpass you in every aspect. I, Di Tian, know everything and can do anything. Don't even think about escaping from Tianmen. On the profound ridge, Bu Jingyun is locked in battle with Breaker of Armies. They have exchanged dozens of moves. Breaker of armies wields saber and sword together, fighting against Wolf Annihilator with one hand, but Bu Jingyun's palm strength is fierce, and his sword flowing clouds is agile and versatile, making him no less formidable. After many years, meeting the supreme good sword again, Bu Jingyun's body surges with sword intent, becoming more skillful with each strike, completely shattering Breaker of armies' saber and sword forces. Their powerful moves and fierce forces make Tong Huang and others marvel, and even after hundreds of exchanges, neither has gained the upper hand. The Book of Clouds says, "I never expected you to have advanced so much in these past dozen years. Back then, I was eager to seek revenge and ambushed the Nameless. Although I won, it was not a glorious victory. But you entered the martial world and became the second swordmaster. You replaced the Nameless and fought against me. It couldn't be better." The Book of Clouds calmly said, "Today's battle, I have no way out. Without winning, I cannot return. Just by my fighting spirit, you are not my match." Polaris heard him speak arrogantly and his anger flared up. In recent years, he had improved the slash and destroy wolf technique, creating an even stronger and more dangerous move called Wolf Slash. He roared loudly, transforming his saber into a giant wolf, charging forward. The Book of Clouds, undaunted by danger, swung his sword, aiming straight for Polaris' vital point, using a strategy of mutual destruction. Back then, the Nameless always left some residual strength in his moves. But the Book of Clouds went to the extreme, each move being relentless until death. The Breaker of the army merges sword and blade, finally having to use his strongest move, the Nine Wolves Strike the Sun. Bu Jingwan had long embraced the notion of fighting to the death, wielding his sword to confront it, executing the Nameless true transmission, the sorrow of the Nameless. After the collision, the Breaker of the army was struck in the chest by a sword, while Bu Jingwan was also covered in wounds, being forced into such a predicament by a junior. The Breaker of the army was furious. His final move, the Mad Wolf Slash, had gathered all of his power. The two great masters clashed like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. The Breaker of the army's clothes were torn, and blood flowed freely from both hands. The starry wolf's heavenly eyes nearly slipped from his grasp. In the midst of panic, he felt a dark shadow sweep towards him. He quickly ducked to avoid it, but it was still too late. The tip of his nose felt cold, and his entire nose was severed by the long sword. This battle was not lost due to insufficient strength, but rather defeated by the terrifying belief in absolute victory of Bu Jingwan. Continuously injured, blood flowing profusely, the Breaker of the army had no way to retreat. Today's situation meant that not winning equated to death. Just as the two were in mid-air, wanting to determine life and death with a single move, suddenly their bodies stiffened at the same time. An immense internal force rendered them completely unable to move. The fate of Bo Kin Van and Nip Fong, please continue to follow. This is Nip Fong's first time on the battlefield, facing his strongest opponent, Duan Lang's master, the fiend god of the underworld, the divine general. Nip Fong's body technique is as swift as the wind god kick is unparalleled in the martial world, but his full force strike to the back had no effect on the divine general. Nip Fong, it seems your skills are only this much. I have given you 2 chances, now it's my turn to strike. Taste my fire thunder steel chi. The divine general clasped his hands together, a crimson lightning-like steel beam shot straight towards Nip Fong. Nip Fong was alarmed and dodged, barely avoiding the first and second strikes. But the third left a wound on his right thigh. The divine general knew that Nip Fong's lightness skill was exceptional, wanting to disable his legs first. Nip Fong continuously kicked, but was always forced back at critical moments by the Fire Thunder Steel Chi. After several moves, he gradually realized that the Fire Thunder Steel Chi's power was astonishing, imperceptible, but its strength seemed weaker than before. Could it be that this person's internal energy is insufficient? He immediately stopped dodging and confronted him head-on, but unexpectedly, upon contact, he felt something was wrong and was directly blasted back into the icy ground. Although he was hit once, Niefeng discovered the true weakness of the Fire Thunder Steel Chi, which was its excessively long recovery time. He moved swiftly, maximizing his speed advantage, attacking the upper path unfavorably, and immediately switched to the lower path. In an instant, he continuously changed several moves, delivering a powerful kick to the chin of the God General. The God General was struck by the kick, staggering backward. After several subsequent moves, the Fire Thunder Steel Chi finally struck again, creating a patch of blood mist on Niefeng's chest. No wonder Niefeng is so formidable. Even heavily injured, he can still counterattack so sharply. It's no surprise that Emperor Jitian has always regarded you as a great threat. Do you know what the most exquisite delicacy in the world is? It is none other than the marrow of the strong, the brave, and the wise. You possess all 3. making it an exquisite delicacy indeed. Niafeng was grabbed by the collar, lifted into the air, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face as he tossed his hair, sweeping toward the eyes of the god general. It turned out he was deliberately pretending to be weak, luring his opponent in close to deliver a fatal blow. The general's moves hit their mark one after another. His eyes suddenly gleamed with determination as he grabbed Niafeng's arm and threw him out. Niafeng, my unyielding devil body is impenetrable by blades or spears. You have the audacity to make me show my finger technique, burn to death. His hands rose up, 10 fingers blazing fiercely, 10 beams of fire lightning hard chi shot out, swift and powerful. Niafeng couldn't dodge, he could only use the thunder and wind travel technique to meet the attack head-on. Though he was heavily injured and at a disadvantage, he always wore a smile on his face. Could it be that he still has an unused trump card? After retiring for over a decade, Niafeng stayed away from the world and ended up losing to Breaker Army. To save his family, he had to find a way to enhance his cultivation. After much contemplation, he suddenly realized a truth: the stronger the wind, the fiercer the waves. Water rages because the wind stirs it. Water rises with the wind aids the power of the water, both supporting each other. As long as one can utilize the laws of the wind in conjunction with oneself, they can unleash even greater strength. Finally, Niafeng comprehended his strongest will, divine wind stirring. With a kick of wind and rain across the rivers and lakes, the power suddenly increased 2 or 3 times, causing the god general to be shocked and his expression to change as he took hit after hit to the chest and abdomen. His world-extinguishing demon body has truly fearsome defense. His entire body is enveloped in a powerful aura. No matter how strongly Feng Nia attacks, he cannot harm him at all. General Divine's face changes from blue to red, seemingly still having energy left. Feng Nia feels uneasy. Continuing to fight might not guarantee victory, it would be better to retreat early. General Divine laughs wickedly continuously, chasing relentlessly, firing fire lightning hard chi in succession. In front appears a huge ice cave, and Feng Nia disappears without a trace. With a fire arrow and swirling force in the air, and a chilling cold, Niafeng seemed to transform into a whirlwind, soaring up and kicking down. General Divine, taste my second form of divine wind movement. This move stirs up the wind and clouds. Its power is formidable, rarely seen. General Divine raises both hands, raising them to meet the attack, wanting to see whose skill is stronger. A dull sound echoed loudly, debris flew everywhere, and the body of the god general sank into the large rock. Niafeng used the recoil to escape. By the time the god general jumped out of the rubble, he could no longer catch up. Niafeng, sooner or later, I will taste your blood. On the other side, Fa Quan wanted a decisive blow against Bo Kin Van but was suddenly paralyzed by a strange force. An ice statue like a ghostly deity emerged from the ground, blocking the way between the two. It was De Tic Thien who had arrived. De Tic Thien raised his hand, and Bo Kin Van's blood vessels crystallized, causing him to faint. When he awoke, he found himself in a tastefully arranged room, surrounded by several maidservants attending to him. He sighed and dismissed the maidservants from the room. Looking around, it seemed he was in Thien Mon. The Tuet the Haokin was nowhere to be found. Why didn't De Tic Thien kill him? In his doubt, the figure of his daughter, Tu Din, appeared before him, bringing him immense joy as he tightly embraced her. The two women were overjoyed to reunite, but before they could catch up, then Mao arrogantly walked into the room. Bo Kin Van, Vo Dan, and Kim Then are all in our hands. You cannot defeat De Tic Thien, so behave yourself. Bo Kin Van suddenly became furious, gripping Then Mao's throat tightly to force her to reveal where everyone was imprisoned. Just when he wanted to take his daughter to rescue them, a wave of killing intent surged in front of him. With a loud crash, dozens of people jumped down and surrounded him. Among them were powerful figures such as Then Quan, Fa Quan, and then Tuong. Fa Quan coldly laughed and said, Bo Kin Van, you have lost Tuet the Haokim and now must look after your daughter. Don't dream of escaping. Surrounded by formidable enemies, Bo Kin Van remained unfazed. His body moved, and he struck Then Quan with a palm. He held his daughter close, delivering a powerful palm strike like thunder, showing no signs of hesitation. Outnumbered, he needed to demoralize his opponents first. A loud bang echoed 3 times, sending more than a dozen people in front of him flying with just one move. Even he was shocked, wondering how such great power could exist. Bo Kin Van was attacking while retreating, when suddenly a figure flashed in front of him through the ice. It was the mysterious man who had guided him several times. Stop fighting, below is the 9 layers prison, it's even harder to escape. Quickly follow me. In this urgent situation, Bo Kin Van had no time to think much and had to follow him into the prison. In the next episode, the identity of De Tic Thien will be revealed. Please continue to follow.
The identity of the most mysterious leader in Phong Van, de Tic Thien, will officially be unveiled. Bo Kin Van, carrying his daughter, fled while being besieged by dozens of experts from Thien Mon. In a moment of danger, fortunately, a mysterious person came to help, allowing him to narrowly escape from the demon's den. This person has pointed out the intricacies of Tianmen to him multiple times, understanding the terrain like the back of his hand, which left Bu Jingyun quite curious. Yet he felt it was inappropriate to ask too many questions. The small boat drifted downstream for many days, getting further away from Tianmen, until they finally arrived at the mysterious master's sect. Senior brother Voduk had long been waiting for everyone there, and Bu Ding was burning with fever, his face pale, having been poisoned severely. Bu Jingyun's rage was hard to contain. Indeed, De Tic Tien was cruel-hearted, not even sparing a female attendant. But since he had captured him, why didn't he deliver a killing blow? Just as he arrived, senior brother Voduk suddenly blocked the way, saying, Bu Jingyun, I have long heard of your great name, meeting you today is nothing special. If you want to see the master and save your daughter, first you must pass my test and see if you can withstand my iron golden claw with my 100 years of cultivation. This person's claw could indeed shatter mountains, showing immense power, but claiming 100 years of cultivation might be somewhat exaggerated. Bo Kin Van was worried about saving the young lady, having no mood to spar with him. With the assistance of his third junior brother Tyat, he used lightness skill to quickly head towards the mountainside. On the mountain, the pavilions and towers were extremely elegant. In one pavilion, a person stood with hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm and composed. Bo Kin Van, you have finally arrived. It's a pleasure to meet you. This person had a smiling face, exuding a noble and composed aura. He did not move his hands, yet a wave of energy surged forth. In an unknown manner, Voduk, who was pursuing him, was sent flying away. Bo Kin Van spoke up to explain for Voduk, saying he only wanted to spar with him and meant no harm. The mysterious person, however, acted as if he did not hear, coldly stating, Voduk, the name I gave you back then, granting you 100 years of longevity, was precisely in hopes that you could achieve virtue through martial arts. Today you used the purple star technique to plot against your fellow disciples. Your intentions are unwholesome. I want to reclaim your 50 years of life. That Wu Di is considered a top expert in the martial world, yet with a snap of the mysterious person's fingers, he fell down crying in agony. And in the blink of an eye, his appearance changed into that of a withered old man. The mysterious person not only possesses extraordinary martial skills but also infinite wisdom, as if he could see through all of Bu Jingyun's thoughts. Personally concocting the herbs, after Bu Ding was detoxified, he spoke gently, Bu Jingyun, I know you have many doubts in your heart. I will slowly tell you everything. You are not wrong to guess, all my disciples have a lifespan of 200 years. To be honest, I have lived for too long, I myself do not remember how old I am. Bo Kin Van, at this moment your mind is in turmoil, why not calm yourself and let me tell you a story. A long time ago, during the Qin dynasty, after Qin Shi Huang unified the world, he wanted to achieve immortality. He sought countless methods of alchemy and studied elixirs for eternal youth. Among them was an alchemist named Su Fu, who diligently researched and discovered that in the four great mythical beasts of China, the dragon and the phoenix still existed. After enduring countless hardships, he finally killed the phoenix and used its blood to create an immortal golden elixir. Qin Shi Huang, valuing tyranny, believed such a violent ruler would endure, and humanity would never recover. Su Fu did not want to hand over the elixir, and Qin Shi Huang, worried, ultimately decided to consume the golden elixir himself. Su Fu, feeling anxious and fearful that Qin Shi Huang would discover this, voluntarily requested to leave, taking 500 young men and women to cross the seas of Penglai in search of the elixir. 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Shi Huang has long passed away, and Tu Fuk has secretly returned to Central Plains at this time. 100 years of turmoil, Tu Fuk has grown weary of worldly affairs, not wanting to be involved in worldly matters again, living in seclusion and leisure. At this point, Bo Kin Van understood in his heart that the person before him was indeed the legendary Tu Fuk. Tu Fuk smiled and nodded, continuing to speak. Unfortunately, after 1,000 years, having accumulated countless wisdom, I still cannot see through the most unpredictable thing in the world. The human heart. 200 years ago, I took on a terrifying disciple, who is now the leader of Tianmen, De Tic Tien. On the other side, Niafeng Shinfeng Cave has not yet reached full completion. After confronting the god general, he was seriously injured. Surrounded by the pursuing soldiers of Tianmen, Niafeng hid in the forest, finding it difficult to calm his mind and regulate his breath. A large hand was placed on his shoulder, and pure, powerful internal energy flowed into his body, allowing him to stabilize momentarily, his breath circulating smoothly.
Don't be distracted, I'm here to help you with your injuries, Niafeng. It's been over a decade since we last met, and here we are again. A group of pursuers led by Yuji Danhua has arrived, surrounding the two of them. The man helping Niafeng with his injuries coldly said, "Get lost, I don't want to kill indiscriminately, but anyone who steps within 2 meters of me will not have a good ending." How could a group of Heavenly Gate assassins believe this? This is the territory of Heavenly Gate, they can't allow outsiders to act recklessly. The mysterious man let out a sigh, and his left arm struck the large tree next to him, causing leaves to fall like countless flying needles. Years ago, when Niafeng had not yet left the Tianxia society, he met a man named Moing Xiong in a tea house. This man, in terms of appearance and demeanor, resembled the Nameless one, and his martial arts skills were not far behind. At that time, Niafeng learned about the legendary past of the martial world's Nameless. From a poor background with humble origins, he was sold by his biological father to General Mao's residence, where he was renamed Mao Hero. He and General Mao's son, Mao Heroic, were roughly the same age and possessed extraordinary martial talent. They trained together and their bond was as strong as brothers. Unfortunately, General Mao plotted rebellion. From then on, Hero severed ties with his adoptive father. For the sake of national righteousness, Hero and Heroic eventually had a confrontation. Heroic lost in one move and disappeared from the martial world. Unexpectedly, years later, he came to assist Niafeng. After years of arduous training, Heroic's martial arts had reached a divine level, instantly taking down dozens of Heaven Gate assassins. Niafeng was deeply worried and wanted to assist, but was stopped by Heroic. "Niafeng, I no longer belong to this world of martial arts. Helping you heal is only because we once met. Lu is someone who has been abandoned by society. In the future, I will not interfere in the storms of the martial world. Let us part ways here." In Fongvan, the final boss, Dith Tien, is related to Emperor Qin Shi Huang from that time. After Fu drank the golden pill and became immortal, he took Dith Tien as his disciple 200 years ago. Teaching him martial arts, he imparted unparalleled divine techniques and longevity elixirs, but unexpectedly, Dith Tien had ambitious aspirations. Through diligent study and with extraordinary wisdom and martial skills, he discovered the immortal divine technique, Sacred Heart Decree. After years of accumulating knowledge in martial arts, this technique has never been seen before. However, although the Sacred Heart Decree can grant immortality, it cannot prevent aging. Therefore, he often hides in the mystic ice to slow down the aging process. It is said that there are 4 great auspicious beasts in the world: dragon, phoenix, Shilin, and long turtle. These 4 great auspicious beasts, having lived over 1,000 years, all possess the immortal divine technique. The day when the elite arrives is the day the divine dragon awakens, which is Dith Tien's only hope. The divine dragon is the strongest and most ferocious of the auspicious beasts. Dith Tien gathered many martial arts experts and their energy, intending to capture the divine dragon once and for all. And among them, only Buqin Van can wield the ultimate good sword. That's why Dith Tien went to great lengths to capture his family members, both threatening and enticing Buqin Van. Fu looked at Buqin Van with utmost seriousness. "Buqin Van, I hope you can return to Tianmen. On the day of the elite, Dith Tien will definitely take you along. As long as you can obtain the dragon origin during the dragon slaying, you can enhance your martial arts power to resist Dith Tien. I will lead the ambush in Tianmen to rescue your relatives." At the foot of Tianmen, Moing Xiong came to assist Niafeng, making him extremely grateful. At the same time, a group of Tianmen assassins led by Yuji Danhua rushed in, surrounding the two. The man helping Niafeng treat his wounds coldly said, "Get lost, I don't want to kill recklessly, but anyone who steps within 2 meters of me will not have a good ending." How could a group of Tianmen assassins believe this? This is Tianmen's territory, how could they allow outsiders to act recklessly? Unexpectedly, with a sigh, this man struck forcefully against the large tree beside him, causing leaves to fall like countless darts shooting out. Years ago, when Niafeng had not yet left the Tianxia society, he met a man named Moing Xiong in a tea house. This man, whether in appearance or demeanor, was similar to Wu Ming, and his martial arts skills were not much inferior. At that time, Niafeng learned about the past of the legendary martial arts figure, Nameless. Nameless was born into poverty, sold by his father to General Mu's residence, where he was renamed Moing Xiong. He and General Mu's son, Moing Xiong, were roughly the same age, both with extraordinary talent in martial arts. They trained together and became as close as brothers. Unfortunately, General Mu plotted rebellion. From then on, Nameless severed ties with his adoptive father. For the sake of national righteousness, Muingxiong and Nameless eventually had a battle. Muingxiong lost in one move, disappearing from the martial world. Unexpectedly, years later, he came to assist Niafeng. After years of training, Muingxiong's skills had reached a divine level, instantly taking down dozens of Heavenly Gate assassins. Niafeng was extremely worried and wanted to help, but Muingxiong stopped him.
Niafeng, rest for now.
These minor pests, I will handle them myself. While talking, another group of assassins chased after them. The leader saw the survivor but did not dare to approach.
Who is this person? Anyone who enters Tianmen must die.
While everyone was still in shock, Muingxiong waved his sleeve, killing all of Dan Hua's subordinates. I am a person without a stance, I just can't stand Tianmen bullying the weak with their strength. I came here today to meet the experts of Tianmen. After saying this, he took off his coat, revealing a tall and muscular figure, stepping up the mountain, stating that anyone who could defeat him could join Tianmen. Inside Tianmen, after Di Chi Tian's treatment, the Divine Mother finally managed to keep her life. Considering her years of hard work and contributions, Di Chi Tian spared her life but still punished her, placing her in the 9 layers prison for reflection.
A red-haired person wielding a long sword quickly approached. It was Duan Lang.
Duan Long, you go to Shuaguipa, 50 miles away, and kill Niafeng.
Duan Long was a bit surprised and quickly said,
Lord Di Tian, Niafeng's lightness skill is very good, I may not be able to win.
Moreover, we used to be friends. Di Tian snorted and said, don't make so many excuses.
Duan Long, last time you and Pa Juan surrounded and swept Niafeng, but inexplicably went missing. This time I send you to prove your loyalty, precisely because he is your friend, you should be more familiar with his weaknesses in martial arts.
Duan Long accepted the order from Di Tian, went to Shuaguipa, and ambushed to kill Niafeng.
Although he has entered the demonic path and severed all ties with Niafeng, Duan Lang still harbors a trace of conscience in his heart. Feeling guilty towards Niafeng and unwilling to confront him directly. After ambushing Niafeng at Snow Demon Pass for a long time, he still hasn't seen any sign of Niafeng, making Duan Lang uneasy, as this man is usually steady and cautious. This time, entering Heavenly Gate alone, there must be a trick. Indeed, Niafeng had already left the main path and was avoiding the ambush by taking a small path 2 miles away. A red aura suddenly appeared in the ice mountain, moving at an unimaginable speed. Fortunately, Niafeng was on high alert and narrowly avoided a fatal strike.
Niafeng, every move you make is not hidden from Emperor Thestian.
Duan Lang is merely a precautionary piece, I am the true ace to deal with you. This man has long hair, half black and half red, with an extraordinary aura.
He is Duan Lang's master, Divine General.
Niafeng shouted in a deep voice, charging forward, his movement like the wind, his legs like blades, unmatched power. The Divine General casually swung his right arm, blocking the attack with a single move, calm and composed. Niafeng, your legs are the fastest in the martial world, but I have the Mia the Mathan to protect me, you cannot harm me at all. In the east, Bo Kin Van rode alone towards Tianmen, only to hear strange booming sounds coming from within, countless ghostly figures and fierce wolves surging out like a tide. Bo Kin Van gathered his energy with Jian Lu Van, slaying them all, even masters like Dong Hong could not withstand a single strike from him. The strange entities dissipated, revealing the sinister smiling face of Fa Quan. Bo Kin Van, our paths cross again, if you want to save someone, you must first pass through my blades. Within Tianmen, De Tik Tian stood atop the mountain, gazing into the distance, the mysterious energy between heaven and earth continuously strengthening. After another month, when the yang energy on the ground is at its peak, that's when the Tin West will descend. Everything is now prepared, only Bak Jingyun's bloodlust sword is missing. With the legend of the martial world, Vo Dan, in my hands, and Ai Shifeng has no Bak Jingyun, of course he lacks the strength to fight back, and will inevitably lose to the God General, all within my grasp. A panicked subordinate ran to report that Vo Dan borrowed inner strength to break through the heaven-earth order and escape. The narrow, winding path in the ice cave, Vo Dan was trapped by the heaven-earth order for too long, his inner strength could not be fully restored immediately. Just as he wanted to save the sword god, a giant hand struck like lightning, hitting him in the back. The speed was too fast, Vo Dan had no time to react, and miserably fell down. The one who came as the strongest person from Heavenly Gate, Dejizi Tian. Wugo had no chance, countless small sword shards shot towards Emperor Tian Tian. Emperor Tian Tian condensed his inner energy, forming a gigantic ice shield in front of him. Using a sword to deal with me, my sect can seal you, you can only die even more miserably. Wugo, let me show you what a true sword is. The ice shield shattered, turning into countless sharp swords, which is the ultimate skill of the sword sect,
10,000 swords returning to the sect. 10,000 swords launched together, like an army of thousands. The sword god stepped forward, shielding Wugo. Emperor Tian said loudly, "Truly a profound teacher-student bond, but it's a pity that I have seen too many relationships. And in the end, none of them had a good outcome, all were foolish beyond words. Sword god, out of respect for you bringing the hero sword to me, today I will spare your master and disciple. Nameless, I will give you a gift." The divine investigator holds a painting and approaches Nameless. Seeing the man in the painting, Nameless immediately turns pale in shock. "Nameless, do you recognize the person in the painting? You call yourself Nameless, but your surname is actually Vi. Your father's name is Vi Xiaozu, and your ancestor is Vi Buchuan. I know everything about you. Anonymous, no matter if it's wisdom or strength, we surpass you in every aspect. I, Disher Tian, know everything and can do anything. Don't even think about escaping from Tianmen." Furthermore, on the mysterious ridge, Bu Jingyun is engaged in a decisive battle with Breaker of Armies. They have exchanged several dozen moves. Breaker of Armies wields saber and sword together, fighting against Devastator with one hand, but Bu Jingyun's palm power is fierce and powerful. The sword flowing clouds. Agile and versatile, cannot be underestimated either. After many years, meeting the supreme good sword again, Bu Jingyun's body surges with sword intent, becoming more and more skillful, completely shattering the saber and sword forces of Breaker of Armies. The two combatants' powerful moves and fierce forces make Tong Huang and others marvel at their prowess. After hundreds of exchanges, they remain evenly matched. Bu Jingyun says, "I didn't expect you to have improved so much in these dozen years." Not far away, Wu Er and Huaikong advanced to surround the attack, but Wu Er's martial arts were far too weak, and he failed in one move. Huaikong's iron hand technique, though a fierce projectile, fundamentally couldn't get close to the Water God King, and in an instant, it was a phenomenon of rebirth. A limited figure launched an attack, blocking the Water God King's offensive, and Bu Jingyun also joined the battle. Facing several peak masters alone, no matter how strong the Water God King's power was, it would be difficult to cope. Then a powerful airwave struck, and Emperor Tian personally took action. The flower leaf on the Water God King's body could control swords and blades. Even the divine technique of Emperor Tian was strangely resolved by him. After seeing everyone's martial arts, he didn't dare to fight again and leaped into the water to escape. Emperor Tian led Bu Jingyun, Pijun, and Duan Lang to officially begin their dragon hunting journey. The masters gathered at that time, but unexpectedly faced unfavorable circumstances. Being ambushed by the Water God King, all the ships were destroyed. At the same time, there was a small boat quietly following Indra, that was Nia Fong. That day, Nia Fong was rescued by Mo Wing Hung after reaching the shore and recovering from his injuries. He sneaked into Tianmen intending to save his family. But to his surprise, he couldn't find any trace of the Nameless group after searching all over Tianmen. After questioning several people without results, he had no choice but to pursue by boat, keeping a distance so as not to be discovered by Indra. Seeing Indra's ship destroyed, he inevitably had to take land routes. As Nia Fong was calculating the pursuit route, several members of the Water Tribe suddenly appeared, surrounding him. Nia Fong had high agility, and despite the Water Tribe having the protection of Hua Yi, they were still knocked down by his Wind God kick. The Water God King continuously praised him, having heard of Nia Fong for a long time. Seeing him in person today was indeed eye-opening. "We have been watching you for many days, don't be nervous, I, like you, am an enemy of Indra." He unleashed his internal energy, causing countless grey dust to rise from the surface of the sea. It turned out that the Heavenly Emperor had already detected someone following and had set up deadly traps along the way. "Nip Fong, I need your support to deal with the Heavenly Emperor together." Under the true intent of the Water God King, Nip Fong quickly caught up with the group of the Heavenly Emperor. Looking at the team of over 100 people, each with sharp eyes, all were top experts, and their formation was unprecedented. "It's been more than 10 years since I've seen Bu Qinvan." His face was as cold as ice, yet stable. Nip Fong understood that to succeed, he needed to contact Bu Qinvan first. As night fell, a chilling aura pressed down. Bu Qinvan stood in the darkness like an abyss, and the sword god couldn't sleep. Throughout this journey, he always had a strong feeling that perhaps he would not be able to return. "If something happens to me, I ask Bu Qinvan to take good care of So-So, Tianni, and Vo Tu." Bu Qinvan's expression darkened as he coldly said, "If we cannot return, then who will take care of them? Remember well, absolutely cannot die." The sword god trembled all over, emotions surging. "Yes, for So-So, for Tian and I, and also for the master, I must survive.
A cool breeze blew by, the leaves rustled, the flames grew brighter, and a rare smile appeared at the corner of Bo Jingban's mouth. Brother Feng has finally arrived. Early in the morning, after the main force set off one after another, Nie Feng arrived at the tree where Bo Jingban meditated the night before. And indeed found the note he left behind. Brother Feng, it's been many years since we last met, your aura is familiar, I am very glad to fight side by side with you, I will share everything I know with you. In the following days, whenever they reached a resting place, Bo Jingban would leave a message, clarifying the martial arts skills and temperaments of all the masters to Nie Feng. Recently, Huaikong has been feeling heavy-hearted, worried about Bai Ling's disappearance, and the unusual behavior of his older brother Huai Dai has further puzzled him. Ever since becoming the protector of the Heavenly Emperor, no matter how he approached, Huai Dai has remained silent. Moreover, his martial arts have progressed rapidly, as if he has undergone a transformation, truly contrary to common sense. Seeing him troubled in his heart, Wunai couldn't help but advise, if Bai Ling were to suffer any misfortune, Miss Luo's deep feelings and great righteousness towards you mean you must not betray. Horror. Unexpectedly, Huaikong's expression changed. He coldly said, no matter if Bai Ling is alive or dead, I will never change my heart. We have been childhood sweethearts since we were young, no one can replace her. Although Miss Luo is good, I only regard her as my sister. Luo Xian, who was nearby eavesdropping, felt as if she had fallen into an ice pit, tears streamed down her face. She didn't expect that her devoted heart would ultimately be entrusted to the wrong person. Following Dishi Tian for several days, enduring wind and rain, Nie Feng finally found a quiet cave to rest in. Outside the cave, hurried footsteps could be heard, and a figure entered the cave. Nie Feng hid behind a large rock, and only then did he clearly see that the person who came was Jingyun, carrying Huaikong, who was unconscious. Looking closely again, Huaikong's face was unusually pale, with rapid breathing, as if he had been poisoned. Not long after, Jingyun brought Luo Xian over, and he said with a sinister smile, Shin Mo, I understand your intentions. I deliberately gave the boy the alluring spring dew, just as you wished. In the future, you can speak well of me in front of the Heavenly King. Lac Tian angrily scolded him for being shameless, while Lin Quan laughed, not caring, and was about to leave when a large hand tightly gripped his neck, lifting him up high. It was Bo Qinvan. Hand over the antidote, and I'll spare your life. Then Quan begged for mercy. Tatmiswan was a love-inducing drug, and as long as the yin and yang were harmonized, the drug's effects could be dispelled. There was fundamentally no antidote. Bo Qinvan was unwilling to believe it, gradually increasing his grip until Lin Quan was nearly suffocating. Suddenly, Lac Tian knelt down in front of Bo Qinvan. Hero, Lin Quan is not lying to you, Tatmiswan truly has no antidote. The current situation is such that only I can save Huaikong. If not, within an hour, he will undoubtedly die. I don't know how long it has been, but Huaikong slowly woke up, his head pounding like it was being hammered, struggling to open his eyes. He vaguely remembers what happened, but he's not quite sure. Looking at Lac Tian in front of him, he doesn't know what to do. Lac Tian suddenly covers her face and cries loudly, running away quickly. Huaikong chases out of the cave and sees Bo Qinvan always protecting outside. Bo Qinvan is concerned about Lac Tian's reputation and doesn't want to talk much about this matter. Huaikong, you're awake now. You were poisoned by the alluring spring of the Divine Pass. It was Lac Ko Nuong who saved your life. Huaikong feels myriad emotions welling up inside him, momentarily at a loss for words. He wants to find Lac Tian to thank her, but he doesn't know how to start. Seeing the shameless and sinister face of the Divine Pass, he becomes enraged and swings his fist to strike. Lac Ko Nuong is as beautiful as a flower. I helped bring you two together, yet you not only fail to be grateful but also want to attack me, you hypocrite. Huaikong becomes even angrier, loudly threatening, if you dare spread this matter, damaging Lac Ko Nuong's reputation, I will take your miserable life. The Cloud King wants to kill the god of war. Lord Indra originally wanted to hold him accountable, but the Cloud King calmly explained, the god of war disturbed emptiness. I don't want emptiness to be in trouble, so I was forced to take action. Lord Indra slowly said, very well, your explanation leaves me speechless. Rest now, tomorrow we will arrive at the dragon's den. Lord Indra gathered the 7 strongest weapons of that time, recruited the Cloud King, Breaking Star, Severing Wolf, and other top-tier experts, marching steadily. They finally arrived at the dragon's den. Facing the deafening sound of the empty battlefield echoing across the sky, piercing through the night, in an instant, several hundred elite Water Clan warriors, under the command of the Water God King, dived into the water, ready to engage in a decisive battle with Lord Indra. Lord Indra's cold voice ordered, General, give them a crushing blow to dampen their morale. General wanted to know how much his continuously strengthening vast world demon body had progressed. Smiling sinisterly, he didn't need to use all his strength against these fish people. He stepped forward quickly, the aura around him constantly condensing, pushing out both palms. A thunderous gust of energy exploded. The tremendous force, unprecedented before, struck the waters, yet it could not deter the determination of the water tribe to charge forward. The divine general wielded his powerful aura, sweeping it in all directions, causing any who approached to be torn apart. The water god king raised his trident to attack, but could not harm him in the slightest. The divine general took on hundreds alone, instantly killing dozens of water tribe members. Seeing the heavy casualties, the water god king had no choice but to lead his people in retreat. In the early morning, as the waters receded, a stone path slowly emerged between the banks. The water tribe, having rested through the night, reorganized their ranks and lined up to face the battle. Breaking the army in the Golden Shadow both requested to engage in battle with Emperor Tianxia. The two exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of disdain. Their fighting spirits igniting, eager to determine superiority on the battlefield. After the crushing defeat yesterday, the water tribe had drawn lessons. Their elite forces poured all their strength into the fight, and aside from Long Dung, all three previous water god kings also joined the fray. The three exuded a restrained brilliance, their imposing auras revealing them to be peak experts at first glance. The Golden Shadow was even more excited, the golden blade chi erupting around him. He needed no one's assistance, wanting to single-handedly take on the four great water god kings. The four great water gods knew he was a master of internal energy, using the peculiar water god technique to move and avoid direct confrontation. Huang Ying continuously missed several attacks, remaining unfazed, and soared into the air to look down from above. Upon observation, he noticed that among the four, Long Dong had the weakest power, wielding his blade to strike down directly, intending to take the initiative against him. Long Dong raised his hand to firmly block, his legs crossed as he retreated several steps. Huang Ying was even more astonished, his internal energy seemed to sink like a buffalo into the sea, yet was absorbed by Long Dong significantly. The four worked together, like an endless ocean, continuously absorbing his power. Huang Ying, feeling anxious and unfavored, hurriedly fell back, while Pa Jun continuously mocked, striking with both blade and sword. It seems that the golden blade chi is only this much, compared to my knowledge of the killing and breaking wolf. The mad wolf howled, the power of the blade and sword blocking the sky and earth. After a round of clashes, Pa Jun's expression changed drastically. These individuals had the flower leaf protective barrier, their movements agile, and the celestial eye of the thief wolf could not harm them in the slightest. Four people wielding the golden saber of the phantom were absorbed and fired back, struggling to defend against the breaker. Suddenly, a mournful cry echoed from the water tribe's camp, as two figures rushed madly into the crowd. One moment it was Fire Flame Steel, the next it was Fire Thunder Steel, rampaging indiscriminately. It was the divine general, Duan Lang, and his apprentice. The phantom was unwilling and cursed, taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, with a high-level cultivator behaving so despicably. One could only hear Emperor Tashishin say, "This is my command, our elite is running out, we need a swift victory." Receiving the permission of Emperor Tashishin, the divine general, Duan Lang was even more unrestrained, charging ashore and killing anyone he saw. A young woman holding a small child, seeing that she was about to meet her end under Duan Lang's claws, felt a powerful iron fist strike from the side. Duan Lang glanced over. It was Bu Jingyun with a dark expression. He had always been wary of Bu Jingyun and quickly retreated. The general saw his disciple suffer. The fire lightning hard chi exploded out. Bu Qinyun, no one can stop me from doing this. Bu Qinyun did not dodge or evade. He swung a palm, easily receiving the fire lightning hard chi without any harm. Yellow Shadow, Break Army, and Broken Wolf were greatly shaken. This Bu Qinyun clearly has strength equivalent to their own. Why has his cultivation improved so dramatically in such a short time? Damn it, Bu Qinyun, you have such cultivation, why do you want to get involved in this? Bu Qinyun coldly said, "This trip is only for capturing the dragon, there's no need for senseless killing." Sword God and Huai Kong also stood together with him. That's right, indiscriminately killing the innocent, we cannot stand idly by. Tian Dick Tian compromised with them. Fine, as long as the water tribe stops hindering the capture of the dragon, I will spare them. The group of the water tribe suddenly knelt down in unison, bowing their heads towards the dragon god temple on the mountain. Duan Lang sneered, "Fools, praying to gods and Buddhas at this time. It's truly absurd." A loud explosion rang out. The Dragon King temple was split in two again. The breaker smiled wickedly, holding a statue of the Dragon King in his hand. Your divine dragon can hardly protect itself now. What good is praying to him? You might as well come and pray to me, the breaker. Seeing the Dragon King statue destroyed, the water tribe was stirred. Everyone picked up their weapons, ready to fight to the death. A tremor shook the ground, a red light suddenly flashed on the horizon, and a solar eclipse phenomenon appeared. Emperor Tianxia gathered his inner strength, commanding the Heavenly Gate troops to obey orders, sparing no expense, quickly ascend the mountain. At the same time, a towering tsunami surged towards the shore, and an extremely strong man wielding a red sword emerged from the water. The water tribe shouted in unison, excitement overwhelming them, "Look, everyone, the ancestor of the water tribe is here." Legend has it that long ago, 100 years ago in the Tom Dao Lake of the water tribe, there was a chieftain who randomly obtained the blood of the dragon god, from which he gained immense power, his whole body ablaze like fire. He tamed the monstrous fish, leading his tribe to settle down and thrive, and the water tribe revered him as a deity, calling him the water god. The water god ruled over the water tribe for 100 years, traveling and exploring, selecting a suitable successor from the tribe, commanding his people to bury his body deep under the sea, to protect his tribe for generations to come. In times of danger, his blood could be awakened using the blood of the 4 great aquatic beasts. Swordmaster Water God, King Longdong, according to legend, risked his life to seize the Fire Spirit Sword. The Fire Spirit Sword contains the scales of the Fire Qilin, ultimately awakening the physical form of the water god ancestor once again. The Heavenly Emperor ordered loudly, "God generals, breaking army, Duan Lang, Wu Er, quickly take your positions and clear the obstacles." The 4 obeyed and charged forward, with breaking army having the least killing intent, leading the charge. With a move called Mad Wolf Slash, he charged straight at the water god ancestor. The water god ancestor's body was as hard as iron, his physical form solidly resisting the attacks of Tam Lang and Tian Ruan's mad slashes. A large hand reached out, and with bare hands, he seized the Tam Lang sword, gripping the hilt tightly, exerting force to twist, causing the long sword to slip from his grasp. In the next episode, The 7 Weapons Dragon Slaying, please continue to follow along. According to ancient legends, the divine dragon among the 4 great divine beasts of China still exists in the world. The Heavenly Emperor gathered the strongest of the time, wanting to kill the divine dragon and seize its true essence. The water god ancestor, who protects the divine dragon, possesses such terrifying strength, barehandedly resisting the mad slashes of breaking army, Tam Lang, and Tian Ruan. Duan Lang hurriedly retrieved the fire spirit armament, preparing to defend against a sneak attack, but unexpectedly, the speed of the water god ancestor was also so fast, grabbing his wrist and throwing him into the sky with one move. Voni flashed like lightning, his power was still far too weak. With one strike of the whip, several people fell one after another. The god general urged his horse forward, and the fire thunder steel continuously shot out. The water god elder threw a punch, shattering the crimson light, both hands forward, directly contesting strength with the god general. After several exchanges of punches, the god general's face turned fierce, and a mouthful of fresh blood was spat from his throat. The 4 people working together still found the battle unfavorable. The divine officer was increasingly anxious, quickly calling for Bo Kin Van, Hai Kong, and Hong On to assist. Unexpectedly, the few people of Bo Kin Van acted as if they didn't see it, leisurely watching the battle, looking down on such acts of stealing treasures from others and slaughtering women and children. Dark clouds covered the sun, pitch black as ink. The sun was completely obscured, yet could not be prolonged. De Tic Thian let out a roar, leaping into action, finally having to take matters into his own hands. The immortal cold air surged. The god general and Don Lang quickly dodged, allowing him to perform alone. The gray shadow spun. No one could clearly see how Lord Indra attacked, only seeing old ancestor water god continuously retreating, roaring incessantly. A severed arm flew out from his body. Lord Indra's figure flickered, returning to the palanquin. Quickly, combine forces to gather this fellow, he won't last. Everyone prepare for the dragon hunt. Before the words were finished, 4 figures flew out from the palanquin, landing in front of Bu Jingyun, Sword God, Huai Kong, and Huang Ying, namely Absolute World Good Sword, Hero Sword, Heavenly Sin, and Sigh of the World. Undersea currents surged, earthquakes shook. Within dozens of miles, all felt the tremor. A massive wave shot up to the sky. The divine dragon was finally about to appear. Old ancestor Water God immediately felt his fighting spirit rise, launching a counterattack against the group. After having his hand severed, injured by the Chi Gate, and encountering the god general, unable to withstand, he was struck back several dozen meters, falling into the sea. The sea surface rose again with monstrous waves, a beast as large as a mountain, its mouth wide open filled with blood, swallowing old ancestor water god whole. The myth of the dragon god in China is one of peace and harmony.
yet this dragon turned out to be terrifying and extremely vicious. That monstrous dragon was several dozen meters tall, with a mouth full of fangs, and its powerful hind legs could crush dozens of people into a pile of flesh with a single stomp. The divine general quickly unleashed the fire thunder steel chi, but unexpectedly, the thick-skinned dragon was completely unharmed. The dragon's tail swept across, bringing down an entire mountain with a single strike. Emperor Tik Tien transformed into a beam of cold light and charged forward, consecutively launching 7 mystic thunderbolts that accurately struck the dragon's head. While it couldn't harm the creature, the impact caused thick black smoke to rise. Everyone realized that the spot hit by the mystic thunderbolt was the dragon's Achilles heel. If they used a special weapon to stab it, they could take it down. Everyone understood immediately. Each person grasped their weapons and aimed for the dragon's weak point. The dragon's strength was overwhelming. It swung its head and sent 7 people flying at once, and the sword god was also seriously injured. 7 people with varying levels of power find it absolutely difficult to simultaneously charge at the dragon's body. If they want to try, they need the support of the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor penetrated the dragon's scales, a beam of red light piercing the back of the great dragon's neck, freezing its internal energy and slowing its movement. Hai Kong struck a critical point first, and the 2 divine weapons of Fa Quan quickly followed, while Don Lang did not disappoint, landing a hit with the Hoa Lin Kim. Next, Hong An succeeded, leaving only Bo Kin Van and the sword god. The sword god was quite heavily injured, truly willing but unable, so he had to hand the On Hung Kim over to Bo Kin Van. All eyes were focused on Bo Kin Van, who leaped onto the dragon's back, one hand wielding the On Hung Kim and the other the Tuet the Hao Kim, simultaneously stabbing at 2 critical points. That was his true essence. The god general reacted the fastest, instantly leaping into the air to seize the true essence. Before he could secure it, he was burned by the terrifyingly high temperature, causing the true essence to slip from his grasp. The Heavenly Emperor laughed coldly. God General, if you want to monopolize the true essence, it's not that easy. The clash of the breaking army sword and the blade, holding the true essence tightly, feeling secretly pleased, a black sword thrust forward, a sword lifting the true essence up. It was Bo Kin Van. His Qilin horn was forged 1,000 times, disregarding the high temperature of the true essence, grasping it with one hand. The divine general and Duan Lang, seeing this, would not allow him to succeed. The fire thunder steel chi, the fire spirit sword fiercely thrusting forward. The divine general couldn't cope. Duan Lang's strength was a level lower, being stripped of power by Bo Kin Van's several strikes, retreating in a flustered manner. The breaking army sword and blade protected, joining the battle. The 3 surrounded Bo Kin Van in the center, wanting to work together to resolve him. Hui Kong and the sword god also made their moves simultaneously, fiercely attacking the divine general beside them to clear a path for Bo Kin Van. Bo Kin Van, this person is entrusted to us, you focus on dealing with the enemy. A wave of cold air suddenly appeared before him. Emperor Tik Tien personally arrived. Without any hesitation, Bo Kin Van swung his sword down. Emperor Tik Tien gripped the supreme sword tightly, astonished. You've got some guts to dare to strike at me. The bone-chilling cold permeated through the supreme sword into Bo Kin Van's body, but he showed no fear, for behind him was a lethal move aimed at Emperor Tik Tien. Emperor Tik Tien's eyes revealed a trace of horror. The one he feared the most, Nip Fong, had arrived. Nip Fong rushed in like the wind, one foot pressing on Bo Kin Van's back, the power of wind and cloud combining to strike directly at Emperor Tik Tien. The supreme sword, empowered by Nip Fong's internal energy, surged with strength, but Emperor Tik Tien merely pinched it tightly with 2 fingers. With the sword's momentum halted, Nip Fong pivoted, delivering a kick like a blade straight to the top of Emperor Tik Tien's head. At the same time, Bo Kin Van also exerted force, spinning the supreme sword, launching a powerful attack from above and below. Indra roared, his body surrounded by millennia-old mystic ice, dispelled the attack that separated the 2 of them. To defeat this throne, you 2 are overestimating your own strength. Surrender your true essence. Qin Yun and Feng nodded at each other. After more than a decade, the boundless evil army of Mara will reappear on Earth. After more than a decade, Qin Yun and Feng finally reunited. Facing Indra's iron-hard body, the combined power of wind and cloud was still unable to withstand the impact. Their minds in unison, their bodies spun rapidly, forming a massive tornado. In an instant, the earth shook and the sky changed color. This is the boundless evil army of Mara that Indra has always feared. Everyone believed that the Heavenly Emperor would win, but at this moment, Makavo Luong appeared. And everyone's expression changed as they focused on the battlefield. In an instant, the 2 strongest forces collided, seemingly evenly matched, and all 3 were violently pushed back. Bo Kin Van actively embraced his true essence, while his armor flew off.
Fa Quan, then Tuong, and Don Lang were overjoyed and leaped forward to compete. The Heavenly Emperor unleashed a wave of cold air, which collided with the true essence and fire, resulting in a loud explosion as the true essence shattered into 7 pieces. The original form of the true essence was destroyed, burning hot, and everyone scrambled to grasp a piece tightly. The others knew that to claim the true essence for themselves, they needed to leave this place, and without a word, they all rushed toward the shore. The Heavenly Emperor flashed in front of them, blocking their path. If you want to leave, there's no way out. Hand over your true essence, or you'll die without a place to be buried. As the treasures were within reach, no one was willing to compromise, and they split up to flee in 3 directions. Hai Diet and then Quan originally wanted to seize the true essence from Hai Kong, but were ambushed from behind by Then Mao, hitting their pressure points. Hai Kong, it's too late for the big matters, your elder brother is still of value to use, your life is not in danger, but the Heavenly Emperor will definitely not spare your life. You should leave quickly. Hai Kong wanted to take Voni away with him, but Voni did not want to betray the Heavenly Emperor and turned back to bid him farewell. The Heavenly Emperor couldn't chase after everyone with his clones. Hesitating slightly, he flashed in front of Fongban. These two had astonishing potential and needed to be eliminated first. Neep Fong swept with a kick, Bo Kin Van executed the supreme skill, attacking from below. Their combined forces were as fast as lightning, forcing the Heavenly Emperor to retreat. Shards of the sword shot out in all directions, each strike was incredibly powerful. The Heavenly Emperor roared and pushed forcefully with both hands, finally pushing the two apart and neutralizing the attack. Wind Borrowing Flight reverses his flight, simultaneously retreating backward. Just as he was about to leave, the hand of the King of Heaven tightly seized the acupoint of the sword god, loudly threatening him. Wind Borrowing Flight, if you dare to go, this seat will immediately take his life. The sword god loudly urged Wind Borrowing Flight to quickly leave. He wanted to sacrifice himself, but Wind Borrowing Flight absolutely wouldn't abandon him. The sword god stabbed the sword backward, and with a loud crack, the hero sword shattered into pieces, yet the King of Heaven remained unscathed. The sword god was utterly hopeless, suddenly turning the broken sword and stabbing it straight into his own chest. With the hero sword broken, I shall perish alongside it. Boku Kinhun, quickly leave and take good care of Sasoho and Tian'er. The King of Heaven raised his hand, throwing the sword god out. Perhaps respecting his spirit, he did not deliver the final blow. Using the sword god was merely a delaying tactic. In truth, he could also seize back the essence energy. The surface of the sea rose with a large wave, sweeping towards Emperor Tik Tien, and in just a moment of delay, Fong Van disappeared without a trace. Surrounded by steep cliffs, no matter how skilled one is in lightness skills, they could not escape from his sight. Emperor Tik Tien deduced that the two could only escape by water. Sure enough, it was the water god King Long Dung who had been observing from the outside, coming to their aid. Just as everyone reached the shore, the chill on the mountaintop surged, and Emperor Tik Tien pursued them quickly. With the divine dragon just dead, Long Dung urged Fong Van to retreat quickly, as they wanted to share the fate of the divine dragon and fight to the death. The Water Clan was well aware of the might of Emperor Tik Tien and had long prepared numerous explosives, ready to perish together with him if necessary. Seeing that no one could stop Emperor Tik Tien, the Water Clan could not hold back any longer and detonated the explosives early. Long Dung, feeling that Fong Van had once saved the lives of his clansmen, could not bear to let them die tragically. They sneak Fong Van and another tribesman named Zi'in into the water. After bringing Fong Van to safety, Long Dung and Zi'in returned to their homeland to investigate once more. The island exploded, nearly all the tribe members lost their lives, but Tien the Dyke did not die in the explosion. It seems this demon is destined not to die. On the other side, Ba Quan, Hong An, and Don Lang each took a portion of the original essence and fled, encountering a siege by Tien Mon. During the chaos, Don Lang's original essence slipped from his grasp and fell into the sea, its whereabouts unknown. Ba Quan was also injured by Tien the Dyke and had his original essence seized. Tien the Dyke was injured in the explosion and suffered a significant loss of power, being forced out of the encirclement by several people working together. How could Ba Quan, having lost his original essence, accept this? He dared not provoke Tien the Dyke, so he had no choice but to risk attacking Han An. Each with their own thoughts, they all wanted to monopolize the original essence. Don Lang proposed to Ba Quan that the two of them join forces to eliminate Han An first. Ba Quan sneered, "Get lost, you don't have the right to share." Han An held the Kin Tich, proudly engaging in battle, shooting the original essence into a large rock beside him. "Come here, kill me, the true essence is yours." Even if he wasn't afraid of the true essence, he had long wanted to test the power of the breaking army. Duan Lang observed the battle, taking the opportunity to act. Seeing the two fighting fiercely, he wanted to take advantage of the situation to steal the true essence. But he was discovered by the breaking army. The Tam Lang's sword swung up, nearly killing him on the spot. The breaking army and the Shadow King were both powerful figures of the time. After exchanging dozens of moves, it was still hard to determine who was superior. The breaking army's sword and saber complemented each other, the heavenly wolf slash came down, and the Shadow King used his most domineering move, the Fury of Heaven. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, the breaking army's attack slowed down, and he was stabbed in the chest by the Shadow King's Jingtai. His face turned ashen, he said mournfully, "You have won, why don't you kill me?" The Shadow King sheathed his sword and stood straight, saying, "My sword is indifferent and without desire. But a hero respects another hero. You are injured, my victory is not glorious. Today, I will spare your life. Wait until you fully recover, and we will have a real fight again." A beam of red light shot forward, piercing the weakness of the Shadow King. It was Duan Lang's Ling's sword taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Fortunately, the Shadow King reacted quickly and dodged, but still left a wound on his back. The shadow pressed down on him, and two blades struck down. Hong'an couldn't evade, taking a hit to the head, blood pouring down. "Fa Quan, I spare your life, yet you take the chance to harm others." Fa Quan laughed heartily, "Utterly foolish, the martial spirit you revere is worthless in my eyes, go die." Dong Lang, Fa Quan, in their struggle for true essence, fought each other fiercely, completely disregarding the dignity of a martial artist, ultimately ambushing Hong unsuccessfully. Dong Lang was overjoyed, wanting to step forward and kill Hong'an with one strike, but felt a pain in his back and fell to his knees, having been ambushed by Fa Quan from behind. Both are treacherous and cunning, with no sense of honor. Fa Quan coldly said, "Dong Lang, do you think you can compete with me for true essence? You don't stand a chance. Even if you really helped me, I would spare your life. I will count to 3, disappear from my sight." Dong Lang, proud as he was, skilled in ambush, was shocked and furious today after being attacked by Fa Quan, but to save his life, he begrudgingly retreated. Hong'an had been struck twice by the heavy scheme, yet remained extremely prideful. In a confrontation, Fa Quan was careless and almost fell for it, making him even angrier as he struck down with Thian Nan. Hong'an had given up resistance, closing his eyes to await death, when a figure swiftly passed by, kicking Fa Quan's wrist. It was Nip Fong who had been observing from nearby. Nip Fong continuously launched 3 kicks, causing Fa Quan to retreat repeatedly. "Fa Quan, hurry and go treat your wounds, don't seek your own demise. Taking advantage of someone's danger, that's truly not the behavior of a gentleman, your true essence is taken away." Nip Fong smiled and turned to leave. "I saved you, only out of admiration for your martial spirit. The true essence is something you fought hard to obtain, keep it for yourself." Hong'an's eyes widened, hard to believe. After taking action, not only did Nip Fong fully recover from his injuries, but as expected, Tu Fuk had rescued his family who were imprisoned in Tianmon. The two hurried away, preparing to meet up with Tu Fuk. In front lay a group of corpses, striking at the eyes. Besides the followers of Tianmon, there were also Then Quan and the young lady Tuan from the Water Tribe. It seemed Long Dung had fought to the death against Tianmon to avenge his kin. Having known them, Nip Fong felt a deep sorrow in his heart, buried the two together, and then continued on his journey. On the other side, Fa Quan was heavily injured, struggling to move, his wounds becoming even more severe, causing him immense pain. It was very difficult to reach a pharmacy, but his wounds were too severe, the common medicine had little effect. After drinking the bowl of medicine brewed by the innkeeper, Fa Quan's complexion changed drastically, the medicine was poisoned. Outside the door, over 100 strong men, armed with weapons, howled and rushed to kill. "Fa Quan, we are the heirs of the sword sect. Years ago, you sought fame in the martial world and faced my father in a duel. Today, you must repay blood with blood." Fa Quan reluctantly fought his way out of the encirclement, but his injuries worsened, and he kept spitting fresh blood. Ordinary martial artists would not have caught his eye, but now, heavily injured and poisoned, with enemies constantly pursuing him, he was truly at the end of his rope. After several more battles, Fa Quan had lost more than half of his life force and hid in the river, allowing others to humiliate and insult him without saying a word. 2 powerful auras approached. It was Bo Kinvan and Nip Fong. Fa Quan crawled out of the river, completely desperate. The arrogance of the past had completely vanished, leaving only despair. "Anyway, we all have to die. Dying at your hands is better than falling prey to those nameless rats. Make your move." Fo Mingyun exchanged glances and stepped away at the same time. "Pa Jun, you are about to die. We won't take advantage of your misfortune. Take care." Pa Jun stood there in a daze, hesitating for a long time, but still called the two back. Please stop. You two could overlook past grievances and spare me a way out. I would be very grateful. I have one more unreasonable request. I wonder if it can be fulfilled. More than 30 years ago, when Pa Chun was young, he met and fell in love with a young woman named Xiao Qin. A few months later, Xiao Qin became pregnant, while Pa Chun was obsessed with martial arts and left heartlessly. On his deathbed, memories of the past flooded his mind, increasing his longing for his former lover and the child he never met. Amidst the snowstorm, in the darkness of a small roadside inn, a strange man with swords and knives on his back. His pale face caught the attention of the innkeeper. Although he looked fierce, his eyes were incredibly gentle, making the innkeeper very curious. Innkeeper, is there something wrong with our buns? Why aren't you eating them? The man continuously shook his head. No, these buns are very delicious, fragrant and hot. I ate them many years ago. The innkeeper smiled and said, this is all natural, the cooking method was passed down by my mother, the flavor is famous far and wide. The big man ate heartily, enjoying it immensely, tears falling from his eyes. Not far away, Fongban felt a surge of emotions. After wandering the martial world for decades, he finally understood what he truly needed. A bowl of meat soup, a few buns. The big man sighed, stood up, and took down the sword from his back. Sorry, I have no money, so I'll use this sword to pay. The innkeeper quickly waved his hand. A bit of wine and meat, it's just a few coins, no need for such a precious item. Just consider it my treat. Fa Quan paid no mind and strode away. This sword is a rare treasure in the martial world, worth a fortune. Please take good care of it for me. An old woman accompanied by a little girl approached. They were the innkeeper's family. The strong man looked at the little girl for a long time, his gaze stopping on the old woman's face. The old woman also trembled all over, watching the strong man's figure slowly leave, lost in thought for a long time. The last wish of Fa Quan had been fulfilled, and Niep Fong was extremely grateful to Bo Kinvan. He no longer had much time left, did not want to reunite with his family, just wanted to quietly walk through the final journey of his life. Bo Kinvan took out the essence from his heart and gave it to Fa Quan. Take this, while the essence cannot be used immediately, it can temporarily help you heal your wounds. Once it is completely cooled down and can be used again, it will definitely save your life. From the moment Fa Quan shed tears while eating the bun, Bo Kinvan had determined that he had repented. Although the essence was precious, how could he watch someone die without saving them? Fa Quan stood there in a daze, tears streaming down his face. Throughout his life, he had been an enemy of Vo Dan, yet unexpectedly, at the brink of death, he was saved by his disciple. How should he face Vo Dan in the future? It's been over 10 years since I last saw Niefeng and Bu Jingyun. The two heroes finally escaped from the clutches of the heavenly King De Ti. On their journey to search for Su Fu, as they passed through Finca Town, Bu Jingyun thought of his son Bu Tian and decided to rest for a night at Zhonghua Pavilion. With the reunion of the brothers, Niefeng didn't want to disturb them and sought out his old friend, Gue Hu. The two sat across from each other, talking late into the night. Late at night, Bu Jingyun once again fell into a nightmare. During these days, he had been repeatedly experiencing the same dream, fiercely battling the fire Qilin. Each time more perilous than the last. As he saw the fire Qilin roaring and charging at him, Bu Jingyun hurriedly raised the Qilin staff to defend himself. A terrible scream jolted him awake from the nightmare. Opening his eyes, he was horrified to discover that his iron palm had struck the chest of the innkeeper at Zhonghua Pavilion. With his powerful strike, the innkeeper fell dead on the spot. Realizing he had lost control in his dream and accidentally killed an innocent person, Bu Jingyun felt immense guilt and remained silent. Niefeng was overjoyed, having discerned a clue. He pointed 2 fingers into the teapot, and a burst of black liquid shot out, revealing that the tea served by the innkeeper was highly toxic. Seeing the truth revealed, the fire planters in the inn knelt down and begged for mercy. It turned out they were all subordinates of De Thien, tasked with lying in ambush in the Zhonghua Pavilion, waiting to seize the true essence. Niep Fong, being kind-hearted, knew that these people were just puppets of the heavenly gate and could not bring himself to kill them, so he let them go with a chance for survival. Since Zhonghua Pavilion was no longer a place to stay for long, everyone discussed and decided to leave Bo Thien in the care of Quiho, while Bo Kinvan and Niep Fong continued searching for Tu. Fuck! As dawn broke, the demon blood in Bo Kinvan's body expanded increasingly. The two arrived at Lang Van Quat, where Niep Fong taught the unique martial arts of the Niep family to help Bo Kinvan resist the demon blood together. Strangely enough, Don Lang, having been injured in the leg by Fa Quan, worried about being pursued by De Thien. After some thought, he also chose to hide in Lang Van Quat to recover. Upon arrival, Don Lang drew the Hoa Lin Kim and intended to eliminate the middle-aged couple who had been escorting him, as he absolutely could not allow his whereabouts to be exposed. As the sword aura was unleashed, the couple simultaneously struck, one attacked from above while the other swept low. Their combined tactics were not weak. Don Lang was caught off guard and lost. The Hoa Lin Kim. The man holding the Hoa Lin Kim sneered and said, "So this is the infamous sword, the Hoa Lin, the #1 evil sword in the world? I see that it's only like this." Duan Lang, feeling terrified, launched an attack, but his body was now weak and heavily injured, making him no match for the couple. "You too, the fire spirit sword is my family heirloom, it absolutely cannot be lost. Please return it to me, I'll do anything you ask." The couple laughed loudly without stopping. "Duan Lang, you are indeed a famous figure. If you are willing to crawl through my wife's legs, I will return the sword to you." Duan Lang's face turned pale, he slowly nodded, and actually knelt down, using his hands to support himself as he crawled through the woman's legs. For the fire spirit sword, he could give up his life, let alone a little bit of pride. Suddenly, several people appeared on the mountain peak. They were Duan Lang's subordinates, Nam Man Zhuge. Duan Lang was both surprised and overjoyed, shouting loudly, "Zhuge, quickly kill them and retrieve the fire spirit sword." Nam Man Zhuge revealed a trace of malice, turning his hand to strike Duan Lang hard in the face. "Damn it, what time is it, and you still dare to shout orders at me? Duan Lang, I never expected you, a hero all your life, would end up in this situation." Duan Lang, filled with confusion, said, "Zhuge, I have treated you well all this time, why do you treat me like this?" Zhuge, furious, retorted, "Treated me well? You have always regarded me as a dog to command at will. Slapping me in front of your subordinates, I had already sworn to avenge this humiliation." Duan Lang, with a fierce expression, suddenly knelt down and slapped himself. "Zhuge, I am sorry, I deserve to die 1,000 times, you are magnanimous, I beg you to forgive me." Duan Lang, once proud, could be so humble, exceeding Zhuge's expectations. "Lang, you truly are shameless. Alright, I'll let bygones be bygones." Lang has been continuously apologizing, wanting to reclaim the fire spirit sword. Lian's eyes flashed with cold light, the fire spirit sword slashed down like lightning. "This person holds grudges, if I don't kill him today, he will surely make me pay tenfold in the future." With a crack, a small stone flew out of the cave, hitting Lian on the temple, causing him to fall to the ground. Although the stone was small, it made a loud noise as it broke through the air, exerting an extremely powerful force. After several hits, Lian and his group realized that there must be a supreme expert inside the cave. They no longer cared about killing Lang and quickly fled. Lang turned towards the large cave entrance, loudly giving thanks, but received no response for a long time. He couldn't help but feel curious, slowly entering deeper into the cave. In the center of the cave, Qin Yunbu and Feng Ye were sitting facing each other cross-legged, with Qin Yunbu's right hand firmly gripping the back of Feng Ye's neck, seemingly in a critical moment of internal chaos. Lang felt malicious intent, drawing his fire spirit sword, although they had just saved his life. This was a heavenly opportunity to kill them both, seize their essence. How could he let it go? Feng Ye was fully exerting himself to stabilize Qin Yunbu's breathing, so he decided to strike first. A sword slashed down, and it seemed that Feng Ye was about to be split in two. Qin Yunbu's eyes burst with golden light. In that critical moment, Niafeng pulled Nippon out of danger, but behind him, a wound from the fire spirit still lingered. "Brother Feng saved your life, yet you repay kindness with ingratitude." Duan Lang committed evil deeds and his heart turned wicked. Like a bird scared of a broken branch, he turned and fled, constantly looking back, fearing that Jingyun was chasing after him. Running without choosing the right path, his thirst unbearable, the injury on his leg worsened, and there was no way forward. When he encountered a group of beggars cooking dog meat, Duan Lang hurriedly chased the beggars away, grabbing the boiling dog meat in the pot and devouring it greedily. Suddenly, a violent tremor occurred. With no place to retreat, a group of Heavenly Gate gang members stood tall on the hill ahead, and Emperor Tian himself also arrived. "Duan Lang, I never expected we would meet here." Duan Lang, terrified and looking for a way to escape, was escorted before the Heavenly Emperor by several large men. It was the fierce General Bai Yuan, recently chosen by the Heavenly Emperor from the underworld. Additionally, Huang Quan was appointed by the Heavenly Emperor to replace the deceased Xinguan, responsible for strategy. Duan Lang knew he had betrayed the Heavenly Gate, and the Heavenly Emperor would not easily forgive him. His only chance of survival was to betray Feng Yun and reveal their hiding place. Among all of Feng Yun, the most shameless person was undoubtedly Duan Lang, the epitome of humanity. Xia Feng had saved him several times, yet he repaid kindness with enmity,
guiding the Heavenly Emperor to encircle and kill Fongyun. The Heavenly Emperor dispatched his entire army, surrounding Lang Van Quat without any gaps, but could not find any trace of the two, Fong and Van. The Heavenly Emperor grew even angrier, bringing Duan Lang back to Tianmen for immediate execution. I want everyone to know the fate of those who betray me. From a distance, Bo Kin Van sighed, Fong, you have helped him time and again, yet he still shows no remorse. Do you really still want to save him? Engip Fong gently nodded, we grew up together. No matter what, I always feel there is still a glimmer of hope for him. Duan Lang, notorious for his bad reputation and solitary nature, never expected someone would risk their life to save him. Seeing that it was Engip Fong who came, he was even more astonished. Nip Fong, wait, we must retrieve the Fire Spirit Sword. The Fire Spirit Sword held by Tong Huang is absolutely difficult to obtain. Just as Nip Fong hesitates, Don Lang loudly calls out. Someone, Nip Fong is here. In an instant, countless Heavenly Gate experts rush over, surrounding Nip Fong. Betrayed again by Don Lang, Nip Fong is completely heartbroken, and can only fight with all his might at this moment. That divine beast is a combat machine driven by the secret potion used by Tik Thien, possessing profound skills and striking incredibly fast. More and more experts surround him. Even though Nip Fong's lightness skill is powerful, he cannot break through the encirclement head-on. I can only turn around and be swept by the whirlwind up to the mountain peak. At the mountain peak, a divine light blocks the way. It is the Heavenly Emperor. Nip Fong, you have fallen into the tiger's den. It is indeed hard to escape. Nip Fong was a bit careless, and was locked by two great divine beasts on both shoulders, unable to move. On the other side, Don Lang finally found the Fire Spirit Sword amidst the chaos. Seeing Nip Fong in trouble, he hesitated a bit, but still quietly left. Nip Fong, don't blame me for being cruel. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for meddling. In a quiet little village to the west, a divine general in farmer's attire was attracted by a white-haired young man. The teenager has a strange demeanor, exuding an aura that makes the god general unable to help but look at him a few more times. Many years ago, the god general happened to meet a girl named Shou Mai. The girl looked exactly like the woman he had secretly loved. He then adopted the girl, arranged for her to live in the village, and invited an old woman named Granny Sun to take care of her. And every so often he would return to check on her. After hearing Shou Mai's story, the god general roughly understood the background of the white-haired teenager. Half a year ago, Lin Tianfeng from Mingjiantang on the mountain was bullying others with his power, but he was easily tied up by the suddenly appearing white-haired teenager. The young man acted strangely. The villagers offered him food, but he refused, only eating the dry rations he brought with him, asking for directions to Mingjian Hall, and without saying a word, he headed up the mountain. Seeing that he was still young, Xiaomai couldn't bear to let him go to Mingjian Hall to face death. But the young man paid no heed and walked on boldly. A month later, Xiaomai saw the young man again. His proud expression was gone, he was shackled. Now a slave of Mingjian Hall, which made people feel a deep sense of regret. Life in the village was simple, allowing the divine general to experience a rare tranquility. The true essence is still scorching hot and inedible. It seems he will have to stay for a while longer. That day, Long Ni carried his school sword to the Bright Sword Hall for a challenge. The deputy hall master of Bright Sword Hall, Lin Tianhai, personally confronted him. 20 moves later, Lin Tianhai's longsword left his hand, ending in a crushing defeat. At this time, the general hall master Lin Tianshan was in seclusion, and both sides agreed to fight again in a month. A month later, General Hall Master Lin Tianshan came out of seclusion with the purple gold sword in hand. The two engaged in a great battle for 100 moves. Long Ni grew more and more spirited, gradually taking the upper hand. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to two familiar figures. The mental breakdown was caused by a stab to the chest from Lam Tian Sun. It turns out that the two figures were his adoptive parents, Long Tu and Fong Vu. In this past month, after uncovering Long Ni's background, Lam Tian's son plotted to ambush Long Tu and Fong Vu, capturing them. Having been defeated, Long Ni was required to serve as a slave at Min King Duong for 10 years. To prevent him from using a sword, Lam Tian's son specially created a set of cuffs to bind his shoulders. At such a young age, with his shoulders bound for 10 years, his muscles would definitely atrophy, making it difficult for him to wield a sword in the future. Although Lam Tian's son's actions were despicable, from that point on, Long Ni turned from martial arts to literature, resting and nurturing his temperament every day, while practicing calligraphy. For him, it might not be such a bad thing. The couple was imprisoned in a confinement cell, with no hope of escape. Long Tu could only comfort his wife like this. Besides Long Tu and his wife, the adopted daughter Thiu Mai of the Divine General was also concerned about Long Ni. and had inquired about news several times outside the Mingjian Hall. That evening, when she still hadn't returned home, the Divine General searched all the way and demanded her at the Mingjian Hall. The Divine General, who usually resided in the cold snowy region, rarely appeared in the martial world. His reputation in the martial arts community was even less than that of his disciple Donglang. Lam Thian's son saw that the wooden path was unremarkable, yet he could still cut through the air and sever the sword, which was quite shocking. He originally didn't dare to provoke, but this person was so aggressive and reckless, completely disregarding the Mingjian Hall. With a single stroke of sword energy, he shattered the wooden sign. The Mingjian Hall is famous for its swords and sabers, but in my eyes, it's not worth a penny. If my adopted daughter is not returned within an hour, I will make sure that no one in your hall is spared. Cut to scene, Nippon Fong battles Lord Indra. Lord Indra roars, orders his subordinates to step back, intending to personally deal with Nippon Fong. Nippon Fong remains calm. Suddenly his figure flashes, using the furious wind and rain move, kicking towards Lord Indra dozens of times in an instant. Although his moves are swift and forceful as a blade, they are still held back by Lord Indra with ease. With the opponent's martial arts too powerful, Nippon Fong needs to use a strong move to have any chance of survival. He brings his proud cold six rules to its peak. Lord Indra raises both hands, locking onto Nippon Fong's legs, about to exert force to tear him apart. A gust of wind pressure descends from above. Jingyun, who has been secretly aiding, arrives. The ultimate good sword slashes down, saving Nippon Fong from peril. Lord Indra is pleased rather than angry. Jingyun, you're here too. This works out perfectly. Watch me unleash the heaven-earth crazy thunder. His two fingers burst with golden light, similar to the fire thunder hard chi technique of the Divine General, but with incomparable power. Nip Fong was pushed back several feet in one move, as Bo Kin Van was engulfed in dark energy, and Kim Lu Van struck fiercely. Bo Kin Van's arm went numb, a chilling force pierced through his bones, and his entire arm was completely frozen. In the next episode, Bin Hong emerges. We invite you to continue watching. Please continue watching. Please continue watching.